Yanjing Chama Street. In front of a lottery shop, Lin Xiao forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully hid the scratch card in his arms. Indeed, Lin Xiao had come to buy a lottery ticket, but what he purchased was not an ordinary ticket meant to fleece the masses. It was a limited edition scratch card, officially issued by the online game Bahuang. Reborn 2 days before the launch of Bahuang, Lin Xiao had not even taken the time to eat a proper hot meal before rushing non-stop from Liao City all the way to the capital Yanjing. His goal was crystal clear: this very scratch card in his hand that concealed a super grand prize. In his previous life, Bahuang had erupted onto the scene out of nowhere. Less than half a month after the servers opened, it swept through 90% of the global gaming market, becoming an ultra-phenomenal online sensation. Yet no one knew that exactly 1 year after Bahuang went live, the monsters within the game would, without any warning, shatter the dimensional boundary and launch a massive invasion into the real world. From that moment on, Blue Star was plunged into an unprecedented cataclysm. The era of the apocalypse officially began. Fortunately, human players were likewise able to synchronize their in-game abilities into the real world. Relying on these abilities, humanity barely managed to hold its ground. Even so, this calamity cost humans nearly 2/3 of their lands and more than 70% of their population. Lin Xiao had been one of those 70%. Although the invasion of Blue Star by these ferocious beasts was a tide of fate that could not be overturned. With the memories of his previous life and his understanding of Bahuang, Lin Xiao believed that changing his own destiny was the opportunity to rewrite his fate lay hidden in this Bahuang scratch card. In his recollection, before the game launched, the Bahuang officials had initiated a global scratch card lottery event. After entering the game and inputting the verification code on the card, players would obtain various in-game rewards. If one were lucky enough to scratch out a verification code composed of 10 digits, then congratulations were in order. They would be unimaginably fortunate to receive one of only 10 super talent grand prizes in the entire world. Of course, to prevent malicious hoarding, no one initially knew that a 10-digit verification code signified such a super prize. This truth was only pieced together long after the event ended by some inquisitive players. Their conclusion was later confirmed by the Bahuang game intellect and several players who had received the super rewards. In his previous life, only 9 of the 10 super grand prizes were ultimately claimed. The single one that went to waste is precisely the card now in Lin Xiao's hand. Moreover, according to information provided by the Bahuang intellect, this wasted prize turned out to be the ultimate reward among the 10 super grand prizes. Lin Xiao vividly remembered that when the lottery shop owner learned of this, he immediately scratched through the remaining stack of Bahuang cards piled up in his hands. Upon seeing the card with the 10-digit verification code, he collapsed in the restroom and wept until he passed. Now that the super grand prize was in his grasp, Lin Xiao had no intention of wasting another moment. He stepped out to the roadside, flagged down a taxi, and headed straight for the train station. By the time Lin Xiao returned to Liao City, it was already the early hours of the next day. Exhausted, he dove straight into bed and slept until noon, when he was finally jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. "Hello," Lin Xiao answered groggily. "Lin Xiao, do you have any idea what time it is? Do you still want this job or not?" A hoarse roar suddenly erupted from the other end of the line. Only then did he remember that at this hour, he was still working as a security guard for the property management of a high-end residential complex. The one calling him was his immediate superior, Lu Changhe, captain of the property security department. On ordinary days, Lu Changhe was constantly making things difficult for Lin Xiao. If not for the decent salary and the inclusion of full social benefits, Lin Xiao would never have tolerated this man for so long. But times had changed. Even if he had not obtained Bahuang's ultimate prize, the reborn Lin Xiao would never again indulge this man. "Lu Changhe, I'm done with you. I'm not serving you another day. As for this month's wages, keep them, and buy yourself a funeral wreath," he snapped, unleashing a torrent of curses. Without giving the other side the slightest chance to respond, Lin Xiao ended the call. For a moment he felt as though the resentment pent up over 2 lifetimes had finally been released, leaving him feeling clear-headed and refreshed. After washing up, Lin Xiao slipped his bank card into his pocket and headed straight for a sales outlet for Bahuang game helmets. Seeing the sales outlet already lined with a queue stretching like a long dragon, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Unhurried, he walked toward another window with no line. "Hello miss, I'd like a high-grade game helmet." The Bahuang game helmets were divided into standard and high-grade versions. The standard model cost 6,000 Huaxia yuan. It could run the game smoothly, but the maximum playtime was only 8 hours. Once that time limit was exceeded, the user would be forcibly logged out. The high-grade helmet, however, was different. Not only was it more comfortable to wear, it also possessed a sleep assist function. After entering the game, players would immediately slip into a light sleep state, allowing them to remain online for 16 consecutive hours. Naturally, the high-grade helmet was far more expensive than the standard one. It cost 30,000 Huaxia yuan. Above the high-grade helmet, there was an even more advanced device, the game. It allowed players to enter medium and deep sleep states, and its dedicated nutrient solution enabled users to stay online for over 72 hours without feeling the slightest discomfort. However, the price of this game pod was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. With a starting price of 700,000 Huaxia yuan, it was enough to make most players shrink back in defeat. Earlier Lin Xiao had already checked his bank card. Seeing that he still had more than 50,000 saved, he chose the 30,000 yuan high-grade helmet without hesitation. With his familiarity with the game, making money would be laughably easy. Besides, in a year's time, so-called money would be no different from scrap paper. People would not even bother to use it as toilet paper. Here you are, sir. This is your high-grade game helmet. Enjoy your gaming, the clerk said. After swiping his card to pay, Lin Xiao strode proudly out of the sales outlet under a flurry of envious, jealous, and resentful gazes. Back at his rented room, Lin Xiao first took a hot shower, then lay down on the bed to conserve his strength, quietly awaiting the moment the servers went live. He had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he used this time to roughly sort through the memories in his mind and some of the key events within the game. At the same time, he sketched out a simple plan for the future. In his previous life, he had only entered the game half a year after launch. As a result, when the monsters invaded the real world, Lin Xiao was not even level 30. He was nothing more than cannon fodder. But since heaven had granted him a second chance, he had no intention of being polite about it. Hidden quests, hidden classes, hidden maps. Anything he remembered, he would not let a single one slip by. Likewise, for those people and factions who had helped him or oppressed him in his previous life, he would repay kindness with gratitude and enmity with vengeance. After a long wait, the time finally crept to 8 in the evening. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Xiao put on the helmet and once more entered that long-lost world of Bahuang. Ding! Welcome to the world of Bahuang. Player identity confirmed. Retina and brainwave binding successful. Along with a familiar burst of special effects, a cold electronic chime suddenly rang out. Ding! Please enter your gift verification code. The moment the identity binding was completed, the first thing to pop up was the interface for entering the gift code. In the upper right corner of this interface, there was also a skip option that had probably tricked countless players. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiao swiftly entered the 10-digit code he had long since memorized by heart. Ding! Gift verification code entered successfully. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the ultimate reward of Bahuang, the non-damage skill Tenfold Amplification Scroll. Once the player enters the game, the reward will automatically be delivered to your inventory. Lin Xiao's eyes flew wide open, his face filled with utter disbelief. He had imagined his ultimate reward countless times, yet he had never dared to think he would receive something this broken, this heaven-defying. Non-damage skills. Tenfold Amplification. That was basically the same as being handed a built-in cheat, wasn't it? In Lin Xiao's memory, the rewards given to the other 9 players who had received super grand prizes were indeed powerful, but still barely within the realm of reason. His reward, however, if used properly, would become the single greatest bug in the entire game. No exceptions. Ding! Please choose your class and set your in-game ID. As the system prompt sounded, several figures suddenly strode out from a grand hall perched atop a cloud-piercing mountain peak. Among them was a cold and aloof warrior clad in light battle armor, long sword in hand, a shield guardian wrapped in heavy plate gripping a massive shield and war blade, and an archer in leather armor, bow drawn with an arrow nocked. There was also a mysterious assassin in dark nightwear, twin daggers in hand, his face obscured, and a mage holding a staff clad in robes, a fireball glowing in his raised palm. And finally, a Taoist priest wearing a moon-white taiji robe. These were the 6 major classes of Bahuang: warrior, shield, guardian, archer, assassin, mage, and the Huaxia server's exclusive class, Taoist. Ding! Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Countdown starting. 10, 9, 8. Class selection: Taoist. As the system prompt echoed, Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on the warrior for a brief moment, then shifted to the Taoist, and he decisively made his choice. Originally, Lin Xiao had planned to play a warrior again, just as in his previous timeline. With his memories from his last life, he could have easily triggered the transfer quest for the warrior's hidden class, the Blade Master. But that sudden ultimate reward forced Lin Xiao to grit his teeth and give up what he loved. After all, the skills of warriors, assassins, mages, and archers were overwhelmingly focused on dealing damage, making it impossible to fully exploit the advantage of his Tenfold Amplification for non-damage skills reward. Only the Shield Guardian and the Taoist truly matched his reward. Yet most of the Shield Guardian's non-damage skills leaned toward self-defense, whereas more than half of the Taoist's abilities were non-damage support skills. Thus, only the Taoist could allow his Tenfold Amplification for non-damage skills talent to unleash its full potential. He was certain this would also become the choice of most players. Ding! Class selection successful. Please set your in-game ID. Ling Xiao. Without even thinking, Lin Xiao immediately chose a name. Ding! Name set successfully. Player Ling Xiao, we wish you an enjoyable game. With the final prompt, the figures atop the mountain peak vanished in an instant, leaving only the Taoist standing there, the Taiji diagram behind him endlessly rotating. Lin Xiao's field of vision abruptly went dark. When the image brightened again, he was already standing in an ancient-styled plaza, looking at the scene before him, both familiar and strange. His emotions surged, unable to calm. He had returned. He had truly returned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao immediately opened his inventory. When he discovered an ancient simple scroll lying quietly in the corner of his inventory, the heart he had been holding in suspense finally settled back into his chest. He took out the scroll and without any hesitation chose use. At once dazzling light burst forth. When the radiance faded, the scroll in his inventory had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately opened his personal status panel. Player Ling Xiao. Class Taoist. Level 1. Free attribute points 5. Strength 2. Agility 3. Intelligence 4. Constitution 3. Skills 1. Healing Art Basic within 5 seconds within 0. 5 seconds restores 10 of the target's HP, restores 100 of the target's HP. MP cost 10. 1 cooldown 6 seconds. 0. 6 seconds. He drew in a hiss of breath. Even though Lin Xiao had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when he saw his skill description. Restoring 100 HP within 0. 5 seconds. Consuming only 1 MP with a cooldown of merely 0. 6 seconds. This was the so-called Tenfold Amplification effect. Did it have to be this broken? With this single skill alone, he could already dare proclaim himself the #1 healer in all of Bahuang. And this was only one among the many non-damage skills available to a Taoist. As his level rose and as every non-damage skill he learned was amplified tenfold, to what heights would this Taoist of his eventually grow? At that thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. The future he pictured was almost too beautiful to imagine. Of course, Lin Xiao also knew that since he had chosen the Taoist class, he would have to find a few fixed teammates to develop. Otherwise, with only a single healing art, it would take him an eternity to leave the newbie village alone. With this in mind, Lin Xiao turned to look around and raised his voice. Level 1 Taoist here, anyone want to party up? Lin Xiao's sudden shout startled the surrounding players on the spot. Damn, is this guy crazy? He scared the hell out of me. Ha ha ha. Little Taoist, you here to make us laugh. Right now, even the chickens in this newbie village aren't enough to go around. Who has the luxury to team up with you? Yeah. Instead of wasting time, better hurry out there and fight over mobs. Just as they said, the game had only just opened. There were too few monsters and too many players. Everyone had already rushed outside the village to scramble for kills and level up, leaving almost no chance for forming parties. However, Lin Xiao only sneered inwardly. Fighting over mobs to level up? Sheer fantasy. There were only so many level 1 wild monsters around the newbie village. If you went solo, how long would it take to grind? Only by forming a party and venturing farther out to kill higher level monsters could one achieve the best leveling efficiency in the early game. Unfortunately, such a simple truth was understood by very few. Everyone was clinging to their own selfish hopes, dreaming of widening the gap with other players in the early stages. Yet they didn't realize that the more they thought this way, the harder it was to actually pull ahead. In the end, they could only remain stuck in the low-level spawn zones like hapless grinders, arguing themselves red in the face with other unlucky souls over a single bobo chicken or hopping rabbit. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, Lin Xiao went his own way, calling out at intervals for a party. He didn't know how long he had been shouting when the respawn point not far from the newbie village suddenly lit up. A moment later, a player wearing nothing but a pair of underwear and otherwise empty-handed walked out with a dejected expression. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help curling his lips into a grin. This guy was a real character. The server had barely opened, and he was already killed by wild monsters. Could this be the world's very first death? Yet, in the next second, Lin Xiao's brows suddenly lifted, because the player who had just walked out of the respawn point headed, "Brother, found your ideal teammate yet? If not, how about we make do with each other?" The warrior player asked. The single sentence left Lin Xiao momentarily at a loss. He understood what the guy meant, but somehow it just sounded extremely awkward. Still, Lin Xiao figured he probably wouldn't find anyone else besides this fellow, so he nodded. "Sure, that works. But man, what happened to you? How did you manage to die right after launch? Don't even mention it." The warrior player grumbled angrily. Who knew level 2 wild monsters would hit? What? You went to solo level 2 monsters by yourself? His words instantly made Lin Xiao's eyes light up. Level 2 monsters. The guy had actually gone to fight level 2 monsters. A true kindred spirit through and through. The warrior player spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, outside the newbie village, it's packed with people right now. You can't even get a hit in on level 1 monsters. I dumped all 6 of my attribute points into strength and thought soloing level 2 mobs would be no problem. My attack power is just fine, but I can't tank their damage at all. Makes sense. If you didn't add a single point to Constitution, of course you couldn't tank. Lin Xiao suddenly paused mid-sentence, then asked curiously, "Hold on, brother. How many attribute points did you say you have?" 6, the warrior replied, as if it were only natural. Lin Xiao's brows rose and joy surged in his heart. 6 attribute points. Impressive, brother. Under normal circumstances, players gain 5 attribute points for each level they advance regardless of their class. Unless they are talent-type players who receive rewards from the Bahuang scratch card. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Bro, you didn't draw the scratch card reward, did you?" The warrior player smiled smugly. "Haha, brother, you flatter me. I just got a reward that randomly increases 1 to 3 attribute points per level. That's at least a high-level reward, right?" Although Lin Xiao's own reward was even more impressive, encountering a high-talent player at the start of the game still surprised him. At the same time, Lin Xiao had great expectations for this person's talent. After all, even if it was just one more attribute point per level, this guy would be equivalent to a level 12 player by level 10. Don't underestimate the difference of these two levels. You see, the game Ba Huang places great emphasis on player levels and opportunities. A gap of 2 levels means 10 attribute points. If used wisely, it can truly dominate an opponent. Some might say it's just a difference of 10 attribute points, can't equipment make up for it? But I'm sorry. Such a situation might occur in other games. But in the game Ba Huang, it is absolutely impossible. Lin Xiao played this game for so long, and until the day he died, he had never heard of any equipment that could break the game's balance. Moreover, a complete set of so-called top-tier equipment could at most create a gap of 1 to 2 levels between players. Additionally, equipment in the game is mostly purchased from weapon shops or from life players. As for the wild monsters outside, they only drop various materials and items related to themselves. Only a few humanoid monsters will drop equipment, and the drop rate is quite pathetic. Of course, besides level being a hard indicator of player strength differences, luck and opportunities are also very important. The scratch card event at the start of the game is a chance for all players to change their fate. It's best if you seize this opportunity. If you don't, you can't blame others. In addition, there are also a large number of hidden quests in the game, and the rewards are also quite generous. And this also requires players' luck and opportunities. It is precisely because of such realistic settings that Ba Huang stands out among many games. And it has become a phenomenal blockbuster. At the same time, it has shattered the long-standing impression that one can only become strong by spending money. It lets these ordinary players know that even if you are poor in real life, you still have the opportunity to become strong in this game. How could such a game not be wildly pursued by ordinary players? I digress. Back to the point. What do I count for? That global limited edition super reward is the real deal. I wonder which lucky bastards will get those 10 super rewards. Cough cough. One of the other person's remarks almost made Lin Xiao one of the 10 lucky bastards explode, but he couldn't afford to lose his temper. After all, exposing his identity would bring him endless trouble. Damn, this is really frustrating. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao changed the subject. Well, let's not waste time. I need to find the village chief to get my equipment. Then let's set off immediately. After saying that, Lin Xiao didn't wait for the other party's response, and turned to find the village chief, surrounded by a group of players. Hello, village chief. I'm new to your village and come to report to you. Lin Xiao looked at the old village chief with a polite expression. So you're a little Taoist. The old village chief routinely handed over a novice talisman. Talisman exclusive equipment for Taoists increases spell attack by 1. Ding. The old village chief has issued you a quest to kill 10 jumping rabbits or bobo chickens. Do you accept? The familiar voice of the old village chief entered Lin Xiao's ears, but instead of accepting the quest like other players, he shook his head and immediately refused. Village chief, with my strength hunting level 1 monsters is too easy. Do you have a more challenging task? Young man, don't aim too high. You're only level 1 and the jumping rabbit is enough to make you struggle. The old village chief's expression was not pleased. Then how about we make a bet? Lin Xiao said with a smile. What's wrong with betting? The old village chief sneered. Since you don't know your own limits, go bring me back 10 wild boar skins. If you succeed, it'll give you a surprise. But if you fail, you'll have to help me hunt 1,000 jumping rabbits or bobo chickens for free. Kid, do you dare to accept this bet? It's a deal. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he immediately agreed. Congratulations to player Lin Xiao for starting the advanced novice task, hunt wild boars, and obtain 10 wild boar skins. This task allows players to team up, but task items will double. Do you accept the task? I accept. In Lin Xiao's memory, this was not a simple advanced novice task, but a stepping stone to a hidden quest. If he hadn't received this super reward, Lin Xiao wouldn't have been confident about completing this extremely difficult advanced task. But now it's a different story. After all, with his current strength and the cooperation of a powerful teammate, completing this advanced task would be very easy even if he was about to face level 3 wild monsters. Just watch me. Accepting the novice talisman from the old village chief, Lin Xiao smiled and turned to head towards the warrior player who had been waiting for him. Did you get it sorted, buddy? Let's team up and set off now. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, the warrior player, who had already received his novice equipment, immediately spoke up. At the same time, a prompt sounded. Player Northwest Shantian One Donkey has requested to add you as a friend and to team up. Lin Xiao twitched his mouth. What a domineering name. So should I call you Brother Donkey from now on? Sure. All my friends call me that. Of course, you can also call me San Luzi. After adding each other as friends and forming a team, the two set off from the novice village towards the wild boar spawning area. Wild boars are one of the level 3 wild monsters in the novice village. Not only do they have thick health and high defense, but their attack power is also quite formidable, ranking alongside monkeys and crows as the 3 tyrants of the novice village. This has led many players to crowd into the territory of the longhorn deer, which are also level 3 wild monsters after reaching level 3. Only some strong guild members choose to team up to hunt wild boars. This shows just how troublesome these level 3 wild boars are. Perhaps because he had seen the official strategy before, Brother Donkey seemed a bit nervous along the way. Until they were about to enter the wild boar's territory, He anxiously said, "Bro, are you sure you want to fight the wild boar?" "I'm afraid I can't handle it." Lin Xiao smiled confidently. "Brother Donkey, just go all out. If you die once, I'll delete my account on this." Hearing this, Brother Donkey's eyes lit up. "Whoa, you're that confident?" Lin Xiao snorted, lightly pointing at the wild boar ahead. "Just do it. Brother Donkey, charge." "All right." Although it felt a bit awkward, the arrow was on the string and it had to be released. With a loud shout, Donkey Brother picked up his novice sword and charged toward the wild boar closest to him. As he reached the wild boar, Donkey Brother unleashed the warrior's initial skill, Heavy Strike. This skill not only deals double the warrior's base damage but also has a 15 chance to stun the opponent. It is one of the most practical skills for early warriors. However, Donkey Brother's luck was clearly not great as he failed to trigger the stun effect. This allowed the wild boar, now aware, to let out a roar and turn to retaliate against Donkey Brother. "Ouch! Brother, heal me." With a scream, a single attack from the level 3 wild boar took away half of the health of Donkey Brother, who was only level 1 and had not added any points to his constitution. "Got it." Behind him, Lin Xiao had been keeping an eye on Donkey Brother, and seeing him lose half his health from a single blow, he quickly cast Healing Spell. Whoosh! As a beam of light descended on Donkey Brother's head, he realized that his health was instantly restored. This shocked him and he exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of healing power do you have, brother? Are you hacking? That's pure skill, all right. Donkey Brother, don't get distracted." Lin Xiao reminded while throwing a nearly ineffective spiritual talisman at the wild boar. "All right." At that moment, seeing how amazing Lin Xiao's healing spell was, Donkey Brother felt completely at ease. He then raised his novice sword and began to strike the wild boar's head repeatedly. Seeing Donkey Brother working so hard, Lin Xiao also felt relieved and focused on healing him. Thus, under Donkey Brother's second heavy strike, the first wild boar finally dissipated into experience points and disappeared. Picking up a wild boar skin and some pieces of pork from the ground, Donkey Brother approached Lin Xiao with a shocked expression. "Wow, brother, you really are hacking. My health was instantly restored. I was wondering why you were so confident just now." Lin Xiao, in this day and age, who doesn't have a high-level talent reward? Donkey Brother's eyes lit up. "I knew there was something special about your healing power. Looks like you also have some hidden talents, brother. Hee hee. We both help each other." Lin Xiao grinned and then suggested, "Come on, Donkey Brother. While everyone else is still leveling up, let's grind here." "No problem. Let's go." Donkey Brother confidently patted his chest and then charged toward another wild boar with his novice sword. With Lin Xiao's remarkably powerful healing spell backing him up, Donkey Brother was now completely unrestrained. He initiated with a normal attack followed by a heavy strike and then another normal attack, waiting for the cooldown of his second heavy strike. Although this little combo wasn't particularly smooth, Donkey Brother's high attack power made it effective. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he took down 3 wild boars, and both of them successfully leveled up to level 2. Killing monsters to level up 2 levels quickly was only natural. "Ha ha ha. Brother, you really are my lucky star. I even got 3 extra attribute points from this." Donkey Brother laughed excitedly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao unhesitatingly allocated 5 of his attribute points to Constitution, while the other 5 he left untouched for the time being. Of course, Lin Xiao's choice not to increase intelligence was also reasonable. After all, his healing spell had already reached its limit after being enhanced. On the contrary, survivability was the top priority at the moment. Thus, he allocated all 5 attribute points to Constitution, increasing his health cap and stamina. This would also help him and Donkey Brother as they ran around. After distributing his attribute points, Lin Xiao reminded Donkey Brother, "This time, don't put all your points into strength." "Okay." Donkey Brother nodded. "Don't worry, brother, I definitely won't make the same mistake as before. But just to be clear, if my constitution goes up, you better not leave me behind. We're going to be teaming up forever." Lin Xiao grinned. "Don't worry, Donkey Brother, I'm more afraid you won't take me with you." Donkey Brother laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. A powerful healer like you is rare to find even with a lantern. When we're together, we completely complement each other, so there's no question of who leads whom. All right, brother, let's stop the pleasantries and continue." "Sure. Let's keep going." Raising just 1 level didn't significantly enhance Lin Xiao's power. After all, his abilities were primarily reflected in his skills. To see a noticeable improvement, he would have to wait until level 5 to comprehend new skills. However, Donkey Brother was different. This upgrade had given him 8 extra attribute points, instantly boosting his combat power. Coupled with Lin Xiao's extraordinary healing support, Donkey Brother was completely unleashed, rampaging through the wild boars. Fortunately, Donkey Brother wasn't overly reckless. He knew to lure them and didn't charge straight into a group of wild boars. Otherwise, no matter how much healing Lin Xiao could provide, he wouldn't be able to save Donkey Brother. With a faint glow descending upon them, the two leveled up again. After this long grinding session, their bags had accumulated plenty of boar skins, tusks, pork, and other materials. It's worth mentioning that in Ba Huang, each type of wild monster only drops items related to it, or items like red and blue potions equipment, and game currency cannot drop at all. Can be said to be completely realistic. Let's go, donkey brother. Let's go back to sort out our bags. I also need to return to turn in my quest. Lin Xiao suggested. Damn, I almost forgot without your reminder, donkey brother exclaimed. I still haven't completed the Bobo Chicken quest I took. Temporarily bidding farewell to Donkey Brother, who ran off to compete for Bobo Chicken with the level 1 players, Lin Xiao returned alone to the novice village and found the old village chief strolling in the square. Village chief, I've brought back the wild boar skins you wanted. Lin Xiao handed the wild boar skins to the old village chief. What? You actually did it? The old village chief looked at the 20 wild boar skins in front of him, his expression one of shock. I already told you this was no difficulty for me. The young people today are truly remarkable. The old village chief sighed, then took out a scroll from his pocket saying, This scroll is for you. Take it to old Chun at the blacksmith shop, and he will tell you what to do next. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, because he knew that the real hidden quest was coming. Thank you, village chief, farewell. Taking the scroll, Lin Xiao bid farewell to the old village chief and headed straight for the weapon shop at the west end of the village. He arrived at the novice village's blacksmith shop, as if he were familiar with the way, only to be greeted by a strong smell of alcohol as soon as he entered. Inside the shop, an unkempt old man was sleeping soundly on a recliner, hugging a wine gourd. The thunderous snores were rhythmic and quite impressive. Needless to say, this drunken man was Old Chun, the blacksmith that the old village chief had mentioned. However, apart from Old Chun in the shop, there was actually another person who appeared to be a shield warrior player. Lin Xiao leaned over the counter, first craning his neck to glance at the old man, sleeping soundly inside, then turned to look at the shield warrior player beside him. Damn, I don't know what this game is doing, but since I came in I've seen this old guy sleeping. I've been waiting for more than 10 minutes. The shield warrior player spoke in disbelief. Didn't you call him? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. I did. It was useless. The shield warrior shrugged. Let me try. Unwilling to give up, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and tentatively called out, Blacksmith Chun. No response. Uncle Chun. No response. Old Chun. ZZZZZ. Business is here. It's useless, brother. Even if you start dancing here, this old man won't wake up. The shield warrior player tried to console him. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. He did want to dance, but could someone play some music for him? No. He had to find a way to wake this old guy up, or otherwise who would he find to accept his hidden quest? After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao suddenly had a bright idea and shouted loudly, Waiter, bring me a pot of osmanthus wine. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man who had been sound asleep jumped up from his chair and shouted, 20 years. What the hell? The shield warrior player was completely dumbfounded by this miraculous scene. Ha! The disheveled old man looked around and upon realizing he was in his own shop glared angrily at Lin Xiao and the shield warrior. You two little brats dare to play tricks on me. Lin Xiao shrugged and spread his hands. If I didn't say that, you really wouldn't wake up. Humph. Nowadays young people really don't know how to respect the elderly. Did you not see that I was sleeping so soundly? The old man complained and then impatiently asked, What are you here for? Buying or selling? You go first, brother. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Xiao nudged the shield warrior player beside him. Thank you. The shield warrior player clasped his fists at Lin Xiao, then pointed at 2 pieces of equipment on the counter and said, I want to buy this fine iron broadsword and this fine iron shield. A total of 80 silver coins, no bargaining. Old blacksmith Chun was clearly taken aback, then said, Here. The shield warrior player readily took out 80 silver coins, but seeing Lin Xiao look at him in surprise, he shyly explained, I got some game currency from the 8 Desolations scratch card, hehe. Nice, brother. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up. Others might not understand, but as someone who had been through it, Lin Xiao knew that once a player received rewards in game currency, they would establish a massive level advantage early on and soar to great heights. This was not an exaggeration from Lin Xiao. It was because the drop rate in 8 Desolations was incredibly low. With that in mind, having a fortune was a very frightening thing. In the original timeline, there was a super lucky player who directly won a huge amount of game currency in the scratch card event. With this wealth and a terrifying business acumen, that player always topped the wealth rankings in the Huaxia region. If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, this person was also a shield warrior player. Hehe, I've bought everything I need now, I need to level up. See you later. The shield warrior player took the fine steel shield and fine iron broadsword handed to him by the old man and was about to turn to leave. Hold on, brother. Lin Xiao immediately called out to the shield warrior player and then asked, Brother, are you leveling up alone? Yeah. The shield warrior nodded. Since we encountered each other, why not team up later? As a shield warrior, even with decent equipment, your leveling speed won't be too fast. As he said this, noticing that the shield warrior player was looking at him oddly, Lin Xiao quickly added, Hey, buddy, don't think I'm just a Taoist. I have a rather fierce warrior teammate. We 3 can team up, and our leveling speed will definitely soar. That sounds good. I'll wait for you. The shield warrior player thought for a moment and felt Lin Xiao's words made sense, so he nodded in agreement. Done. Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. although he couldn't be certain if this guy was that person. He and Brother Donkey had gained another helper. Of course, the premise was to raise his level. Hey, what are you dazing off for? Seeing Lin Xiao lost in thought, old blacksmith Chun was displeased and directly interrupted. Buying or selling, make it. Hee. I'm neither buying nor selling. Coming back to his senses, Lin Xiao chuckled, but seeing the old man about to explode, he immediately took out a scroll from his backpack and said, "This is what the village chief asked me to deliver to you." Upon hearing this, old blacksmith Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He snatched the scroll and began to examine it. After a while, old blacksmith Chen's expression became increasingly serious. "Kid, since you can get this scroll, it means your strength has been recognized by the old guy. Thus I have a very dangerous mission here. I don't know if you are willing to accept it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and smiled, asking, "Willing, but what's the reward?" "Would I let you do it for free? If you accept and complete this task, this 8 Desolations formation map fragment will be yours." Old blacksmith Chun took out a piece of ancient-looking stone from his pocket and said with pride, "The 8 Desolations formation map fragment." Lin Xiao's eyes instantly brightened. It was actually this. In the original timeline, this 8 Desolations formation map fragment had been obtained by the leader of a medium-sized guild. With the attribute enhancement from the formation map, the Ice Swordsman team they created had extremely powerful combat capabilities. Even the infamous hero guild among the top 10 guilds had suffered a huge loss against this Ice Swordsman team. Unfortunately, this guild leader accidentally revealed his identity in real life, which led to him being dealt with by the hero guild leader Yi Wuching outside the game, and it seemed he evaporated from the world, never logging into the game again. And this 8 Desolations formation map fragment also disappeared along with his exit, never to appear again. Many years later, a high-ranking player from the Ice Swordsman team revealed that the 8 Desolations formation map fragment provided a terrifying formation that could not only bring extra ice attribute damage to their faction but also impose negative status effects of freezing and slowing on their opponents. It was precisely because of this that their Ice Swordsman team could display such terrifying combat power in group battles. But in Lin Xiao's eyes, this so-called Ice Swordsman team was just mediocre. They had not even fully unleashed the true power of the 8 Desolations formation map fragment. If Lin Xiao were the guild leader, why would he bother with an Ice Swordsman team? Why not try an Ice Archer team? Their combat power would definitely be off the charts. In the original timeline, Lin Xiao also learned about this from the game forum, but he never took it seriously. Until Old Chun mentioned the 8 Desolations formation map fragment, he finally believed that this was not just a rumor, a fragment of the 8 Desolation formation diagram. "You actually dare call a mere fragment a reward?" Lin Xiao suppressed his inner excitement and feigned disdain, curling his lips. "You know nothing. Though it is but a fragment, the formation sealed within holds power enough to let you dominate an entire region." Lao Chun bristled, his mustache twitching with indignation. "Is that true? Or just bluff? Then why don't you use it?" Lin Xiao asked, eyes narrowing with "If I could wield it, would I hand it over to a whelp like you? This artifact is usable only by players, not NPCs like us. We simply weren't born with such fortune." Lao Chun lamented, shaking his head wistfully. "Fine. I'll trust you just this once. Now tell me, what's the quest?" Lin Xiao grinned. "Excellent." Lao Chun slapped his thigh, then unrolled the scroll entrusted to him by the village elder upon the counter. "This map depicts Jinho Ridge, and here buried at this precise location lies a chest. Retrieve it for me and your reward shall be yours." A chest? What's inside?" Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with sharp curiosity. Restrain your greed, boy. Not only is its contents utterly useless to you, but even if it were of value, you couldn't open it, for the key rests firmly in my hands." With that, he jingled the key triumphantly before Lin Xiao. "Bah! Who needs your rotten chest anyway? Let's go." Lin Xiao scoffed, then beckoned to the nearby shield guard player, who stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. "Young man, do not attempt to smash the chest by force. Its resilience far exceeds your imagination. Heed my warning, conserve your energy wisely." Lao Chen's voice echoed after Lin Xiao as he stepped across the threshold of the blacksmith's forge. "Bah! You've got brass." Lin Xiao shot Lao Chen a glare over his shoulder, then departed the forge with flustered embarrassment. "Brother, are you on a hidden quest?" the shield guard player blurted out in awe as they walked away from the novice village. He was no fool. He could plainly see that this Taoist player met only once had unquestionably triggered some. "Heh! Hear that? Just lucky break." Lin Xiao shrugged, then added, "I'm Ling Xiao. What should I call you, senior brother?" "Oh, I'm Taigua Dun," the shield guard replied with a broad, guileless grin. "Whoa!" Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly. It truly was him. In the original timeline, Taigua Dun had famously unlocked an astronomical in-game currency reward, earning the legendary epithet, Taigua Dun, the Tycoon Brother Dun. A treasure has been found. Wait, no. A cauldron has been found, and not just any cauldron. A colossal golden one. Quite the distinctive name. Ling Xiao remarked, his tone laced with quiet irony. "No more words needed, Brother Dun. Your flair for naming alone proves you're multi-wealthy and multi-blessed. Let's add friends now, and level up together. Yes, agreed. Taiguadun nodded and accepted Ling Xiao's friend request on the spot. But in the next breath his eyes bulged wide with disbelief. Yuri already level 3. Heh, just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled faintly then said, I'll fetch my brother first. Let's meet at the village gate afterward. Agreed. I need to prepare too. Taiguadun nodded. Soon the three gathered at the village. Ling Xiao introduced Luoga to Taiguadun, and both swiftly exchanged friend requests. Whoa, brother. You're level 3 too? Taiguadun stared incredulous. Senior brother, you're impressive yourself. Level 1 yet already clad in full gear. How many coins did that cost? Luoga marveled in equal astonishment. Ling Xiao glanced between them. Enough standing around. With our trio united Luoga, you'll soon wear gear like this, and brother Dun. Your level will rise in no time. Absolutely. This time I'll rely on you two juniors to guide me. Taiguadun laughed warmly. Piece of cake. Let's go. Ling Xiao waved grandly, and the three strode off toward the territory of the level 3 longhorn deer. Since the goal was to level Taiguadun, Ling Xiao abandoned the thick-skinned wild boars and led them straight to the longhorn deer's domain. A sparse woodland stretched before them. Dozens of longhorn deer grazed peacefully, exuding serene calm. Yet this tranquility would not last long. Before long, players' levels would surge upward, and this very grove would become a coveted hunting ground for leveling. Brother Dun, though longhorn deer aren't formidable, you're still only level 1. So stay close and share experience. Ling Xiao instructed, then turned to Luoga. Luoga, let's begin. Got it. Luoga roared, brandishing his beginner iron sword and charging forward. Whoa. The damage output is insane. Taiguadun gaped as Luoga dispatched a level 3 longhorn deer with a fluid, seamless combo. At last he understood why his teammates had insisted he simply stand aside and absorb experience. Heh, he's got luck on his side. His scratch card talent granted bonus attribute points per level up. Ling Xiao murmured, casting a healing spell on Luoga's dwindling health bar. Then turning to Taiguadun, who wore a stunned, bewildered expression, he explained calmly. Not just Luoga, right? Taiguadun's jaw slackened as Luoga's health bar instantly refilled. His scalp prickling, his temples tightening. Luoga's monstrous damage was astonishing. But this instantaneous full heal, that defied reason. One anomaly might be forgiven, but two in one party, was there any hope left for ordinary players? At that thought, Taiguadun instinctively glanced into his inventory, at the staggering sum of in-game currency, and suddenly it felt strangely hollow. Seeing how effortlessly the longhorn deer fell, Luoga grew bolder, roaring like a man possessed. I'll take down. Instantly he charged at clusters of deer, swinging his beginner iron sword so rapidly that it blurred into afterimages. Swish, 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 swish. In moments Luoga transformed into a slaughter machine, plunging into the herd, cutting down deer with ruthless efficiency. Taiguadun's experience bar surged upward, and within moments he ascended to level 2. Upon reaching level 2, Taiguadun prepared to act, but Ling Xiao halted him firmly, urging him to continue absorbing experience passively. After countless longhorn deer had fallen, Taiguadun finally reached level 3, while Ling Xiao and Luoga's experience bar soared to 70, are poised to break through to level 4 imminently. In the vast wilderness, as long as there are enough wild monsters, leveling up won't be too slow before reaching level 3. However, after level 3, each level will require a massive amount of experience points. The existence of this dividing line will completely widen the gap between players. Then Lin Xia and the others began to gather the spoils of war separately. Although the drop rate this time wasn't very high, the materials were mostly deer antlers, deer meat, and deer tendons. Nothing particularly valuable. While picking up these items, Brother Gua also made it clear in advance that all materials belonged to the two of them. He wouldn't take any for himself. There's no helping it, Brother Gua is truly wealthy. Where shall we go next? Asked Taiguadun. Let's head towards Golden Monkey Ridge and level up around there. Once we reach level 5, we can take on quests. Lin Xia expressed his plan. This wasn't due to excessive caution, but rather a genuine lack of confidence. As mentioned earlier, the three tyrants of the novice village, aside from wild boars, include monkeys and crows. The former relies on high defense and health, while the latter two rely on their numbers. Moreover, the monkeys and crows have a strong territorial awareness. Once players step into their territory, they will immediately attract their hatred and actively initiate attacks. The location of the quest items marked on the map happens to be in the central area of Golden Monkey Ridge, so they must fight. Even though the three of them had one with hacks, one well-equipped, and one with overwhelming combat power, facing a group of level 5 monkeys was still daunting. Thus what they needed to do now was to level up frantically. At this moment, Lin Xia and Brother Donkey were about to level up to 4. So he decided to head towards Golden Monkey Ridge. If he remembered correctly, they would pass through the territory of level 4 monsters, the antelopes. That place was still a rare leveling paradise. They'll follow your lead, let's go. Taiguadun was now completely convinced by the strength of these two, especially Lin Xia, who he regarded as the leader of this small team. Let's move. Lin Xia nodded, then led Brother Donkey and Brother Gua deep into the grasslands. Bro, why don't we split up this time? It should be more efficient that way. Once they arrived at the antelope's territory, Tai Guodun turned to Brother Donkey and suggested. Although the antelopes were level 4 monsters, they were not known for their attack power. Moreover, with Lin Xia providing protection from behind, splitting up to farm monsters was indeed the best choice. Sounds good. Let's each take down our own. Brother Donkey nodded and immediately ignored Tai Guodun. After finding his target, he charged in with a flurry of strikes. Meanwhile, Tai Guodun raised his shield, an iron sword rushing towards another antelope. I must say their efficiency in farming monsters was truly impressive. With each antelope falling to the ground, the trio's experience points skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Xia and Brother Donkey reached level 4 first. After leveling up, Brother Donkey's output ability received a tremendous boost. Now killing an antelope only required 3 basic attacks. If he used a skill, just 1 heavy hit and a basic attack would suffice. One could say he was extraordinarily powerful. With Brother Donkey's strength greatly increased, Tai Guodun no longer needed to kill monsters. He only needed to focus on tanking damage for Brother Donkey. Thus, the 3 of them settled in this antelope territory. They decided not to return to the novice village until they reached level 5. Time passed and eventually all 3 leveled up to 5. In the setting of the vast wilderness, players can learn a new skill for every 5 levels. Moreover, the system offers 2 distinctly different skills for players to choose from. This innovative setting not only offers novelty, but also allows every player to have their own unique fighting style. Take Lin Xia's Taoist class as an example. At level 5, he had 2 skills available for learning. 1. Soul Fire Talisman releases a talisman that inflicts flame damage, dealing significant fire damage to enemies. Mana cost 10, cooldown time 20 seconds. 2. Gale Spell increases the attack and movement speed of oneself or allies. 10 intelligence bonus. Duration 30 seconds. MP cost 15. Cooldown time 20 seconds. The former is one of the few active attack skills available to Taoist players, boasting incredible power comparable to the level 5 skill Fireball of a mage. The latter is still a supportive skill, primarily enhancing the attack and movement speed of players and their allies. Moreover, in addition to the initial 10 increase, every 5 points of intelligence further increases the bonus by 1. Thus, the extent to which attack and movement speed can be enhanced depends on the player's mental attributes. For these 2 skills, Lin Xia didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose Gale Spell. After making his selection, he looked at the skill panel and immediately revealed a proud smile. Gale Spell increases the attack and movement speed of oneself and allies by 100, or duration 300 seconds, MP cost 1. 5. Cooldown time 2 seconds. After the Tenfold amplification, the various attributes of this skill remained consistently overpowered. Especially the increase in attack and movement speed, which reached a terrifying 100. This was still because Lin Xia's intelligence attribute remained at the initial 4 points without adding any additional attribute points. As for other attributes, he had only added 5 points to his physique to facilitate traveling. Currently, Lin Xia still held a total of 20 free attribute points. If all of them were added to intelligence, it could even grant an additional 4 boost to his Gale Spell. After the Tenfold amplification, that would be 40. However, Lin Xia didn't care about this mere 4 increase. A doubling of attack and movement speed was already sufficiently overpowered. At this moment, he wasn't in need of this 40 attribute boost. It would be better to keep these 20 free attribute points for emergencies. Aside from Lin Xia, Brother Donkey and Brother Gua also discussed and chose their skills. As the only damage dealer in the team, Brother Gua decisively gave up the skill Furious Double Slash, known for its explosive damage, opting instead for the time-limited enhancement of basic attacks Vitality Strike. Furious Double Slash focuses on burst damage capable of dealing high damage to enemies in a straight line twice. The first target takes 200 damage, while subsequent targets decrease by 10 each. With terrifying explosive damage and AoE output, it can be seen as the first choice for most warrior players. Vitality Strike focuses on temporarily enhancing basic attack output, increasing the basic attack power by 120 within 10 seconds. Although this time-limited single-target enhancement skill is not weak, it is quite disadvantageous for leveling up, generally only chosen by players who are particularly fond of PK. However, Brother Donkey is different. With the backing of Lin Xia's Gale Spell and already having more attribute points than the average player, this skill seems tailor-made for him. The total damage output within 10 seconds will undoubtedly far exceed that of Furious Double Slash. More importantly, it also complements Brother Donkey's own 1v1 capabilities. As for Guogu, he had far fewer qualms about such matters. Shield Bash and Taunt. Both were core abilities of the Shield Guard class. It was merely a question of which to prioritize first. Following Lin Zhao's suggestion, Guogu chose Taunt first. A skill more oriented toward team synergy. Once the skill was selected, the 3 naturally couldn't resist testing it out immediately. You, come here. Strutting boldly near the onager herd, Guogu activated his self-voiced taunt ability. Instantly, every onager within a 10-meter radius surged forward, eyes blazing with frenzied aggression. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao swiftly cast the Gentle Breeze charm. his very first target being the eager Lu Gu. In the next moment, Lu Gu instantly unleashed his primordial chi vigor, and with the gentle breeze charm layered upon it, his attack power surged dramatically, while his attack speed and movement speed skyrocketed. Especially with attack speed, doubled Lu Ji's strikes flowed with uncanny fluidity, and since all monsters were locked onto Guogu by taunt, Lu Gu cleared the area entirely unscathed. As for Lin Xiao, stationed safely behind, his sole responsibility was monitoring Guo Ji's health bar. Yet with Guo Ji's gear and his extreme vitality-focused stat allocation, even level 4 onagers inflicted negligible damage. Standing motionless with shield raised, he looked utterly at ease. As Lu Ji's relentless assault rained down, crimson damage numbers bloomed above each onager's head, until one by one they collapsed. Incredible, bro! With the last onager felled by Lu Ji's blade, Guogu beamed with excitement and gave him an emphatic thumbs up. Too kind. Honestly, it's all thanks to you too. Especially you, Guogu. Lu Gu grinned broadly. Though feigning modesty with 2 quick words, he clearly savored the praise. Watching the two brothers harmonize so effortlessly, Lin Xiao, standing nearby, smiled inwardly, then proposed, "It's growing late. Let's loot the battlefield and log out back at the novice village." Unbeknownst to them, their session had already stretched to 15 hours, nearing the mandatory logout threshold imposed by high-end neural interface helmets. Agreed. They responded in unison, then swiftly began looting the field. On the return journey, Lu Gu walked silently behind, his brow furrowed in quiet turmoil. Lin Xiao noticed, and unable to resist curiosity asked, "Lu Gu, what's on your mind?" Lu Gu glanced up at them both and sighed. "Just debating which life skill to pick back at the novice village." "Ah, that's what you're pondering." Lin Xiao suddenly chuckled, his gaze upon Lu Gu now tinged with genuine admiration. Like combat skills tied to each class, the game Bahuang awarded 1 life skill point every 5 levels. Yet these points could not be acquired through intuition alone. They had to be claimed deliberately from designated NPCs in either the novice village or major cities. Once obtained, players could learn any life skill of their choosing. If no new skill appealed, players could instead invest points into upgrading existing ones. However, a subtle pitfall lay hidden here. Most players at this stage paid little heed to life skills. Some picked one at random and never used it again. Others collected them haphazardly without focus or strategy. Still others didn't bother claiming them at all, obsessing solely over grinding and leveling up. They assumed, as in other games, that life skills were trivial, mere optional extras. Little did they know these very skills would soon become the primary economic lifeline for countless players, and when calamity descended, would shine as humanity's most vital survival asset. Of course, Lin Xiao alone knew this truth, and thus deeply appreciated Lu Ji's thoughtful hesitation. With so many options, surely one must choose wisely. Lu Gu shrugged nonchalantly, then turned curiously. "So, what are you two planning to pick?" "I haven't given it much thought yet," Guogu replied blankly, shaking his head. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Of course you wouldn't. You're a tycoon. But wait until a year from now. You'll regret it bitterly. Even your mountain of in-game currency will be worthless paper." With that thought, Lin Xiao offered, "Let me give you both some guidance. What should we choose?" Both turned to him in unison. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao declared, "Simple. Skip all conventional life skills. Guogu, choose commerce. Lu Gu, choose equipment repair." "Huh?" They stared dumbfounded. "Bro, are you seriously assigning us obscure life skills?" Lu Gu blurted, incredulous. He'd been torn between herbalism, mining, and tailoring, pragmatic income-generating choices. After all, earning coin in Bahuang was notoriously difficult. Any gathering skill could help offset daily expenses. Yet Lin Xiao had steered him straight toward an overlooked niche. Lu Gu, understand this equipment in Bahuang is extraordinarily scarce. Master this single skill wholeheartedly and prosperity is guaranteed. Moreover, while we grind in the wilds, you'll keep our gear repaired on the spot. Why wouldn't you? Lin Xiao explained, smiling gently. Now that you put it that way, it does make sense. All right. I'll learn equipment repair and specialize exclusively in it. Lu Gu nodded firmly. Trust me. You won't regret it. Lin Xiao clapped Lu Gu on the shoulder, then turned to Taigua Dun. Guogu, how do you feel about your assigned skill? Haha, now that's my brother. Truly knows me. Guogu burst into laughter. With his staggering wealth, neglecting commerce would have been sheer waste. Only those who learned commerce could open shops in major cities. And the higher the skill level, the larger the shop, the more NPCs one could hire, and the lower the tax burden. It was a perfect match. Lin Xiao recalled vividly in his past life the legendary tycoon Taheo, while Guogu had likewise chosen commerce. Bro, you've decided for both of us. What about you? Lu Gu asked, curious. I'll stick with conventional life skills. For now, I'll start with herbalism. Lin Xiao answered casually. But inwardly, his pulse quickened. He wasn't yet certain whether life skills counted as non-damaging abilities. If they did, his ascent would be unstoppable. Unnoticed, the trio had already drawn near the outskirts of the novice village. Within the territory of level 3 longhorn deer, several small parties of players were now sporadically visible, hunting monsters in coordinated teams. When those players spotted Lin Xiao and his companions emerging, unscathed, from the level 4 monster zone, they froze eyes wide with disbelief as if confronting specters. Occasionally, a longhorned deer would appear before the three, blocking their path. However, as soon as it materialized, the warrior among them would immediately strike and slay it in an instant. The terrifying damage he dealt truly frightened the nearby players. They quickly abandoned the wild monsters before them and retreated far away. There was no choice. Not dodging was simply not an option. If this person were to surprise them, these level 3 fragile players who had just escaped the novice protection period would genuinely be unable to withstand it. Under the watchful, envious, and jealous gazes of the other players, the three swaggered back to the novice village. At the same time, they successfully received their life skill points from the village chief, and each learned their respective life skills. After agreeing on a time to log back in, the three bid farewell to each other and logged off to rest. In reality, it was already noon the next day. Since Lin Xiao used a high-end helmet even after playing games the entire night, he felt no hint of fatigue. The only discomfort came from lying down for too long, causing a bit of soreness in his back. Damn! Once I reach level 10, I'm definitely switching to a different gaming pod. As Lin Xiao stretched his somewhat stiff back, he quietly made up his mind. After dressing and freshening up, he left his rented room and headed straight to a noodle shop at the entrance of the community. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, just as Lin Xiao sat down, he ran into an acquaintance. "I hope you don't mind if I sit here." A tall and slender beauty suddenly took a seat opposite Lin Xiao, looking at him with a half-smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's body involuntarily trembled slightly, and his gaze towards the newcomer was laced with complex emotions. Zhou Rui. This name, this figure, and this signature smile were all too familiar to him. Zhou Rui lived just above Lin Xiao, making her somewhat of a neighbor. In the original timeline, when the monsters from Ba Huang invaded the real world, the two had fought side by side and successfully escaped the Suntafal Liao city. However, upon reaching the human settlement of Shangjing City, Zhou Rui was forcibly recalled by her guild Qingyun. In contrast, Lin Xiao, who had not joined any faction, was assigned by the administrators of Shangjing City to defend a nearby survivor town. From that point on, they had not seen each other again until the survivor town fell and Lin Xiao perished. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Zhou Rui tilted her head, smiling brightly at Lin Xiao. "Ahem. It's nothing, just a bit of surprise. At this time, old neighbor, shouldn't you be at work? Why are you back?" Lin Xiao casually asked. Lin Xiao had always referred to her as old neighbor, so Zhou Rui was already used to it. "It's my lunch break, can't I go home for a while?" Zhou Rui shot Lin Xiao a glare, suddenly asking, "By the way, I heard you quit your job." Lin Xiao was not surprised at all that Zhou Rui learned about his resignation so quickly. After all, they were not only neighbors but also worked at the same property management company. However, she was part of the management while he was just a lowly security guard. Lin Xiao nodded nonchalantly, saying, "That's right." Seeing this, Zhou Rui thought he was putting on a brave front. "Do you need me to do anything?" "No need, I've endured that scoundrel Lu Changhe for long enough. Besides, I've already found a new job." Zhou Rui looked at him with a face full of doubt. "Your so-called new job isn't the game Ba Huang, right?" Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" "I saw you rushing home right in front of me when I got off work yesterday. I didn't call out to you because you looked so hurried. I clearly saw you carrying a high-end helmet for Ba Huang. It seems you've really invested heavily this time." Lin Xiao nodded. "That's right, I really did invest heavily this time." Zhou Rui looked incredulous. "It's just a game, why do you think so highly of it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he said, "Old neighbor, I hope you consider what I'm about to say carefully." Zhou Rui was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously. "All right, you speak." Lin Xiao silently organized his thoughts, lowering his voice. "If conditions allow, I suggest you also buy a Ba Huang game helmet and join in as soon as possible." In the original timeline, Zhou Rui, like him, did not participate in the game at the first opportunity, which caused their levels to fall far behind the first tier, barely making it to the end of the second tier. However, Zhou Rui was much luckier than Lin Xiao. She had gained a rare support-type pet in the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape L City smoothly. As for whether his suggestion for Zhou Rui to enter the game early would affect her fortunes in the previous life, Lin Xiao was not worried at all, because he knew very well where that rare pet came from. In fact, he could even let Zhou Rui obtain it in advance and become stronger. Hearing this, Zhou Rui nodded without any hesitation, saying, "Good. I'll go buy it after dinner." Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, clearly surprised by Zhou Rui's decisiveness. "Aren't you going to?" Zhou Rui smiled brightly. "I'll find the answer myself after entering the game." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "You will definitely find the answer." After finishing their meal, the two left the noodle shop and went their separate ways. Before parting, Lin Xiao didn't forget to hand Zhou Rui a scratch card. As for what rewards Zhou Rui might win from scratching, that all depended on her luck. After returning to his rented room, since it was still early, Lin Xiao first took a hot shower and then had a nice sleep. It wasn't until 7 in the evening that he, fully satisfied, put on the helmet again and entered the game. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao saw the iron pot shield surrounded by a dozen players. There was no way to ignore him. He was tall and stood out in the crowd, making it hard not to notice. Ignoring those level 2 and 3 small fries, Lin Xiao approached the iron pot shield nonchalantly. What's going on, pot brother? Why such a big scene? Seeing Lin Xiao come over, iron pot shield helplessly said, I don't know where this group of small fries came from. With their level, they still want me to join them. I'm amazed. Where do these guys get the audacity? Damn it. You big fool, don't take it for granted. It's a privilege for you to be invited to join our hero association. Don't think that just because you look decent now, you'll know the strength of our hero association once you enter the main city. The leader, a mage player, pointed at Pot Brother and shouted, Hero Association. Guogu scratched his head and then turned to Lin Xiao. Brother, have you heard of it? Yeah. Guogu also feigned a look of confusion. What the hell, Hero Association? Do you think these guys can be considered online scammers? Pfft. Lin Xiao immediately broke down online scams. Let's go, Guogu, don't waste time on these fools, we have important matters to attend to. Lin Xiao didn't want to continue entangling with these people and suggested. Guogu replied and then turned to the leading mage player saying, I tell you, just stop chattering here. If your so-called hero association is really so powerful, we can have a guild war later. Upon hearing this, the leading mage player burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. You want to challenge our hero association? Which guild are you from? Guogu took off his helmet and flipped his hair that showed hints of a receding hairline. I am from the Zong AI family. Guoxiao. Little trash, remember this name, for it will become an everlasting nightmare for you. Brothers, alright, Guoxiao. Lin Xiao suppressed his laughter and followed Guogu strutting away. Damn it. The Zong AI family, huh? Remember this name, when we see anyone from that family in the future, let's crush them. The mage player shouted angrily. Game mechanic without permission from the other party players cannot view any information about other players. This unique setting received positive feedback from most players, especially from assassin players. Therefore, they had no idea what this so-called Guoxiao was really named. Sixth brother. A slightly older warrior player poked the mage player's shoulder. Speak up. The mage player known as Sixth Brother asked impatiently. Sixth Brother, I've heard my uncle mention this family. In his time, this family was said to be quite a large organization that influenced an entire generation. Moreover, it is said that the people in this organization do whatever they want, acting entirely on personal preference, and are quite extreme. This time we might have kicked a steel plate. Sixth Brother. The Sixth Brother was completely stunned. So strong. To be able to influence an entire generation, how massive must that group be? Sigh. For a moment all the players fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. After breaking away from the encirclement of the Hero Association players, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the agreed warehouse to wait for Lu Gu. Taking advantage of the lull, the two opened the warehouse and cleaned out their backpacks. Of course, the cost of opening the warehouse was naturally covered by Guogu, and it didn't stop there. When Lu Gu came online, Guogu waved his hand grandly and said to the two, Let's go, brothers, let's get some gear. The whole place is on Guoji's tab. Guogu, isn't this a bit too much? Lu Gu said with a face of reluctance. What's wrong with that? Although I can't help you much in combat, getting you some gear is no problem. Guogu threw an arm around Lu Gu and forcefully headed toward the weapon shop. Behind them, Lin Xiao just smiled and said nothing. How terrifying Guoji's financial capability was others might not know, but he was crystal clear. Let alone getting gear for just 2 people, even if it were gear for 200 people, this guy wouldn't even bat an eye. And most importantly, Lin Xiao could feel that Guogu was contributing to their team in a way he was good at. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Xiao had never opened his mouth to refuse. After a crazy shopping spree, the 3 of them transformed entirely, completely upgrading their gear. Especially Guogu's heavy armor and Lu Gu's fine iron sword, both were rare items priced over 100 game coin. Once everything was ready, dressed in fine gear, Lin Xiao and the others gradually distanced themselves from the novice village under the terrified gazes of the players. Moreover, wherever they passed, no one could help but instinctively make way for the 3 of them. Watching Lin Xiao and the others walk away, a few sneaky players emerged from behind a large tree. The Zong AI family is indeed terrifying. Huzi, has there been any news from the boss? The mage player previously referred to as Sixth Brother asked with a darkened face. Sixth Brother, there's news. The boss wants us to do whatever it takes to delay these guys' leveling pace. What? Delay these guys' leveling pace? Are you kidding? How can we hold these guys back? With our lives? Sixth Brother shouted angrily. Huzi shrank his neck and said pitifully, but... Sigh. Sixth Brother opened his mouth to complain a few more times, but thinking of his boss methods, he finally gritted his teeth and said helplessly, Huzi, gather the brothers who are still online. All right, Sixth Brother. After Huzi finished speaking, he immediately opened the friend channel to call for people. After the 3 distanced themselves from the crowd, Lin Xiao eagerly activated his herbal gathering skill. This is a passive skill that can be turned on and off at will. Once activated, any herbs within the field of vision cannot escape. Of Of course, just because they cannot escape doesn't mean you can successfully dig them up. With ordinary herb shovel equipment, the basic herbal gathering skill only has a 20 success rate on level 1 herbs. As the level of herbs increases, the success rate decreases by 10. Calculating this way, once encountering level 3 or higher herbs, the basic gathering skill will completely lose effect. Of course, this is just the case for ordinary players. But for Lin Xiao, who was using cheats, the concept of gathering success rate didn't apply. That's right. When Lin Xiao learned the herbal gathering skill, the talent Tenfold amplification of non-damage skills was unexpectedly triggered. This further confirmed his speculation. Life skills indeed count as non-damage skills. After amplification, Lin Xiao's success rate for gathering level 1 herbs had reached 200. And as the level of herbs increased, it decreased by 1. Of course, for him, a decrease of 10 and a decrease of 1 made no difference. In any case, herbs only have 6 levels. After activating the herbal gathering skill, Lin Xiao's perspective changed immediately. Just a casual glance allowed him to spot several level 1 herbs. However, perhaps due to the low level of the novice village map, the three of them almost reached the territory of the centaurs before Lin Xiao finally spotted a level 2 herb. There was nothing to say. Lin Xiao naturally collected all the herbs he could see. This time the trio's destination was Jinho Ridge, the very location where Lin Xiao had planned to undertake a hit. Nestled deep within the Kima territory's dense jungle, the ridge required no hurried rush upon their arrival. Instead, Lin Xiao and his companions hunted Kima along the way. All three had now reached level 5. Hunting level for Kima yielded meager experience and abysmal drop rates. Yet this journey had significantly sharpened their coordination and synergy. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely the trail of Kima corpses they left behind that drew the attention of the inept Hero Guild players, who now doggedly trailed them from afar. Yet even those pursuers hesitated, hearts pounding with doubt over whether to press on further. 6. Brother 6. They're heading deeper into the Kima territory. Should we keep following? Huzi, standing beside Brother 6, swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching nervously. Though they had mustered 15 or 16 players, their strongest, Brother 6, stood at only level 360. Fortunately, level for Kima did not initiate aggression against players. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago upon this vast grassland. Nonsense. Can't you see these Kima won't attack us unless provoked? Brother 6 shot Huzi an exasperated glance, stroking his chin in thought. Still, caution is warranted. Send scouts ahead. Find out exactly where those 3 bastards are headed. Yes, Brother 6. Huzi instinctively shrank his neck and turned to 2 rogue players behind him. You two. Go and investigate. Understood, Brother Hu. The 2 rogues nodded and immediately broke away from the main group, sprinting swiftly toward the direction Lin Xiao and his companions had vanished. After less than half an hour's travel, the trio finally reached the fringes of Jinho Ridge. From afar, they could already see clusters of level 5 macaques swarming the distant forest. Guagu stared at the teeming mass of monkeys and nervously swallowed, offering Lin Xiao a wry smile. Now, I finally understand why you insisted we reach level 5 before coming here. At first, Guagu had been baffled. Surely with their formidable combat prowess, slaying a few monkeys would be effortless. Why wait until level 5? But now, gazing upon this endless sea of macaques, he grasped the truth. Lin Xiao sighed softly and cautioned once more. Indeed, even I, a fragile support, would crumble instantly if caught in their midst. And you, Guagu, would fare no better. So both of you, Guagu and Lu Gu, must exercise extreme vigilance. If anything feels amiss, disengage immediately. Never push your luck. Upon hearing this, both men nodded firmly. Don't worry, brother. We'll stay sharp. Then, shall we proceed as planned? Lin Xiao nodded, casting the breeze charm upon them both as he spoke with solemn resolve. Very well. We'll begin with our original plan. First, a cautious probe. En route, the trio had already devised a Step 1. Take cover at the edge of Jinho Ridge within the Kima territory, and use Lin Xiao's ranged basic attack to lure the outermost macaques for preliminary assessment of their offensive and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Guagu and Lu Gu advanced to a position halfway within Lin Xiao's attack range and stood ready. Breath held, senses sharpened, poised for battle. His sole duty, intercept every macaque that breached their line, ensuring not a single one reached Lin Xiao. With all preparations complete, Lin Xiao bellowed, begin. At his command, he launched a basic spirit talisman. Squeak! A hapless macaque was struck, and above its head floated a vivid crimson one. Alas, having never invested points into spiritual aptitude, his basic attacks remained reliably, unerringly weak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar, roar, roar. The moment the macaque was struck, its entire troop erupted in chaos. In the next instant, the 50-strong troop charged frenziedly, screeching wildly, straight toward Lin Xiao, who stood deep within the Kima territory. Territorial boundaries meant nothing now. Yet just as the horde neared Guagu and Lu Gu, poised and vigilant, Guagu suddenly roared, unleashing his taunt skill. You, come here. As the taunt activated, every macaque within a 10-meter radius froze mid-stride. Then, astonishingly, they abandoned Lin Xiao entirely, turning their fury upon Guagu with savage intent. Macaques dealt modest physical damage, only 7 or 8 points against Guagu, whose constitution was fully invested and whose armor was finely crafted. Yet their blistering attack speed and overwhelming numbers more than compensated, causing Gua Ji's health bar to plummet alarmingly. Damn it, brother. Hurry and cut them down. After just one exchange, Gua Gu had lost nearly 100 health points. He ducked behind his shield and shouted urgently to Lu Gu nearby. Hold on, brother Gua. Without needing prompting, Lu Gu had already activated his primordial chi technique, and under Lin Zhao's breeze charm, he unleashed a whirlwind of slashes upon the macaques surrounding Gua Gu. Macaques possessed low defense. With Lu Ji's staggering attack power, each fell in just 3 strikes. Though he could only engage one at a time, his extraordinary attack speed more than made up for it. Within moments, he felled over a dozen macaques. Yet just as Lu Gu fought with exhilarated fervor, Lin Zhao, having just cast a healing spell on Gua Gu, called out, Lu Gu, no need to retreat. The macaque swarm cannot reach you. Understood. Hearing Lin Zhao's reassurance, Lu Ji's confidence soared. He dropped all caution and focused solely on carving through the macaques before him. For a time, Gua Gu stood firm, shield raised, taunting relentlessly the moment the skill cooled. Lu Gu darted around him, his rare quality iron longsword flashing, as he hacked mercilessly into the macaque ranks. Behind them, Lin Zhao observed their condition with calm composure, casting a healing spell the moment either health bar dipped below half. That astonishingly potent healing, restoring full vitality in an instant, pulled them back from the brink of death on multiple occasions. With a piercing scream, the Monkey King, who had been trailing behind the monkey group, let out an angry cry as he watched his tribe suffer devastating losses. His eyes bloodshot, he charged directly at the culprit Donkey Brother. Seeing this, Pot Brother activated his taunt skill once again. In the next moment, the Monkey King paused for a brief second before immediately turning his target toward Pot Brother, baring his fangs as he charged. Haha, Pot Brother is so good at taunting, Donkey Brother exclaimed as he raised his sword and wildly slashed at the Monkey King. At that moment, he felt utterly insignificant. Even though the Monkey King was severely injured by his attacks, he paid no attention to Donkey Brother. With a dull thud, the Monkey King smashed his fist against Pot Brother's sturdy iron shield, the tremendous recoil instantly causing Pot Brother to lose nearly 20 of his health. Damn, this Monkey King is ridiculously strong. Pot Brother cursed in shock. It was worth noting that even the previous group of monkeys took 3 seconds to reduce his health by 20. Yet this Monkey King did it in less than half a second. With such terrifying attack power, he couldn't help but wonder how badly he would have been hurt today without Lin Xia. It's alright, he can't kill you in one hit. Behind him, Lin Xia, the squad commander, was closely observing the battle situation and Pot Brother's health. He also gained a rough understanding of the Monkey King's attack power, attack speed, and defense. Based on his assessment, neither the previous monkeys nor the current Monkey King had the ability to take Pot Brother down in one hit. Not even Donkey Brother could be taken down in one hit. As long as the wild monsters couldn't kill them, Lin Xia would definitely ensure their survival. There's no denying that the healing spell Amplified Tenfold was absurd. Donkey Brother, give it your all. The Monkey King has 1/3 of his health left. Alright, Donkey Brother responded, landing a heavy strike on the Monkey King's head. To his surprise, it successfully triggered a stun effect. At the same time, Donkey Brother unleashed a series of normal attacks, and with a chilling scream, the elite-level Monkey King's health was instantly reduced to 0, dropping a pile of loot. Phew! Seeing the Monkey King defeated, Pot Brother sat down on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. Although he knew that with Lin Xia around they would never die. However, it was the first time he had faced such a large number of wild monsters since entering the game. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. To make matters worse, the pain sensation in the game would reflect back to him. Even though he had set the pain perception to the lowest level of 10, it still tormented him immensely. He finally understood why there were so few shield warriors in the game. Meanwhile, Donkey Brother shared a similar sentiment. Thinking about their trio, a tanky shield warrior, a high-output warrior, and an absurdly powerful healer, along with their excellent equipment. With such a configuration, clearing a group of monkeys was still such a hassle. If it had been other players, wouldn't they have been beaten into muggles by this group of monkeys? Indeed, multiplayer online games are only enjoyable when teaming up with overpowered players. Seeing the two still in a daze, Lin Xia walked over with a smile. How about we clean up the battlefield first? There are surprises. Surprises. The two perked up at the mention of surprises. Due to the equal level monster grind, the experience points they gained were pitifully low. Even the experience from a single monkey was less than that of a level 3 wild monster. Only the elite level Monkey King resembled a normal level 5 wild monster. This made Pot Brother and Donkey Brother curse, silently wondering which idiot designed this game. It was simply inhumane. Of course, if something good dropped, that would be a different story. However, when they looked down, they were instantly dumbfounded. Little brother, these rotten peaches and apples on the ground are the surprises you mentioned. Donkey Brother randomly picked up an apple from the ground, his mouth twitching. Fruits, lifestyle items. Consuming them can restore a small amount of health and mana, however the amount. Thus these items are generally only collected by lifestyle players learning brewing or cooking skills. Look at this. Lin Xia cheerfully tossed a bamboo tube to Donkey Brother. Upon receiving the bamboo tube, Donkey Brother glanced at its attributes, and his eyes instantly widened. What the hell? Monkey wine. Overall defense increased by 10. Pain sensation reduced by 10. Duration, 60 minutes. What? Increasing defense and reducing pain sensation. Pot Brother's eyes also bulged in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is this for real?" If what Donkey Brother just said was true, then this monkey wine would become the most sought-after item for all shield warriors. No, it should become the most popular item for all melee professions. Without exception. Pot Brother, this is real, Lin Xia said with certainty. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Xia knew very well just how amazing the properties of this monkey wine were. After all, it was a rare item that could directly enhance both defenses. Moreover, the percentage increase meant that players of any level could utilize it. Coupled with its 60-minute duration, this wine would eventually be sold at astronomical prices. Of course, this was understandable. Players couldn't return to the novice village once they left. Alright, I'm good on my end, let's do it. After downing a bottle of monkey wine, Brother Donkey looked eager to join in. Lin Xiao called out, and then cast another spiritual talisman towards the target monkey group. They say practice makes perfect. Lin Xiao was responsible for luring the monsters while monitoring his teammates' health. Brother Pot mocked and blocked the monkey group to absorb damage. Soon after, Brother Donkey made his move to reap the rewards. After the previous trial and adjustment, the cooperation among the 3 had grown increasingly harmonious. With the aid of monkey wine, they managed to eliminate the second monkey group in less than 5 minutes. As time passed, the trio continued to grind monkeys, while moving in a shape towards Golden Monkey Ridge. As their experience skyrocketed, the monkey wine in their backpacks continued to accumulate. However, the 3 who were immersed in grinding monkeys were unaware that 2 assassins sent by the Hero Association had also arrived at the border between the Antelope Territory and Golden Monkey Ridge. Bro, Golden Monkey Ridge is just ahead, are we still following? One of the assassin players asked with a conflict. Follow? Are you kidding me? The area ahead is the territory of level 5 wild monkeys, which will actively attack players. Are you trying to get me killed? The other assassin player, however, had no such dilemmas, as he initially joined the Hero Association just to make a living. Since it was just to make a living, why risk his life? Let's go back and report. The lead assassin waved his hand and the 2 turned back. After clearing around 15 or 16 monkey groups, Lin Xiao, who had the highest experience, had only reached about 70. Don't be surprised that Lin Xiao has the highest experience among the 3. That's because he had been utilizing his spare time to gather herbs all along. Moreover, every successful gathering would yield varying amounts of experience. Although the experience gained was minimal, his efficiency made up for it. After a busy session, he not only gained about 10 more experience than Brother Pot and Brother Donkey, but also harvested nearly 100 level 1 herbs and a dozen level 2 herbs. Speaking of this, one must mention the team's financial backer, Brother Pot. It is thanks to his generous sponsorship that Lin Xiao can afford the special item basket used for carrying herbs. Though it was just a basic basket, it could hold up to 1,000 herbs without taking up space in his backpack. After clearing yet another monkey group, Brother Pot and Brother Donkey collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Phew! Leveling up is just too difficult. It's clearly a level 5 wild monster, yet the experience is even less than that of level 3 wild boars. It's utterly ridiculous. Brother Pot complained while sorting through the loot. However, what was said casually was overheard with intent. Upon hearing Brother Pot's complaint, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed in thought, his expression gradually turning serious. Indeed, in Bahuang there are quite a few wild monsters that are both troublesome and offer little experience, and due to their extremely low drop rates they are generally ignored by players and few would disturb them. And these wild monsters seem very familiar. Damn it! Lin Xiao's eyes widened suddenly as he finally understood why these wild monsters felt so familiar. Because in the original timeline, it was precisely these wild monsters that invaded the real world. This? Could it be a coincidence? Seeing Lin Xiao standing there in a daze with a face turning green and white, Brother Pot and Brother Donkey exchanged glances and walked over. Bro, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, forcing a smile, and suddenly looking up at the 2, Brother Pot, Brother Donkey. I want to create my own guild after reaching level 10, will you help me? Lin Xiao's intention to create a guild was not a spurefement decision. He had this plan after receiving the reward of a tenfold amplification on non-damaging skills and choosing the Taoist class. Furthermore, after receiving the ice array diagram quest, this thought became even more resolute. Of course, he had no intention of competing with the major powers, mainly because his talents and class were very team-oriented. So rather than relying on others, it would be better to create a guild and play. Moreover, a crucial point is that he also needs to prepare for the future invasion of wild monsters into the real world. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Brother Pot and Brother Donkey exchanged smiles. Brother Donkey grinned and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Bro, actually, even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to advise you to start a guild. With your strength, you absolutely have the potential to be a guild leader. So does that mean you're agreeing to help me? Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha. Of course we agree. Brother Donkey laughed and nodded. Unlike Brother Donkey's straightforwardness, Brother Pot pondered for a long time before stammering, "Little bro, can I ask you something?" "Brother Pot, go ahead." Lin Xiao replied with a serious expression. "How much does the Shield Guild leader cost?" Eft. Brother Pot's question directly made Lin Xiao and the others spray out their drinks. "Bro, can you not joke like that? Between us brothers, why bring up money? Moreover, don't even mention the Shield Guild leader. The vice president position is yours," Lin Xiao said, half laughing, half crying. "Shut your mouth." Brother Pot glared at Lin Xiao with a fierce look. "I'm going to give you a number." "Lin Xiao, the Shield Guild leader costs 3 million gold coins." Brother Pot declared firmly. Lin Xiao, "No way. Brother Pot, that's too much. For the sake of our brotherhood, 4 million. Brother Pot shouted angrily. Lin Xiao, WW, bro, why are you so stubborn? Have you looked down on me, brother? 5 million. Brother Pot said exasperatedly. Wait, I'll take the deal. Is that okay?" Lin Xiao said helplessly. "That's more like it." Brother Pot nodded in satisfaction, then stepped forward to pat Lin Xiao on the shoulder, his tone becoming serious. "Bro, I can see that you seem a bit troubled, but since you won't say, I won't ask. Just know that no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. With your and Brother Donkey's strength plus my financial backing, I refuse to believe that there's anything in Ba Huang that can stump the three of us." "Exactly. With Brother Pot's financial power and your strength, we will definitely achieve something great," Brother Donkey said excitedly. "You two believe in me that much?" Lin Xiao looked at these two brothers he had known for only a day. A wave of warmth surged in his heart. Brother Pot thrust the large shield into the ground, grinning. Rather than saying I believe in you, it's more accurate to say I believe in my own judgment. I, Brother Pot, am not a newbie who just started playing online games. I know how strong you are, and I wholeheartedly believe you can achieve great things in this game. On the other hand, I don't have as many grand aspirations as Brother Pot. I just know that with my abilities, without you I'm nothing. So I can only continue to rely on you. Ha ha ha. Hearing the responses from the two, Lin Xiao said it would be a lie not to feel touched. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said solemnly, "Since Brother Gua and Brother Lu have said it this way, then let me add one more thing." "Go ahead, brother." The expressions of the two turned serious at once. "My intuition tells me that the game 8 Desolations is definitely not simple, so you must not treat it as an ordinary game." Lin Xiao enunciated each word clearly. Upon hearing this, the two nodded thoughtfully, exchanged glances, and thanked in unison. "Thank you, brother." "All right, Brother Gua and Brother Lu, it's getting late. Let's find a safe place to log off and take a break." Lin Xiao calculated the time. It had already been 5 to 6 hours. Although there were still many hours left before the 16-hour gaming limit, there was no need to push it this hard. Logging off to stretch, eat something, and adjust one state before going back online would be more efficient. His suggestion was equally approved by the three of them. After all, lying down for such a long time is something anyone couldn't endure. Soon the three found a vacuum area where no monkey groups were spawning. They stood still, surrounded by 3 groups of monkeys in the distance. However, none of the monkey groups took the initiative to attack them. This allowed them to log off smoothly. Taking off his helmet, Lin Xiao stretched his arms and legs. Indeed, if the online duration was controlled well, his body could still handle it. He felt none of the stiffness in his muscles that he had felt yesterday. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time, which showed it was still not yet 1 a.m. Looking further down, he saw an unread text message. 136. This is Zhou Rue. Hey Race, my phone number, please save it. The helmet has been purchased, and I am preparing to log on for an experience. See you at the breakfast shop at the community entrance at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Seeing the text from Zhou Rue, Lin Xiao couldn't help but instinctively smile, and he quickly typed a reply. See you tomorrow. After replying to the message, Lin Xiao first did a few sets of push-ups in his room, and then went to the kitchen to boil himself a bowl of noodles. After eating and resting for a while, he chose to log back on at 3 a.m. As soon as he entered the game, he spotted Brother Gua and Brother Lu whispering to each other. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's online status, the two stood up together and greeted him. Boss. What the? Lin Xiao exclaimed, looking at the two in bewilderment. You two? Have you lost your minds? Boss, this is something I discussed with Brother Lu. From today onwards, we will call you boss. Let's establish some rules first. It's also a good example for the brothers who join later. Well, okay. But privately, let's still be the same as before, or otherwise I won't be used to it. Lin Xiao scratched his head and said, Understood, boss. The two replied in unison. You guys. Lin Xiao looked at the two helplessly and waved his hand, saying, Forget it, do as you wish. After more than 2 hours of battling, a gentle glow finally lit up around Lin Xiao, and his level reached 6 for. Less than an hour later, Brother Lu and Brother Gua leveled up one after another. Now all 3 brothers reached level 6. As their levels increased, the 3 of them noticeably felt that the drop rate of monkey wine had suddenly decreased a notch. Originally, a group of 50 monkeys could drop 510 bottles of monkey wine. But now it could only drop around 35 bottles. Moreover, most of them could only be dropped by elite Monkey Kings. This drop rate instantly diminished the three's interest in farming monsters. Therefore, the three immediately changed their strategy. They would only attack the monkey groups blocking their path and would not engage lightly otherwise. After changing their strategy, the three quickly arrived at the marked location on the map indicating a treasure chest. What the hell? This tree can't possibly be sentient. Looking at the towering ancient tree that would take more than 10 people to wrap around Brother Gua, and Brother Lu exclaimed in amazement. Gentlemen, do you think this is the main point? Look above. Lin Xiao pointed at the densely packed monkey group in the tree with a serious expression. Ha! What the hell? There must be no less than 500 monkeys, right? How are we supposed to fight this? Following Lin Xiao's direction, Brother Gua suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Damn. Even if my defense is impressive and my health is thick, I can't withstand an attack from 500 monkeys. Moreover, why are there so many monkey kings? On average, for every 10 monkeys, there is one monkey king leading the pack, and their size far exceeds that of ordinary monkeys, making it all too obvious. Faced with such a massive group of monkeys, Brother Gua was completely dumbfounded, and Brother Lu beside him was not much better off, his heart also pounding. After all, he couldn't endure it as well as Brother Gua. However, at that moment Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. Just fight like we did earlier. It's simply a matter of spending more time clearing them out. Ha! The two turned their heads to look at Lin Xiao. Brother, you don't mean for us to go and die, do you? What are you thinking? Lin Xiao said with a serious expression. No matter how many monkeys there are, what good does it do? The ones who can attack you are still just a few. What the hell? That makes sense. The two suddenly showed expressions of realization. Indeed, the surface area of a human body is limited. Thus, even if there are many monkeys, the ones that can attack them simultaneously are still just a fixed few. Lin Xiao smiled and continued to point at the large tree nearby that they could wrap their arms around. Moreover, Brother Gua, you can totally lean against this tree to tank the monsters. The damage you take might not even be more than just now. And Brother Lu just needs to move around you. As long as he is not surrounded by monkeys, it will be fine. Haha, you're still the smart one, brother. I just froze when I saw so many monkeys. Brother Gua patted Lin Xiao's shoulder appreciatively, but before he could finish, his hand suddenly stopped in midair and he asked with a darkened expression. I say, brother, since you have such a good idea, why didn't you say it earlier? We must have encountered plenty of trees on this journey. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Bro, do you believe me if I say I forgot? Seeing that Brother Gua was already leaning against the big tree and Brother Lu had found his position hiding not far behind the tree, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shout loudly. No problem, we can start. The two replied loudly. All right. Lin Xiao nodded, then cast a wind charm on himself and Brother Lu before launching a spiritual talisman at a monkey on the ancient tree. Bang! The spiritual talisman exploded, shocking the monkey group. It was like throwing a large stone into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a riot among the monkeys. Immediately afterward, hundreds of monkeys, led by a host of monkey kings, jumped down from the ancient tree like crazed beasts, rushing towards Lin Xiao and the others while howling. Come here. However, as they passed by the position where Guogu was located, Guogu's taunt skill activated, just in time, causing the monkey horde to momentarily freeze, before going into a frenzy, their eyes bloodshot as they charged towards Guogu. With the taunt skill in effect, Donkey Gu, who had been waiting for the right moment, immediately rushed forward, disregarding whether he was facing the Monkey King or a regular macaque, swinging his iron sword wildly in a brutal attack. Seeing that no macaques were rushing towards him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although he possessed the ultimate talent of tenfold amplification of non-damage skills akin to a cheat, the Taoist profession was still too weak before level 10. Not only was he inherently fragile, but his offensive capabilities were also very limited. In the face of the current situation, aside from providing support for his teammates from behind, there was nothing else he could do. Unless his level reached 10 and he comprehended Summon Guardian Beast or Fire Talisman, he would have to obediently hide behind his teammates as a pure support. Fortunately, Guogu and Donkey Gu were strong enough teammates, otherwise, he truly did not know how he would get through the weak phase of the first 10 levels. Focusing on the two engaged in fierce combat with the monkeys, Lin Xiao would immediately throw a healing spell whenever he noticed anyone's health dropped below 2/3. From time to time, he would also apply the Gentle Breeze spell to Guogu to ensure he could maintain his damage output. Not only that, but Lin Xiao also took the opportunity, while the two's health was relatively stable, to carefully examine the ancient tree towering in the distance. Earlier, the ancient tree was filled with monkeys, completely blocking his view, making it almost impossible to see. Now that the monkeys had left the ancient tree, Lin Xiao quickly found an inconspicuous chest on one of the crowns of. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly took out the map in his hands to compare the style of the treasure chest. Upon comparison, his eyes widened in surprise as he shouted, Guogu, Donkey Gu, I found the treasure chest, it's on that tree. What? Found it? Guogu, who was currently tanking the frenzied attacks of several macaques with his shield, immediately looked up and decisively said, Boss, go get the treasure chest. In a while, that group of macaques will respawn and we won't be able to finish them. Donkey Gu, after defeating an elite monkey king, shouted at Lin Xiao, that's right. Boss, hurry up, don't worry about us. Indeed, Although the two had Lin Xiao providing support, this large group of monkeys couldn't do anything to them. However, with only Donkey Goo as the damage dealer, they couldn't possibly kill all 500 macaques and the elite Monkey King. Moreover, after half an hour, the macaques and Monkey Kings they had previously slain would also gradually respawn. By then, the three of them would be trapped in an endless cycle. Thus, the only way to get the treasure chest now was to take advantage of the fact that the macaques had not respawned yet and let Lin Xiao take action. Otherwise, if they missed this opportunity, they would have to leave in disgrace with no other options. After hearing the two suggestions, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes clearly showing a hint of hesitation. Donkey Go, you must think this through. If I leave, you might end up having to return to the city for free. Although completing this hidden quest could yield the valuable 8 Desolation Array map fragment as a reward, if the two ended up dying because of it, the cost would be too great. In the game mechanics of 8 Desolation, the punishment for player death is very harsh. Not only would all items in the inventory drop, but one level would also be deducted. Furthermore, all current experience points in the experience bar would be reset to 0. It was precisely for this reason that the previous group of low-level players had been so anxious upon seeing them. Haha, don't worry boss, just go ahead. I still have the health recovery potion I bought in the novice village that I haven't used yet. What? Gugu, you actually had a backup? Donkey Guess eyes lit up as he waved. Quick. Give me a few. Sure. Gugu grinned and tossed 2 health recovery potions to Donkey Goo, who was not far away. Gugu actually has health recovery potions. Not only Donkey Goo but Lin Xiao's eyes also lit up as he hurriedly reminded the two, you should hold the health recovery potions in your mouths. That way it won't interfere with killing monsters. This technique of holding potions in the mouth while fighting was something players from the previous life had summarized, and it was but probably no one knew it yet. After all, the game had only been launched for 2 days and most players couldn't afford health recovery potions, which were considered luxury items. Not to mention that they wouldn't have been able to come up with any little tricks for using them. Since the two had health recovery potions to fall back on, Lin Xiao had no more worries. With the blessing of the gentle breeze spell, Lin Xiao reached the base of the tree in just a few seconds. As for climb, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot, immediately allocating all 25 of his stored attribute points to agility. In an instant, Lin Xiao's agility attribute reached 28 points, including 3 points of initial agility. Even a rogue of the same level might not exceed him. Of course, except for full agility rogues. Once everything was prepared, Lin Xiao first cast the gentle breeze spell on himself, and after Guogue's 2 skills finished cooling down, he immediately healed both of their health to full. With Guogue's shout of "Come here," a Lin Xiao's figure suddenly took off, his whole being shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, whoosh, speeding away. At the same time as Lin Xiao left, Guogu immediately bit down on a health recovery potion he had been holding in his mouth, then closed his eyes, leaning against the large tree as he squatted down, shield up and lying flat. Meanwhile, Donkey Goo also gave up on attacking, stretching his neck with a tense expression as he watched Lin Xiao's back. Since Guogue's taunt skill was already in effect, as long as he didn't take the initiative to attack, no macaque would attack him within In just a little over 2 seconds, Lin Xiao appeared under the ancient tree. This was a full second faster than Lin Xiao's previous estimate of 34 seconds. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao used both hands and feet, quickly climbing onto the trunk of the first layer. There's still time, keep going. Feeling his climbing speed, Lin Xiao felt reassured and quickly exerted more strength to climb toward the second layer trunk. However, just then Donkey Goo, who had been watching Lin Xiao from afar, suddenly shouted, "Boss, be careful. The macaques have respawned." Hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart sank. He immediately heard the sharp and shrill cries of the macaques ringing in his ears. However, the treasure chest was right in front of him, and there was no turning back for Lin Xiao. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the macaques beside him and continued to climb upwards. Smack! Smack! Lin Xiao felt a pain in his back, and red numbers 13 and 11 appeared above. Now at level 6, Lin Xiao with an additional 5 points of physique bonus boasts over 300 health points. However, due to the rapid attack speed of the monkeys, he continuously sees health deduction notifications above his head. After losing nearly 100 points of health, he finally arrived next to the chest located on the second layer. Without a moment to think, Lin Xiao swiftly threw the treasure chest into his backpack, and at the instant the second monkey respawned, he leaped down from the tree without hesitation. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Xiao landed awkwardly, and above his head appeared a 65 notification. This truly startled him, and he quickly cast a healing spell on himself. As he ran back, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, we got it. Hold on." Brother Gua, who had been squatting against the big tree, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Even with a frantic consumption of potions, he had only about 1/5 of his health remaining. It wouldn't take long. Within 2 seconds, his remaining health would be reduced to 0. A second passed and Brother Gua's health plummeted to around 100 points. Another second passed and his health shockingly dropped to just 9 points. At this point, he could only withstand 2 more attacks from the nearby monkeys. In an instant, Brother Gua was plunged into despair. 2 attacks for this group of monkeys affected by the taunt skill would be over in the blink of an eye. Even if Lin Xiao's healing spell were to arrive immediately, it would be too late. Therefore, he was likely to return to the city for free this time. However, just as he prepared to close his eyes and wait for death, a miracle suddenly occurred. The monkeys that had been frantically attacking Brother Gua unexpectedly froze in place without warning. And in Brother Gua's bewildered gaze, they suddenly turned around and dashed towards Lin Xiao, howling madly. What is happening? The sudden change left Brother Donkey utterly dumbfounded. At this moment he was even prepared to replace Brother Gua and help Lin Xiao attract more monsters. But the result was that the group of monkeys bizarrely changed their target. Not good. In an instant Brother Gua's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Boss, run! The taunt duration has ended." Although he couldn't understand why the monkey group suddenly turned to chase Lin Xiao, it was undoubtedly related to the fact that his taunt duration had ended. This filled him with worry and guilt. "Don't worry, they can't catch up to me. You guys evacuate quickly," gathering at the novice village. Lin Xiao naturally noticed this sudden change. However, his 28 points of agility and the boost from the gentle breeze spell filled him with confidence. He decisively made a decision to attract the monkeys away from this place, creating an opportunity for Brother Gua and the others to retreat. "Let's go, Brother Gua, you saw the boss speed just now, those monkeys really can't catch up." Brother Donkey approached and patted the guilt-ridden Brother Gua on the back. Sigh. If only I could hold on for 2 more seconds. Brother Gua sighed lightly, but he knew it was too late to say this. He composed himself and left alongside Brother Donkey. Of course, before they left, the two didn't forget to pick up a few bottles of monkey wine, scattered on the ground. Lin Xiao had gone to great lengths to create a safe retreat opportunity for Brother Gua and the others. He ran wildly, while tossing out basic attack talismans, deliberately luring the monkeys along the way to come after him. With so many monkeys already fixated on him, a few more wouldn't matter. As he provoked them, the number of monkeys pursuing him increased rapidly. In just a moment, it had directly surpassed 1,000. However, even though Lin Xiao had already run far away, this group of relentless monkeys showed no signs of giving up on chasing him. At this moment, all mechanisms for wild monster territory and aggro reduction had lost their effect. The monkeys had only one goal: to hunt down Lin Xiao. Any obstacle daring to stand in their way would be mercilessly torn apart. Faced with such unusual behavior from the monkeys, Lin Xiao initially found it hard to comprehend. But as time passed, he vaguely guessed that this must have something to do with the treasure chest he had just acquired. "I knew that the fragment of the 8 Desolation Array wouldn't be easy to obtain." Lin Xiao spat angrily, cursing the ancestors of the blacksmith Lao Chun in his heart. But right now it was absolutely impossible for him to give up the treasure chest. Once he had obtained something, how could he spit it out? His only thought now was to escape from Jinho Ridge as soon as possible. He wanted to see if the group of crazed monkeys behind him would continue to chase him. Near Jinho Ridge, a group of players swaggered over. At the forefront was a level 3 mage player in novice robes. He was the small leader of the Hero Association who had failed to recruit Brother Gua 6Gu. 6Gu, they entered Jinho Ridge from this direction. The assassin player who had tracked Lin Xiao and the others pointed towards Jinho Ridge in the distance. Damn it! Are these guys insane? They already reached Jinho Ridge on the 2nd day after the game launched. Are they hacking? Upon hearing this, 6Gu immediately complained in shock. 6Gu, should we still follow? Tiger asked cautiously from the side. "I'm not following you. Didn't you see that those monkeys are in packs? You want me to go in and take a look?" 6Gu kicked Tiger in the backside and then launched into a tirade of curses. "That? What should we do then?" Tiger said, looking wronged. "How the hell should I know what to do?" 6Gu glared at Tiger's side deeply and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, let's wait for them here. I don't believe those 3 guys can come out from Jinho Ridge in full condition." Exactly. At this moment, 6Gu had made up his mind to stay here with his men. Once the 3 guys from the Funeral Love family returned the same way, they would immediately attack en masse. They were determined to send these 3 guys back to the city for free. Thus a group of people stayed put, waiting for 2 hours. Many of the subordinates had nearly reached their game time limit, but still saw no sign of those 3 bastards coming out. Damn it! Why haven't those 3 guys come out yet? At this point, 6Gu was starting to get impatient. Although he was also wearing a high-level helmet, but after playing for 8 or 9 hours straight, he was starving in reality. 6Gu, do you think there's a possibility that those 3 guys were killed by wild monsters? Yeah, it's been so long. They probably wouldn't be dead, right? Heh. If that's the case, we'd save ourselves a lot of trouble. 6Gu stroked his chin with a gleeful expression. However, at that moment, Tiger suddenly changed his expression. What? 6Gu shot a glare at Tiger, but seeing him staring dumbfounded behind him, he instinctively— In the next second, 6Gu's expression changed drastically as he widened his eyes and shouted, "What the hell is this?" In the distance, a Taoist player sprinted toward them at an absurdly exaggerated speed. So swift that any onlooker unfamiliar with the scene might mistake him for an assassin clad in a Taoist robe. Of course, that was hardly the crux of the matter. The true shock lay in what trailed behind him, a vast seething horde of monkeys. Eyes, bloodshot mouths contorted in frenzied shrieks. "Brother Lu, run now. The monkey horde has gone berserk." Hu Zi, trembling with terror, seized Lu Ji's sleeve and shouted frantically, "Run! To hell with that! How many monkeys could there possibly be? Do you think they can even cross the boundary of Jinho Ridge? Shit, run!" Lu Go hadn't finished his sentence when he froze in horror. The countless indistinguishable swarm of monkeys had indeed surged across the Jinho Ridge boundary, chasing the Taoist player without hesitation. Even more unnervingly, they were now charging straight toward Lu Gu and his companions. At his desperate command, his entire party scattered like startled birds, faces pale with panic, turning on their heels and fleeing without a second thought. Hu Zi and the two rabbit players who'd been with them earlier outpaced everyone else. Within a blink, they'd shot ahead to the very front of the fleeing group. Lu Gu stood utterly paralyzed. Normally, dragging them out to grind levels was an exercise in patience, one slower than the next. Yet now, each raced as if possessed, leaving him far behind. As the sole mage in the party, he couldn't hope to match their speed. In an instant, he found himself abandoned at the rear. "You wretched bastards! Wait for me!" But no one turned back. Not even once. After all, this was no trivial matter. It was about losing experience points, losing gear, life or death stakes in the game. Who had time to care about anyone else? Lu Ji's last shred of hope flickered weakly. "Please, let that Taoist change direction. Just don't come for me." Yet when he dared glance over his shoulder, his pupils contracted sharply. The Taoist player who moments before had still been some distance away now stood directly behind him. Worse still, the man flashed him a wide, unsettling grin. "You, stay back." Lu Gu bolted backward with every ounce of strength, he possessed voice cracking as he screamed, "Don't come any closer." It was then he finally recognized the Taoist player. He was one of the three infamous members of the Zhang Ai family. But at that moment, clan affiliations meant nothing. His mind held only a single imperative: run. Indeed, this Taoist player, being hunted by over 1,000 enraged monkeys, was Lin Xiao himself. He too had never imagined the monkeys would breach the Jinho Ridge boundary to pursue him. Even in his previous life, such a phenomenon had never occurred. Yet fate had spoken, and all that remained was flight. Filing a formal complaint with the game administrators could wait. Survival came first. Fortunately, upon entering the Korean Steed territory, Lin Xiao spotted a cluster of roughly a dozen players just ahead. Without hesitation, he veered straight toward them. He wanted to see whether the monkeys would continue chasing him, or pivot to attack this fresh group instead. At Lin Xiao's current velocity, overtaking the mage before him required less than a heartbeat. As he swept past, he twisted his head and grinned. "Brother, those monkeys are now your responsibility. Stay safe." With that, he accelerated again, blasting past the stunned mage in a blur. Lu Gu stared dumbfounded. "Your responsibility? Since when did I agree to that? Stay safe. Why don't you try staying safe yourself? You miserable, treacherous bastard. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this." A moment later, a piercing scream tore through the air. Lu Gu, left far behind, vanished beneath the churning tide of monkeys. Lin Xiao, glancing back while sprinting, saw it clearly. The hapless mage had indeed drawn the attention of several macaques, including the Monkey King himself. "Remarkable. He's actually drawing aggro for me." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with sudden insight. Seizing the advantage, he immediately broke into a full sprint after the remaining players ahead. "Brothers, whether I make it back to the novice village alive depends entirely on you." Lin Xiao felt no remorse for their plight. He wasn't blind. He'd instantly recognized the mage leading them as the junior commander of the Ingxiong Guild, the same man who'd failed to recruit Guogu earlier. And why, he reasoned, would a group averaging level 3 dare enter the level 4 Korean Steed territory? The answer was obvious: they'd come for him. For such adversaries, he harbored not a trace of pity. As screams erupted from the Ingxiong Guild members, Lin Xiao sensed the pursuing monkey horde thinning noticeably behind him. Glancing back, he confirmed that the frenzied monkeys weren't targeting players alone. They also savagely attacked the level 4 Korean Steed's fellow monsters in the territory. So other monsters can draw aggro too. Excellent. A faint, confident smile curved Lin Xiao's lips. Without pause, he surged ahead, outpacing the last 3 surviving Ingxiong Guild members in an instant. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly dash past them, Hu Zi and the 2 assassin players recoiled in alarm. "Brother, senior Taoist brother, we've struggled hard to level up. Please, for the love of heaven, run in another direction." Hu Zi panted, sweat pouring down his face, his voice breaking as he pleaded with Lin Xiao ahead. "My apologies, brother. You're just a bit too late this time. Next round, I promise. I'll be more mindful. Farewell." Lin Xiao tossed the words over his shoulder, then accelerated again, leaving Hu Zi and his companions far behind. Hu Zi froze and burst into tears. Next round. One round was already catastrophic enough. "You actually expect a next round? You're truly something else," he muttered bitterly. Then, with no alternative left, he and the 2 assassins halted abruptly and roared at the onrushing horde. "Damn it all. I'll fight you to the death, you wretched apes." With that, he raised his starter sword and charged, flanked by the 2 assassins, their faces etched with grim, hopeless resolve. "Arg!" Hu Zi's scream pierced the air, brief, agonized, then faded into the chaos. Seconds later, the two assassins vanished beneath the same merciless tide. Thus the entire Ingxiong Guild contingent perished. Not by design but by Lin Zhao's accidental devastating chain of misdirection. Thanks to the highly effective cover provided by the heroic assembly members and countless wild horses along the way, the monkey pack pursuing Lin Zhao had already been halved in number. Yet this was still insufficient to extricate him from peril. Having allocated only 5 points to Constitution earlier, prolonged cross-region sprinting had drained his stamina completely. He was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, he was nearing the territory of the longhorn deer, though these level 3 creatures stood no chance against even a few strikes from level 5 macaques. But what mattered was the sheer number of players here. 2 full days had passed since the game's official launch, and a vanguard of seasoned players had already broken away from the main cohort. Many now at level 3, and beyond the novice protection period. Most of them congregated precisely within the longhorn deer's territory, as it offered far more favorable leveling conditions than the wild boar zone. Sigh. Though this feels rather unsportsmanlike, I've no choice. I'll have to ask for your indulgence. Glancing at his critically low stamina bar, and then at the cluster of players grinding monsters within the longhorn deer's domain, Lin Zhao exhaled inwardly, and with his last reserves of strength surged forward toward them. What the hell just zipped past? A warrior deeply focused on cleaving a monster flinched violently as a white blur shot past him. A Taoist priest. His teammates standing behind him stared blankly. What? A Taoist priest? Brother, are you seeing things? Who ever heard of a Taoist priest sprinting that fast? Look over there. Before he could finish, the warrior spotted a seething black tide of monkeys charging straight toward them. Danger. It's a macaque swarm. Level 5 wild beasts. Run. Though baffled as to why level 5 monsters would invade a level 3 territory, the archer's scalp prickled instantly. Alas, his warning came too late. The moment they turned, the onrushing horde swallowed them whole, and 2 piercing screams echoed moments later. Those screams were merely the prelude. As Lin Zhao pressed deeper into the longhorn deer's domain, wails of agony erupted one after another from behind. News of level 5 beasts invading a lower-tier hunting ground spread like wildfire across the entire novice village. Inside the novice village, blinding white resurrection lights flickered one by one. Players clad only in undergarments emerged from the spawn point. This startled the remaining villagers. "Oh, what happened to you guys? How did you all die?" asked a particularly curious player. "Don't even mention it. What kind of garbage game? Level 5 beasts should be staying put in their own territory, not storming en masse into a level 3 zone. This is pure sabotage. Tell me about it. Damn it. I ground all the way to level 3. Now I'm back at level 2. Wasted an entire night. You think that's bad? I didn't just lose a level. I lost half my inventory. Every precious material I'd hoarded gone. What? Mine's gone too. Damn macaques. I'll smash you to bits. Ugh. This is definitely... I'm filing a complaint. Right now. Exactly. This can't slide. It's a critical bug. Let's log off and report it on the official site. Hold on. Wait. As grumbling players prepared to log off, a voice cut through the noise. This isn't a bug. It's deliberate. A wiry mage approached grimly, flanked by several others. It was Lu Gu, the junior leader of the heroic assembly. Deliberate? What do you mean? Asked a bewildered. Precisely. Think carefully right before the macaques attacked you. Didn't a Taoist priest dash past? At those words, understanding dawned across their faces. Yes, there was someone like that. I saw him. Me as well. Seeing their expressions, Lu Gu smirked inwardly and raised his voice. That's him. The Taoist player lured the swarm here. He's the mastermind behind our level losses. We must unite and apprehend him. No mercy. Internally, Lu Gu swelled with quiet triumph. Though he and his brothers had all plummeted to level 2, and were left utterly destitute, recruiting this crowd would at least earn him credit with the boss. And with so many players united, even the formidable Zhang AI family wouldn't dare hold its ground in this knock. Yet, just as Lu Gu basked in self-satisfaction, Hu Zi nudged him gently. Six. What now? Lu Gu still harbored bitter resentment over Hu Zi abandoning him mid-flight. Sixth brother. Look at them, Hu Zi murmured, face twisted in dismay. Lu Gu blinked, then instinctively followed his gaze toward the crowd, his brow furrowing sharply. For every player was staring at him with the unmistakable expression reserved for fools. A look that ignited his ire. Hey! What's with those faces? I'm telling the truth. An irascible warrior exploded. Truth. Seriously, can some random player actually lure level 5 beasts into a low-tier zone? You think we're idiots? Exactly. We've seen shameless. But never this shameless. Enough. Let's not waste breath on these clowns. Off to file that complaint. Yes, complaint first. As voices overlapped, Lu Gu felt a surge of injustice. I'm not lying. Why won't you? Shut up. Still digging in your heels. Fine. Go ahead and try. Lure one level 5 beast here, and I'll take your surname for life. Lu Gu opened his mouth, then fell silent, speechless. The resurrection point wasn't a logout zone, and yet Lu Gu and his group blocked the player's path. Clad only in undergarments and already in foul moods, the players grew instantly impatient. especially now cornered and lectured by these interlopers. Enough of this you and me nonsense. Get out of the way. Don't waste my time. With that, they dispersed, leaving Lu Gu and his crew standing awkwardly alone. Damn it. These bastards don't believe me. Watching their retreating backs, Lu Gu snapped and turned fiercely to Hu Zi. We log off. This demands immediate reporting to the boss. Ahem. Hu Zi cleared his throat cautiously. Sixth brother. Do you think the boss will actually believe? Sigh. Lu Gu sighed helplessly. Of course not. So we'll tell him it's a critical bug. Our comrades slaughtered by level 5 beasts suffering catastrophic losses. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Lin Xiao stepped out from an inconspicuous corner. In fact, he had returned to the novice village long before Sixth Brother intercepted the group of revived players. Therefore, he heard every word exchanged between Sixth Brother and the group of players clearly. Hero Association. Yi Wuqing. A name flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. It was the leader of the Hero Association. This guy was definitely the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. In his previous life, this guy had suffered a great loss in the game, which led him to realistically deal with the leader of a rival faction. Thus, Lin Xiao had to be wary of this person. After all, he had already made an enemy of the Hero Association. Moreover, if he were to develop a faction in the future, conflicts with the notoriously infamous Hero Association would be unavoidable. If it were in the game, Lin Xiao would naturally not fear the Hero Association. But in the real world, that could be a different story. Given Yi Wuqing's influence in the real world, even if his personal information remained concealed, the other party could still use facial recognition technology to track and locate him. At that time, he would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the former leader of the Ice Sword clan. Even those around him would face similar risks. Of course, Lin Xiao was not someone who would easily back down. Although Yi Wuqing had found the leader of the Ice Sword clan through facial recognition and advanced technology in the real world, it was under the condition that the latter had no defenses. Therefore, as long as Lin Xiao remained cautious, even if Yi Wuqing managed to uncover his identity, it would not be easy for him to find Lin Xiao. Having come to this realization, Lin Xiao felt much more relaxed and headed towards Old Chun at the blacksmith's shop. Prior to this, he had already sent messages to Guogu and Lu Gu. He instructed them to log off immediately after arriving at the Horned Horse territory. After all, the group of monkeys would naturally return to Jin Ho Ling once they lost Lin Xiao as their target. Thus, if Guogu and Lu Gu tried to head back, they might run into that group of monkeys. Without Lin Xiao there, Guogu and Lu Gu would be no match for the monkeys. Therefore, their best option was log off right away. After all, the hidden quest was something Lin Xiao had taken on himself, so Guogu and Lu Gu didn't need to be present to complete it. When Lin Xiao arrived again, Old Chun sipped his drink and glanced at him sideways. Why are you back again? I must tell you, no matter how many pieces of equipment you buy this time, I will not give you any discounts. Absolutely not. Previously, when Lin Xiao and his friends bought equipment, he had threatened Old Chun to give them a discount by claiming they were going to Jin Ho Ling to complete a quest. This time, however, that old fellow had learned his lesson. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but grin. This time, you can't avoid giving a discount. Oh, Old Chen's eyes lit up at this. As they say, old horses know the way. Seeing Lin Xiao's smug expression, he immediately caught on. You wouldn't. Hee. Lin Xiao pulled out a black box and placed it in front of Old Chen, smiling. I did not fail in my mission. The box is back. That's right. It's it. That's it. Looking at the black wooden box before him, Old Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without caring about Lin Xiao's presence, he directly pulled out a key from his pocket to open the box and retrieved a tattered scroll from within. What is this? Lin Xiao looked at the worn scroll, curiosity written all over his face. Ignoring Lin Xiao's inquisitive gaze, Old Chun reverently stroked the scroll in his hands, his eyes burning with fervor. After a long time, Old Chun finally reluctantly withdrew his gaze and said lightly, I suppose you're quite curious about what this— How could I not be curious? Lin Xiao pouted. I was chased all the way from Jin Ho Ling to the novice village by a group of monkeys for this broken thing. Broken thing? Old Chen's eyes widened. You little brat, I'm not afraid to tell you that the scroll records the brewing formula for the monkey wine, personally compiled by the golden armored Monkey King, a true holy item of the monkey clan. A broken thing? Do you know how precious it is? Damn. No wonder I was chased by thousands of monkeys. Turns out what I stole was actually a holy item of the monkey clan. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. However, he quickly reacted and glared at Old Chun in anger. You Old Chun head. You clearly knew the consequences of me stealing this thing, yet you didn't remind me in advance. Are you even human? Hee. Old Chun grinned, showing his yellow teeth. I was just afraid you would back out. How about this? I'll compensate you. You can pick any weapon from my shop. How about that? Humph. I'm a Taoist. What use do I have for your weapons? Looks like you old man have no sincerity at all. Lin Xiao scoffed dismissively. Then what do you want? I want your monkey wine formula. What? You want the formula? What will I do? Old Chun jumped up in anger, blowing his beard and glaring. Kid, don't even think about that condition. Change it. Look at you getting all worked up. I haven't even finished my sentence. Why are you so anxious? Lin Xiao chuckled, continuing to manipulate Old Chun. Let's be honest with each other. You want this monkey wine formula because of your cravings, right? Old Chen gave Lin Xiao a sidelong glance. Of course. If I weren't craving it, would I neglect my skills as a master craftsman and come to such a remote place? In response, Lin Xiao pressed on. Then, if you had a continuous supply of monkey wine, what use would you have for this scroll? Old Chen looked puzzled. That's true. But how can I get monkey wine? Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously. Let me ask you, what do you lack the most? Old Chen pondered. Of course, these weapons and armor. Exactly. Lin Xiao nodded. Then, why not issue a quest for players to gather monkey wine? You don't need too many. Just reward players with a weapon that's slightly better than a novice weapon, and players will definitely provide you with an endless supply of monkey wine. Upon hearing this, Old Chen slapped his thigh, excitement all over his face. Right? How did I not think of that? As long as I issue bounty quests to you greedy players, there's no way I won't get the wine. Ha ha ha. You little brat are truly clever. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately felt displeased. Hey. What do you mean by calling us greedy players? We're just taking what we need, okay? Don't think you're so noble, Old Chen. Hee. Just a joke. Just a joke. Old Chen smiled awkwardly, then shifted the topic. Kid, you say I should issue a quest. But right now this group of players is too low level. They can't even accept quests. When will I get to taste it? Hee. Lin Xiao smiled smugly, and suddenly took out a bottle of monkey wine from his backpack. Others may not have it, but that doesn't mean I don't. Monkey wine. This is truly monkey wine. Lao Chan abruptly leapt up from his chair behind the counter, his bloodshot eyes locked unblinkingly on the bottle of monkey wine in Lin Xiao's hand. He raised my proposal hand over the fragments of the Bahuang formation diagram and the recipe for monkey wine, and starting today I'll supply you with 1 bottle of monkey wine every day. How does that sound? Done. I agree. Before he could finish, Lao Chan suddenly froze, then glared at Lin Xiao with unmistakable suspicion. Ah, so you little rascal. You dared to trick an old man like me. Do you seriously think 1 bottle per day is enough to swindle away my secret recipe for monkey wine? Let me tell you, young whippersnapper, it's at least 3 bottles daily, until the majority of players can accept this quest. 3 it is. Lin Xiao slammed his palm onto the counter and declared, Deal. Ha! You actually agreed. Lao Chun blinked in mild shock. Yes, I agreed, Lin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. Slap. At that, Lao Chun instinctively slapped his own face hard. Damn it all. I undersold it. Seeing Lao Chen's hesitation, Lin Xiao hastily placed 3 bottles of monkey wine before him, fearing the deal might collapse. Here. These are 3 bottles. Hand over the recipe. Lao Chun hesitated, clutching the scroll containing the monkey wine recipe tightly in his fist. Without further ado, Lin Xiao seized the recipe scroll, and alongside it the Bahuang formation diagram fragment, right from Lao Chen's grasp. The moment both items were secured, a pale blue interface shimmered into existence before Lin Xiao's eyes, accompanied by an audible system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Xiao. You have successfully completed the hidden Bahuang quest for the first time. Rewards: reputation 500, Bahuang formation diagram fragment, Frost Ice formation, 5 free attribute points, 1 free skill point, 1000 gold coins. Player Ling Xiao, would you like to broadcast this achievement globally? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Xiao jolted, his mind instantly erupting with a silent astonished. What the hell? Could completing the Bahuang hidden quest for the first time really yield such extraordinary rewards? The reputation boost, the formation fragment, and the gold alone were already impressive. Yet he'd also received free attribute and free skill points. Unbelievably generous. No broadcast. Lin Xiao blurted out without delay. A global announcement. Mere vanity. Hardly worth the fuss. Even if he later founded his own faction, he had no intention of recruiting members through hollow prestige. More crucially, he wanted no premature attention. What if such an announcement provoked those foreign players who'd already claimed legendary tier rewards? Better to amass power quietly, level up smoothly to level 10, while simultaneously securing achievements like First Global Boss Kill, First Global Unlock of the Capital City Teleportation Array, and World's First Class Transcended Player. Wouldn't that be far more rewarding? In his previous life, every single one of these milestones had been claimed by overseas players, triggering a chain reaction that left the Huaxia server's elite combatants lagging behind foreign servers by 2 to 3 levels. For a prolonged period thereafter, Huaxia players remained suppressed, struggling to rise above their overseas counterparts. This time Lin Xiao would not allow history to repeat itself. Armed with memories from his past life, and this life's near-keat level strength, he was determined to claim all those achievements for himself. No one else would lay a finger on them. Having concluded this mutually beneficial transaction with Lao Chun, Lin Xiao immediately logged out within the shop. He'd been playing since 3 a.m., and now less than 5 minutes remained before his rendezvous with Zhou Rui. Logging out any later would mean arriving late. Removing his VR headset, Lin Xiao hurriedly donned his coat and grabbed his phone, only to encounter Zhou Rui descending the staircase as he stepped out of his room. Spotting Lin Xiao, Zhou Rui paused in mild surprise, then smiled warmly. What a coincidence. Phew. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. I thought I'd missed it entirely. Don't worry. I won't blame you even if you're late. Zhou Rui covered her mouth with a light laugh. Let's go. I've been gaming all night. I'm starving. All right? Lin Xiao nodded with a gentle smile, and the two walked side by side down the stairs. You played all night. Must have been quite the immersive experience. Strolling along the residential pathway, Lin Xiao glanced curiously at Zhou Rui. How many levels have you reached? Just level 4. Zhou Rui replied calm and unruffled. You're already level 4? That's astonishingly fast. Though Lin Xiao and his peers leveled faster, they did so thanks to advantages, not raw efficiency. Ordinary players facing fierce competition for scarce monsters in the early game would need at least 20 hours to reach, and Zhou Rui, even assuming she'd started only yesterday afternoon, had played no more than 16 hours. Could it be the activation code he'd given her? Before Lin Xiao could voice his question, Zhou Rui preemptively answered his unspoken doubt. The activation code you gave me triggered a high-tier reward basic attack. Double attack speed, double critical strike chance. Double attack speed and double critical strike chance. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. Awe flickered across his face, quickly replaced by sudden clarity. That talent is nothing short of divine for an archer. It perfectly synergizes with your class. No wonder your leveling pace is so exceptional. Zhou Rui nodded. Truthfully, reaching level 4 wasn't solely my doing. After entering the game, I joined a party and teamed up with 3 other archers, all of whom also received talent for archers in one party, all blessed with talent rewards. Lin Xiao stared blankly, then shook his head with a wry smile. Then I must say your squad is exceptionally formidable, especially when it comes to raw damage output. Few, if any, parties could rival you. His tone shifted subtly. But remember, the tallest blade draws the sharpest wind. Stay low-key. People these days harbor ill intent. Hearing you say that, I sense you've had first-hand experience. Zhou Rui asked, intrigued. Did other players target you? Yes, but I turned the tables each time. Lin Xiao shrugged, then added earnestly. Still, don't compare yourselves to us. You're all ranged glass cannons. Once closed in on survival becomes unlikely. Zhou Rui nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll stay vigilant. By then, they'd arrived at an open-air breakfast stall near the neighborhood entrance. After ordering simple fare, Zhou Rui asked curiously, earlier my teammates mentioned that upon reaching level 10 and leaving the starter village, players head to one of the 4 great capital cities. Which city would you choose? The Huaxia server has a total of 5 cities, including the Shenyuan Imperial City, located in the central area of the map, and the 4 major cities: Qingyun City, in the east, Baidi City, in the west, Qishao City, in the south, and Heishui City in the north. Shenyuan Imperial City will not be discussed for now, as it is an area that players can only unlock upon reaching level 30. The only cities available to players after reaching level 10 are the 4 major cities. Upon hearing Zhou Rui's inquiry, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and answered without hesitation, Heishui. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had chosen Heishui City in the north, so he was well acquainted with the terrain distribution of wild monsters, hidden quests, and NPC layout within the city. With such an advantage, Lin Xiao naturally would not choose to go to any other major city. Heishui City, huh? Great. Then I'll come to Heishui City to join you once I reach level 10. Zhou Rui said with a smile while taking small bites of her dumplings. How about that? Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Haha, I'll save the position of the Arrow Hall Master for you. Zhou Rui was startled. Are you going to establish a guild? Lin Xiao nodded and said meaningfully, indeed, because this is not a game suitable for solo play. Zhou Rui nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment looked at Lin Xiao with a serious expression. I will help you. Then it's a deal. A deal. After having breakfast, the two did not head home immediately, but went straight to a fresh food supermarket nearby. Despite their high-level helmets having 16 hours of game time, they would inevitably log off for a break if no emergency. Thus, it was indeed necessary to stock up on food and drinks at home. Inside the supermarket, Zhou Rui frowned at the assortment of convenience foods in Lin Xiao's shopping cart. Do you usually eat this kind of stuff at home? Lin Xiao shrugged, confused. Yeah, this stuff is convenient and not expensive, isn't it? Good. Good. What's good about it? Zhou Rui shot Lin Xiao an annoyed glance, and after thinking for a moment suddenly pointed at Lin Xiao's shopping cart. Go. Put all this back. Huh? Lin Xiao was taken aback. What do you mean if I put everything back? What? Zhou Rui laughed. Later give me a key to your house and he'll cook for you. Lin Xiao hesitated. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhou Rui frowned slightly. What? Don't you trust my cooking skills? Lin Xiao quickly explained. Not at all. It's just that our offline times aren't fixed either. Zhou Rui was unconcerned. No worries, I'll log off at a fixed time every day to prepare meals for you. You can eat whenever you log off. Seeing Zhou Rui insist, Lin Xiao couldn't say anything more. Well, fine. After buying the ingredients, the two left the supermarket and headed home. Upon returning to the rental apartment, Lin Xiao first put the ingredients into the fridge, then meticulously cleaned the house inside and out. Once everything was tidied up, Lin Xiao lay back down on the bed, put on the helmet, and entered the game. At this moment, there were still half an hour left until the agreed online time with Guogu and Lugu. He randomly found a secluded corner in the novice village and opened his backpack to check the rewards he had received earlier. First, Lin Xiao took out a seemingly inconspicuous stone from his backpack. The stone was flat and arc-shaped, hard in texture and smooth on the surface. Both sides were intricately engraved with complex and profound tadpole characters and formation diagrams. Perhaps due to the reflection of light, if one looked closely at this stone, they could faintly see a layer of light blue aura enveloping it, making it appear quite mysterious. Indeed, this stone was the core reward Lin Xiao received after completing the hidden quest. It was the 8 Desolations Formation Diagram fragment, Ice Element Formation Diagram. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao immediately checked the attributes of the Ice Element Formation Diagram. Ice Element Formation Diagram, 8 Desolations Formation Diagram, 18 Team Size, 0-100. Function: individual basic attack carries real damage of 10 number of team members. Team 50 chance to trigger the freezing and slowing special effect. Freezing and slowing Ice Element Formation Diagram exclusive effect ignores target resistance, reducing the target's movement speed, attack speed, and evasion by 30. Duration 5 seconds. Hidden attributes: cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged. Wow, the attributes are surprisingly strong. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched, feeling a rush of excitement. Indeed, the attributes of this Ice Element Formation Diagram were indeed formidable. At first glance, the 10 points of real damage may not seem high, but combined with Lin Xiao's Qingfeng spell's attack speed bonus, it temporarily resolved his lack of damage output. Moreover, the damage value would increase with the number of team members. As for the freezing and slowing effect, its attributes were even more exaggerated. 30 dual slow, reduced evasion, it was simply a nightmare for all players. Not to mention the 3 hidden attributes of cannot be dropped, cannot be traded, cannot be damaged, which are normally standard for artifacts in other online games. No wonder even powerful heroes were wary of the Ice Element Swordsman. This formation diagram is simply absurdly strong. Looking at the Ice Element Formation Diagram in his hand, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and quietly clenched his fist. From this moment on, he had added another goal in the game. That was to spare no effort to continue collecting the other 7 fragments of the 8 Desolations Formation Diagram. After equipping the Ice Element Formation Diagram, Lin Xiao looked at the other rewards. After completing this hidden quest, Lin Xiao received 5 free attribute points and 1 free skill point. However, unfortunately, he did not want to use either of these rewards. After his trip to the Golden Monkey Ridge, Lin Xiao deeply realized the benefits of saving attribute points. Thus, he planned to continue saving these 5 free attribute points for future needs. As for the free skill point, there was even less need to use it. Currently, he had only 2 skills, and only healing spell was an upgradable skill. When it came to learning new skills, there was only the Soul Fire Talisman, a rather useless skill option. So rather than wasting this precious skill point on these 2 skills, it was better to save it for later, waiting until after reaching level 10. After reviewing the rewards, Lin Xiao promptly went to the warehouse and stored the monkey wine recipe he had persuaded from old Shan the blacksmith. Unfortunately, to brew monkey wine, not only is the monkey wine recipe needed, but one must also learn the brewing life skill. Regrettably, Lin Xiao had previously learned the herb gathering skill, so he would have to wait until after reaching level 10 to receive a new life skill point to brew monkey wine. This meant that although Lin Xiao gained a lot from this hidden quest, the only immediate benefit he could reap was just the ice element from. Indeed, if your level is not high enough, even if good things are right in front of you, you can only watch helplessly. Upon thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of resignation and quickly sent a message to Donkey Brother. Donkey Brother, contact me as soon as you log in. Not long after sending the message, Donkey Brother quickly replied, Boss, I've logged in with Pot Brother, what instruction? Previously fearing an encounter with the monkey horde returning to Golden Monkey Ridge, the two had immediately chosen to log out upon reaching the territory of the level 4 kudu. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not intend to let the two wander around the novice village. Send me your coordinates, I'll come find you. All right. Donkey Brother first replied, then promptly sent their coordinates. Lin Xiao glanced at the coordinates, then quickly replenished 30 bundles of talisman paper at the general store before striding out of the novice village. Talisman paper is a consumable used by Taoists to cast their basic attacks. 1 copper coin can buy 100 sheets, which is significantly cheaper than arrows for archers. The reason Lin Xiao bought so many talisman papers in one go was that with the enhancement of the frost array, his basic attacks were no longer useless. Instead, they possessed a guaranteed 10 points of true damage along with freezing and slowing effects. Coupled with his 28 points of agility and the dual attack speed boost from the wind spell, his output ability became quite formidable. Moreover, the issue that had long plagued Lin Xiao's team, regarding insufficient output capabilities, would be temporarily resolved due to Lin Xiao's changes. Before long, Lin Xiao found himself deep within the territory of the longhorned deer, and he noticed several familiar figures in the distance. It was the group led by Six Brother and his little heroes. At this moment, Six Brother and his sidekick Tiger were grinding the longhorned deer under the guidance of 2 level 3 players. However, the two were merely standing there quietly chatting and leeching experience, while the task of monster grinding was entirely left to the 4 level 3 players. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed mischievously as he walked over with a broad grin, not forgetting to cast a wind spell on himself. A few seconds later Lin Xiao finally arrived within range of his basic attack, and his appearance immediately alerted Sixth Brother and the others. That Sixth Brother widened his eyes in shock. "It's you. Brothers, what are you waiting for?" What a coincidence, brother, we meet again." Lin Xiao grinned, and without further ado raised his hand to unleash a flurry of basic attacks on the only archer among the 4 level 3 players. Perhaps Lin Xiao might struggle against players and monsters of the same level, however bullying a level 3 squishy, with around 200 health was no problem at all. With his monstrous attributes and a full 3-level advantage, the archer didn't even get to shoot a single arrow before his health. As this person fell, a thin layer of frost covered his body, clearly a freezing and slowing effect unique to the frost array. Watching his side's archer get instantly killed, Sixth Brother hastily shouted to the other 3. "What are you 3 dawdling for? Hurry up and run." Relying on the fact that he was within the novice protection period, Sixth Brother knew that this persistent guy wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Hence, the target was clearly his 3 subordinates who had just recently exited the novice protection period. Upon Sixth Brother's command, the 3 who had been at a loss due to their teammate being killed by Lin Xiao immediately reacted and turned to flee. However, it seemed they had gotten their directions mixed up as they ran straight into the territory of level 4 Kudu. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like you're not stupid after all. Then why did you dare to lead people to Golden Monkey Ridge to ambush us? Were you relying on sheer numbers?" Sixth Brother's face turned pale instantly. You knew all along." Reflecting on the past, Sixth Brother felt a deep regret. If he had known earlier how terrifying this guy's combat power was, he would never have committed such a foolish act that would offend someone. But now it was too late to say anything. With this person's style of doing things, life in the novice village was bound to be tough for him from now on. "Do you think I look blind?" Lin Xiao replied, coldly patting Sixth Brother's shoulder. "Alright, I still have to chase your 3 subordinates, so I won't chat with you any longer. You 2 also need to level up diligently, don't keep me waiting too long. Bye." With that, Lin Xiao immediately turned and dashed towards Sixth Brother's 3 subordinates. His speed, which was even more terrifying than that of an assassin player, startled the 2, causing them to sit down on the ground in shock. "It's over. All over." Sixth Brother stared blankly at Lin Xiao's departing figure, muttering to himself. Beside him, Tiger wore an expression of despair. "Sixth Brother, how about we just delete our accounts?" "Delete accounts?" Sixth Brother's lips twitched slightly. "It's easy for you to say. If news spreads that players of the Hero Association were killed to the point of deleting their accounts and starting over in the novice village, do you think the boss would let us off? Then what should we do?" That guy's words were clearly not intending to let us off. "What else can we do? The only option now is to buy ourselves some time." Sixth Brother side stood up and said, "Let's go, we'll head back to the novice village first." Tiger glanced at the direction Lin Xiao had disappeared. "What about them?" Sixth Brother rolled his eyes. "What do you mean them? Those 3 will definitely get back before us." Hearing this, Tiger was momentarily at a loss for words. There was no denying that Sixth Brother's reasoning was just too damn sound. Under Lin Xiao's relentless pursuit, one of the warrior players among the 3 was the first to have his health bar depleted. Seeing this, the other 2 simply stopped running and turned to confront Lin Xiao instead. Unfortunately, their speed was far too slow. Not only did their plan to counterattack fail, but they were also tormented to the brink of death by Lin Xiao's kite-flying strategy. The 2 could not fathom how a Taoist could possess such terrifying movement speed and attack speed. Not only that, but this guy's basic attack damage was outrageously high and even came with freezing and slowing effects. Clearly just a support, yet he played so disgustingly that he was even more infuriating than an archer. How could they fight against that? Forget it, let it be destroyed. In the end, the 2, filled with despair, simply gave up resisting, allowing talismans to fall upon them. With the last 2 talismans striking their bodies, the 2 instantly transformed into white light and vanished from the wilderness. Watching the dropped bags of the 2, Lin Xiao couldn't even be bothered to rummage through them. Instead, he hummed a little tune, looking completely at ease as he strode toward the Kudu territory. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Xiao successfully reunited with Brother Gua and Brother Lu. "Boss, have you completed the hidden mission?" Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Brother Lu was the first to speak, his face filled with curiosity. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "Of course. I've already claimed my rewards." "What rewards?" Brother Lu quickly asked. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile mysteriously. "Come on, let's form a team first." "Good." The 2 responded quickly, sending Lin Xiao a team invitation. Once the team was formed, Lin Xiao smiled and pointed to 2 level 4-horned horses not far away. "Brother Gua, Brother Lu, each of you kill, one just use normal attacks." The 2 were momentarily taken aback. "Boss, what does this have to do with your rewards?" Lin Xiao said mysteriously. "You'll know after hitting them a couple of times." "All right." The 2 replied, still a bit confused, and then went their separate ways to take action. "Damn!" 2 seconds later, they exclaimed in unison. "Boss, what's going on?" The 2 looked incredulously at the layer of blue frost covering the horned horse. "Hidden mission reward ice array map. As long as you team up with me, you'll have a 50 chance to trigger the freezing slowdown effect. This means that not only can I cast the double acceleration spell on you, but you can also slow down your opponents and reduce their evasion probability. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the two brothers gasped. Is the attribute of this ice array map that strong? At this moment Tai Guidun still had a look of shock on his face. Not just strong. Paired with the boss wind spirit spell, it's simply absurdly powerful. Brother Lu also said with a sigh of emotion. After clearing the two horned horses, Brother Lu couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what should we do next?" "Level up." Lin Xiao's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, "Level up like crazy. We need to reach level 10 within 4 days. 4 days? The two's expressions stiffened. "Boss, you aren't planning to be the first player to reach the main city, are you?" Brother Gui asked seriously. "That's right. We must achieve this accomplishment. Let's strive to open the main city teleportation array for the entire Huaxia region as soon as possible," Lin Xiao said with a serious tone. In his previous life, it was precisely because this achievement was snatched by the Asia-Pacific server that the teleportation array to the main city was opened first. As a chain reaction, the overall level of players in the Asia-Pacific server was far higher than that of players from other servers. Especially after the merge, Xiao Rizi and Bangzi dealt a great blow to Huaxia players. If it weren't for this incident, the Huaxia server wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses during the future invasion of the Fierce Beast. For this reason, Lin Xiao had to make up for this gap. He didn't seek for Huaxia players to exceed other servers' levels by much. He would be satisfied as long as the level gap with opponents wasn't too significant. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Brother Gui and Brother Lu also became determined. "All right, we fully support you, boss." Under Lin Xiao's leadership, the three of them were the first to enter the territory of the level 6 wild buffalo, which had extremely high defense. However, such high defense wild monsters were not their first choice. So they didn't linger and directly passed through entering the territory of the level 7 prairie wolves. Prairie wolves were also social monsters, but each pack had at most a dozen members. With their high attack, low defense, fast movement, and low health characteristics, they were perfect for Lin Xiao's team that focused on strong offense and weak defense. Moreover, the most important thing was that the three of them were only level 6, so fighting the level 7 prairie wolves counted as over-leveling and the experience points would be significantly higher. After casually selecting a pack of prairie wolves, the three immediately took action. Lin Xiao was the first to launch a normal attack spell, dealing 12 points of true damage to one of the prairie wolves, Brother Gui, and Brother Lu added 2 points of true damage after joining the team. At the same time, he was fortunate enough to trigger the slowdown effect. Immediately after, Lin Xiao switched targets and attacked the second prairie wolf, only switching targets again after triggering the freezing slowdown effect. After attracting the attention of many prairie wolves, Lin Xiao remained unbothered. When they charged at him with the freezing slowdown effect, Brother Gui used a taunt, instantly drawing their attention away. Next, Brother Lu began to unleash his power. After casting the Vitality Strike skill, he started to frantically reap the prairie wolves. With the quadruple boost of Vitality Strike, Wind Spirit Spell, Monkey Wine, and Ice Array Map, Brother Gui's output was terrifying. Lin Xiao standing behind the two was not idle either. Once Brother Lu selected a target, he would also output damage to the same prairie wolf. In just a few minutes, with their combined efforts, they completely cleared the wolf pack. While the two were cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Xiao didn't help. Instead, he took the opportunity to gather all the herbs he could see in front of him. Of course, he didn't think about how much these herbs could sell for. The main point was to gain a certain amount of experience. Although the experience gained was not much, even the smallest grasshopper is meat. He focused on not wasting anything. Thus, the three of them farmed in the prairie wolf territory for 5 hours. Due to the sufficient number of prairie wolves and the large territory, the three could hardly rest. After clearing a section of the map, when they turned back, the prairie wolves would respawn. It formed a perfect cycle. Seeing that the two were beginning to show signs of fatigue, Lin Xiao glanced at the time and suggested, "Brother Gui, Brother Lu, after we finish with this pack, let's find a place to log out and take a break. Let's log back in after an hour." Unlike other online games, players in 8 Desolations can level up smoothly as long as they complete main quests, side quests, and daily quests. In 8 Desolations, the number of quests available for players was pitifully small. If one wanted to level up, there were no shortcuts. Fighting monsters was the only option. If everyone was just seeking novelty in the short term, it wouldn't be a problem. But over time, no one could endure it. Lin Xiao was no exception. Therefore, he had to keep a good balance and ensure that everyone took breaks when needed. Work and rest must be balanced. After taking off his helmet, Lin Xiao immediately heard the sound of pots and spatulas clashing from the kitchen. Soon after, he also caught a whiff of the aroma of his favorite stir-fried pork with chili. She really came. Lin Xiao helplessly shook his head and then got up to leave the bedroom. Worried that his sudden appearance might startle the other person, Lin Xiao deliberately made some slight noises when opening the door. As he stepped out of the bedroom, the sound of Zhou Rui's voice immediately came from the kitchen. "Go wash your hands. There's a soup almost ready." "Okay." Glancing at the 2 steaming bowls of rice and a plate of spicy stir-fried meat on the dining table, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile as he headed straight for the sink in the bathroom. When he came out, Zhou Rui was already seated at the dining table, looking at him with a cheerful smile and saying, "Come, try my cooking." "Okay." Lin Xiao walked over with a smile, picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him and started eating heartily. "Delicious." Zhou Rui smiled sweetly, "Then eat more." "Sure." After satisfying their hunger, the two of them began to clean up the dishes while chatting casually. "How's everything going online?" Zhou Rui asked with a smile. "It's going well. Right now I'm focused on breaking through, hoping to reach level 10 soon." Lin Xiao asked as he took the bowl from Zhou Rui's hands. "What about you?" "Not bad. But there are always some self-important guys who like to cling to us," Zhou Rui said with a frustrated expression. "Cling to you?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. "Yes. In just a few hours 2 groups have already approached us trying to recruit us into their guild." Lin Xiao showed a look of realization. "So that's how it is. That's normal. With your levels being so high, sooner or later guilds will come to recruit you." However, Lin Xiao suddenly changed the topic. "But you need to be careful. Some people might get very upset if they You hit the nail on the head." Zhou Rui sighed helplessly. "A group from the Heroes Guild threatened us that if we don't join we won't be able to leave the newbie village." "The Heroes Guild again?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Zhou Rui looked up at Lin Xiao again. "Have you encountered them too?" "That's right. And even the threats they made were the same." Lin Xiao grinned. "But I didn't let them have their way. I managed to bring most of their level 3 players down to level 2. "Well done." Zhou Rui gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, feeling quite pleased. "By the way, let me give you once you reach level 5, it's best if the 4 of you can form a closed loop with your life skills. Aim to stay in the wild to grind monsters for a long time without returning to the newbie village for supplies." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "That way the Heroes Guild won't be able to do anything about you." Zhou Rui replied confidently, "Great idea. I will tell them." Hearing this, Zhou Rui's eyes brightened. "Oh right, I'm planning to recruit my 3 teammates as well. What do you think?" Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. "You trust my abilities that much?" "Of course." Zhou Rui nodded with a smile. "I've heard some things about the Heroes Guild. You dared to scam them and succeeded, so your strength must be exceptional. Qualifying to be a guild leader is definitely within your reach." Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll be waiting for your good news." Zhou Rui said confidently, "Don't worry. They will definitely agree." After cleaning up the dishes, Zhou Rui rushed out of Lin Xiao's house. Lin Xiao didn't hurry to go online either. Instead, he spent some time watching short videos in the living room before getting up to return to his room. It is worth mentioning that while he was watching videos, he indeed saw the news about bugs spotted in newbie village No. 353. Level 6 monsters invading the level 3 training area. However, the official response from 8 Desolations was quite simple, direct, and very forceful. The server had no bugs, everything was normal. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Regardless of the game, 8 Desolations itself, or its surrounding network operations, they were all independently managed by the 8 Desolations intelligence server. Therefore, it was impossible for any bugs to occur. Of course, in his previous life, after the incident where monsters invaded Blue Star, most surviving players had doubted whether the 8 Desolations intelligence server was responsible. However, after thorough investigation, it was determined that the intelligence was not the culprit. Rather, it was the greatest contributor to stabilizing humanity's position. It was precisely because the 8 Desolations intelligence activated the final protection mechanism in time that human players could synchronize their abilities in the game. Otherwise, relying solely on human capabilities, Blue Star would have likely fallen long ago. After going online again, Lin Xiao continued to grind monsters with Brother Gua and Brother Lu. Moreover, just before being forcibly logged off, they successfully reached level 7. In fact, the 3 of them could have leveled up even faster. However, their previous trip to Golden Monkey Ridge had wasted too much valuable leveling time. Otherwise, with their leveling speed, they might have even reached a higher level by now. Fortunately, the gains from the trip to Golden Monkey Ridge were also considerable, so it could be considered a trade-off. The next day, the 3 of them resumed their frenzied monster grinding. However, Lin Xiao ended the day's activities an hour early. He needed to take the 2 of them to a new leveling spot to level up. Before that, they had to return to the village to After the 2 of them logged off, Lin Xiao immediately activated the Wind Spirit spell and headed straight for the newbie. In fact, in 8 Desolations, there are also items like return scrolls. Moreover, they are not too expensive and almost all players can afford them. However, return scrolls require someone to complete the task of activating the newbie village teleportation array before they can be used. Otherwise, these items are just decorations. Don't underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous item. If it could be used properly, it would definitely save players a lot of time running around, allowing them to level up. This is also the fundamental reason why players on the Asia-Pacific server were far ahead of those on other servers in terms of. After activating the Wind Spirit spell, Lin Xiao moved quickly to reach the newbie village. As soon as possible, he specifically found a shortcut that crossed the territory of level 3 wild boars. However, just as he was about to cross the wild boar territory, he happened to see 2 level 2 players fiercely attacking a wild boar When he saw the appearance of the two players, he couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into them here. Lin Xiao smiled helplessly and strolled over. Oh, isn't this an old acquaintance? Why are you guys here grinding wild boars instead of the good old horned deer? You! How could you be here? At this moment Lu Gu was completely stunned. I had already hidden in the wild boar's territory. How could I still encounter you, the plague god? Do you really have to be so haunting? Haha, look at what you're asking. Why can't I be here? Lin Xiao laughed teasingly. So how about it? Is this wild boar easy to kill? Do you want me to help you? Glancing at the nearly dead wild boar and the two brothers with equally unhealthy health bars, Lin Xiao suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. What? What do you want to do? Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Lu Gu, already shadowed by past scams, became tense. Brother, we don't have to be afraid of him. We are only level 2. Just then Huzi, who was entangled with the nearly dead wild boar, suddenly turned to remind them. That's right. I'm still in the newbie protection period. What am I afraid of? Reminded by Huzi, Lu Gu immediately perked up. He suddenly looked at Lin Xiao with an air of arrogance. Did you hear that? I'm still in the newbie protection period. So stop trying to scare me. Scare you? Just watch. Lin Xiao suddenly grinned at Lu Gu and raised his hand to cast a healing. Seeing this, Lu Gu almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, a healing spell. Are you here to make jokes? Lu Gu. What now? Lu Gu was quite displeased as his show-off was interrupted. Run. The wild boar. The wild boar is at full health. What the hell? Lu Gu's eyes widened in shock. Healing spell. Casting a healing spell on a wild boar? Can this game really be played like this? A player actually healing a monster. Are you out of your mind? Ah! Just as Lu Gu questioned his life, Hugh's shrill scream suddenly rang out. His health was already low, and facing a wild boar that was nearly at 0 health might not have been an issue, but if it was a wild boar at full health, then there was no way to survive. Thus, after 2 rounds of exchanging blows, Huzi was immediately knocked to the ground by the suddenly vigorous wild boar. His health bar emptied. Meanwhile, the wild boar still had 90% of its health left. After taking down Huzi, the wild boar immediately set its bloodthirsty gaze on Lu Gu. At the same time, it displayed its long tusks and charged at him fiercely. Of course, this was not because the wild boar feared the weak, but rather the game's hate mechanism was simply like this. Run! Seeing the wild boar charging at him, Lu Gu lost his composure and immediately ignored Lin Xiao, turning to run towards the periphery of the wild boar's territory. Joking. As a fragile mage, how could he withstand the wild boar's charge? If he got hit hard, even if he didn't get killed, it wouldn't be much better. However, as a mage, he was not only low on health but also had poor speed and evasion. With a loud bang, Lu Gu was instantly knocked away by the wild boar, his health severely depleted. Then the wild boar came charging again, taking advantage of Lu Gu's unsteady stance and struck right at him. One of its sharp tusks hit the bullseye. Ah! Even though it was only a 10 pain sensation, being hit in that area still made Lu Gu emit a heart-wrenching scream. Then he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Only a backpack fell to the ground with a thud. Newbie protection period. I can't kill you, but the monsters can still kill me. Lin Xiao sneered, looking quite pleased. Casting healing spells on monsters was not a strange thing in Lin Xiao. Almost all players knew this. As long as you were not afraid of dying, any enhancement or support skills could be cast. This is also the fundamental reason why most players would not easily provoke support players like Taoists or priests. After all, if these guys got serious, they truly could not distinguish between friend and foe. They could gross you out to death. Originally, this wild boar that had just achieved a double kill wanted to attack Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao would not give it that chance. He had already run out of the wild boar's territory. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao finally returned to the newbie. He first replenished half a backpack of talisman paper at the grocery store, and then went to the blacksmith shop to deliver the monkey wine he had promised Old Chen. However, just as he bid farewell to Old Chen and left the blacksmith shop, he suddenly heard the voices of a few players not far away. Hey bro, why don't you look for another team? Our team is going to have 2 archers join next, so. Sorry about that, the leading warrior player said helplessly to a young-looking mage player. Boss, is it because my output capability as a mage is too weak? Why do I have to be kicked out of the team for no reason? Beside him, a shield guard player also had a bitter smile. Brother, we all admit that your output capability is indeed, but your mana consumption is just too fast. Since entering the game, all the game currency we've saved up with great difficulty has gone to buy you gathering pills. We really can't afford to keep you. Another assassin player nodded repeatedly. Yeah, which level 5 player doesn't have a piece or 2 of whiteboard equipment? But look at us, we are still all in newbie gear. Brother, if it doesn't work out, you might as well find a better team. The leading warrior suddenly silenced the complaints of the others and turned to the mage player. His tone softened considerably. Brother, don't listen to their nonsense. In fact, we could level up to level 5 so quickly, all thanks to you. But because of this, we can't delay you. With your output capability, you can completely join a stronger team. There's no need to let us hold you back from your future. Hearing the leading warrior's words, the young man's eyes turned red. Boss, my level 5 skill can actually choose mana rhythms, so my mana consumption won't be so high. No way. The leading warrior suddenly shouted, your advantage is your output, so you must maximize that. Once you learn mana rhythms, your character will be useless. Do you understand? Just as the warrior finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly interjected, little brother, your boss is right. As long as you find a team that can provide you with unlimited gathering pills, mana rhythms is completely a useless skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a Taoist player slowly walked in front of everyone. It was Lin Xiao, who had just been eavesdropping nearby. All present blinked in unison as Lin Xiao approached. Though players could not view each other's IDs, high-level players possessed the ability to discern the ranks of peers and lower-level players. Yet despite all now being level 5 players, this Taoist priest before them remained utterly inscrutable. And a high-rank player. A chill ran through the group. Wariness flickered unmistakably in their eyes. And, brother, your words just now struck with surgical precision. May we ask your name? The warrior player at their forefront spoke first. And, just call me Ling Xiao. Lin Xiao first offered his ID, then smiled warmly at the assembled group. Please don't be tense. I merely overheard your conversation and couldn't resist chiming in. The warrior arched a brow, his tone layered with implication. Coincidence. Nothing else behind it. And haha, of course there is. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, then pointed toward the young mage beside them. Truth be told, I find this young brother especially intriguing. I only wonder whether you truly intend to release him. After all, poaching isn't my style. And haha. The warrior chuckled openly, then nodded solemnly. Brother Ling Xiao certainly doesn't beat around the bush. Still, as you yourself noted, if my brother joins a team capable of supplying him endlessly with spirit aggregation pills, his arcane resonance skill would become utterly redundant. Does your team possess such resources? Lin Xiao smiled with quiet confidence. If my team lacks the means, then no other team in the entire newbie village does either. A rogue player nearby snorted dismissively. Anyone can boast. Show us something real. Silence. The warrior whirled sharply, rebuking the rogue, then turned back to Lin Xiao with an apologetic smile. Brother, forgive him. He speaks plainly, often offending without intent. No harm done, Ling Xiao replied with a gentle wave of his hand. When recruiting talent, one must naturally demonstrate capability. With that, he glanced toward the young mage, and casually withdrew 10 gold coins from his spatial pack. Brother, should you join my team, these 10 gold coins go to your leader as compensation. As for spirit aggregation pills for leveling, consider them fully covered. Naviri eye widened in disbelief. Even the warrior leader drew a sharp, audible breath at the sight of those 10 gleaming coins. 10 gold coins, and 10 whole gold coins. And even pooling every player's currency in the newbie village wouldn't guarantee such a sum. And most astonishing of all, they weren't meant to purchase spirit aggregation pills, and they were offered purely as compensation. To produce such a staggering sum solely as recompense. What extraordinary wealth must this man command? And staring long and hard at the coins in Ling Xiao's palm, the young mage suddenly lifted his gaze. Brother Ling Xiao, are these 10 gold coins truly meant as compensation for my leader and comrades? And exactly. Think of it as a transfer fee. Ling Xiao nodded with a faint smile. And transfer fee. A collective twitch tugged at their lips. And well now, transfer fees had officially entered the game. Been watching too many sports broadcasts, have we? And then again, it was rather apt to compare 10 gold coins to a transfer fee. The young mage took a slow, deep breath, as if steeling himself, and gave a firm, decisive nod. Brother Ling, I accept. And excellent. Ling Xiao clapped the youth on the shoulder and extended the 10 coins toward the warrior. Here. You take them. These 10 gold coins are yours? And no, I cannot accept them. The warrior stared stunned, then hastily waved his hands in refusal. The young mage hurriedly interjected. Leader, please take them. If not for me, none of us could afford even a single decent piece of gear. Consider this my repayment to the team? Ling Xiao nodded earnestly. My brother speaks true. Take the coins. Buy proper gear and your leveling speed will soar. Rest assured, Ling Xiao will never fail this young brother. At last the warrior relented. Very well. I'll accept, but I trust you'll honor your word, brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao met his gaze with solemn sincerity. You have my word. After bidding farewell to his former teammates, the youth followed Ling Xiao away. En route to the apothecary, they exchanged. There Ling Xiao learned the youth's ID, Xiao Yi, and a memorable name. Xiao Yi it is then, Ling Xiao said, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. Yes, sir, leader. For the first time addressing another as leader, Xiao Yi faltered slightly, still unaccustomed to the title. Instinctively, he glanced backward. And don't look back. They've already left the newbie village, Ling Xiao murmured calmly beside him. Perhaps they're searching for those 2 new teammates. Xiao Yi murmured, voice heavy with sorrow. And Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. New teammates. They were simply stringing you along. And you believed them? And what? Stringing me along? Xiao Yi's expression froze in astonishment. And Ling Xiao nodded, smiling gently. Precisely. If I'm right, they have no such new recruits at all. That claim was merely meant to set your mind at ease. And Xiaoyi managed a wry smile. Then, what about their saying they couldn't afford me? Surely that wasn't fabricated. Ling Xiao shrugged. That part was true. Yet no one blamed you. Their intention was noble to spare you from settling for the arcane resonance skill. A dead end that would cripple your future prospects. I see. As Ling Xiao's explanation settled over him, Xiao Yi's eyes glistened, his voice thick with emotion. Ling Xiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder once more. Enough of that. If you wish to repay them, do so by training diligently with me. I guarantee, you will meet them again one day? And Xiaoyi nodded fiercely. Yes. I'll train hard on. Good. Time grows short. Let's go. In the final moments before mandatory logout, Ling Xiao purchased an entire pack of spirit aggregation pills for Xiao Yi and outfitted him entirely in white-tire gear. Among those items were even 2 minor rare pieces. All told, the expenditure barely exceeded 20 gold. To Ling Xiao, now flush with wealth, 20 coins meant little. But to an ordinary player like Xiao Yi, it represented a fortune beyond measure. The youth said nothing, only stored silently in his heart every kindness his new leader had shown him. And with that, the last vestige of his guarded reserve quietly dissolved. All right, we have prepared almost everything. Now log off and we will regroup here in 8 hours. Lin Xiao smiled as he reminded his new little brother. Upon hearing this, the little wing who was enjoying his new equipment quickly nodded. Okay, boss. After removing his gaming headset, a proud smile instinctively appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Although he never actively inquired about the little wing's background, Lin Xiao could vaguely guess from the conversations between the little wing and his previous teammates that this little guy was definitely not an ordinary mage player. After all, even if a mage's fireball consumes a lot of mana, it should not drag the entire team down. So Lin Xiao estimated that this time he seemed to have struck gold again. During the next 8 hours of rest, Lin Xiao naturally spent time with Zhou Rui. As usual, the two first found a small shop outside the community to fill their stomachs, then headed straight to a nearby. It is worth mentioning that on their way, they noticed that the streets were filled with promotional advertisements for the online game, Bahuang. The scale and intensity of the promotion genuinely surprised Zhou Rui. After all, such a level of promotion could not be achieved without the tacit approval of the higher-ups. Thinking of this, Zhou Rui glanced at Lin Xiao beside her and couldn't help but sigh. With such a large promotional effort, it seems that this game is indeed as extraordinary as you said. Lin Xiao nodded and replied solemnly, this is just the beginning. He remembered that in his previous life he was not voluntarily involved. Rather, it was a strict order from above mandating that all citizens under 40 must participate. At first, Lin Xiao was somewhat resistant. After all, he was just a low-level worker back then. He could barely support himself, let alone have the leisure to play games. But looking back now, he realized that the higher-ups order ultimately came too late. If it had been issued a few months earlier, he wouldn't have been so passive. Of course, Lin Xiao had never planned to stick his neck out. After all, he had been reborn and some things simply could not be explained. A careless mistake could very well cost him dearly. Moreover, just looking at the current level of promotion, Lin Xiao knew that the higher-ups were not truly ignorant. They did not pay enough attention. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to develop quietly and change everything. After replenishing supplies in the supermarket, the two headed towards their rental apartment. On the way, Zhou Rui suddenly asked, by the way, your rent should be expiring soon, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao slapped his forehead. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten. The landlord messaged me yesterday, saying they wouldn't renew the lease, and I should find a new place as soon as possible. At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly turned to Zhou Rui, frowning as he asked, wait a minute, how did you know about my rent expiration? Zhou Rui rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao, exasperated. What kind of memory do you have? Did you forget that we both share the same landlord? Lin Xiao scratched the back of his head, suddenly recalling that in his previous life, he had to move back to the company dormitory due to his rent expiring. Around that time, it seemed Zhou Rui had also moved. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao asked seriously, so, have you decided where to move? Zhou Rui shook her head. Not yet. Do you have any ideas? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then raised his head, saying, I plan to move to Dongyang Town. Dongyang Town. Zhou Rui frowned. Why move so far away when there's a perfectly good city? Dongyang Town is located on the eastern outskirts of Liaoqing's main urban area, a historic town with hundreds of years of history. Years ago, Liaoqing's cultural tourism department revamped Dongyang Town to develop tourism resources, restoring it to its appearance from hundreds of years ago. The town boasts city gates, walls, towers, and a moat. Especially the thick city walls more than 5 meters high and the wide deep moat, which will undoubtedly serve as the most solid barrier against the fierce beast army in the future. In his previous life, the fierce beast army came unexpectedly, and Dongyang Town fell instantly as there were no players. In this life, if Lin Xiao could occupy this place with the forces he would establish in the future, it might not be without merit. Therefore, moving there in advance to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain and scout the conditions inside and outside the town was crucial for him. Facing Zhou Rui's question, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, because the rent there is cheap. Furthermore, it's far from the city, the environment is nice, and when I get tired of playing games, I can also visit several scenic spots around. Although Dongyang Town has become a key development project for Liaoqing's cultural tourism, the economic downturn in recent years has delayed construction in the ancient town. Additionally, due to severe population loss in northern rural towns over the years, finding a house to rent in Dongyang Town is still quite easy. Moreover, most importantly, it's cheap. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhou Rui's eyes lit up as she suggested, "Great, let's rent a place in Dongyang Town. However, there's no need for us to rent 2 separate rooms. How about we share a big room?" "Share?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, somewhat caught off guard. "Exactly. This way we save on rent, and can still continue being meal buddies, isn't that good?" Zhou Rui said with a smile. "That does sound good." Lin Xiao smirked slightly. "Alright, it's getting late today. Let's go to Dongyang Town tomorrow to find a place and try to move over as soon as possible." "Good." When Lin Xiao reappeared in the novice village, he immediately spotted the flustered little wing, who was being besieged by several female players. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and walked over. "What's going on, little wing? Boss, you finally came. They insist on me taking them to level up. I've refused them many times, but they just won't leave." As soon as Lin Xiao appeared, the little wing broke free from the entanglement of the female players and approached with a distressed expression. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. "You really are a blockhead. With the girls being so proactive, how can you refuse them? Look at me." After saying that, Lin Xiao took the initiative to approach the 3 girls, rubbing his hands together and putting on a frivolous expression, his eyes deliberately glancing over the 3 of them. "Ladies, I heard you want to team up with us to level up." Upon hearing this, the 3 female players frowned in unison, their eyes showing signs of disdain. One of the girls whispered, "Sisters, this guy looks difficult to deal with. Why don't we find someone else to hook?" "Don't rush. It's not easy to find 2 high-level players with good equipment. We shouldn't give up easily. Let me ask first." One of the archers first steadied her 2 companions, then flashed a smile at Lin Xiao and sweetly said, "Are you agreeing to team up with us, handsome?" "Of course, no problem. What man could refuse teaming up with 3 beauties? However, I have a small Upon hearing this, the archer girl immediately put on a pitiful expression. "What are the conditions, handsome? We don't have much game currency on us." Lin Xiao grinned, leering at her chest, and rubbed his hands together. "Forming a team with a beautiful girl to level up, discussing money is such a mood killer. Hee hee. It's just that my brother and I have been cooped up at home playing games for years, and we haven't interacted with the opposite sex at all. How about you all just sacrifice a little? After all, it's just a game, it's not real, right?" As soon as he said this, the 3 female players' expressions changed drastically. "Bah, not that great looking yet, you think so highly of yourself. You want us to sacrifice." "Exactly. So what if your level is a bit higher than ours? What's so impressive about it? Sisters, let's go. We're leaving." Just as the 3 female players turned to leave, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted sternly, What do you want? This is the novice village." The 3 girls were startled by Lin Xiao's sudden shout and huddled together with a wary expression. "If I'm not mistaken, you all have already surpassed level 3, right?" Lin Xiao smiled coldly. "Don't blame me for not warning you, don't run into us out in the wild. Otherwise, it won't be up to you anymore." Upon hearing this, the 3 female players immediately changed their expressions. You shameless, shameless. When I catch you outside, I'll show you what true shamelessness looks like." Lin Xiao coldly glanced at the 3 again and turned to leave with Xiao Yi. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned back to the 3 girls who were pale with fright and said, "Remember, I am from the Hero Association. We're leaving." After saying this, Lin Xiao pulled Xiao Yi and left the novice village without looking back. "Haha, boss, you're really something. Just now they were pestering me, but I didn't expect you to scare them away with just a few words," Xiao Yi said, admiringly giving a thumbs up. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, proudly patting Xiao Yi on the shoulder. "Learn from this kid. To deal with such disgusting green tea bitches, you have to be even more disgusting than they are." Lin Xiao had seen plenty of these green tea bitches in his previous life in the 8 Desolations. Relying on their slight good looks, they would seek out male players to level up and obtain equipment. With phrases like, "You're so awesome, handsome," and "You're so powerful, handsome," they would manipulate a group of fools around them. They even had the gall to call it providing emotional value for the handsome guys. It makes me nauseous. And in Lin Xiao's eyes, these people are even worse than those standing on the street. At least they truly put in the effort. But these people, they want to gain without giving anything in return. They have no shame at all. What's worse, there are really a bunch of naive fools who fall for this. I really don't know what these idiots are thinking. Of course, no matter how others deal with such people, Lin Xiao definitely won't pamper them. Isn't it just about who can be more disgusting? When I get disgusting, I can throw up just looking in the mirror. Are you scared of me? Boss, where are we going? As Lin Xiao and Xiao Yi stepped into the territory of the level 6 wild bulls, Xiao Yi's hand holding the staff trembled, slightly unable to hold back his curiosity, and finally asked, "I thought you wouldn't ask." Lin Xiao turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yi, casually saying, We're going to the territory of the level 7 grassland wolves to meet up with the other 2 teammates. Then, well, go hunt level 9 wild monsters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's face turned pale. Boss, I am only level 5. Is hunting level 9 wild monsters really suitable? What's wrong with that? Lin Xiao patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Kid, remember, fortune favors the bold. To level up quickly, you have to kill monsters above your level. Sticking to the rules will only lead to mediocrity in the end. Do you understand? Xiao Yi nodded, half understanding. I understand, right? Seeing this, Lin Xiao no longer wasted his breath, cast the clear wind spell on Xiao Yi again, and then said, all right, let's hurry up. Once we get to the place, you'll know how exhilarating it is to kill monsters above your level. Regarding Lin Xiao's almost abnormal clear wind spell, Xiao Yi was as shocked as he was with the previous 2 Guogu and Donkey Go, and he finally understood why their new boss had such a high level. With a hint of anxiety, Xiao Yi closely followed Lin Xiao, and finally met up with the other 2 teammates at the edge of the grassland wolf territory. Guogu, Donkey Go, let me introduce you, this is our new teammate Xiao Yi. Lin Xiao pushed Xiao Yi in front of Guogu and Donkey Go, smiling. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly bring them a new teammate, Guogu and Donkey Go understood that their boss personality would never recruit ordinary players into the team. So this little mage must have his unique strengths. Guogu, Donkey Go, nice to meet you, Xiao Yi. After exchanging glances, Donkey Go was the first to ask with a smile. How old are you, little brother? Are you an adult? Xiao Yi quickly straightened his back and honestly replied, Donkey Go, hello. I'm an adult. Just started college this year. Wow, just turned an adult. Donkey Go showed a shocked expression. Does playing games not interfere with your studies? Xiao Yi shook his head and smiled. Not at all, Donkey Go, I have classes in the morning and only play in the afternoon and evening. Plus, almost all the boys in our school play. Standing with his arms crossed, Guogu frowned and asked, little brother, since you can team up with us, you must be using a high-end helmet, right? 30,000 each, can a college student like you afford it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi quickly waved his hands and laughed. It's like this, Guogu, the helmet was sponsored by a rich second-generation roommate of ours. He even said that once we enter the main city, we can join his guild. Guogu's frown deepened. Then we also need to establish a guild in the future. How will you choose then? It's fine, Guogu, that guy found leveling up in this game too tedious and deleted his account the next day. Xiao Yi, Guogu and Donkey Go both twitched their mouths in unison. Okay. As expected of a rich second generation, truly reckless. After some heartfelt reflections, Brother Donkey asked again. By the way, kid, being chosen by our boss clearly means you are not an ordinary player. Now that everyone is present, tell us, what exceptional abilities do you possess? Let me speak. Lin Xiao suddenly interjected. Actually, you guessed it right, Xiao Yi, like us, is also a high-reward player of the scratch card system. His reward is after releasing a skill, he can release the same skill again without cooldown and instantly without any casting delay. In fact, Lin Xiao had already inquired about Xiao Yi during their earlier journey. Upon learning about his talent, he finally understood why this kid had dragged the entire team's economy down. After all, he alone was equivalent to 2 mages, which no ordinary team could sustain. What? Releasing the same skill again without cooldown and without casting delay? Does that mean this kid can continuously unleash 2 of the same skills? Brother Donkey was shocked. No wonder the boss had recruited this kid. Not only is it strong. Brother Pot, analyzing seriously, said, once this kid levels up, his skills will increase and their power will grow. With his talent and the boss' future cooldown reduction and mana recovery skills, he will undoubtedly become a human cannon with infinite firepower. Haha. Hearing this, Brother Donkey immediately burst into laughter. The boss vision is indeed sharp. If this kid's level can keep up, our team's damage output problem will be completely resolved. Alright, since everyone is familiar now, let's set off. Seeing that everyone had gotten to know each other, Lin Xiao waved his hand and cast the wind charm on the 3 of them. Boss, where are you planning to take us to level up this time? Spider Cave. Spider Cave. Brother Pot and the others were all taken aback. Boss, what kind of place is the Spider Cave? I have seen the official introduction to the wild monsters in the novice village. It didn't mention that place at all. Xiao Yi said with a puzzled expression. The official only publishes information about the regular novice village maps. The Spider Cave is a hidden map, so it's normal for the official not to introduce it. Lin Xiao shrugged and smiled, then shared the explanation he had already prepared. The clue about this hidden map was given to me by Old Chun at the blacksmith shop. The cave is divided into 5 layers filled with level 9 wild monsters, giant wolf spiders. Moreover, the paths there can only accommodate 2 players side by side, and due to the giant wolf spider's massive size, only one can pass through at a time. Thus, it is very suitable for us to level up. In Lin Xiao's memory, the Spider Cave was undoubtedly one of the best leveling spots in the novice village. However, because it was a hidden map, it was only accidentally discovered by a team of players from the Huaxia region midgame. This discovery greatly accelerated the leveling speed of new players in the Huaxia region. It also significantly narrowed the level gap between the second-tier players and the first-tier players. The reason a small leveling spot could have such a big impact is mainly due to a very special setting in 8 Desolate Hidden Map, Double Experience. And this hidden map is also Lin Xiao's greatest confidence in being the first to reach level 10. Of course, Lin Xiao did not directly tell everyone about the double experience. He felt that it would be better for everyone to discover this on their own. Under Lin Xiao's lead, the 4-member team passed through the territory of level 7 grassland wolves and arrived at the outskirts of the territory of level 8 kangaroos. Unlike the usual territorial boundary lines, the boundary line between the grassland wolves and kangaroos is a vast east-west ravine that stretches endlessly. Thus, if players want to hunt kangaroos, they must cross this roughly 2-meter-wide ravine. However, Lin Xiao did not let everyone leap over, but directly led them to jump into this 3-meter-deep ravine. Then everyone walked along the bottom of the ravine for about 300 to 400 meters before Lin Xiao suddenly stopped. "Boss, are we here?" Everyone looked around in confusion. "Yes, we're here." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "But there's nothing around. Since it's a spider cave, there must be a cave entrance, right?" Looking at the steep rock walls on both sides of the ravine, Brother Donkey scratched his head. Lin Xiao smiled and pointed to the ground beneath Brother Donkey. "Look, isn't the cave entrance right under your feet?" "What?" Brother Donkey was startled and quickly looked down, instantly exclaiming, "Wow, a stone slab. There really is a cave here." Saying this, the incredibly strong Brother Donkey directly grabbed the edge of the stone slab and forcefully lifted it. In the next second, a pitch-black cave, seemingly bottomless, appeared before everyone. A smell and chill wafted out, causing everyone to frown. Seeing the cave, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nod. This is definitely the right place. Although the cave's exterior differs slightly from his memories, the entrance looks exactly the same as in his previous life. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and handed the torch he had prepared to Brother Pot. "Brother Pot, you go first, Brother Donkey follows, and Xiao Yi, you go last." "All right." Everyone responded, and then Brother Pot, holding the shield in one hand and the torch in the other, jumped into the dark cave first. In the next moment, Brother Pot's voice came from below. "There are monsters. Boss, cast a healing spell." "Got it." Lin Xiao, who was already prepared, immediately threw out a healing spell. Then, without needing Lin Xiao to remind him, Brother Donkey drew out his fine iron sword and unhesitatingly jumped into the cave. "Boss, we can hold them off, come down." Before long, Brother Pot's voice came again from inside the cave. "Okay." Lin Xiao responded and then jumped into the cave after Xiao Yi. Upon entering the cave, Lin Xiao immediately saw Brother Pot, holding up his shield, gritting his teeth to fend off the frenzied attacks of a gigantic wolf spider. The flickering light of the torch illuminated the massive form of the giant wolf spider, which was as big as an electric tricycle. Its sleek dark shell glimmered with an eerie sheen, and its 8 hairy legs bore sharp, curved hooks. Seeing that Brother Pot and Brother Donkey had already begun their assault on the giant wolf spider, Lin Xiao was not idle either. He timely cast healing spells to ensure the health of the front line, while also dealing real damage with his normal attacks. Of course, Xiao Yi also raised his staff beside him, and then 2 fireballs the size of basketballs shot out in succession, striking the giant wolf spider right on its head. This was the second offensive skill of the mage profession, Fireball. As a core output skill for the early stages of the mage profession, the Fireball spell boasts considerable power. Moreover, the burning effect associated with the skill inflicts continuous damage for 5 seconds on both opponents and wild monsters. Moreover, despite being only level 5, Xiao Yi's output is still significantly higher than that of Lin Xiao and Guogu at present. This clearly demonstrates the vital importance of a mage's role within a team. Haha, not bad, little brother. To deal such high output at just level 5. If you catch up in levels, won't my position as the team's top damage dealer be in jeopardy? After successfully stunning the giant wolf spider with a heavy strike, Guogu turned to Xiao Yi with a delighted indeed. After witnessing Xiao Yi's output capabilities, Lu Gu was genuinely pleased. After all, he had always been the only damage dealer in the team. Now that he has a teammate to share the output pressure, he naturally feels much more relaxed. Not at all. Lu Gu is also quite strong. Xiao Yi scratched his head, smiling humbly. You two should stop flattering each other. Focus on defeating the monsters and leveling up, or the wolf spiders behind us are lining up. While easily enduring the giant wolf spider's attacks, Guogu said with a smile. With the help of monkey wine, his pain sensation was nullified, and he faced any wild monster's attacks without fear. With Lin Xiao providing support behind him, he was undoubtedly the most relaxed member of the team. Soon the giant wolf spider let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground after receiving a true damage normal attack from Lin Xiao. The substantial experience points gained also elicited gasps of surprise from everyone. Wow, is the experience from a level 9 wild monster really this high? Lu Gu stared at his experience bar in shock. Boss, isn't the experience from this level 9 wild monster a bit off? Guogu also looked puzzled. I don't know either, old Chin just mentioned there is a leveling hotspot and didn't say anything else. Lin Xiao shrugged, speaking casually. However, deep down he was secretly amused. With double experience points and defeating monsters above their level, the experience gain would naturally be substantial. If they continued at this pace, they might level up again by the end of the night. It was even possible they could achieve more. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't know the reason the others chose not to think too much and focused on defeating monsters and leveling up, due to the sheer number of giant wolf spiders, the team didn't need to move forward at all. After defeating one another would immediately rush in to take its place. Unfortunately, the team's output capabilities were clearly still lacking. Often before they could finish off one batch of wolf spiders, the ones they had previously defeated would respawn. Thus, during the nearly 2 hours, the three of them had been continuously grinding monsters. Boss, I've leveled up. Suddenly, a bright light symbolizing player level up shone on Xiao Yi. Put all your attribute points into intelligence. Lin Xiao reminded without hesitation. Understood. Xiao Yi nodded and promptly allocated his attribute points, as instructed by Lin Xiao. Come on. Show us your output capabilities. Once Xiao Yi allocated his attribute points, Lin Xiao immediately said, All right. Xiao Yi responded, and with a flick of his hand, 2 fireballs struck the giant wolf spider, which only had half health left. Boom. With the eruption of flames, the giant wolf spider's health dropped significantly in an instant. Wow. The single hit damage is even higher than my heavy strike. Lu Gu stared, utterly astonished. He never expected that Xiao Yi, who had just reached level 6, would deal such terrifying damage. After all, he was also fully invested in physical strength, and a heavy strike could unleash a terrifying 150 damage. Yet even so, he was completely unable to compare with Xiao Yi now. Not to mention Xiao Yi could release 2 skills simultaneously. Perhaps this is the inherent advantage of the mage profession. With Lu Gu and the 2 mages, unleashing their powerful output, giant wolf spiders fell one after another. And with the sudden increase in output capabilities, Lin Xiao's team finally managed to clear all the giant wolf spiders in the entire passage for the first time. Boss, should we continue moving forward or stay here and wait for respawns? At that moment, Guogu in front of the team suddenly spoke. Let's wait for the respawns. We move forward only when Xiao Yi levels up again. Lin Xiao said, In such a narrow cave, there's no fear of wild monsters in front, but being ambushed by newly respawned monsters from behind is concerning. Therefore, when the team's output capabilities haven't reached a certain level, rushing forward is absolutely unwise. Moreover, from his memory, the giant wolf spiders here respawn faster than the wild monsters outside. Sure enough, not even a minute after Lin Xiao finished speaking, the first giant wolf spider respawned. Seeing this, everyone immediately perked up and began another round of monster grinding. With the advantage of defeating monsters above their level and double experience, Lin Xiao, Guogu, and Lu Gu finally all reached level 8 just before logging off for a break. Moreover, even Xiao Yi's experience reached 90 of level 6. Alright, time's about up, let's leave the cave and log off above. Gather in an hour. Seeing the time was nearly up, Lin Xiao immediately called out to everyone. Boss, I'm about to level up. Shall we practice a bit more? Xiao Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit reluctant. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and patted Xiao Yi's shoulder. He understood the little brother's feelings. After all, in the previous team, he had to keep an eye on his mana consumption and never dared to output so freely. However, understanding is one thing. Everyone had already fought for 8 hours and was mentally and physically exhausted. A necessary break could also ease the tense emotions. Xiao Yi, I understand how you feel, but we still need to rest. Log off to stretch, eat something, and adjust your state. We still have 8 hours of game time left, plenty for you to play. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt Lin Xiao's words made a lot of sense and nodded. Alright, I'll listen to the boss. That's more like it. You young folks might think it doesn't matter, but we should accommodate our old bones a bit, right? Lu Gu chimed in with a smile. Sorry, Lu Gu, Guogu, I was being inconsiderate. Xiao Yi scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Guogu patted Xiao Yi's shoulder. We're teammates. No need to be so polite. Alright, let's head up and talk. Okay. An hour later, Lin Xiao's team regrouped. This time Lin Xiao still didn't lead the team deep into the cave, but continued to grind monsters near the entrance until Xiao Yi reached level 7. After leveling up once more, Xiao Yi officially replaced Lu Gu as the primary damage dealer in Lin Xiao's team. With the explosive damage from the fireball spell combined with Lu Gu's terrifying physical output, the team quickly cleared all the giant wolf spiders in the passage. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Lin Xiao waved his hand. That's enough, let's go. With Lin Xiao's command, Guogu in front raised his large shield and boldly advanced into the depths of the cave, while Lin Xiao and the others followed closely after picking up the dropped spider silk sacks, venom sacks, and other materials. It is worth mentioning that the first layer of the spider cave has only one path with no forks. Every so often there appears an open area as large as half a basketball court. Within this space lurks an elite monster, the giant blood wolf spider. The size of the blood wolf spider is no different from that of a normal wolf spider, but its entire body is a dark red color, making it very easy to distinguish. Not only in appearance, but the blood wolf spider's attack power, defense, and movement speed are also significantly superior to that of a normal giant wolf spider. Upon encountering this elite-level blood wolf spider, brother Gua immediately activated his taunt skill to ensure the safety of his teammates. Following that, Brother Donkey's heavy strike immediately followed. Although it didn't trigger a stun effect, it still dealt nearly 100 points of damage. Brother Donkey's eyes lit up. The blood wolf spider's total health was only 5,000 points, just 3,000 points higher than that of a normal giant wolf spider. Although it had stronger defense, it couldn't hold out for long under the concentrated fire of the group. Then, with the support of various buffs like Vitality Aura and Breeze Spell, Brother Donkey swung his fine iron sword, continuously striking at the blood wolf spider. Meanwhile, Little Wing's fireballs were released in succession, relentlessly hitting the blood wolf spider. The taunt effect was about to wear off, but everyone remained calm. Thanks to the rapid normal attacks from Lin Xiao and Brother Donkey, the freezing and slowing effects on the blood wolf spider never disappeared. With its movement speed greatly reduced, it could only become a live target for Lin Xiao's team. Under the united efforts of the team, the blood wolf spider had no chance to fight back, and was reduced to a critical. As the blood wolf spider's health was about to hit zero, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, "Brother Donkey, keep it controlled and retreat." Okay. Although Brother Donkey didn't understand Lin Xiao's intention, he successfully stunned the blood wolf spider, and retreated along with Brother Gua. After the two left, Little Wing's two fireballs combined with Lin Xiao's normal attacks directly cleared the remaining health of the. However, just as Brother Gua and the others let out a sigh of relief, the stomach of the blood wolf spider suddenly exploded. Not only did it spew out a large amount of dark green slime, but it also launched more than a dozen football-sized spiderlings. These spiderlings were flung everywhere by the explosion's shockwave. Upon landing, they crazily charged towards Lin Xiao and the others. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, the three of them, except for Lin Xiao, were all left dumbfounded. They never expected that the blood wolf spider would have such a trick up its sleeve just before dying. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's reminder, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Brother Gua, hurry! Taunt!" Seeing everyone frozen in shock, Lin Xiao shouted while casting a normal attack spell to slow down those spiderlings. Okay. Brother Gua quickly snapped back to reality and promptly activated his taunt skill. Damn, that was close to a big mistake. Brother Donkey, who also came to his senses, slapped himself hard, and then brandished his fine iron sword to slash at the swarm of spiderlings. This time, had it not been for Lin Xiao's reminder that allowed Brother Gua to release the taunt skill in time, they would have suffered a huge loss. He and Brother Gua had tough skins and thick flesh, so they might not be in much danger. But Lin Xiao and Little Wing absolutely could not withstand the attacks from the spiderlings. With everyone's combined efforts, all the spiderlings were swiftly taken down, and the entire area returned to calm. Phew! Letting out a breath of turbid air, Brother Gua and Brother Donkey exchanged bitter smiles, and then turned to Lin Xiao saying, "Boss, we were just distracted." "It's fine, I don't blame you." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Little Wing, curious, asked, "Boss, how did you know the blood wolf spider had a trick up its sleeve before dying?" His question drew curious gazes from Brother Gua and the others. Lin Xiao paused slightly, and then casually said, "Earlier Old Chun warned me to be cautious of the elite monsters in that area, but didn't specify what they were. Therefore I kept an eye out and told you to retreat early. I didn't expect the blood wolf spider to pull such a stunt. That Old Chun is definitely doing it on purpose. I feel the same. Besides, I suspect he just wanted to take revenge on you for delivering the wine late. That old fox. What a scoundrel." Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of indignation. Seeing their reactions, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. In fact, Lin Xiao initially didn't plan to remind them. He believed that with his abnormal healing abilities, even if he were attacked by venom and spiderlings, he would definitely not be in any life-threatening danger. But in the end, he couldn't resist. After all, in his previous life, the blood wolf spider's last trick had caused considerable trouble for many players who first entered the spider cave. Especially for mages, priests, and archers who were quite fragile, their losses were indeed heavy. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he ultimately made a different choice. Fortunately, he was clever enough to shift the blame to Old Chun. After collecting the silk sac and venom sac from the blood wolf spider, the group left the open area and headed straight for the next passage to continue hunting giant wolf spiders. Thus, after repeatedly grinding monsters, the four of them spent more than 2 hours before finally reaching the end of the first level of the spider cave. After defeating the two blood wolf spiders guarding the entrance to the first level of the spider cave, Brother Gua and the others looked towards Lin Xiao. "Boss, shall we descend to the second level?" Brother Gua raised his shield at the entrance and turned to look at Lin Xiao. "Of course, let's go down." Lin Xiao nodded without hesitation. He came this time with the intention of clearing the spider cave. In his previous life, players had calculated that if a fully equipped 5-person team could kill their way from level 1 to level 5 of the cave, the experience gained would definitely allow all members of the team to smoothly reach level 10. If a full 5-person team could reach level 10 by clearing the cave, how much more could Lin Xiao's team, which only had 4 people? Besides, Lin Xiao had another goal. That was to hunt the boss located in the 5th level of the spider cave. The Dark Spider Queen. In his previous life, before the spider cave was discovered, there were no bosses in the novice village. This led to the achievement reward for the global first kill of a boss being completed by that brat from the Asia-Pacific region on the 7th day after entering the main city. In this life, since Lin Xiao already knew that the novice village had a boss, he naturally wouldn't let the achievement of global first kill of a boss slip away. At the same time, he wanted to see how that brat from the Asia-Pacific region would act after losing these 2 achievement rewards. Would he still be as arrogant as in his previous life? With Lin Xiao's command, the four of them descended to the second level of the spider cave. Compared to the first level, there wasn't much difference in the second level. Only the number of giant wolf spiders had increased significantly. Moreover, at the end of each passage's open area, there were no longer just one blood wolf spider but two. Of course, for the current Ling Xiao team, whether there is one or two blood wolf spiders makes no difference. The team's control is not lacking, and the two blood wolf spiders cannot surpass the defensive line formed by Gua and Donkey Air. They only need to be wary of the blood wolf spider's dying counterattack. After a battle lasting over 3 hours, Lin Xiao and the others finally cleared all the wolf spiders on the second level. At this moment, Xiaoyi had successfully reached level 8. As for Lin Xiao and the other two, their experience points had all reached about 60 of level 8. It is estimated that upon finishing the third level of the cave, they would definitely be able to level up to level 9. At this time, there was still a little over an hour left before the mandatory offline time. Therefore, after entering the third level of the cave, the group did not plan to venture deeper, instead opting to roam back and forth in the first 3 corridors to grind monsters. In fact, they were forced into this situation. After all, even if the 4 of them logged off, they could only do so at the starting point of the third level of the cave. Otherwise, if they did not manage their time well when logging back into the game, they could easily be instantaneously killed by the newly spawned giant wolf spiders. Seeing that the time was about right, the 4 returned to the starting point of the third level. After agreeing on the login time for next time, they all logged off to rest. After removing his helmet, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stretch lazily, feeling completely refreshed. After a whole night of cultivation, his level was about to reach level 9. This was 3 to 5 days faster than he had anticipated. There was no helping it. His 3 teammates were truly impressive. This was something he had never expected before. After stretching his somewhat stiff limbs and back, Lin Xiao headed straight for the bathroom. Today, he still needed to go to Dongyang Town with Zhou Rui to look for a house. This was a major matter concerning their future survival, so he couldn't be careless. After enjoying a comfortable hot shower, Lin Xiao walked out of the bathroom wearing shorts and with his upper body bare. But when he arrived in the living room, he suddenly saw Zhou Rui walking in with a bag of breakfast. Their eyes met. Ah! Zhou Rui screamed and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. You. Hurry and go put on some clothes. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead and chuckled helplessly. Sister, I'm wearing shorts down below. Ah! Hearing this, Zhou Rui peeked through the gaps between her fingers and immediately sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought you weren't wearing anything. I'm not an exhibitionist. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, but seeing Zhou Rui staring at his 8-pack abs, his expression turned serious. Hey, have you seen enough? You dare to show it, so why can't I look? Zhou Rui retorted defiantly, then changed the topic. But to be honest, I didn't expect your physique to be so good. You even have an 8-pack. How rare. Of course. Back in college, I was one of the top 10 handsome guys on campus. How could I not have an 8-pack to uphold my reputation? Lin Xiao said with a narcissistic expression. You, top 10 handsome guy on campus. It seems the quality of the boys at your school isn't that great. Zhou Rui teased while covering her mouth. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased. Sister, you're looking down on people a bit too much. I was back then. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to finish, Zhou Rui quickly waved her hand to interrupt. Okay, you should hurry and change your clothes, handsome. Otherwise the breakfast will get cold. Humph, that's more like it. Lin Xiao snorted lightly and proudly entered the bedroom. 40 minutes later, the two of them, having finished breakfast, were already in a taxi heading to Dongyang Town. Dongyang Town is located east of Liaoqing and is about a 25-minute drive away. In the car, when the driver heard that Lin Xiao and the others were going to Dongyang Town to rent a house, he immediately perked up. Brother, what a coincidence. I am from Dongyang Town. Tell me, what kind of house are you two looking to rent? Do you have any specific requirements? Haha. What a coincidence. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he said, Actually, we just want to rent a house with a yard, preferably within the town. Of course, the premise is that it should be ready to move in. In fact, Dongyang Town is not small, mainly divided into 2 areas, the outside of the town and the inside of the town. The outside of the town consists of residential developments from a few years ago and commercial areas adjacent to the main street, along with several scattered villages nearby. The so-called inside the town refers to the newly built old town of Dongyang. In the inside the town, most residents are pure locals who have lived in Dongyang Town for generations, but the number is not large, only about 200 households. Originally, the authorities planned to collectively demolish this area of inside the town. However, due to the economic downturn in recent years, this has been delayed for 7 or 8 years. This has led to the dreams of the inside the town residents being shattered, and many have gone out to work. Therefore, there are indeed many vacant houses. Moreover, they are all new houses built for the purpose of demolition. Inside the town, then that will be very easy to find. The driver chuckled when he heard this. To be honest, the demolition news a few years ago was quite rampant, so almost every household built new houses. You can just go to the advertisement board at the city gate and take a look. It's almost all rental advertisements. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he quickly thanked him. Is that so? Thank you so much, brother. No need to be polite. The driver waved his hand and said, okay, well, arrive after passing this checkpoint, a total of 20 yuan. All right. Lin Xiao immediately scanned the code to pay and quickly got out of the car after the driver stopped. Standing at the city gate of the ancient town, Lin Xiao looked up at the tall city wall and couldn't help but nod in approval. To be honest, a 5 to 6 meter high city wall is nothing to those gigantic fierce beasts. But for Lin Xiao it was already sufficient. What are you looking at? Zhou Rui asked curiously beside him. Oh, it's nothing. Lin Xiao shook his head. Let's look at the house first. All right. Through their relentless efforts, they finally found a suitable place to live. The housing in the inside the town is mostly newly built rural courtyards. So the only things they needed to check were whether they could move in with their bags and if there was internet access. Fortunately, the house they looked at met all the conditions. It even exceeded their expectations, because this house was originally intended as a wedding house for the owner's child. Unfortunately, the bride's family looked down on rural courtyards, and they had no choice but to buy another apartment in the city. After viewing the house, Zhou Rui was very satisfied. Moreover, she skipped over Lin Xiao and directly signed a house sale agreement with the owner. There are 2 more chapters this afternoon. Indeed, it is not a lease agreement but a sales agreement. Lin Xiao initially intended to intervene but ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, there is still a year left and money will soon become worthless. Since you want to spend it, go ahead. As long as you are happy. After finalizing the transfer time, the two took a taxi back to the city. Once the housing issue was resolved, the next step was naturally to focus on leveling up. The 3rd level of the spider cave has far more wild monsters than the 2nd level. Especially the number of blood wolf spiders occupying the cave's open area has doubled again, reaching 4. However, Lin Xiao was able to adjust his tactics in time thanks to his memories from his previous life. Safely exterminating the blood wolf spiders, whose numbers doubled layer by layer, was not difficult at all. Thus, as long as everyone advanced step by step, reaching level 10 was merely a matter of time. Wearing their gaming helmets, the Ling Xiao team of 4 logged in on time as agreed. Upon seeing everyone, Lin Xiao solemnly stated, everyone, our task today is to clear the 4th level of the spider cave. Although time might be a bit tight with our team's strength, it is not impossible. As long as Xiaoya's output keeps up, I also feel it won't be a big problem. At this moment, Brother Donkey was busy repairing everyone's equipment, and upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, he looked up at everyone with a confident expression. Don't worry, Brother Donkey. Xiaoyi, who was busy using his crafting skills to refine gathering pills, nodded vigorously at Brother Pot. My proficiency is sufficient now. I can definitely be self-sufficient within level 10. Indeed, Xiaoyi was currently busy refining gathering pills that restore mana. After hearing Lin Xiao's advice, Xiaoyi decisively chose alchemy as his crafting skill. Moreover, all the herbs that Lin Xiao had previously excavated in the wild were given to him. Although the gathering pills Xiaoyi crafted did not restore as much mana as those from the novice village's potion shop, but they were plentiful enough to fill the need. Supporting his output was definitely not an issue. Alright, let's get started. After seeing that Brother Donkey had repaired the equipment and Xiaoyi had refined enough gathering pills, Lin Xiao waved his hand and officially kicked off today's leveling battle. Time passed minute by minute, and before they knew it, the 4 had been fighting continuously for over 4 hours. Yet they still had not reached the end of the 3rd level. However, this was unavoidable. The spider cave, a hidden map, became more difficult with each level. Yet this difficulty was not reflected in the combat power of the wild monsters. Instead, it was reflected in the number of wild monsters and the size of the map. At this point, the test was not just the player's combat power but also the sustained combat ability of each player team. And this was precisely the greatest advantage of Lin Xiao's team. Xiaoyi, who had achieved self-sufficiency with gathering pills. Brother Donkey, who could repair everyone's equipment. Brother Pot, who had 3 sets of spare equipment and carried a large supply of monkey wine. And Lin Xiao, whose skills were as if he were cheating. With such a configuration, there was hardly a team with stronger sustained combat ability across all servers globally. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a unique glow signifying player leveling up suddenly illuminated Lin Xiao. A few minutes later, Brother Donkey and Brother Pot leveled up consecutively. Thus Lin Xiao, Brother Pot, and Brother Donkey all reached level 9. Although Xiaoyi had not leveled up yet, his experience points had already reached about 40 of level 8. It wouldn't be long before he could catch up with everyone. After all, once Lin Xiao and the others reached level 9, the experience points gained from defeating higher-level monsters would no longer apply. However, Xiaoya's bonus was still in effect, so it was only a matter of time before he caught up with everyone. After the 3 leveled up again, the team's speed in clearing wolf spiders significantly increased. After all, Brother Donkey's outrageous combined attributes were already comparable to players at levels 13 or 14, and he was a fierce physical attacker. Combined with Xiaoya's magical output, their efficiency skyrocketed. The 4 worked with clear roles and seamless cooperation, quickly eliminating all wild monsters in the 3rd level. Even the 8 blood wolf spiders guarding the entrance to the 4th level merely delayed them a bit longer. Standing before the dark entrance of the 4th level of the cave, Lin Xiao checked the time and proposed it took less than 6 hours. If we keep this pace, we can definitely clear the 4th level today. Now, as soon as we enter the 4th level, let's log off and rest and regroup 20 minutes later. Okay. The three responded in unison and then entered the 4th level of the cave. 20 minutes later, the Ling Xiao team regrouped and prepared to launch a fierce attack on the wolf spiders before them. The map of the 4th level was significantly larger. Not only were the cave passages longer, but the open areas occupied by blood wolf spiders also expanded considerably. Moreover, it was to be expected that the number of passages and open areas would increase. Correspondingly, the number of wild monsters occupying them also increased. Although the number of wild monsters had noticeably increased, the four continued to advance slowly into the depths of the 4th level at their usual pace. 3 hours later, Xiaoyi, the team's primary damage dealer, finally reached level 9. His extreme focus on intelligence attributes once again elevated his output capability. Accordingly, the overall speed of the team's advancement also improved. After everyone reached level 9, the rate of gaining experience points dropped significantly. Although they successfully defeated the 16 blood wolf spiders guarding the checkpoint to the 5th level and cleared the 4th level of the cave, Lin Xiao, who had the highest experience bar, only barely reached 35. As they neared the mandatory log-off time, Lin Xiao and the others immediately arrived at the safe area at the starting point of the 5th level of the spider cave. They bid farewell to each other and logged off together. Taking off his helmet, Lin Xiao let out a long breath. The high-intensity monster hunting and leveling throughout the night had truly taken a toll on him. He had made up his mind. Once the game launched the currency exchange function, even if he had to sell everything he owned, he must get a gaming pod back. Today, Zhou Rui did not come to find Lin Xiao because she had an appointment with the original owner of the house in Dongyang Town for the transfer. Knowing that Lin Xiao was fully focused on leveling up these past few days, Zhou Rui did not let him tag along. She could be considered quite understanding. After spending some time together, the relationship between the two was rapidly drawing closer, subtly hinting at an indefinable nuance. It is said that there is no pure friendship between men and women. As they interact, they naturally tend to develop feelings in that direction. Lin Xiao was well aware of this. Zhou Rui felt the same way. However, both chose to go with the flow, neither deliberately resisting nor overly. Moreover, they both seemed to enjoy the current state of affairs. Time flew by, and after resting for over 7 hours, Lin Xiaojing entered the 8 wilderness world with renewed vigor. After regrouping, the team didn't say much more. After exchanging glances, they immediately launched a fierce assault on the giant wolf spider lurking in the 5th level. Having all reached level 9, they were fired up with determination. No matter what, they had to reach level 10. After over 6 hours of frantic slaughter, a soft white light suddenly illuminated Lin Xiaojing's body. "You've leveled up," exclaimed Xiao Yi, who was closest, his eyes widening in surprise. "What? The boss leveled up? Ha ha ha, that's awesome. Finally, one of us has reached level 10. Upon hearing this, Donkey Brother burst into joyous laughter. After all, the boss leveling up meant that they were also not far from their own upgrades. "Boss, you should learn your skills first," the more rational Brother Pot reminded while blocking the giant wolf spider's attack with his shield. As they were still in battle, if their boss could comprehend new skills, it would undoubtedly represent a significant enhancement to the overall strength of the team. And that was what he truly cared about. "Alright, you all continue to clear the monsters, let me take a look." Lin Xiaojing smiled and nodded. Even though he already knew what skills he would comprehend, he still needed to put on a show. With a thought, a skill panel appeared before Lin Xiaojing. On it, 3 skills were displayed for him to comprehend: Soul Fire Talisman upgradable, Summon 5 Elements Guardian Beast upgradable, and Invisibility upgradable. Current available skill points 2. Upon seeing the skills, he could learn. Lin Xiaojing's lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. If he had only 1 skill point, he would still choose Summon Guardian Beast, but he would surely feel regret for not being able to learn Invisibility. But now he had no such concerns. After all, the skill points he earned from completing hidden quests were still with that thought, Lin Xiaojing decisively spent his 2 remaining skill points and acquired both Summon Guardian Beast and when faced with the choice of the Guardian Beast's attributes, he did not hesitate to choose the balanced Golden Guardian Beast. After making his choice, Lin Xiaojing immediately checked the skill panel. Summon Golden Guardian Beast. Level 1 summons a Golden Guardian Beast to assist the player in battle. Health 1500, 15,000 physical attack 40, 400 physical defense 30, 300 magic defense 20, 200 special skill, none, mana cost 100, 10. Invisibility upgradable, completely conceals one's presence. After going invisible, skills cannot be used, cannot communicate, movement radius 1 meter, 10 meters, duration 60 seconds, 600 seconds, mana cost 40, 4. Damn. Although Lin Xiaojing was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but curse when he saw the detailed attributes of his 2 new skills. "What's wrong, boss?" The sudden anomaly in Lin Xiaojing's behavior startled his 3 teammates. "Cough, it's nothing." Lin Xiaojing waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, then turned his gaze to Brother Pot and Donkey. "Brother Pot, Donkey, are you too tired?" "Don't worry, boss. Even if it kills us, we have to level up." Donkey Brother gritted his teeth and swung his fine iron sword as he spoke loudly. Lin Xiaojing waved his hand. I mean, if you two are tired, just step back and take a break. I can take over. What the heck? Donkey Brother suddenly widened his mouth in disbelief. Boss, are you joking? Yes. Your skills are indeed overpowered, we admit that, but look at your small frame. Roar. Before Donkey Brother could finish his sentence, a sudden beast roar from behind nearly scared him into submission. Damn. What is that? Donkey Brother jumped 3 feet high and quickly turned to look. He saw a pure white piercing-eyed tiger had suddenly appeared behind him. Those aggressive tiger eyes were now fixed on him. Not only Donkey Brother but Brother Pot and Xiao Yi were also startled by this sudden appearance of a massive creature. Fortunately, Brother Pot was older and more composed, and he quickly reacted. Boss, is this the Guardian Beast you The Summon 5 Elements Guardian Beast skill of the Taoist profession is one of the key features that the 8 Wilderness official promotes. So Brother Pot had naturally heard of it. Moreover, Brother Pot knew that most Taoist players would choose this skill after reaching level 10. Nice. Lin Xiaojing smiled and nodded, then called out to Brother Pot, you take a break for a moment. I will test the attack and defense strength of the Guardian Beast. Alright. Brother Pot nodded in agreement. After all, after enduring the monsters for so long, it was no lie to say he was tired. Having the chance to catch his breath was simply perfect. Once Brother Pot stepped back, Lin Xiaojing focused his mind, and the white tiger immediately took Brother Pot's position. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaojing didn't forget to tell Donkey Brother, you should take a break too. Huh? Can it? Can it handle this? Donkey Brother asked with a skeptical expression. Don't worry, I still have healing skills. Lin Xiaojing smiled. Okay then. Donkey Brother replied with hesitance and carefully stepped down. However, just a few seconds later, the 3 of them, who had initially looked doubtful, suddenly widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison. Damn. Boss, did you summon a guardian beast or a divine beast? It's facing off against a level 9 giant wolf spider and it's not losing any health. Not only that, look at its attack power. Brother Pot suddenly said solemnly beside them. Hiss. Donkey Brother and Xiao Yi both took a breath in shock. What the hell? It just took down over 300 health from the giant wolf spider. Is this even scientific? Its output is higher than mine and Xiao Yi's. Donkey Brother's face darkened. He had put all his attributes into strength, yet he could only deal about 130 damage to the giant wolf spider with his normal attacks. Even using his vital energy strike, he could only do around 160 damage. Yet Lin Xiaojing's summoned beast had directly surpassed 300 damage. Its output capability was actually double his. This was clearly unscientific. Sigh. With the great summoned beast by my side, I can step back and take a secondary role now. Brother Gua sighed with emotion. Brother Donkey also wore a smile that was more tragic than crying. Brother Gua, you should be content. You've only stepped back to a secondary role, while I've been pushed back to a tertiary role. You two can't say that. Lin Xiao lightly patted their shoulders, comforting them. A guardian beast is ultimately just a guardian beast. It can never replace a human. Moreover, this is only due to the special terrain. Its advantages are so pronounced. In a normal wilderness, even if it is strong, its capabilities would still be limited. After briefly encouraging the somewhat pride-damaged duo, Lin Xiao and the others launched a new assault on the giant wolf spider in the cave. With a physical output point more formidable than Brother Donkey, the speed at which everyone cleared wild monsters surged. Meanwhile, white light began to illuminate one after another. Yes. Both Brother Gua and Brother Donkey leveled up to level 10. Upon reaching level 10, Brother Gua abandoned another control skill, War Trample, and instead learned the Thorn Shield, which increases both defenses by 20 and has a 10 base retaliation. As for Brother Donkey, under Lin Xiao's advice, he continued to choose a single target damage skill. A skill that can deal 300 high burst damage, a dual god technique, block counterattack. With Brother Donkey's terrifying talent of gaining an extra 13 attribute points per level, it would be a tremendous waste if he wasn't cultivated into a top-tier duelist in 8 Desolations. Furthermore, when the time is right, Lin Xiao will help him complete the hidden class task for the swordsman. By then, with the advantages of the hidden class swordsman and high-level rewards, Brother Donkey would undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 5 of the warrior rankings in 8 Desolations. As 3 of the 4 players in Lin Xiao's team reached level 10, their progress could only be described as terrifying. Especially while clearing the 16 blood wolf spiders in the open area, they moved at incredible speed. Upon reaching the first open area, after the 2 leveled up to 10, everyone immediately changed their previous cautious strategy. Brother Gua took the lead, standing in the center to attract all the aggro from the blood wolf spiders, and immediately activated a combination of Taunt and Thorn Shield. On his left and right, a donkey and a tiger sprang into action, their terrifying physical output causing the target's health bars to plummet rapidly. Behind them, Lin Xiao's healing spells and breezy spell were continuously cast, enhancing the overall strength of the team, while keeping the health of the 2 frontliners at a healthy level. Meanwhile, Little Wing unleashed fireballs, dealing tons of damage to the blood wolf spiders. It's worth mentioning that the current white tiger guardian beast had yet to display its full combat power, because Lin Xiao had never cast breezy spell on it from start to finish. Of course, he didn't intend to hold back on purpose. Mainly Brother Gua and Brother Donkey were currently in high spirits, and he didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. After they had their fill of fighting, he could cast the breezy spell on the white tiger later. Besides, the appearance of this guardian beast had also increased the quota of his ice array. This way, not only did his real damage reach 14 points, but the white tiger's basic attacks also had a chance to inflict the freezing and slowing effects inherent to the ice array. A guardian beast with its attributes multiplied by 10 plus the dual buffs of breezy spell and ice array. The abnormally powerful healing spells breezy spell and the Yetobecast invisibility spell. The real damage bonus from the ice array. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that he was incredibly strong now. Even facing the top 10 super talent players, he would not regard them as threats. There's no way. With Cheat's confidence is just like that. In no time, the 16 blood wolf spiders were ruthlessly slaughtered by Lin Xiao's team of 4. As for the self-destructing tactics of the blood wolf spiders, the prepared group easily dealt with them. There was not the slightest bit of pressure. After clearing the blood wolf spiders, they pushed deeper into the cave. To enhance the monster clearing speed, Lin Xiao decided to let Brother Gua and Brother Donkey take turns to retreat and rest, while the white tiger, under the influence of breezy spell, would take the lead as the main attacker. As a result, Lin Xiao and the others cleared monsters at lightning speed, and finally, after an hour, the last team member Little Wing also reached level 10. Upon reaching level 10, Little Wing decisively abandoned the Fire Dragon Ball that had explosive splash damage, opting instead for the more practical Chain Lightning. Though both are area of effect skills, Chain Lightning has the added benefit of paralysis control. Clearly, it offers a better cost-performance ratio. Of course, it just doesn't look as flashy as Fire Dragon Ball in terms of visual effects. After Little Wing leveled up to 10, the overall strength of Lin Xiao's team had completely risen to a new height. The giant wolf spiders and blood wolf spiders before them no longer sparked any interest in the group. Merely half an hour later, Lin Xiao's team had cleared all the wild monsters on the 5th layer. Upon careful calculation, it took just over 4 hours to clear the 5th layer, significantly less than the time spent clearing the 3rd layer. Boss, there's still plenty of time. Why don't we just push through from layer 5? After finishing off the last 32 blood wolf spiders at the end of the 5th layer, Brother Donkey stretched lazily, still unsatisfied. His suggestion was immediately met with responses from Brother Gua and Little Wing. However, Lin Xiao, who was standing at a distance, suddenly waved his hand. You all come here. I've made a new discovery. The 3 of them were taken aback and quickly gathered around Lin Xiao, asking, Boss, what new discovery? Lin Xiao glanced at the 3, smiling as he pointed to a pile of rubble in the corner. Can you all feel the cool breeze coming from here? I suspect there's another entrance beneath the rubble. What? Another entrance? The others exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Indeed, there is wind blowing from the cracks in the stones. Watch me. Brother Donkey carefully sensed it and then rolled up his sleeves to approach. Brother, I'll help you. Seeing this, Brother Gua also stepped forward. With their combined efforts, they moved all the rubble from the corner. Beneath the rubble was a pitch-black opening about a meter in diameter. Feeling the cool breeze blowing from the cave, the 4 of them involuntarily frowned. Boss, should I go down and investigate? Brother Gua volunteered. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Brother Gua, to be safe, let's send it down instead. After saying this, he didn't forget to pat the massive tiger head of the white tiger beside him. This is indeed safer. But I will go down with it, that way, I can provide timely feedback if anything happens below. Alright. Brother Gua nodded, raising his torch as he followed behind the white tiger into the cave. However, just as his foot was about to step into the cave, he was suddenly rebounded by an invisible force. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Brother Gua, what's going on? Why were you bounced back? Brother Donkey asked curiously. With a bitter smile, Brother Gua replied, this cave entrance is restricted. Just now, the game system popped up a prompt saying that inside this cave is the level 10 boss, the Dark Spider Emperor, located in the spider lair. Only one player is allowed to enter at a time. Since the boss guardian beast has already entered, the system automatically considers the boss as the first player to enter. What the hell kind of setting is this? Brother Donkey exclaimed. One person goes in to fight the boss. Isn't that just asking for death? Little Wing quickly advised, Boss, you can't go in. We've just managed to level up to 10. We can't take this. Brother Gua nodded in agreement. I support Little Wing's words. Boss, you can't go in. Seeing the 3 of them worriedly persuading him, Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he patted Brother Gua on the shoulder, saying, Brother Gua, don't forget, if my guardian beast dies inside, I will receive a prompt. So the boss means your guardian beast hasn't died at all? Brother Gua asked in confusion. Of course not. Why don't you try again? Lin Xiao smiled and pointed to the cave entrance. Brother Gua nodded, not willing to give up, and once again stretched his foot towards the entrance. But the next second his foot was once more rebounded out. It really hasn't died. Brother Gua looked up at Lin Xiao in shock. So that so-called Dark Spider Emperor inside isn't even a match for the boss's guardian beast. That's right. So you can rest assured. I'll be back soon. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, reminding everyone, oh right, once I go down, this place won't be safe anymore. You 3 should retreat back into the corridor. With your strength, it's fine to stay in the corridor and farm monsters until I come out. Just remember, Do not linger on the blood wolf spider's territory. Hearing this, Little Wing wanted to persuade Lin Xiao again, but was stopped by Brother Gua, who pressed him down. All right then. We'll wait here in the corridor. Boss, you must notify us immediately when you come out, so we can help draw away the surrounding blood wolf spiders. Okay, let's settle on that. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, then turned around and resolutely dove into the dark. After Lin Xiao left, Little Wing couldn't help but look excitedly at Brother Gua. Brother Gua, why did you just agree to the boss? That's a boss. Even if it can't defeat the boss's guardian beast, it doesn't mean the boss is safe. Seeing Little Wing so agitated, Brother Gua wasn't angry and patted Little Wing on the shoulder, seriously saying, brother, you've been with our boss for a short time. Once he decides something, no one can change it. The reason he explained so much to us is merely out of respect for us teammates. Brother Donkey also nodded in agreement. Brother Gua is right. I've been teaming up with the boss since level 1. Once he decides something, we really can't change it. But then again, the boss is always cautious. He won't take risks unless he is sure. After saying this, Brother Donkey couldn't help but recall the encounter they had at Golden Monkey Ridge a few days ago. Little Wing sighed lightly. Brother Gua, I was impulsive just now and spoke too hastily. Please don't take it to heart. What are you saying, brother? You're also worried about our boss's safety. Besides, just based on your expression earlier wanting to eat me alive, it's clear that our boss didn't misjudge you. Brother Gua comforted Little Wing once more, then called out, all right, let's head back to the corridor and wait for the boss. He's probably going to respawn here soon. Okay. The two responded in unison, and the three immediately walked towards the nearby corridor. The perspective returned to Lin Xiao. To be safe, the moment Lin Xiao stepped into the cave entrance, he activated his invisibility skill. But once he landed and steadied himself, he found that his white tiger guardian beast was lazily lying on the ground dozing. Using the dim light of the torch to look around, Lin Xiao discovered that he was now in a small open stone chamber. Moreover, aside from them, there was nothing else in the entire stone chamber. Following the wall, Lin Xiao found through the gap. The outside of the stone door was pitch black and nothing could be seen. But Lin Xiao had a feeling that there must be something outside the door. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao focused his mind, and the white tiger guardian beast immediately got up and approached the stone door, pushing against it with its front paw, opening it. As the stone door opened, the previously dark space outside suddenly brightened. Lin Xiao looked out and saw a gigantic spider about the size of a small car with a black and red body. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the rumored only boss in the novice village, the Dark Spider Emperor. Hiss. Perhaps the noise from opening the door was too loud. The Dark Spider Emperor let out an eerie cry that sent chills down one's spine. Then its massive body erupted with astonishing speed, covering a distance of several meters, in just a few breaths, heading straight for the white tiger guardian beast beside Lin Xiao. Indeed, the Dark Spider Emperor didn't come for Lin Xiao as he was still in an invisibility state. Bang! The Dark Spider Emperor's sharp barbed forelegs slammed down heavily on the white tiger. This strike inflicted nearly 300 points of damage on the white tiger guardian beast. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, goodness. As expected of a boss. The damage is so high. Luckily, my guardian beast has a tenfold increase, otherwise it wouldn't even be able to withstand 5 of the opponent's attacks. In fact, Lin Xiao was still underestimating because he completely ignored his own guardian beast's defense. Therefore, if it were a normal Taoist player's guardian beast, it could only withstand this Dark Spider Emperor's 2 attacks at most. Some might wonder, since the Dark Spider Emperor's attack power is so strong, why is it only allowing 1 player to enter? Isn't this just a pure trap? However, only Lin Xiao knew. This rule is indeed a trap, but it has its limits. Because every time a player is killed by the Dark Spider Emperor, the next batch will increase by 1 quota with no upper limit. Meanwhile, the Dark Spider Emperor's health will not recover during this time until it is completely defeated by the players. However, once the Dark Spider Emperor dies, the rule will refresh again. So this rule is merely giving players a chance to engage in a wheel battle with the Dark Spider Emperor. Even if it's a trap, it's only a trap for the earlier cannon fodder. As the Dark Spider King inflicted damage on the White Tiger retaliated fiercely. Although the White Tiger could only deal over 200 damage to the Dark Spider King at a time under the enhancement of Lin Xiao's Qingfeng spell, its attack speed completely compensated for its lack of offensive power. Meanwhile, the slowing effect of the Ice Array was triggered, further reducing the Dark Spider King's attack speed. Therefore, in terms of output over a fixed period, Lin Xiao's White Tiger Guardian Beast was even more formidable. Seeing his Guardian Beast so valiant, Lin Xiao finally felt a sense of relief. After all, it was just a matter of grinding down health. With my healing abilities, what is there to fear? However, just as Lin Xiao was secretly pleased, the Dark Spider King suddenly let out a strange cry. Immediately, a blood-red web shot out from the Dark Spider King's silk pouch, enveloping his Little White in an instant. In the next second, Little White lost its ability to move, and the Dark Spider King seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on it. 330-35, 307, 33, 313, 30. What the hell? Is this web control combined with poison attack? Lin Xiao's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Little White, which was glowing with a greenish hue. He immediately recognized that the greenish glow on Little White was a sign of poisoning. Thankfully Little White's magical defense was also quite strong, or otherwise it wouldn't be just a few dozen points of damage. Alright. No wonder it's a boss. It actually has such a disgusting skill. Seeing that Little White's health had dropped by nearly half, Lin Xiao no longer maintained his stealth. He raised his hand and cast a healing spell on Little White. In an instant Little White's health was fully restored. Although the poison effect still lingered, it was negligible. Perhaps sensing the change in Little White's health, the Dark Spider King let out another roar, revealing its sharp fangs, and with a snap it bit down on Little White's head. 970. It even has a skill. Lin Xiao, standing behind Little White, raised an eyebrow. One skill wasn't enough, it actually had a second skill. Triple the burst damage, nearly 1,000 health points. If this were a player or an ordinary guardian beast, wouldn't they be instantly killed by this guy? No wonder in the previous life many players died while attempting to kill the Dark Spider King. This creature's attack power is truly beyond what ordinary people can withstand. Along with that bite, the web binding disappeared. Freed, Little White once again launched a fierce attack on the Dark Spider King. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was not idle either. A series of basic attacks infused with real damage struck the Dark Spider. Although the damage was minimal, the terrifying attack speed ensured that the 11 damage indicator never ceased above it. As time passed, the Dark Spider King's health was worn down to 1/5 of the danger line by Lin Xiao and his beast. Despite the fact that the Spider King dealt tons of damage to Little White during this time, it was all negated by Lin Xiao's healing spells. After a few more minutes, the Dark Spider King had less than 1,000 health left. Seeing this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt an ominous premonition and quickly cast the Qing Feng spell and stealth to retreat back into the stone chamber. In the next second, boom! With an explosion, the Dark Spider King's body suddenly exploded. The dark green blood mist instantly enveloped Little White. Moreover, the splattered liquid conveniently landed on Lin Xiao. 180-160, not good. I'm poisoned. Seeing his health rapidly decline, Lin Xiao was nearly scared out of his wits. Without a second thought, he cast a healing spell on himself. 178. 163. Healing spell. Healing spell. Healing spell. After repeating this 8 times, the poison effect finally disappeared. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed onto the ground of the stone chamber. Damn, that was close. Lin Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling fortunate that he had added 5 points of constitution before heading down, allowing his health to surpass 400. If it had been his previous health of just over 300, he would probably be in serious trouble right now. Phew! Lin Xiao let out a long breath, slowly raising his gaze towards the outside of the stone chamber. At this moment, Little White's corpse lay amidst the remains of the Dark Spider King. He had just seen that the Dark Spider King was about to fall, so he hadn't cast a healing spell on Little White. Yet even so, Little White still had nearly 8,000 health. This means that the Dark Spider King's self-destruct had taken away over 8,000 health from Little White. This is just absurd. It's hard to imagine how many players lost their lives to kill this Dark Spider King. What's even harder for him to imagine is how troublesome the level 20, 30, and 40 bosses would be. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao, whose mood had finally settled, managed to get up from the ground. Reflecting on his recent encounter, he still felt a lingering fear. After all, the punishment for player deaths in the 8 Desolations is exceedingly severe. If he were to drop back to level 9, all his plans could be thrown into disarray. To be safe, Lin Xiao summoned Little White again and had it scout around. Only after confirming that there was no danger outside the stone chamber did he cautiously step out. However, just as he stepped out of the stone chamber, a pop-up window from the game system appeared before him with a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Xiao for successfully defeating the level 10 boss Dark Spider King. As the first player in the world to kill a boss, you will receive the following generous rewards: free attribute points 10, free skill points 1, life skill points 1, level 15 Secret Realm Wondrous Cave of Poisons map 1, 10000 gold coins, reputation points 1000. At the same time, the system will issue a global announcement for your achievement. Player Lin Xiao, would you like to publish it anonymously? Another global announcement. Originally excited about the generous rewards, Lin Xiao suddenly frowned and decisively said anonymous. Previously there at least was an option of whether to publish. But now this global announcement must be made. However, it's still the same. Whoever wants to be the first bird can go ahead. I absolutely will not be that bird. Although he would undoubtedly establish a force in the future, he would still keep a low profile as much as possible. After all, the real battlefield is not in the game but in the real world a year from now. Preserving one's strength and developing in silence is the way to go. Of course, being low-key doesn't mean being weak. If someone insists on crossing him, he wouldn't mind personally teaching them a lesson on how to behave. Global announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player from the Huaxia server for successfully defeating the level 10 boss Dark Spider King and completing the global boss first kill achievement. May all players continue to strive for other achievements. Global announcement. Global announcement. 3 consecutive global announcements instantly spread to every online player's ears, causing an earthquake-like sensation. Huaxia region. What the hell? Did I hear that right? Someone from our Huaxia region actually succeeded in killing the first boss. A player who was currently hunting a level 3 longhorn deer suddenly froze in place. Haha, I heard it too. This is the global first kill of a boss. Doesn't this prove that our Huaxia region has truly risen? What does killing a boss have to do with you? Why are you so excited? A nearby warrior also hunting monsters turned to glare at the person, then said sourly, but to be fair, that guy is indeed impressive. Can't compare. Can't compare. Yeah, that's a level 10 boss and he just went and killed it. How many days has it been since the server opened? Indeed. I wonder who that big shot is to be so powerful. I guarantee that this guy is either a recipient of the top 10 super talent rewards from scratch cards or the leader of some major guild. It must be. Otherwise it would be impossible to take down a level 10 boss. Global first kill of a boss. Level 10 boss. This is somewhat interesting. A warrior player soloing a level 7 prairie wolf pack gradually snapped back to reality from his shock. Even surrounded by more than 10 prairie wolves attacking him, he still appeared nonchalant. Above his head, damage notifications continuously appeared 1-1. Notify everyone, immediately investigate this matter. The leader of the Hero Association, Yi Wuqing, commanded while leveling up without turning his head. Okay boss, I will log off right now to send out the notification. A nearby assassin follower said with a flattering tone, then decisively logged off. Anyone who can defeat a level 10 boss is definitely not simple. If they are from another guild, they must not. Yi Wuqing's expression turned slightly cold as he flicked his sword. A violent double slash instantly slashed down a level 6 wild bull. I can't believe there's a boss even in the novice village. A black-robed mage who exuded an air of nobility with every gesture was also taken aback upon hearing the global announcement, then showed a warm smile that made those around him feel like it was spring. Young master, should we send someone to investigate this player's background? A nearby mage asked. No, anyone who can be the first to complete a boss kill is definitely not an ordinary person. We will encounter them sooner or later, said the black-robed mage with a smile. Yes. A nearby assistant replied respectfully. All right, this big kangaroo is very suitable for our mages to level up. Let's seize the time to level up while there aren't many players around. With that, the black-robed mage waved, casually sending a black fireball larger than a normal fireball whistling towards a big kangaroo with only 1/3 of its health left. Boom! With an explosion, the big kangaroo's health was instantly reduced to 0, crashing to the ground. Kill. CK. A damn yellow-skinned monkey actually got the global first kill, and we didn't even see the shadow. Don't be so excited, brother. I've already sent members of our Rosen family's assassin team. I believe it won't be long before we locate the boss hideout. When the time comes to kill the boss, we will need your hunter family to help us. Rest assured, brother. I guarantee in the name of the hunter family, as long as you can find the boss hideout, the hunter family will do our utmost to assist you in killing the boss. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Asia Pacific region. Bastard. They actually let the Chinese get ahead of us. This is a disgrace to our empire's warriors. A little black-clad brat currently soloing an 8-level leopard angrily threw down his sword upon hearing the global announcement, completely ignoring the leopard's counterattack. Meanwhile, a nearby little brat also holding a sword smiled and said, Mitsukin, do not be impatient. Our primary task now is to level up. As for killing the boss, let those arrogant bastards handle it. They must be getting anxious. Mitsui nodded and quickly picked up his sword, swiftly slaying the leopard in front of him. However, they did not expect that this time those bastards had the same thought, also believing the other side would take action. Europe region. Damn it. Someone actually found the boss. A heavily armored knight viciously stabbed his two-handed sword into the head of a level 9 elite monster. The spotted. Adams, keep your composure. After all, you are not the only one who has received super talents. And finding the boss is just a matter of luck for that person who don't take it to heart. A female priest hurriedly reminded the heavily armored knight. Yeah. I never thought that player from Huaxia would be so lucky. After all, we've already almost searched the entire novice village, yet we haven't even seen the shadow of a boss. Adams said, feeling quite unbalanced. The goddess of luck will not always favor one person. True strength is what matters most. You're right. Strength is the most important thing. Dear, let's continue. Okay. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this harvest. The regular rewards need no further mention. Just the level 15 secret realm of 10,000 Poisons map alone could be described as priceless. As for the name 10,000 Poisons Cave, Lin Xiao had never heard of it, but he was very familiar with the terms. In Bahuang, the so-called secret realm was actually a type of hidden map. Moreover, it was the highest rank among. In the secret realm, not only did the wild monsters double their experience points, but if luck was on their side, they could also discover treasure chests containing various rare items. For instance, in his previous life, Zhou Rui's spiritual pet was obtained from a treasure chest in a certain secret realm. After picking up the Spider Emperor Fang Spider Emperor Silk Sack and Spider Emperor Poison Sack dropped by the Dark Spider Emperor Lin Xiao took Xiao Bai and left the spider nest instance. Just like when he entered, as soon as Lin Xiao returned to the 5th layer of the spider cave, he immediately activated his invisibility skill. Because of this, the 32 blood wolves that had already respawned immediately targeted Xiao Bai, who was beside him. Taking advantage of the 10-meter range of the invisibility skill, Lin Xiao quickly distanced himself and Xiao Bai from the group of blood wolves to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At the same time, the 3 members of Guogu, who had been waiting in the distant passage, rushed out excitedly and launched an attack on the 32 blood wolves together with Xiao Bai. Although the blood wolves had a numerical advantage with Lin Xiao as their super healer, no matter how strong they were, they could not pose a threat to Guogu and his team. In just 5 minutes, all 32 blood wolves were slain. Their counterattacks before dying were easily dealt with by everyone. After the battle, Lu Gu walked up to Lin Xiao full of excitement. Haha. Boss, you've really brought glory to our Huaxia district. The first global kill of a level 10 boss. And you did it all by yourself. Who could possibly compare to this level of achievement? In the face of Lu Gu's heartfelt praise, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly and waved his hand. It's all just luck. If I hadn't added those 5 points to my constitution beforehand, I would probably be back in the newbie village by now. Luck is also part of strength. Guogu, accompanied by Xiao Yi, approached with a smile and suggested, since there's still time, why don't we head back first? Alright, let's set off. Set off. To be honest, even Lin Xiao himself didn't expect today to go so smoothly. In 4.5 hours, the entire team reached level 10 and successfully cleared the 5th layer of the spider cave. In an hour and a half, they completed the first kill of the level 10 boss. In total, they had only spent a little over 6 hours playing today. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided not to log off for a break halfway, intending to push through and exit the cave, returning to the newbie village. With their terrifying output and sustainability, Lin Xiao's team pushed through the spider cave. In just 2 hours, they cleared all the wolf spiders from the 5 layers. 4th layer, 1 hour and 20 minutes. 3rd layer, 58 minutes. 2nd layer, 37 minutes. 1st layer, 24 minutes. In total, the team spent 5.5 hours clearing all the wild monsters in the spider cave. This was even less time than it took to clear 1 layer previously. And this was the strength displayed by Lin Xiao's team after everyone reached level 10. Especially Xiao Yi, who seamlessly cast Chain Lightning Fireball and Small Fireball in succession. The terrifying spell damage perfectly showcased the fearsome power of a mobile spell artillery. It is worth mentioning that after learning Chain Lightning, Xiao Yi's mana consumption rate increased exponentially. Let alone the gathering pill he personally crafted, even the genuine gathering pill bought from the newbie village pharmacy could not keep up with his consumption. Seeing this, Lin Xiao wasted no time and immediately used the life skill points he had just obtained to learn alchemy. Alchemy Beginner. Unlocked pills: Beginner Healing Pill, Beginner Gathering Pill. Refining time 5 seconds, 0. 5 seconds per pill. 10 pills, 7 seconds, 0. 7 seconds per pill. 10 pills. Beginner Healing Pill restores 4,000 health points continuously within 1 seconds. Beginner Gathering Pill restores 3,000 mana points continuously within 1 seconds. Current proficiency 0A0. Note: proficiency and changes to raw materials may affect pill quality. After reading the explanation about alchemy on the life skill panel, Lin Xiao without hesitation took back his medicine basket from Xiao Yi and personally refined gathering pills for her. With the effect amplified tenfold, even if Lin Xiao controlled the potion amount deliberately, the gathering pills he refined could instantly restore around 800 mana points within 1 second. This perfectly matched Xiao Yi's mana points, avoiding waste. At the same time, Lin Xiao's terrifying efficiency in refining 10 pills at once allowed Xiao Yi to achieve freedom in consuming potions. Small Fireball, and Chain Lightning were continuously thrown out, completely transforming into a true spell artillery. And this was the key factor that allowed everyone to exit the spider cave in less than 6 hours. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lu Gu was about to move the stone slab to seal the cave again, when Lin Xiao promptly stopped him. Lu Gu, let's leave this cave entrance as it is. Such a great leveling spot should be known to more players. Although Lin Xiao did not care about the lives of others, as a player from the Huaxia district, he understood the principle of mutual interest. Thus, if the overall strength of Huaxia players was strong enough a year later, his own pressure would also be greatly reduced. Upon hearing this, Guogu nodded in agreement. What the boss said makes sense. Such a great leveling spot should indeed be known to more players. In that case, I'll go post something online. Although Guogu could not predict the future, the official website of Bahuang had long mentioned plans for future server mergers, so he naturally hoped that the overall strength of Huaxia server players would be stronger. Of course, he was not afraid of his post being seen by players from other regions. After all, the maps of each district were unique and looking at them was useless. Lin Xiao nodded, agreeing with Guogu's approach, but still reminded him, Guogu, you can post but don't reveal your identity, otherwise you might attract unwanted attention. Guogu's expression became serious as he nodded firmly. Don't worry, boss. You'll be careful, alright? Since there's still time, let's return to the newbie village before logging off. Okay. With the overall level of players rising when Lin Xiao and the others returned to the newbie village, they no longer attracted the same level of attention as before. Of course, this was under the condition that Lin Xiao did not summon Xiao Bai. The current novice village is vibrant and bustling with activity, especially the once empty plaza now filled with numerous stalls and wandering players. Medicines, talismans, weapons, food equipment, and all kinds of raw materials like monster pelts, teeth ores, and herbs are nearly— Seeing this, Brother Gua spoke first. Brothers, let's disperse here. I'm going to explore over at the plaza. That works. Let's part ways here and remember to log in on time tomorrow. Lin Xiao did not stop him. Before parting, he handed Brother Gua 10 specially prepared healing pills and gathering pills, saying, Brother Gua, take these pills. Also try to acquire more herbs. These pills can't compare with those in Xiao Yi's hands. At best, they are on par with the basic pills sold in pharmacies. However, the instant recovery attribute gives these pills significant market potential. That's why he gave them to Brother Gua, intending to test the waters with these pills. Don't worry, boss, I've got this. Brother Gua waved his hand and turned to head straight for the novice village plaza. Watching Brother Gua leave, Donkey Brother and Xiao Yi also logged off. After bidding farewell to the three, Lin Xiao found the village chief and straightforwardly brought up the task to activate the teleport. Upon learning Lin Xiao's intent, the old village chief's expression became serious. The reason our village's teleportation array is unusable is that the core spirit stone has been stolen. According to my information, it is hidden in the lair of the blood-red giant python in the blood-red wilderness. So as long as you can bring it back, I can help you activate the teleportation array. Young man, are you ready to accept this challenge? I accept. Lin Xiao replied without hesitation to the old village chief's inquiry. Hearing this, the old village chief immediately laughed heartily and took out a scroll from his pocket. Great. This is a two-way teleportation scroll to the blood-red wilderness. But I must remind you, you can only complete this task alone, and this is your only chance. So I hope you prepare well. Thank you, village chief. I'll take my leave. After receiving the scroll and collecting 10 points in life skills at level 10 from the village chief, Lin Xiao bid farewell and headed straight for the warehouse. Before this, Lin Xiao originally planned to learn the brewing skill. However, this trip to the spider cave made him deeply aware of his lack of output capability. Thus, he decisively changed his mind and chose to learn the making talismans life skill. As the saying goes, when ability is insufficient, equipment must make up for it. This saying may not apply to others, but for Lin Xiao, the player with a cheat, it couldn't be easier. He only regretted that he didn't have enough life skill points, or otherwise he would have to create a set of super powerful equipment. At that time, what top 10 super talents? In front of him, they would all be inferior. After mastering the making talisman skill, Lin Xiao opened the life skill panel again. Making talismans beginner. Proficiency 0, time to make 50, 5 seconds, 100, 1000. Pieces, material requirements, talisman paper, effects, quantity, ink, and brush, effects, base spell attack, beginner talisman, ordinary spell attack, 5, 50. Note, proficiency effects, talisman quality. Upon seeing the detailed introduction of making talismans, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. 50 points of spell damage. What does this mean? This is equivalent to the damage of his 2 basic attacks, comparable to the base damage of the soul. Combined with his real damage boost along with the Qingfeng spell and the attack speed from high agility, his output ability could directly soar several tiers. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao headed straight for the grocery store. Upon arriving, he immediately bought a large amount of talisman paper and ink. The talisman paper is naturally the kind he uses for basic attacks, a level higher than novice talisman paper with spell damage of 3 points. Although the ink is not expensive, Lin Xiao bought the most expensive type to improve production efficiency. After securing the basic raw materials, Lin Xiao immediately went to the side of the warehouse and sat down in a corner to start making talismans. Beginner talisman spell attack, 3 base damage of talisman paper, 4, 5, 45 quantity, 930 pieces. Looking at the attributes of the first batch of talismans, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The talisman paper and proficiency affect the damage and quantity. However, nearly 50 points of spell damage is already quite good. Next, Lin Xiao began to diligently make talismans until he used up all the raw materials in his backpack, at which point he finally stopped with satisfaction. Seeing that there were less than 3 hours left until the mandatory logout, Lin Xiao decisively logged out of the game. Today's gains were already substantial. He could wait until tomorrow to tackle that extremely difficult task. Taking off his helmet, Lin Xiao stretched and picked up his phone to check. Sure enough, since he hadn't logged off for a break today, Zhou Rui had sent him a message. The message was brief, mainly informing him that the transfer had been successfully completed yesterday, and he could move today. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao abandoned the idea of going out for a morning jog and began to pack his luggage. Lin Xiao was a bachelor, so he didn't have much luggage to take. A box of change of clothes plus his gaming helmet was all he had. After packing his luggage, Zhou Rui walked in carrying breakfast. All packed. You're pretty fast. Zhou Rui said, somewhat surprised, looking at Lin Xiao's suitcase. Today went pretty smoothly, so I logged off early. That's good. Zhou Rui nodded lightly, placing the breakfast she was holding on the coffee table. Let's have breakfast first. The moving company will arrive by 8. Alright. After a busy morning, the two finally moved all their luggage into their new home, located in Dongyang town within the town. Upon moving into the new home, they couldn't help but celebrate. Lin Xiao also took the initiative to invite Zhou Rui out for hot pot to please his new landlord. The two found an old-fashioned copper pot restaurant in the town and ordered some of their favorite ingredients. However, while waiting for the ingredients to arrive, a conversation from the neighboring table caught their attention. Hey, have you heard? Someone discovered a hidden map in the novice village. It said that the level 9 monsters inside not only are numerous but also grant double experience. This is going to take our Huaxia region to new heights. Of course I've heard, but the entrance to that hidden map is deep within the territory of the prairie wolves, and not just anyone can go there. I wonder if it's true. I think it is. Plus I feel that the person who posted it must be related to that player who completed the global boss first kill. It could very well be the player themselves who posted it. Wow, don't say that. There really is a possibility. The logic is airtight. This player first discovered the double experience leveling Holy Land and smoothly leveled to level 10, then, with one last push, took down the level 10 boss inside. Sigh. Why am I not as lucky as that player? Don't joke around. Even if luck fell on you, a little chicken that hasn't even reached level 5 wouldn't be able to seize it. Opportunities and luck are meant for those who are prepared. Hey, at least today I'm treating you. Can't you say something nice? Haha. Sorry. Bro, after you log in today, you'll definitely receive a hidden quest and soar to new heights. That sounds good, right? Hey, show a little sincerity. Let's drink. Hee hee. Cheers. Hearing the conversation from the next table, Zhou Rui turned to Lin Xiao with a look of astonishment and asked, "Do you think that hidden map is real or fake?" Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "It's real. Are you interested?" Zhou Rui nodded seriously. "I am indeed quite interested, but we are only at level 7. I don't know if we can handle it." Lin Xiao, slightly surprised, lowered his voice and asked, "Are you all at level 7? Zhou Rui nodded, as a matter of course, lowering her voice as well. "All 4 of us are at level 7. And we are grinding levels in the territory of the prairie wolves." "Impressive." Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up full of admiration, and then shifted the conversation, reminding seriously, "With the attack power of you 4 archers grinding levels, there is indeed feasible, but you must form a strong shield warrior who can withstand damage." "Is there a reason?" Zhou Rui asked curiously. "Yes. The passage is narrow, so only one wild monster can be faced at a time, which is very suitable for your archers to perform. However, precisely because of this you will also lose mobility. Therefore someone in the front line must take damage for you." Lin Xiao explained. "I see." Zhou Rui nodded in realization, but the next moment she suddenly looked at Lin Xiao with shock and said, "How do you know so much about that place?" Lin Xiao subtly gave Zhou Rui a look, and then slowly nodded. "You guessed right." After receiving Lin Xiao's affirmative answer, even though Zhou Rui was mentally prepared, she still showed an expression. Before this, Zhou Rui knew that Lin Xiao was definitely not simple in the game, but she never expected that this guy would be so strong. He was the first to kill a global boss. Even the first player in the world to reach level 10. Such a gaming deity was actually sitting right in front of her. This is simply too unreal. "You Lin Xiao, you've kept this from me for so long. You're really low-key," Zhou Rui said meaningfully. Lin Xiao shrugged. "You didn't ask before?" "Humph." Zhou Rui shot him an annoyed glance and said fiercely, "I even boasted in front of you before, but I didn't expect I was the clown. Humph. I'm going to take you down today." "Haha, no problem," Lin Xiao said with a chuckle. At that moment, the ordered ingredients were already served on the table. The two quickly picked up their chopsticks and started chatting while eating. Of course, since there were others nearby, they kept their voices very low. There was no way around it. Their topic was too sensitive. If exposed, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. After this conversation, Zhou Rui basically understood Lin Xiao's current situation. She also realized it was time for her to work hard to level up. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep up with Lin Xiao. After returning to their new home, the two didn't chat much and eagerly returned to their respective rooms to log into the game. Stepping into the 8 Desolation world again, Lin Xiao immediately called up his personal attribute panel. Player Ling Xiao, Class Taoist. Free attribute points 30. Level 10. Attributes. Strength 2. Agility 28. Intelligence 4. Constitution 13. Skills: Healing Spell, Gentle Wind, Charm, Summon 5 Elements, Guardian Beast, Gold, Invisibility. Life Skills: Herbalism Beginner, Alchemy Beginner, Rune Crafting Beginner. After reviewing the attribute panel, Ling Xiao decisively allocated his points 12 to Agility, 7 to Constitution, +1 to Intelligence. Once adjusted, his attributes updated to Strength 2, Agility 40, Air Intelligence 5, Constitution 20. The remaining 10 free attribute points were temporarily reserved for emergencies. With 40 points in agility, key values such as movement speed, attack speed, evasion, and hit rate surged dramatically. Coupled with the Gentle Wind Charm, both his damage output and movement speed were explosive. Meanwhile, the 20 points in Constitution further solidified Lin Xiao's health base. His requirement was simple: as long as he wasn't one-shot by an enemy, that was sufficient. As for that 1 point in intelligence, it was purely added by Lin Xiao to round up the numbers. It held no special significance. With everything ready, Lin Xiao took out the blood-red wasteland teleportation scroll entrusted by the old village chief and decisively activated it. The next second everything before him suddenly turned black. After a whirlwind, he found himself standing in a barren wasteland. The dim sky was filled with irregular crimson clouds. On the ground beneath him dark red weeds grew wildly, spreading in patches to the horizon. No wonder it's called the blood-red wasteland. It's quite fitting, Lin Xiao thought, gazing at the scene before him. Just then faint hissing sounds came from afar, instantly putting him on high alert. Following the sound he saw 5 black pythons, each as thick as a thigh, slowly approaching him. They moved slowly but exuded a strong sense of oppression. Above the pythons' heads the words, Wasteland Black Python LV-10, were clearly marked. Wasteland Black Python. Shouldn't it be the Crimson Blood Giant Python? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. However, he did not hesitate and immediately summoned Xiao Bai while casting the gentle wind charm on it. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's command, Xiao Bai let out a deafening tiger roar and then charged towards the python swarm like the wind. After successfully attracting all the pythons aggro, Lin Xiao immediately cast the gentle wind charm on himself. Then a series of spiritual symbols rained down upon the pythons. Xiao Bai in front of him was also busy launching a fierce attack on the nearest black python. Xiao Bai's combat prowess needed no further mention. After all, it was capable of facing off against the level 10 BOSS Dark Spider Emperor. In less than 2 minutes, the duo had completely dealt with the 5 black pythons. On average, they were able to take down one every 20 seconds. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave with Xiao Bai, he found himself in a dilemma. Looking around, there was nothing but endless wasteland, not even a single landmark to determine direction. He had no idea which way to go. Forget it, he'll just pick a direction and hope for the best. Lin Xiao sighed, lightly choosing the direction from which the previous black pythons had attacked. After walking for a few minutes, he once again heard hissing sounds. Turning to the right, he was shocked to see 10 wasteland black pythons closing in on him. Great, since he encountered them, he might as well continue fighting. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao had cleared this batch of black pythons again. However, just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had 2 choices. One was to continue along the initially chosen path, and the other was to head towards the direction where the second batch of black pythons had appeared. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao decided to stick to his original route. However, he had walked for more than 20 minutes and he hadn't seen so much as a shadow of a wild monster. This made him uneasy. Something's off. It's extraordinarily off. Lin Xiao grew increasingly uneasy. His destination was the nest of the Crimson Blood Giant Pythons, according to the old village chief. If it truly was a nesting site, how could there be not a single wild beast along the way? With that thought, Lin Xiao turned and retraced his steps without hesitation, stopping only where he had first encountered the second wave of black pythons. The first time he chose his direction by following where the black pythons had appeared, which led him to that second group. Did that mean that if he followed the direction where the second wave had appeared, he would meet the third? The idea flashed across his mind, and Lin Xiao immediately set off with Xiao Bai toward the direction of the second wave. Sure enough, after only a few minutes' walk, the third wave of black pythons appeared, and this time there were even more, 15 of them in total. Seeing this, Lin Xiao did not tense. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. It seemed his guess had been correct. By following the direction of the previous monster spawns, he could find the next wave. As long as monsters kept appearing, he knew he was on the right path. In an instant, Lin Xiao understood why Adams from the Europa region had failed back then. That man had most likely gotten lost and wasted time, allowing that petty fellow from the Asia-Pacific region to seize the chance. Fortunately, he had been cautious and not wandered blindly and had turned back in time. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, finishing the task quickly would have been impossible. Although the number of black pythons increased, they posed no real pressure to Lin Xiao and Xiao Bai, only a matter of more time. At a rate of killing one every 20 seconds, the 15 black pythons were quickly wiped out. Lin Xiao looted snake gallbladders, snake skins, and other materials, then set out again. Following this pattern, lone traveler and beast pressed onward, encountering ever larger packs of black pythons. Eventually, the packs grew to 50 at a time. Seeing the swarming snakes charging in, Lin Xiao quickly ordered Xiao Bai forward to draw their attention. He himself slipped away and activated his invisibility. Something still felt wrong. Each wave came in larger numbers. If this kept up, when would it ever end? Lin Xiao sat down, his brow creased into a deep frown. From the initial 5 black pythons to now 50. Along the way, he had already met 10 waves of monsters. At this pace, long before he completed the task, the other players in the newbie village would probably have already reached level 10. It simply did not add up. He suddenly recalled that the fellow who had finished this quest before finished it in under 3 hours. That person loved to boast, but even if his claims contained exaggeration, it would not exceed 5 hours. Yet now, counting travel time, Lin Xiao had already used more than 2 hours, and still had not seen a trace of the Crimson Blood Giant Python nest. The rhythm was clearly wrong, and that little fool had been a ninja profession, low defense, thin HP, a glass cannon. With such a fragile frame, he could not possibly have withstood the onslaught of so many level 10 black pythons, unless he had not actually fought the monsters at all. Damn, I get it now. That bastard never fought the mobs. Lin Xiao smacked his thigh and sprang to his feet. Exactly. He finally grasped the key to the other one's rapid completion. If he remembered correctly, that fellow's talent perfectly fit the ninja class, a literal 100% dodge. With such an abnormal talent, why bother trading blows with the beasts? In Bawang's mechanics, dodge and hit chance are expressed as percentages. Whether a black python's attack lands depends entirely on how much its hit rate can negate the target's dodge. With a talent granting 100 dodge plus the dodge bonuses from attributes and class skills, not only humble black pythons but most players would be utterly unable to harm him. So Lin Xiao concluded that the fellow must have rushed through by virtue of that broken talent, never clearing the monsters along the way. What a cheat! Who doesn't cheat once in a while? He curled his lip, cast Qingfeng Zhou Qingfeng Curse, Clear Breeze Curse, on himself, abandoned the Xiaobai that was being besieged by snakes, and dashed toward the direction the snake packs had come from. A few black pythons were lured and gave chase. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately activated his invisibility. The snakes, suddenly bereft of a target, paused for a moment, then turned back to resume their assault on Xiaobai. Having slipped free, Lin Xiao pressed on. After confirming there were no pursuers, he summoned Xiaobai again. Relying on Xiaobai to draw aggro, while he remained unseen, Lin Xiao evaded wave after wave of snake packs. An hour later he arrived at the foot of a small rise, and before him yawned a vast dark cave mouth. This must be the nest of the crimson blood giant pythons, he thought. He cast a glance into the black entrance, raised an eyebrow, and sent Xiaobai ahead to scout. Not long after Xiaobai entered, a savage beast's roar burst out from within. Mixed with the roar were the chaotic sounds of a fight. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated. He took a torch from his pack and strode decisively into the cave. Inside he indeed found Xiaobai embroiled with 3 crimson-red pythons as thick as water barrels. No doubt, these 3 were the crimson blood giant pythons. Though only elite-grade beasts, their attack power was not to be underestimated. Bear in mind, Xiaobai boasted 300 points of physical defense and 15000 HP. Yet in a mere moment the 3 giant pythons had inflicted nearly 3000 damage on Xiaobai, and this was after Xiaobai's attributes had been amplified tenfold. If it had been a common hunter's familiar or an ordinary player, they would have been killed the instant they entered. Damn! Was this newbie village teleportation array quest secretly designed for the 10 super talent players? Lin Xiao muttered to himself and reflexively flung a healing spell at Xiaobai. In the next second, 2 of the crimson blood pythons abruptly ceased their attack, their eerie slitted eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao. A chill ran through him. Without a second thought, he cast invisibility at once. The 2 pythons, having lost sight of their target, froze for a heartbeat, only recovering when their companion's head was smashed by a single blow from Xiaobai, whereupon they lunged again at the beast. While Xiaobai was locked with the 2 pythons, Lin Xiao took the chance to survey the cave's interior. It was not large. Beyond the open area, by the entrance further in, lay a soft level layer of earth. Clearly that was where the 3 giant pythons rested. As Lin Xiao prepared to inspect the rest of the chamber, something flashed beneath that earthen layer. The flash snapped him to full attention. He suspected that that glint was very likely the object of his quest, the spirit stone core of the teleportation array. Utilizing the 10-meter radius of his invisibility technique, Lin Xiao swaggered deeper into the earth of the cave. With only half of the 10 meters covered, Lin Xiao's eyes shifted, and he activated the invisibility technique again, refreshing his movement radius. This was his first attempt at such a maneuver. At the moment of success, he felt as though he had discovered a new continent, his face lighting up with excitement and surprise. Maintaining his invisibility, he was able to move without restrictions. This was simply another form of the assassin's stealth skill. Moreover, the assassin's stealth could be countered by the archer's eagle eye skill. However, unless the duration ended or the skill was actively dispelled, no one could discover the Taoist's invisibility technique. In this way, wasn't he even more formidable than an assassin? Filled with excitement and eagerness, Lin Xiao finally reached his destination. Gently brushing aside the surface layers of soil, a crystal the size of an egg appeared before him. The moment he touched the crystal, its information instantly materialized in his mind. Core Spirit Stone of the Teleportation Array Quest item. Just as I thought. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he promptly stored the Spirit Stone. With the item in hand, Lin Xiao could have used the teleportation map to leave. However, upon seeing the 2 severely injured blood python, he suddenly changed his mind, deciding to finish them off before leaving. This time Lin Xiao no longer hid, unleashing a series of spiritual talismans at one of the blood pythons. The giant python winced in pain and was about to turn back to attack Lin Xiao when he activated the invisibility technique once more. With its target lost, the giant python became rigid, and Xiaobai's claws quickly followed suit, regaining the threat. In a flurry of coordination, within just a few minutes, the 2 giant pythons were completely worn down by Lin Xiao and the beast. As the giant pythons' corpses thudded to the ground, several items were dropped. Lin Xiao hurried over to inspect them. The usual materials such as blood python skin, blood python fangs, and blood python gallbladders were to be expected. What surprised him the most was the blood python inner dan, the size of an ostrich egg and entirely crimson. An inner dan. This is a great treasure. Looking at the blood python inner dan in his hand, Lin Xiao's face couldn't hide his joy. One must know that Inner Dawn are among the very rare consumable items in the 8 Desolations. Typically, only elite monsters or boss-level wild beasts have an extremely small chance of dropping them. Their effect is straightforward and brutal to directly enhance a player's base attributes, such as maximum health, maximum mana, or maximum stamina. However, aside from Lin Xiao, no one else knew that using this thing for oneself would be a complete waste. Moreover, it has another purpose to be used by the player's future pets. Just like the blood python Inner Dan in Lin Xiao's hand. If he were to consume it, it would just enhance his maximum health by 200 points. But if given to a pet, it could boost it by at least 1,000 points. Thus, after acquiring this Inner Dan, he decisively stored it away. Even if he had no chance of getting a pet in the future, he could always give it to Zhou Rui. After checking the cave again to confirm he hadn't missed anything, Lin Xiao took out the scroll given to him by the old village chief and decisively chose to return to town. The scene shifted and Lin Xiao appeared in the square of the novice village. Upon finding the wandering NPC old village chief near the apothecary, Lin Xiao immediately approached him saying, "Village chief, I'm here to turn in my quest." "What?" Seeing Lin Xiao arrive, the old village chief suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming incredulously, "You completed the quest. I have lived up to my mission. Village chief, take a look, is this it?" With that, Lin Xiao produced the core spirit stone of the teleportation array from his backpack. Perhaps some might think that Lin Xiao's quest was not as difficult as imagined, but that was only the case for Lin. If it were an ordinary player, even if given 30 hours, they might not be able to find the blood python's lair. After all, not everyone could easily shake off the entanglement of those wilderness black pythons. The old village chief snatched the core spirit stone from Lin Xiao's hand, his face filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's it! This is the core spirit stone of our village's teleportation array. Ha ha ha! Young man, you've really helped me a lot this time. No need for such courtesy, village chief. It's what I should do." Lin Xiao replied with modesty. "All right, young man, follow me. I'll take you to activate the teleportation array." "Sure." Guided by the old village chief, the two made their way to a secluded courtyard. Lin Xiao remembered clearly. This was indeed the location of the novice village's teleportation array. However, in his previous life, it had been much livelier around here. "Young man, you retrieved the core spirit stone, so the final step is up to you." After saying this, the old village chief pointed to the high platform in the center of the courtyard. "That's the teleportation array. You just need to place it in the groove at the center of the array." "All right." Lin Xiao nodded, took the core spirit stone, and stepped onto the high platform. It was a high platform with 9 steps covered in intricate array patterns. At the very center of the array was a round groove. The size of the groove matched the core spirit stone in his. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately approached, carefully placing the core spirit stone into the groove. In the next second, the core spirit stone suddenly radiated a dazzling light, enveloping Lin Xiao and the entire high platform in an instant. At the same time, a long-awaited notification sound from the 8 Desolations intelligence system echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. "Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Xiao for successfully completing the Novice Village Teleportation Array Activation Quest. As the first player to activate the teleportation array, you are rewarded with 1. Privilege to use all teleportation arrays in the Huaxia region, including Novice Village. 2. Skill points 1. Attribute points 10. Life skill points 1. 3. Reputation 1000. 4. Gold 1000. 5. Small teleportation array 1. Reward distribution complete. The system is about to issue a global announcement. Player Lin Xiao, would you like to publish it anonymously? Facing such generous rewards, even Lin Xiao with his steady temperament couldn't help but excitedly raise his fist. Not to mention those ordinary rewards, just the privilege of using all teleportation arrays in the Huaxia region, including the Novice Village, was enough to make him wake up smiling from dreams. One must know that although the teleportation arrays between main cities are interconnected, the hefty teleportation fee of 10 gold coins per person is not something everyone can afford. Only when players reach level 30 and unlock the teleportation array from the main city to the central imperial city will Yet Lin Xiao needn't worry about this, because he could not only use these teleportation arrays for free, but even players who teamed up with him would enjoy the same free treatment. And that is the true value of the teleportation array usage privilege. In addition to this reward, the small teleportation array was equally precious. Such arrays were granted exclusively by the system to a guild leader who chose to establish their guild's base outside the city. Otherwise, no matter how vast one's wealth or formidable one's prowess, acquiring such an array remained utterly impossible. In other words, once Lin Xiao founded his own guild, its headquarters would house not 1, but 2 teleportation arrays. Wielded wisely, this advantage would prove decisive in future guild wars. Capable of swaying the tide of... After calming his surging excitement, Lin Xiao's lips curved faintly upward as he declared no anonymity. This time Lin Xiao broke from his habitual discretion, choosing instead to publicly reveal his player ID. In truth, this decision had emerged only after careful deliberation with Zhou Rui. Not a whim, but a calculated move. The previous global announcement had celebrated a personal achievement. Players hearing of it felt mostly envy and admiration. This time, however, was different. the benefit was tangible, shared by all. Lin Xiao did not expect gratitude, yet he intended for every player to know precisely who had bestowed this boon upon. After all, if shameless imposters later claimed credit, the cost would far outweigh the gain. Global announcement: congratulations to Ling Xiao of the Huaxia region for successfully completing the Novice Village Teleportation Array quest. Effective immediately, all Novice Village Teleportation Arrays across the Huaxia region have been activated. Players reaching level 10 may now enjoy one free teleport to the capital city. May players of other regions strive diligently to activate their own arrays soon. Global announcement. Global announcement. 3 consecutive global announcements erupted like thunder across the entire Bahuang world, especially igniting jubilant frenzy among Huaxia region players. Huaxia region, what? The Novice Village Teleportation Array quest. Completed first by a Huaxia player. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly favors Huaxia. Ha ha ha. We're taking off, we've officially soared. The Huaxia region has risen at last. Ling Xiao is a true deity. I'm absolutely in love with him. Free teleportation. That means I'll never have to scrape together coins again. Right now, I just want to know whether this deity will found a guild. If I find out, I'll join without hesitation. Wait. Could Ling Xiao be the same player who achieved the global boss first kill? Unlikely. If he'd done that, why remain anonymous before? That's a fair point. Such stark contrast clearly suggests 2 different individuals. So what? Isn't it even better if they're distinct? That means Huaxia has birthed not 1, but 2 level 10 deities. Exactly. Who cares whether it's the same person? The more deities Huaxia produces, the stronger we become. And I'm increasingly eager for the upcoming regional merger. With our strength, who dares challenge us? I'm eager too. Yet for every elated heart, another sank. Across the 7 other major game regions, Asia-Pacific, North America, Central, South America, South Asia, Central, West Asia, Europa, and Australia, Africa, a heavy silence fell. Especially among ambitious elites and high-tier players in those regions, the global announcement shattered composure entirely. Among all server regions, Huaxia had long led unchallenged in both player skill and population. Seizing early dominance and holding Huaxia firmly beneath them might have given rivals a fighting chance. Now all they could hope was that Huaxia players would, like their real-world counterparts, favor peace. Of course, exceptions existed. Radical outliers, notably the few who had received the global top 10 supreme talent. Alas, under Ling Xiao's relentless momentum, Huaxia's ascendance had become inevitable. No strength, however great, could reverse its course. As the global announcement reverberated across the Bahuang world, the 4 members of the Ling Xiao squad had already converged in Heishui City, one of Huaxia region's 4 capital cities. Ha ha ha, boss, you've outdone yourself this time. Teleportation arrays activated, global announcement issued. Huaxia is truly soaring. The moment they met, Lu Gu rushed over, shouting boisterously and wrapping Lin Xiao in a hearty embrace. I say, third Lu, aren't you a bit old to still be this rowdy? Guogu shot Lu Gu an exasperated glance, then turned smiling at Lin Xiao. We honestly thought you'd stay anonymous. Any deeper meaning behind revealing your ID? Lin Xiao shrugged with a smile. None at all. Since everyone benefited, they ought to know who made it possible. These days fraudsters abound. I'd rather no one exploit this for deception. Guogu blinked, then burst into understanding, raising a thumb high. Boss, your foresight is unmatched. Boss, where do we level next? Xiaoyi, silent until now, suddenly chimed in, eyes alight with excitement. Lin Xiao chuckled, gently patting Xiao Yi's shoulder before addressing the group. For now we scatter, then regroup at Heishui City's north gate. Guogu, head to the city lord's office and scout shops. How many you secure depends on your resources. If reputation points are needed, message me. I'll come immediately. Guoji's eyes gleamed. Don't worry about funds, boss. Just tell me, how much reputation can you provide? Lin Xiao winced slightly. At most 500. I'll need the rest elsewhere. Guogu nodded. Understood. I'm off. With that, Guogu strode away, steps light with anticipation. Once he departed, Lin Xiao turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, go to the alley behind the Mages Guild and seek an elderly beggar with a white beard. That beggar is Heishui City's first archmage. The first mage to offer him a coin receives, free of charge, a unique skill unavailable to others, plus a special skill enhancement scroll. Crucially, use that scroll only to upgrade this new skill. Never divert it elsewhere. In Lin Zhao's memory, this NP-taught skill could not be leveled with ordinary skill points, only with this rare scroll. And once fully upgraded, the skill would evolve into a forbidden incantation. Should Xiao Yi master it, his future glory would be boundless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi did not respond immediately, but instead showed a look of confusion. Boss, how come? Before Xiao Yi could finish speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't ask. First go take care of your business. After everyone gathers later, I will explain everything to you. Alright. Boss, I'll head out now. Xiao Yi nodded and immediately walked towards the Mage Guild. Hee hee. Boss, it's my turn this time, right? Brother Donkey rubbed his hands, grinning. Ahoo. Lin Xiao nodded. Brother Donkey, are you interested in the hidden class transition quest for the Blade Master? What? Hidden class? Blade Master? Brother Donkey grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, his eyes wide and voice trembling. Boss, are you serious? Of course. Lin Xiao nodded seriously and leaned closer to Brother Donkey to explain. Ah. Brother Donkey's face turned pale upon hearing this. Boss, are you sure that if I do that I won't get killed on the street by the warrior guild? What kind of talk is that? Do you think the NPC guards in the city are just sitting idle? Lin Xiao shot a glare at Brother Donkey. But I still feel it's unreliable. Brother Donkey said with a mournful face. If you think it's unreliable, you don't have to do it. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, at worst I'll find another warrior teammate. Brother Donkey panicked at this. Don't do that, boss. We've fought side by side for so many days. How could I not trust you? I'll go right now. It's just teasing a female NPC. What teasing? We are pursuing her openly. Do you understand? Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. Moreover, you Qingwan like straightforward personalities, those who are direct. So you must show your masculine demeanor, don't beat around the bush, just confess directly. Got it. Brother Donkey made up his mind and nodded vigorously. All right, Brother Donkey, I can only help you this far. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own abilities. Rest assured, boss. This time Brother Donkey will definitely win over you Qingwan. No, I must secure the Hidden Blade Master Transition quest. After saying that, Brother Donkey left with a look of determination, heading straight towards the warrior guild. Looking at Brother Donkey's departing figure, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. In truth, he still had some reservations about Brother Donkey. There was no other way. If he were completely honest, it might backfire. After all, it was not Yu Qingwan who liked straightforward people, but her father, the Grand Elder of the Warrior Guild, Yushan. As long as this person could regard Brother Donkey as a potential son-in-law, the Hidden Blade Master quest would surely be obtainable. Of course, it was certain that Brother Donkey would face some hardships at the beginning. After all, that Lady Yu seemed to be no easy character. After Brother Donkey left, Lin Xiao also turned to handle his own matters. Since the three brothers already had their tasks, he naturally could not remain idle. His destination, however, was quite similar in nature to the warrior and mage guilds. It was a place every Taoist player had to visit, Sanqing Temple. Unlike the major guilds situated in the city center, Sanqing Temple was built in the northeast corner of Blackwater City, far from the hustle and bustle of the world. Before arriving there, Lin Xiao specifically stopped by a grocery store. He passed to buy a lot of higher-level ordinary talismans, inks, and other supplies. The area of Sanqing Temple wasn't very large, and the architecture wasn't as grand as one might imagine. It appeared rather inconspicuous in the city. The temple's gate was open, and there were no guards allowing players to come and go freely. It indeed had a Taoist vibe of tranquility and non-action. Upon entering, Lin Xiao first offered 3 sticks of incense to the Three Purities Patriarch in the main hall, then left the main hall, heading directly towards the back of the Great Hall. Arriving at the back courtyard of the temple, Lin Xiao casually found a shady spot to sit down, then took out the talisman paper and ink from his backpack to begin crafting spiritual talismans. In Lin Xiao's memory, players in their profession's designated hub would have their stats quickly restored. This included the energy consumed by exercising life skills, which would also recover rapidly. The reason Lin Xiao came here was that Brother Guo was about to secure a shop, and he needed to prepare the items for sale in advance. First, Lin Xiao chose to craft spiritual talismans. This time he bought more advanced talisman paper that came with 10 points of spell damage. Therefore, the spiritual talismans produced would have a minimum spell damage of 55 points. With improved proficiency, it could even reach 60 points. And this was just the base damage of the talismans. Combined with the intelligence bonus of the Taoist players, it would only be higher. As for the 4,548 spell damage talismans, he crafted before he still had over 10,000 in his backpack. Enough for Brother Guo to open the store initially. However, just as Lin Xiao was frantically crafting talismans, an old Taoist in a tattered gray robe silently appeared beside him. What the? Lin Xiao was taken aback, and he helplessly looked at the old Taoist. Senior, how come you make no sound when you walk? Scaring people can indeed be deadly. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist couldn't help but chuckle, stroking his beard. Haha, little friend, don't mind. I just found your spiritual talismans rather unique, so I couldn't help but come over to take a look. Oh! Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. To attract an NPC just by crafting a talisman, and one as ethereal as this old Taoist. Could it be? I triggered some hidden quest. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately stood up and said, Senior, you flatter me, my talismans are just a few times more powerful than normal ones. If you like, I can give you some. After saying that, Lin Xiao took out 100 talismans from his backpack and for Lin Xiao, who possessed the Tenfold boost talent, he could craft over 1,000 talismans in just a few seconds. A mere 100 talismans were hardly worth mentioning. A few times more power. The old Taoist definitely wants to see for himself. The old Taoist showed a hint of surprise, and then picked up a talisman from Lin Xiao's hand, casually tossing it out. Bang! Accompanied by a flash of light, the talisman in Lin Xiao's hand instantly blew a large hole in the wall of the courtyard. In an instant, debris flew and dust filled the air. Seeing this, the old Taoist was clearly stunned for a moment, then stroking his beard, he nodded repeatedly, "Not bad. This talisman has quite a power. It seems that little friend is too modest." Hiss. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp as he gazed at the large hole in the wall which was as thick as a water bucket. What a formidable power. Just a single normal attack could create such an impact. The old Taoist in front of him was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xiao's reaction was not exaggerated at all. After all, even if he unleashed all 99 spirit talismans in his hand, he might not be able to break through the wall. This indicates that the intelligence attribute of the old Taoist before him had reached an astonishing level. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Compared to the strength of my senior, what is my petty? There is no need for you to belittle yourself, young friend. You are only at level 10, and the road ahead is... The old Taoist smiled and comforted Lin Xiao, then changed the subject. Young friend, what do you think of our profession as Tao? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately straightened his face. Here it comes. The real test has arrived. Considering this, Lin Xiao lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before slowly responding. I believe that Taoists are perhaps the most underestimated profession in the 8 Desolations. To outsiders, we might seem like merely insignificant support. However, in my eyes, Taoists are the most versatile profession in the 8 Desolations without exception. Especially after comprehending the core skill of Guardian Beast, Taoists can both attack and defend. They can cooperate with any profession and stand alone. Haha, you speak with great insight, young friend. But do you prefer to cooperate with others, or do you prefer to act independently? Hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before slowly raising his head, his gaze calm and determined. I still prefer to cooperate with others. Oh, does that mean you don't like to act independently? The old Taoist asked with a smile. Lin Xiao grinned and replied, Taoism emphasizes the unity of heaven and humanity, blending with the universe and following the natural way. Unfortunately, my comprehension is still shallow, and I cannot yet achieve merging myself with the universe, so I can only take a step back and choose to merge with others. Moreover, even if I could act independently, the battlefield is ever-changing. How could one person manage everything alone? Rather, it would be better to use my abilities to empower each partner by allowing them to stand on their own, creating a stronger force. Ha ha ha. You discard heaven and earth to unite with people. The old Taoist laughed heartily, his laughter causing the leaves to rustle. Young friend, you are clearly not lacking in understanding. You clearly possess great wisdom and insight. Not wanting to be a lone hero but instead aspiring to uplift those around you is indeed a noble ambition. The old Taoist had seen countless people in his life, yet it was rare to encounter someone as remarkable as you, young friend. Truly rare. Truly rare. You flatter me, senior. Lin Xiao said with a smile, clasping his fists. All right, young friend, it's getting late and I won't interrupt your talisman crafting. Take this treasure map. Finding the item hidden within may be of help to you. Senior, this. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Lin Xiao said hesitantly. Take it. I won't take your spirit talismans for free. The old Taoist said with a smile. Hey, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xiao grinned and took the treasure map from the old Taoist's hand. By the way, senior, what is recorded in this treasure map? The location of a fragment of the 8 Desolations formation map. The old Taoist replied with a smile. What? A fragment of the 8 Desolations formation map? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Have you heard of it, young friend? The old Taoist asked in confusion. Not just heard of it. Lin Xiao sighed bitterly and took out his own ice formation map. Is this the ice formation map? It seems this treasure map is indeed quite fated with you. The old Taoist laughed heartily, stroked his beard, and immediately turned around gracefully to leave. At the same time, the old Taoist's ethereal voice echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. The path ahead is long and arduous. I hope, young friend, does not forget your original intention. Rest assured, senior. Lin Xiao performed a distant bow to the old Taoist, and after the latter disappeared from view, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Xiao, for obtaining the second clue of the 8 Desolations formation map fragment. The unique main quest 8 Desolations formation map has been officially activated. Quest duration unlimited. Quest rewards unknown. Current quest progress 18. Lin Xiao's face suddenly lit up with joy upon hearing this. He truly did not expect that just by talking to an NPC old Taoist he would unlock a main quest. Moreover, it was the unique main quest. Lin Xiao had always thought that there were no main quests in the 8 Desolations, but only now did he realize that the main quests indeed existed. It was just that no one had triggered them in the last life. However, what left Lin Xiao speechless was what on earth did rewards unknown mean? Why not just state the rewards plainly? Why introduce something unknown? Isn't this intentionally teasing people? Shaking his head with a light sigh, Lin Xiao dismissed his distractions and focused once again on crafting talismans and potions. He did not know how long it had been when Lin Xiao received a private message from Guogu. Boss, I've already inquired with the city lord about the shops in the core area of the main city. It's 130,000 gold coins, 100 reputation points for 1. After reading the private message, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Only 13000. The prices at the beginning of the game are indeed quite friendly. If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, when he left the novice village in his last life, the shops in the core area of the main city had already risen to around 200000 gold coins. But now it only costs 13000 gold coins. This is practically like giving it away for free. Lin Xiao also knew that once over half of the first batch of players entered the main city, the game currency exchange system would officially open. At that time, major financial groups, companies, families, and even the official side would gradually invest and cause prices in the 8 desolations to soar. Therefore, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reap the benefits. If missed, there will be no second chance. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately replied to Guogu, my suggestion is to buy as much as you can. Alright, then you'll get 5. Maybe I can get them even cheaper. Then you negotiate a bit more, I'll be there soon. Okay boss, I'll wait for you. After finishing the private message, Lin Xiao immediately got up and left. Arriving at the city lord's mansion located in the center of the city, Lin Xiao saw Guogu waiting at the door at first glance. Boss, let's go in. Seeing Lin Xiao, Guogu couldn't wait to say, okay. Lin Xiao nodded and walked into the city lord's mansion with Guogu. Brothers, it's time to showcase your talents and creativity. We are currently collecting guild names. This includes the guild name created by the protagonist, and the names of the top 10 guilds in the Huaxia region, which are Hero Association, Cold River Alliance, Qingyun Palace. The rest relies on you. Thank you. Along the way, Lin Xiao inquired with Guogu about the general situation. Initially, the Lord of Yun City offered Guogu a price of 13,000 gold coins per shop. Moreover, these were top-tier shops located in the core area of the main city. However, with the enhancement of his level 2 business skill, Guogu managed to negotiate the price down to 10,000 gold coins per shop through persistent effort. However, the condition was that Guogu had to purchase 5 shops. Arriving at the main hall of the Lord's mansion, Lin Xiao saw a tall, middle-aged NPC dressed in a black official robe. It was undoubtedly the Lord of Blackwater City. Greetings, Lord of Yun City. The Lord of Yun City nodded expressionlessly, and then stated directly, I have official business to attend to. Let's proceed with the transaction quickly. Alright, Lord of Yun City, we can begin. A few minutes later, the transaction was completed. Lin Xiao and his companion successfully obtained the property deeds and business licenses for 5 contiguous shops in the core area of Blackwater City. Meanwhile, Guogu also spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase 10 junior NPC assistants, 4 intermediate NPC managers, and 1 senior NPC shopkeeper. These people initially formed Guogu's business team. After leaving the Lord's mansion, the group headed straight for Upon arriving at the entrance of their store No. 1, Lin Xiao and Guogu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The main street of Blackwater City was laid out in a standard cross shape. In the central area of the city was a large plaza. Surrounding it were the Lord's Mansion, the City Hall, and the 4 major guilds' quarters for warriors, mages, shield guards, and archers, as well as the teleportation hall. Guogu's 5 contiguous shops were located at shops 15, on the main street facing south towards the central plaza. The foremost shop No. 1 was right across from the central plaza. The location was completely on par with the major guilds. Boss, this shop No. 1 has an excellent position. Let's keep it for ourselves. The other shops can remain empty for now. You can decide on the business matters, Guogu. Oh, by the way, it'll give you a batch of goods to start the business before the players arrive. With that, Lin Xiao immediately handed the red and blue potions and spiritual symbols from his backpack to the senior NPC shopkeeper beside Guogu. It's worth noting that the maximum size of a player's space backpack is a 1010 grid, with a maximum stacking limit of 100 items per grid. Starting from the player's initial 101 backpack with a stacking limit of 10, it expands to 1010 with a stacking limit of 100. Each upgrade in capacity requires exponentially increasing costs. However, Guogu lacked nothing but gold coins, so even while others were still in the novice village, their backpack capacity had already reached the limit. Thus, 40,000 spiritual symbols, a total of 400 bundles, only occupied 4 of Lin Xiao's grid spaces. 1,000 pills consisting of 50 bottles of gathering yuan pills and 50 bottles of healing potions only took up 2 grids. However, just as Lin Xiao handed over the potions and spiritual symbols to NPC shopkeeper Lu, he suddenly received a message from Donkey Brother. Ha ha ha, boss, I successfully accepted the quest. Xiao Yi and I are at the north gate of Blackwater City. When are you coming? What? Did it succeed? This quickly? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, a hint of disbelief flashing across his face. What's wrong, boss? Guogu asked beside him. Oh, it's nothing. Donkey Brother and Xiao Yi are already waiting for us at the north gate. Lin Xiao replied. Hearing this, Guogu immediately suggested, then let's go. I've already conveyed everything necessary to shopkeeper Lu. Alright, then let's go. Lin Xiao nodded and turned to leave with Guogu. Walking along the main street heading north, the two discussed matters about running the shop. During this time, whenever they passed stores selling weapons, armor, or tailoring, they would go in and spend lavishly. Thus, when the two met up with Donkey Brother and Xiao Yi outside the city, they were both fully outfitted in standard blue gear for level. Boss, where are we heading to level up next? Seeing Lin Xiao and his companion arrive, Donkey Brother, no rush, let's first change into the gear that Guogu bought for you. Lin Xiao reminded with a smile. Guogu, you really splurged. Thank you, Guogu. Xiao Yi quickly expressed gratitude as well. Guogu patted the shoulders of the two, saying, we're all brothers here. No need to be polite. Hurry up and put on the new gear. Soon the two finished equipping themselves. Seeing everyone ready, Lin Xiao looked at Donkey Brother and said, Donkey Brother, what's your quest? We can level up wherever, but it should revolve around your quest. Boss, don't worry about me. My quest is an old man taught me a skill and told me to master it within 3 days. Master it. Master it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others showed curious expressions. It's important to note that apart from life skills, players only have levels for their skills, and there's no such concept as mastery. Thus, everyone was curious why the skill Donkey Brother learned had mastery. Sigh. This is a test from my future NPC father-in-law. Donkey Brother sighed, lightly glancing at Lin Xiao with a resentful expression. It is known that Donkey Brother got himself into a lot of trouble because of Lin Xiao this time. Initially, he followed Lin Xiao's advice and went to squat outside the warrior guild. When Yu Qingwan left the warrior guild, this guy actually blocked her right in the middle of the road and started a flamboyant courtship. However, what Donkey Brother did not expect was that Yu Qingwan did not show any joy as Lin Xiao had said. Instead, she pulled out a large sword taller than herself and chased him down. At that time, if it weren't for Xiao Yi passing by and calling the NPC guards from the city, and if it weren't for the elder of the warrior guild Yushan coming to the rescue in time, Donkey Brother would have likely returned to the novice village by now. However, while Yushan's timely appearance saved his life, the fact that Yu Qingwan beat up Donkey Brother in public was undeniable. To prevent his daughter from being taken away by the guards, Yushan had to publicly acknowledge Donkey Brother as her prospective suitor. However, Yushan was naturally unwilling to let Donkey Brother easily take away his daughter. So after the guards left the city, Yushan immediately assigned Donkey Brother the Blade Master job change quest as a test. In Yushan's words, if you want to marry my daughter, you must become a Blade Master. Otherwise, it's off the table. The first step to becoming a Blade Master is to master the first skill he will teach Donkey Brother. Thus, Donkey Brother unwittingly endured a beating, while also unwittingly accepting this Blade Master job change. Brother Donkey, what skill did Yuanshan teach you? Xiao Yi asked with a hint of curiosity. Hearing this, Brother Donkey couldn't help but show a trace of helplessness on his face. This skill is called 100 Battles Blade Chi, which deals 400 points of undiminished physical damage to wild monsters in a straight line. Attack range 5 meters. Cooldown none. Mana cost 200 points. No cooldown. This is quite insane. Xiao Yi exclaimed. Indeed, it's quite ridiculous, but the mana cost of 200 points, Brother Pot said, stroking his chin, is probably something not every warrior can afford. Brother Donkey slapped his thigh, sighing, Brother Pot, you've hit the nail on the head. This skill is amazing. However, my current mana is only 215 points. Using the skill once would completely drain my mana. Fortunately, I still have the Gathering Yuan pill from the boss, which barely keeps me going. If it were any other warrior player, even completing a quest would be impossible. And this is just the mana cost of a basic skill. For intermediate and advanced skills, the mana consumption will only increase. Brother Pot, it seems you need to allocate some of your attribute points, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Sigh. There's no other choice. Fortunately, I have more attribute points than others, Brother Donkey said with a wry smile. After chatting with Brother Donkey, Lin Xiao turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, how's it going on your end? What skill? Xiao Yi's face lit up with joy as he nodded repeatedly. It's going smoothly, incredibly smoothly. The skill I learned from the old beggar is called Blade of the Swift Wind. It has high magical damage with an additional 50 physical damage, and I've directly upgraded this skill to level 2. Now I can release 2 wind blades at once, attacking 2 opponents simultaneously. If combined with my talent, I can unleash 4 wind blades in a short time. So you chose wind magic. That's good. High attack plus physical damage bonus. If you can level it up to the maximum, it will definitely be very strong. Lin Xiao patted Xiao Yi, showing his approval. It's all thanks to the boss, otherwise how could I have such an opportunity? Don't mention it, we're all brothers. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then his expression turned serious as he scanned the crowd. Actually, everyone should have suspected why I know so many secrets about the game, right? Hearing this, the relaxed smiles on everyone's faces gradually faded, replaced by an undeniable solemnity. Indeed, ever since they met Lin Xiao, every decision he made and every choice he took was incredibly prescient. It was as if you had played this game before. Boss, if it's too difficult, you don't have to say it. Everyone has their secrets, right? Brother Pot spoke first. It's fine. I will have to tell you all sooner or later. Lin Xiao waved his hand, his face serious. Brothers, if I said I could foresee the future, would you believe me? Foreseeing the future. Upon hearing this, the three of them instinctively exchanged glances, then nodded earnestly at Lin Xiao. We believe. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. You? Boss, we won't hide it from you. In fact, we have been suspecting this as well. Brother Pot's face was filled with a wry smile. And besides this reason, we really can't understand how you know so much. Brother Donkey, who rarely wore a serious expression, said, actually, compared to the present, I am more curious about the future direction of the game. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his expression slightly grave. I'm sorry everyone, but I can't tell you explicitly about what will happen in the future. All I can tell you is that the future will be a disaster. Everything I am doing now is to prepare for this disaster. When they heard this word, the pupils of Brother Pot and the others suddenly constricted. They were all wise individuals, and although Lin Xiao didn't elaborate, they couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition. There was no other way. After all, the game 8 Desolations was made too realistically. So real that they found it hard to believe they were in a game. If Lin Xiao hadn't brought this up today, they wouldn't have taken it to heart. But now looking back, it made them feel a sense of creeping dread. Boss! Brother Pot suddenly raised his head, looking firmly at Lin Xiao. You can go ahead and do what you want. From now on we will unconditionally follow your arrangements. Xiao Yi immediately added. That's right, boss. No matter what happens, I will fight alongside you. Hee hee. I've been with you since level 1. So at this moment, I must stand firmly by your side. Brother Donkey grinned. Tell us, boss, what are your plans next? Having your words is enough. Lin Xiao looked at the 3 brothers before him, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. My plan is very simple. The short-term goal is to quickly level up to level 20 and create a guild before everyone else, achieving the feat of creating the world's first guild. As for the long-term goal, it's too early to talk about it now. First, establishing the guild is key. After saying this, Lin Xiao immediately waved his hand, signaling everyone. Alright, it's getting late. Let's set off. While leveling up by defeating monsters, well, also help Brother Donkey complete his quest. Alright. Everyone responded in unison. Under Lin Xiao's lead, they exited the north gate of Blackwater City and headed northeast. In addition to being suitable for leveling up, Lin Xiao had another purpose for choosing this place. That was the treasure map given to him by the mysterious old Taoist of the Sanqing Temple, which depicted this burial ground. As the group chatted and walked, they quickly arrived at the edge of the burial ground. Looking out, the burial ground was the black scorched earth was barren and lifeless. Occasionally, a cool breeze blew by, underscoring the desolation. Boss, is this really the burial ground? I don't see any skeletons. Xiao Yi scratched the back of his head, looking confused. Lin Xiao smiled at Xiao Yi. Since it's called the burial ground, the skeletons must be underground. Look! After saying this, Lin Xiao immediately summoned Xiao Bai and instructed him to enter the area of the burial ground. In the next moment, a series of eerie crackling sounds erupted from the ground. Suddenly, within a 10-meter radius centered around Xiao Bai, a number of pale fleshless hand bones emerged from the ground. The closest one even reached for Xiao Bai's hind leg. Roar! The sudden change caused Xiao Bai to immediately enter combat mode. The few closest skeletal arms quickly retreated under Xiao Bai's fierce attack. At that moment, skeletal soldiers clad in tattered leather armor, wielding swords and daggers with green soul flames dancing in their eye sockets, crawled out from the scorched earth. They all rushed towards Xiao Bai, who was standing in the central area. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked and tightened their grips on their weapons. They waited for Lin Xiao's command. Brothers, don't be scared by the appearance of these guys. They're just a bunch of bone frames with defenses even weaker than blood wolf spiders. Seeing that everyone was ready for battle, Lin Xiao casually reminded them, then took out a spirit talisman and flicked his hand to send it flying. Boom! With a loud explosion, a 95 damage number floated above the head of the closest skeletal soldier to Lin Xiao. Seeing this, everyone, including Guogu, was astonished. Wow! Boss, why is your damage so high? Xiao Yi, looking shocked, stared at Lin Xiao, confusion written all over his face. Lin Xiao grinned. Sorry everyone, the Taoist class has hidden damage against undead creatures. What? Is that even possible? Lu Gu looked incredulous. Lin Xiao smiled proudly. Of course. Xiao Yi's fire and lightning magic also has boosts. Xiao Yi, give it a try. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Saying this, Xiao Yi raised his staff and 2 large fireballs along with 2 chains of lightning struck towards the skeleton horde. Boom boom. ZZZ. Seeing the damage numbers above the distant skeletal soldiers, Xiao Yi exclaimed excitedly, wow! It's real. The power boost from the chain lightning exceeded 20, and the fireball is even more exaggerated, boosting by 50. Hearing this, Guogu couldn't help but laugh. Now I finally understand why the boss brought us here to level up. Lin Xiao grinned and called out, alright, let's focus on grinding and leveling up next. Seeing how terrifying the output from their boss and Xiao Yi was, Lu Gu immediately panicked. Hey. Boss Xiao Yi, can you leave some for me? I still need to practice my skill proficiency. Haha. There are plenty of skeletons here. You will definitely complete your task. Lin Xiao reassured Guogu, then waved his hand. Brothers, let's get started. Let's get started. With Lin Xiao and the others joining the battlefield, the scene instantly became lively. In an instant, spirit talismans, sword chi, fireballs, lightning, and wind blades whistled towards the skeletal soldiers, creating deafening sounds. Amidst this, the shouts of the crowd and powerful roars of tigers could be heard. Among them, the most hardworking was undoubtedly Lu Gu. At this moment, his face was swollen like a squirrel with its mouth stuffed full of food. After unleashing a wave of 100 battle sword chi, he would swallow a gathering yuan pill that was in his mouth. Once his mana was replenished, he would unhesitatingly unleash a second wave of sword chi. The gathering yuan pill in Lu Gu's mouth was specially tailored for him by Lin Xiao, using a carefully adjusted ratio on their way to the burial ground. Each time he took one, it perfectly restored 200 points of mana, equivalent to one gathering yuan pill releasing one skill. If it were any other player, they would have likely been overwhelmed by such consumption. But for Lin Xiao's team, there was simply no pressure. After all, concocting these pills was just a casual task. Moreover, he had countless level 1 and 2 herbs in his medicine basket to squander. Of course, this was also thanks to the wealthy Guogu. Because during the time Lin Xiao was working on the teleportation array task, Guogu was busy squatting in the novice village buying herbs at high prices. His purchasing power was so strong that most of the players learning alchemy were still unemployed. As time passed, the group had no idea how many waves of skeletal soldiers they had wiped out. Occasionally, they would even encounter elite skeleton centurions. But without exception, they were all ruthless. In this atmosphere of grinding monsters and chatting, the group continued until the game helmet issued a warning signal, and only then, after everyone agreed on the specific time for the next online session, they all logged out of the game. When Lin Xiao took off his helmet and got up to leave the room, the neighbor Zhou Rui also lazily stretched and walked out of her room. Upon seeing each other, they exchanged smiles. "You really completed the teleportation array task ahead of me. Impressive." Zhou Rui smiled and gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. "Basic skills. No big deal." Lin Xiao waved his hand with an air of arrogance. "How about you? What level are you now?" "We followed your suggestion and found a shield maiden on the way to the spider cave. Currently, we have reached the 3rd level of the spider cave," Zhou Rui replied with a smile. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. "You've made it to the 3rd level already? That's quick." Zhou Rui sighed helplessly. "Of course it's fast, because the first 1.5 floors were already occupied by other players. During that time, we even had a PK with 2 teams of players. We also started grinding from the latter half of the 2nd level." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "You actually had a PK with another team? Did you suffer any losses?" As someone who has been through it, Lin Xiao knew all too well the consequences of encounters with other teams in the cramped spaces of the spider cave. Especially for a team like Zhou Rui's that lacked a Taoist for sustainability, they were the most likely to suffer losses. Of course, even if the other side had a Taoist, it wouldn't be easy. It would likely result in a mutually destructive. According to Zhou Rui, they managed to fight their way to the 3rd level after facing off against 2 teams. Clearly, they did not suffer any losses. This is indeed a bit unusual. Zhou Rui shook her head and explained, "Of course not. The newly joined female shield warrior is very strong. Not to mention the giant wolf spider and blood wolf spider. Even the same level mage players cannot touch her. Although she has not actively shared her background with us, I estimate that she must have obtained some advanced talent related to health." I see. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly realized. Zhou Rui's team undoubtedly possesses extraordinary offensive capabilities. Even compared to their Lin Xiao's team, they are likely on par. Therefore, once they can withstand the opponent's first wave of attacks, very few teams can resist their terrifying output in such a narrow area. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao also developed a keen interest in the newly joined female shield warrior of Zhou Rui's team. After all, there are not many shield warriors in the 8 Desolations, let alone female players. In Lin Xiao's memory, there are only 2 female shield warriors with advanced talents. One of them is the second-in-command of the Qingyun Palace, which Zhou Rui belongs to, Zhan Yungu. The other one is the first shield warrior of the Hanjiang Alliance, Bing Xian. Zhan Yungu's talent is a rare offensive type, and since she is not in Heishui City, she can be ruled out. Bing Xin's talent percentage health recovery per second exactly matches Zhou Rui's description. Of course, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't inquire too much about this person's situation. He also wouldn't deliberately try to recruit her. After all, he vaguely remembers that Bing Xin's romantic interest seems to be the future leader of the Hanjiang Alliance. So there's a high probability that she will join the Hanjiang Alliance after reaching level 10. It's even possible that she might become his enemy. After all, the main base of the Hanjiang Alliance is also in Heishui City. After finishing their grooming, the 2 left their residence side by side as usual. Since they had just moved in yesterday, some groceries had yet to be purchased. Therefore, they planned to visit the market today, trying to fill the still empty refrigerator. However, just as they arrived at the market, Lin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone and seeing the caller ID, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and answered, testing, "Brother Gua." "It's me." Brother Gua's signature calm voice came through the phone. "What's up, Brother Gua? You called me right after logging off. Is something wrong?" Lin Xiao asked with a smile. "Boss, where are you? I want to meet with you." Brother Gua hesitated for a moment and then got straight to the point. "Meet?" Lin Xiao frowned. "Brother Gua, is there something urgent?" Based on the accent, Lin Xiao was 100% sure that the city Brother Gua was in was definitely not far from his own city, Liao City. It was likely around Gang City or Shan City. He believed that Brother Gua could also analyze that he was from Liao City. It's not an urgent matter, I just want to chat with you, boss. You should be from Liao City, right? I'm from Shan City. It takes about an hour by car to get to Liao City. Lin Xiao considered for a moment and then replied, alright, just come over. I'm in Dongyang town of Liao City. Call me when you arrive. I'll treat you to a meal. Great. I'm on my way. There's plenty of time, drive safely. Don't worry. After ending the call with Brother Gua, Zhou Rui curiously asked, are we having guests at home? Yes. A teammate from the game Brother Gua. Zhou Rui inquired. Why is he coming to see you? He might want to confirm some matters with me. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly, and he had already roughly guessed Brother Gua's purpose for this visit. Zhou Rui pointed to the market ahead. Everything remains as usual. We'll do our shopping, and since he lives in Shan City, he should arrive after we finish at the market. Oh, then let's go grab something to eat. Zhou Rui smiled and pointed to a nearby spicy hot pot shop. Let's go. More than an hour later, just as Lin Xiao was carrying bags and boxes, he successfully met up with Brother Gua, who had just arrived at Dongyang town. Seeing the large Land Rover parked in his yard, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stare at Brother Gua in shock. Wow, Brother Gua, you're a tycoon in the game, and it turns out you're a tycoon in real life too. Haha. Boss, please don't tease me. Brother Gua, tall and robust, laughed heartily and pulled several exquisite gift boxes out of the trunk. I came in a hurry this time, hope you don't mind. Wow. Dried abalone bird's nest, Huazi Taizi. Brother Gua, I want to pick on you, but you don't give me the chance. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he looked at the gift boxes, his lips twitching. These are all gifts from others, they aren't worth much. Brother Gua waved his hand and then pointed to the house. Boss, are you not inviting me in for a bit? Haha. I was just stunned by your sweet talk. Come on. Let's go inside and chat. Lin Xiao laughed loudly and welcomed this wealthy friend from Shan City into the living room. Just as the two settled down, Zhou Rui came over with 2 cups of tea. Thank you, sister-in-law. Brother Gua had no idea of their exact relationship, and he casually called her sister-in-law, immediately turning Zhou Rui's face a deep shade of red. Brother Gua, you too chat, I won't disturb you. After dropping this line, Zhou Rui quickly walked towards her room. Sister-in-law, what's up with her? Brother Gua looked puzzled at Zhou Rui's reaction and turned to Lin Xiao sitting next to him. Cough. It's nothing, Brother Gua, she might not be feeling well. Let's just talk about our business, don't. Not feeling well. Brother Gua instantly showed a meaningful expression. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Brother Gua, how about we discuss the main topic first? Haha. Sure. Let's talk business. Brother Gua nodded repeatedly, then his expression turned serious as he said in a low voice. Boss, you must have guessed my purpose for coming to find you, right? Yes. Lin Xiao nodded lightly and lowered his voice. You want to know about the disaster? Exactly. Brother Gua nodded firmly. Boss, ever since you made it clear with us, I knew that the disaster you mentioned is definitely not simple. You might think I'm being overly sensitive, but people like me who have been living a good life are the ones who least want any disruption. I wonder if you can understand what I'm saying, boss. Of course. Lin Xiao immediately nodded. Having a strong hand, naturally you wouldn't want the table to be overturned, right? Exactly. That's the point. Brother Gua slapped his thigh and looked at Lin Xiao sincerely. So boss, can you give me the real deal? So I can plan early and arrange an escape route? Planning ahead. Arranging an escape route. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. It seems you are already psychologically prepared. Brother Gua smiled wryly. I have no other strengths, but I always tend to think of the worst-case scenario. But regarding this matter, it even makes me hesitant to think about it. Sigh. Lin Xiao sighed softly. This is precisely the real reason I don't intend to tell you the truth. To put it bluntly, I'm still afraid you can't handle it. At this point, Lin Xiao couldn't help but pat Brother Gua's shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. Brother Gua, what I'm about to say may upend your understanding, so it's up to you to believe it. Next, Lin Xiao recounted the invasion of monsters from the 8 desolations into the real world, as well as the disasters humanity faced in great detail to Brother Gua. Of course, he didn't hold back a single word about his own experiences. About an hour later, Brother Gua bid farewell to Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui, not even having time to eat, and hurriedly left. Standing at the door watching the black Land Rover disappear at the end of the road, Lin Xiao couldn't help but softly say, you heard what I just discussed with Brother Gua, right? Zhou Rui nodded slightly beside him. You advised me to quickly enter the game, rent a house in Dongyang town, and do everything possible to seize the initiative in the game. All of this is you preparing for that day to come, right? Exactly. Lin Xiao nodded. Don't you think I'm quite selfish? Zhou Rui smiled broadly, shaking her head. If I didn't know you, even if you spoke beautifully, I would just think you were. Haha. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. That's exactly how I think. It's still early. How about we go out for a stroll? Sure. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Xiao put on his helmet and entered the 8 Desolations world again. since he had arrived a few minutes early. Brother Gua and the others had yet to go online. He took this opportunity to use his invisibility technique and the guardian beast Xiaobai to clear out all the skeleton soldiers in the area where everyone was. This ensured that when everyone went online, they wouldn't be surrounded by suddenly appearing monsters. After clearing the area, Lin Xiao waited for everyone to log in while refining pills. He could foresee that the pharmacy he and Brother Gua opened would surely have booming business in the future. It was essential to prepare a batch of pills in advance. Before long, Brother Gua and the others logged in one after another. Seeing everyone gathered, Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the Ling Xiao team officially began a new round of leveling up. During this leveling period, Brother Gua suddenly sent a private message. Boss, do you have time in the next couple of days? Help me look for a house in Dongyang town. Sure. Lin Xiao agreed readily. Have you discussed it with your family? Discussed. They initially wanted to go south to retire, but I've convinced them otherwise. Once I transfer the shares of the group, I'll take my parents over immediately. Alright, I'll help you find a place to stay first. Thanks, boss. We're brothers, no need for such formalities. After several hours of intense battling, the 4 members of the Ling Xiao team finally cleared the territory of the level 11 skeleton soldiers. However, aside from Lin Xiao smoothly leveling up to level 11, the other 3 remained stuck at level 10. Before entering the territory of the level 12 skeleton warriors, Lin Xiao decided to return to the city first. Now the 3 of them carried plenty of red and blue potions. Even without Lin Xiao, they could level up safely, and their speed in clearing monsters wouldn't be much slower. Moreover, since Lin Xiao was already at level 11, clearing out skeleton soldiers would no longer provide him with benefits, so it was better to let the 3 of them train first. As he activated the return scroll, the screen in front of Lin Xiao went dark. When the screen lit up again, he found himself back in the novice village. That's right. This time Lin Xiao didn't return to Heishui City, but instead went back to the novice village. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Xiao didn't feel too sentimental. After all, he had only been gone for a day. First, Lin Xiao visited Old Chun at the blacksmith shop. He originally planned to bring a few bottles of monkey wine to cheer up the old guy, but upon seeing the old fellow drinking monkey wine, while issuing quests to players, he quietly put away the monkey wine in his hand and silently walked out of the blacksmith shop. It seemed the old fellow was not lacking in liquor, so there was no need for him to bring more. His stock was already limited, so naturally he should save it. Of course, it was precisely because the stock of monkey wine was not abundant that Lin Xiao came to the novice village. There was no choice. After all, there are fewer players in Heishui City now. If he wanted to collect fruits for brewing monkey wine, he could only come here. After wandering around the market in the village square, for a long time, Lin Xiao successfully gathered a large amount of fruits and herbs. He didn't rush to leave, but casually found a corner to start brewing monkey wine. Since he had successfully completed the Activate the Novice Village Teleportation Array quest earlier, he still had 1 life skill point available. Thus he used this skill point to learn the brewing skill. Brewing Beginner. Recipe Monkey Wine. Proficiency 0. Success rate 40, 400. Brewing time 10 minutes, 1 minute. Quantity 1 bottle, 10 bottles. Monkey wine effects increases physical defense by 10, 100 increases magical defense by 10, 100 reduces pain perception by 10, 100 duration, 60 minutes, 600 minutes. Note: improper ratio of ingredients and low proficiency will affect the quality and yield of monkey wine. It worked. Upon seeing the brewing skill on the life skill panel, Lin Xiao couldn't help but clench his face, revealing an undeniable excitement and joy. If it weren't for having enough monkey wine earlier, Lin Xiao might have learned the brewing skill long ago. However, good things come to those who wait. Now the overall output capability of the team had significantly improved. With the support of the ridiculously effective healing pills, gathering pills, and monkey wine, even without Lin Xiao present, the 3 of them could face any challenge. This way Lin Xiao could free up his hands to do his own thing. Of course, compared to the 3 of them, Lin Xiao's output capability was still a major issue. Next, he would also make targeted improvements based on this point. After brewing a large batch of monkey wine, Lin Xiao immediately returned to Heishui City through the teleportation array. Now Heishui City still felt very desolate. Players were hardly visible. However, Lin Xiao knew that this situation definitely wouldn't last long. Perhaps in a day or 2 the city would transform into a different scene. After exiting the north gate, Lin Xiao immediately cast the Qingfeng spell on himself and sped towards the burial. Upon arriving at the burial ground, Lin Xiao wasted no time entangling with the skeletal soldiers. He advanced utilizing Xiaobai's distraction and extraordinary stealth. Finally, after half an hour, he successfully reunited with the others. Brothers, this is my newly brewed monkey wine. Share it. Placing a full 100 bottles of monkey wine in front of them, Lin Xiao said, casually, haha, boss, your monkey wine is just in time. What the hell? Boss, the properties of your monkey wine. Lu Go, grinning, picked up a bottle, but before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately startled by the bizarre properties of the monkey wine in his hand. Similarly, Xiao Yi's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, wow, a 100 boost to both defenses. Pain perception reduced by 100. A 10-hour effect. This is just too ridiculous. Seeing Lu Guo and Xiao Yi's exaggerated reactions, Guo couldn't help but disdainfully remark. Look at you two acting like you've never seen the world. You've been with the boss for so long, why are you still so naive? Don't you think that anything the boss brings out is not extraordinary? Lu Guo and Xiao Yi were taken aback. Guo, you actually make a good point. Alright, let's hurry and distribute the wine. I want half. On what basis? Because I am a shield guard. I really need this. Hee. Then as a melee fighter, is it unreasonable for me to take 40 bottles? You guys are leaving me only 10 bottles. Xiao Yi said with a frown. You're a mage, why do you need so much? Also, kids can't drink alcohol. I am already an adult, okay? Being an adult doesn't count. Seeing the three of them bickering over the monkey wine, Lin Xiao waved his hand and led everyone directly towards the territory of the level 12 skeletal warriors. During Lin Xiao's absence, the trio clearly did not slack off as they had all reached level 11. Although their overall strength had not significantly improved, they were completely unconcerned. With their current combined strength, let alone the trivial level 12 monsters, even facing level 15 monsters, they were fully capable of putting up a fight. After sweeping through the territory of the level 12 skeletal warriors, as if they were cutting through vegetables, they had thoroughly cleared it from start to finish. And they had only spent 8 hours of game time today. Notably, Lu Ji's 100 Battle Blade Chi had finally reached the intermediate level. As they had previously anticipated, once 100 Battle Blade Chi reached the intermediate level, in addition to a 2-meter increase in attack range, the mana consumption also increased accordingly. It reached an exaggerated 240 points. But that was fine. Lu Guo had not spent the 7 attribute points he earned from leveling up, and now he allocated them all to intelligence, boosting it by exactly 35 points. Adding to his original 215 points, it just met the requirement for him to unleash 100 Battle Blade Chi. Following Lin Xiao's suggestion, they first logged off to rest for over half an hour. After regrouping, they crossed the border again, heading straight for the territory of the level 13 monsters, the skeletal lieutenants and skeletal archers. Upon entering the territory of the level 13 monsters, their pace noticeably slowed. One reason was that the health and defense of the skeletal lieutenants had significantly increased. The other was that the scattered skeletal archers around made it impossible for the group to focus solely on monster grinding. Faced with this situation, Lin Xiao made a quick decision and immediately used his high mobility and agility, taking Xiao Bai to specifically clear the nearby skeletal archers. With the occasional support from Xiao Yi's fireballs, the team gradually stabilized their footing. 8 hours quickly, however, none of them managed to level up again. They had only traversed half of the level 13 skeletal lieutenant's territory. Fortunately, Lu Guest's proficiency with 100 Battle Blade Chi was steadily increasing. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 days. Perhaps tomorrow they could reach the advanced level max level. As the game time was about to end, they hurried back to the territory of the level 12 skeletal warriors. Seeing that everyone seemed somewhat dejected, Lin Xiao comforted them, saying, "Everyone, don't be disheartened. Once we reach the main city, leveling up won't be so easy. Often grinding hard for several days might not even yield a single level. At this time, whoever can endure the loneliness can go further. In the vast expanse, level 10 is another significant watershed. Since they had previously leveled up to level 10 and had farmed experience in the spider cave with double experience, they had accumulated quite a bit of experience. That's why they could break through to level 11 so quickly today. Otherwise, even if they were to kill themselves, it would be impossible to reach level 11 within 16 hours. Even then, it was because their team was strong enough to maintain an overlevel grinding state. If it were normal players, the leveling speed would only become slower. Don't worry, boss, we're just a bit annoyed by these skeletal archers. Lu Gu sighed. This is something we must— If a little skeletal archer is bothering you, what will you do when facing other players in PK? Lin Xiao smiled as he patted Lu Guest's shoulder, then said, Alright, the time is about right. Let's log off and rest now. Tomorrow we will log on time. After saying that, Lin Xiao did not delay and immediately exited the game interface. Returning to the real world, Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui both made their way to the living room. Upon seeing Lin Xiao for the first time, Zhou Rui excitedly said, I have good news to tell you, our team has all leveled. We'll go find you in Heishui City as soon as we log in tomorrow. You guys level up pretty fast. Lin Xiao was initially surprised, but after a moment he relaxed. In terms of output capability, Zhou Rui's team was definitely stronger than Lin Xiao's team of the same level. After all, they had a whole team of 4 talented archers. It would be strange if they weren't strong. Of course, in terms of overall strength, they were still far behind. No way, it's not like Lin Xiao didn't possess so many extraordinary attribute items. Well, Lin Xiao himself is also a freak. Of course. Zhou Rui huffed proudly, but then suddenly sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, although Sister Bingxin will come with us to Heishui City, she won't join us. Who? Bingxin? Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched. He hadn't expected it to actually— Oh, it's the shield defender who just joined our squad. Zhou Rui explained. I actually tried to invite her to join us, but she refused. I don't know the exact reason, but I can tell she was resolute. What else could it be? The power of love, of course. Unfortunately, the girl's luck ran out. She fell for a worthless scumbag. No matter. Everyone has their own path. Lin Xiao murmured, shaking his head, then rose and asked, "What shall we eat today?" Hearing that, Zhou Rui's eyes flickered with apology. "Sorry, Lin Xiao, I probably can't dine with you today." "What's the matter?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Something on today?" "Yes. An old close friend from high school is returning from out of town. I'm going to pick her up at the high-speed rail station. Don't worry, it'll be back online before 3 in the afternoon. I won't delay anything important." Lin Xiao smiled lightly. "Why are you talking like I'm your superior? If you want to go, just go. No need to ask permission." Zhou Rui covered her mouth and smiled. "Maybe not now, but someday you will be my boss." "Boss? Enough. Hurry and freshen up," Lin Xiao said with a helpless shake of his head, then rose and went out to breakfast. Although Zhou Rui's company was absent, Lin Xiao still spent the day fully. After breakfast, he first walked a lap. Before returning home, he stopped to help Guogu look at a property. "Choosing a house for my wealthy brother Gua is never fussy as long as the house is large and well located. Everything else is trivial." So Lin Xiao did not hesitate and recommended the idle compound of Dongyang Town Seed Company, situated in the very heart of the ancient district of Dongyang Town. Due to poor management, the company had collapsed more than 10 years ago. The office building and its several thousand square meter courtyard had been on the market for years untouched. When Guogu heard this, he immediately decided by it. At this moment, it was the perfect time to scoop up a bargain. After finishing the call with Guogu, Lin Xiao returned to his lodgings. He had done what needed doing. Finding the company's manager and negotiating with them were Guogu's matters now. Around 2 in the afternoon, Zhou Rui returned home on schedule, though her mood seemed sour. Seeing her pallor, Lin Xiao, who was watching TV, could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Rui sat down beside him with a huff, grabbed an apple from the coffee table, and bit into it fiercely. "Don't mention it. I went to pick her up with goodwill, and she reprimanded me the moment we met." "Reprimanded you for what?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Saying I haven't improved at all over the years, that I haven't even managed to get a car." Zhou Rui pouted. Lin Xiao asked, amusement in his voice. "Did she not also take the high-speed rail back?" "Her?" Zhou Rui paused, then slapped her thigh in frustration. "Right? Why didn't I think of snapping back like that at the time? It shows you don't spar with people much. You lack experience," Lin Xiao said, shaking his head helplessly. "I really have no practice at that sort of thing." Zhou Rui smiled awkwardly, then, as if resolute, declared, "No matter, I'll reclaim my dignity tomorrow." "You're going again tomorrow?" Lin Xiao pointed at his nose in disbelief. "She's organizing a high school reunion tomorrow. It would be improper not to attend." Zhou Rui laughed awkwardly. "A reunion?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This was not a reunion, but a return to show off. Thought only men liked to show off, and now he saw women did as well. "Fine. Be busy tomorrow if you must," Lin Xiao said, then rose. "It's about time. Let's log on. Meet at Heishui City North Gate." "At once, boss." Logging in 5 minutes early, Lin Xiao, as before, immediately summoned Little White to clear surrounding wild monsters. Before he had finished, Guogu and the others had logged on as well. "Boss, what's the plan today?" Lu Gu asked, cracking his knuckles as he eyed the territory of the level 13 skeleton captain. "A few new teammates will join today. They'll go back to town to fetch them. You all stay and keep leveling. Under no circumstances enter the skeleton captain's territory before I return," Lin Xiao instructed. "Don't worry, boss. By the way, what's the situation with the new teammates?" "Give us the lowdown," Lu Gu asked with curiosity. "A full roster. Entirely beauties," Lin Xiao tossed out with suggestive meaning, then crushed a return-to-town scroll and vanished. Just as Lin Xiao appeared in Heishui City, he received a friend request. Player Ruishi had applied to add him as a friend. Indeed, that ID belonged to Zhou Rui. After accepting the request, Zhou Rui immediately sent him a private message. "We're being blocked by a team of players at Heishui City North Gate. Come quickly." "What the hell? Who dares touch my people? Which brazen bastard is this? Courting death. I'm on my way." Lin Xiao replied coldly to Zhou Rui, then cast the Qingfeng charm on himself and sped toward Heishui City's North Gate. It was only a single team after all. Lin Xiao felt his presence alone would suffice, and there was no need to rouse Guogu. Soon he arrived at the North Gate and immediately saw 2 groups facing off outside. One of them was led by Zhou. From his vantage point, Lin could clearly see that an assassin who had been standing behind several players had just activated the stealth skill. Clearly these men intended to attack Zhou Rui's party. Seeing this, Lin Xiao did not hesitate and dashed out across the North Gate drawbridge. Too far away to warn Zhou Rui by private message, he sprinted toward her, while shouting, "Watch your rear." Hearing Lin Xiao's distant cry, Zhou Rui's face changed. "Watch out for the enemy Asa." Before she could finish, a black-clad assassin materialized behind her. The assassin unleashed the backstab skill. His dagger drove straight into the hollow of Zhou Rui's back. It was clear he had identified her as the party leader. If they beheaded her, the opposing team would instantly collapse into a leaderless scramble. The assassin's backstab struck for nearly 500 points of damage, 480. The accompanying weakness effect further reduced Zhou Rui's attack speed, movement speed, both defenses and her evasion. It is important to note that Zhou Rui, a level 10 archer, has a health pool of just over 700. Therefore, as long as this assassin connects with a throat-cutting skill, she will surely be eliminated in an instant. However, just as the assassin was about to launch the throat-cutting skill, she was suddenly enveloped by a layer of white light. Her health, which had reached its minimum, was instantly restored. What the hell? What's going on? Watching Zhou Rui's health bar suddenly fill up, the assassin was left dumbfounded. Yet before he could react, 3 arrows flew through the air, instantly killing the assassin on the spot. Indeed, these 3 arrows came from the other 3 teammates of Zhou Rui. Sister Ruishi quickly retreat. Noticing she hadn't been killed by the opposing assassin, Zhou Rui wasted no time and quickly withdrew. Unfortunately, the effect of weakness on her had not yet worn off, and coupled with the fact that she had already become the target of their concentrated fire, she had barely taken 2 steps back when a massive fireball from the opposing mage came crashing towards her. Although the fireball was not a targeted skill, the distance between both sides was simply too close. Thus, even the shield guardian Bingxin beside Zhou Rui was unable to block it in time. It's over. Zhou Rui's heart sank instantly, plunging her into despair. The fireball from a level 10 mage was undeniably more powerful than the assassin's backstab. Moreover, because her magical defense was far lower than her physical defense, the actual health she would lose was even greater. It might even be capable of taking her out in one hit. However, just as Zhou Rui was completely engulfed in despair, a white shadow suddenly blocked her view. In the next second, the fireball crashed down, hitting this white shadow directly. Only then did Zhou Rui see clearly. The white shadow in front of her turned out to be a massive white tiger. Indeed, the guardian beast blocking Zhou Rui was Xiao Bai, Lin Xiao's companion. Stop dawdling, quickly retreat. There's a mage on the opposite side, maintain a safe distance. Just as Zhou Rui was in a daze, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came from behind her. At the same time, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was Lin Xiao's wind blessing skill. Good. Without time to reminisce, Zhou Rui retreated while directing her teammates to focus fire on the opposing mage. However, Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't remain idle. Positioned at the back of the group, he cast wind blessing again, while also throwing a healing spell to the female shield guardian Bingxin at the front. In an instant, Zhou Rui's team shifted from a disadvantage to an advantage. Not good. Reinforcements are coming from the other side. Quickly retreat. Although they never saw Lin Xiao hiding at the back, his Xiao Bai was simply too conspicuous. They weren't fools, of having lost one person while the opposing side gained one made it clear there was no need to continue this. However, wanting to retreat was not as easy as it sounded. After all, they were facing 4 highly mobile high-burst long-range archers. Moreover, with Lin Xiao's wind blessing enhancement, even if they lost their shoes while running, they would still be unable to escape. Yet, at that moment, Bingxin suddenly spoke up. Everyone stop chasing. They are from the Hero Association. We can't afford to offend them. As soon as she finished, Lin Xiao barked, no. We must chase. We've already offended them, so there's no need to show. Upon hearing this, the 3 archers beside Zhou Rui looked at her hesitantly. Chase. Follow Lin Xiao. Zhou Rui decisively led her 3 sisters forward, while simultaneously her arrows continued to rain down on the members of the Hero Association in the distance. You all? Watching Zhou Rui and the others charge forward, Bingxin frowned and turned to Lin Xiao. Why are you encouraging them to chase the members of the Hero Association? Do you know that what you're doing will put them in danger? Lin Xiao coldly smirked, glancing sideways. Are you worried that I will harm them, or that our actions will implicate you? Bingxin was taken aback. What difference does it make? We are on the same team. Will we still be after this? Lin Xiao scoffed. In the future. Looking at Bingxin, who was rendered speechless, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with mockery. Perhaps after offending the Hero Association, we will definitely no longer be teammates, right? But it's fortunate that it's not. Oh, my team does not need those who are indecisive. Bingxin huffed coldly, angrily, saying, what do you mean by indecisive? Do you understand the Hero Association? Do you know who their leader Yi Wuqing is? Lin Xiao coldly laughed. Then you needn't worry, beautiful. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave the team. You? Fine. Very well. Do you really think I care about teaming up with you? Bingxin was greatly offended by Lin Xiao's retort and angrily left the team, turning to walk away. Glancing at Bingxin's retreating figure, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip, afraid of being implicated yet not wanting to truly join them while still wanting to continue leveling up with Zhou Rui and the others. Is there such a good thing in this world? Do you really think that without you as a shield guardian we wouldn't be able to continue? What a joke. In fact, Lin Xiao had not initially intended to target her, nor did he plan to kick her out of the team. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just given her a healing spell. However, Bingxin's attempt to stop them from pursuing the members of the Hero Association had greatly displeased Lin Xiao. Perhaps others were unaware of her ulterior motives, but how could Lin Xiao not know? The reason she remained in the team after clearly rejecting Xiaobing and the others was that she wanted to recruit Zhou Rui and her friends to her beloved side. Even Lin Xiao himself might have been one of her targets. Her strong opposition to the group offending the Hero Association was certainly not merely for Zhou Rui and the others' benefit. More so, it was a concern that her recruitment plan would fail. After all, players who offended the Hero Association were not easily recruited by her, because doing so would create enemies for her beloved. From beginning to end, this woman only considered her beloved. She never genuinely wanted to get along with Zhou Rui and the others, and for someone with such a love-struck mindset, Lin Xiao absolutely could not keep her in the team, because she was essentially a ticking time bomb. Before long, Zhou Rui returned with her 3 sisters, all smiling brightly. "Did you take care of everything?" Seeing that they were all intact, Lin Xiao finally felt relieved. It is important to note that players arriving at Heishui City at this time are rarely kind-hearted. Thus, Lin Xiao was worried that they might encounter unexpected events during their pursuit. Thank you all for your support. Today, an additional chapter has been added. I would greatly appreciate it if you could help by clicking on the bookshelf and urging updates. All dealt with, and the rewards are rather substantial. It seems they are core members of the Heroes Guild. Zhou Rui laughed with delight, then glanced about and asked with curiosity where is Sister Bingxin. She said she has matters to attend to and left early. Lin Xiao shrugged. Perhaps her companions have already reached level 10 as well. Zhou Rui sighed softly, a trace of regret in her voice. Sister Bingxin's strength is truly formidable. It's a pity. Her boyfriend is going to establish his own faction, so she can't join us. That's all right, or as I said, everyone follows their own path. Lin Xiao comforted, then looked toward the 3 beauties behind Zhou Rui. Won't you introduce your teammates to me? Oh, I almost forgot. Zhou Rui smacked her forehead and began to introduce them. These 3 sisters are Xianing Qiuyu and Dong Qing. They all awakened the archer talent. Lin Xiao paused in slight surprise. Xianing Qiuyu, Dong Qing. If there were a Chun Yi as well, they would be the famed Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter quartet of heavenly archers from my previous life. No wonder they crossed paths with Bingxin. In the last life, those divine archer beauties were precisely the ones Bingxin recruited into the Hanjiang Alliance. Sadly, their fates were not kind. When the monstrous army invaded the real world, they followed Bingxin to hold the final line and ultimately perished together. It was precisely their sacrifice and restraint that enabled the Hanjiang Alliance to withdraw in an orderly fashion, preserving most of its living forces. In short, these 4 beauties became in a way sacrifices on Bingxin's path of love. Xia Qiu Dong. So there must be a Chun as well? Lin Xiao asked with an amused curl at his mouth. Boss, the lively Qiu Yu spoke first. We have a sister named Chun Yi, but sadly she's in a different starter village, so her leveling has been a bit slower. But don't worry, boss. She's already level 8 and will join us soon. Actually, you 3 being in the same starter village was an incredibly small chance. Very well. I formally welcome you to join us. I am Ling Xiao. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Xiao bowed to the 4 young beauties, then produced from his pack a pile of healing pills, spirit-gathering pills, and monkey wine. Consider these my greeting gifts for our first meeting. Keep them. The others, including Zhou Rui, showed puzzled expressions. Pills and wine. After all, none of them had ever heard of a leader so stingy as to offer only pills as gifts. However, since they had just met and out of respect for Zhou Rui, they kept their thoughts to themselves. But the instant they held those pills in their hands, terror crossed their faces. Even the usually composed Zhou Rui widened her beautiful eyes. Disbelief was written all over her delicate feature. A healing pill that restores 500 HP in 1 second. A pill that restores 300 mana in a spirit-gathering pill. A brew that increases both defenses by 100 and completely dulls pain. Monkey wine. These stats. Even transcendent pills aren't usually like this, are they? Staring at the grotesquely powerful properties printed on the items, the 4 of them were at a loss for how to react. After some time, Zhou Rui recovered first. She called to her 3 sisters, it's getting late. Stash these pills safely. Such elixirs can save your life later, or ration them. Before anyone could reply, Lin Xiao interjected, no need. I have plenty of these pills. Use them as ordinary consumables. There's more than enough. What? Boss, you really have an endless supply of these pills. Indeed, plenty. Lin Xiao said with a long live the boss. Qiu Yu exclaimed excitedly. Why is she so thrilled? Lin Xiao asked Zhou Rui with some curiosity. Qiu Yu's talent grants basic attacks bonus magical damage. The more mana each basic attack consumes, the greater the damage. At level 10, she can spend up to 10 mana per basic attack. To conserve mana, she had been suppressing her output to save spirit-gathering pills. So now you can understand why she's so excited. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's brow twitched. That talent is formidable. The other sisters are strong as well, Zhou Rui said proudly. Xianing's basic attack and skills gain range as she levels. The farther the shot, the greater the power. Currently up to a 100 increase. Dong Qing's skills carry a weaken effect. While slightly inferior to an assassin's backstab, it remains very potent. Lin Xiao drew a sharp breath at Zhou Rui's description. My goodness. These 3 young women are not, each of them taken alone, rivals the potential of LV Gu and Xiao Yi. No wonder the Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter quartet were so beloved in the Hanjiang Alliance. Beauty was only part of it. Their terrifying talents and strength were the real reason for their fame. After some polite exchange, Lin Xiao led Zhou Rui and the 4 beauties straight toward the burial ground. With Lin Zhao's Qingfeng curse blessing their pace was astonishing. They soon reached the edge of the burial. Lin Xiao then casually summoned Xiaobai to step into the burial ground first. The 5 of them followed, clearing skeletal soldiers as they advanced. Notably, after firing a few arrows, the girls sensed something odd. Their basic attacks now carried an inherent freezing and Boss, why do our basic attacks now have a freezing and slowing effect? Consider it a team buff that comes from grouping with me. Lin Xiao, walking at the front, explained briefly. My goodness, that team buff is perfect for us archers. Indeed, added freezing and slowing effects, Qingfeng curses attack and movement speed bonuses, and such powerful elixirs. Rui Shi, how did you meet a man as excellent as our boss? The girls teased Zhou Rui with mischievous looks. Quit the gossip and focus on clearing the mobs. Zhou Rui's face flushed as she replied sharply. At the same time, she stole a furtive glance at Lin Xiao walking at the very front. With the addition of 4 high-talented archers, Lin Xiao felt that their speed in clearing wild monsters was simply terrifying. Of course, this was also related to the triple boost from his Qingfeng spell Ice Array Diagram and Gathering Yuan Pill. It is worth mentioning that when encountering Lin Xiao, the biggest beneficiary was not the 3 young girls, but Zhou Rui. Her talent was double attack speed plus double critical hit. Combined with Lin Xiao's Qingfeng spell, their output ability was absolutely terrifying. Thus, everyone charged ahead with unstoppable momentum, and before long they successfully met up with Brother Gua and the others. After a round of introductions and pleasantries, Lin Xiao waved his hand and immediately grouped everyone into a team. It is worth noting that in the 8 Desolations, a team can consist of a maximum of 5 players. However, Lin Xiao, possessing the Ice Array Diagram, could ignore this rule, although having more people in the team would reduce the experience gained. But correspondingly, the speed of monster farming would also be faster and safer. Seeing everyone ready, Lin Xiao waved his hand again and re-entered the territory of the skeletal lieutenant. With 4 additional ranged archers, the skeletal archers in the lieutenant's territory could no longer pose a threat to them. For a time, the efficiency of farming monsters greatly increased. Watching everyone chat and laugh while farming monsters, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly, because he suddenly realized that farming monsters and leveling up didn't have to be so tedious. Meanwhile, in a tea house in Heishui City, upon learning that an elite team under his command had all been killed back to the novice village, a cold glint slowly appeared on Yi Wuqing's face. Have we found the whereabouts of those people? Yi Wuqing asked calmly. Sorry boss, we haven't located that group yet. A middle-aged shield player beside him answered softly. Yi Wuqing glanced at the person and instructed indifferently. Send people to monitor all 4 gates of Heishui City for 24 hours. If you spot a team of 4 female archers and 1 male Taoist, notify me immediately. Also inform all core members within the association that from today onwards they should focus their main efforts on leveling up. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again, don't blame me, Yi Wuqing, for turning hostile. Understood, boss. He'll take care of it right away, the shield player said and immediately chose to log off. As the shield player left, Yi Wuqing couldn't help but down the tea in his hand and turned to the 4 players behind him. Have you chosen a leveling location? Boss, the desolate Gobi to the west of the city is very suitable for our leveling. One of the assassin players answered softly. Then let's set off now. Yi Wuqing slowly stood up, walking while saying to the assassin player, Oh right, if you find the whereabouts of that. Understood, boss. The assassin player replied lightly, a trace of disdain suddenly flashing in his lowered eyes. 4 archers and 1 Taoist, just 5 little squishies. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and the others, who were already on the radar of the Hero Association, had been fighting continuously for 7 or 8 hours in the burial ground. Although the members of Lin Xiao's original team still hadn't leveled up again, fortunately Zhou Rui and the others had all leveled up. Moreover, the most important thing was that Brother Lu had finally managed to upgrade his 100 Battle Blade Qi skill to the maximum level advanced. However, even after completing the leveling task, Brother Lu was not happy at all. The consumption of 300 mana points meant that even if he mastered this skill, he couldn't use it. He could only settle for the next best thing and continue using the basic or intermediate 100 Battle Blade Qi. After all, the damage value was still the same at 400 points. A slightly shorter attack range was no big deal. Brother Gua Xiao, the 3 sisters, you will form a battle team next and continue leveling up. We will accompany Brother Lu back to the city to turn in the quest and, by the way, bring you some supplies back. Seeing Brother Lu successfully complete the task at Yuanshan, Lin Xiao couldn't help but propose immediately. The members of Lin Xiao's original team actually did not need to return to the city for supplies. But Zhou Rui and her group of archers were different. After such a long period of high-frequency output, the feather arrows they carried were about to run out. So even without Brother Lu's task, they needed to find a chance to return to the city for replenishment. However, with Lin Xiao and Brother Lu in charge, they didn't need to worry about it anymore. After all, up to this point, they were still using basic backpacks. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Brother Lu were using super backpacks. Therefore, even if the combined capacity of Zhou Rui's 4 backpacks added up, it was still smaller than either of their backpacks. As for why Zhou Rui was brought along, it was because after Lin Xiao left, the team could only consist of 5 players. Xiao Yi was not good at traveling and Brother Gua was the only front line. So they had no choice but to bring Zhou Rui. Utilizing a return scroll, the 3 of them quickly returned to Heishui City. At this time some players could already be vaguely seen in Heishui City, but even so the city still seemed somewhat deserted. They first accompanied Brother Lu to the warrior guild. However, since they were not warrior players, they were blocked at the door by the guild guards. The two stood for more than half an hour without seeing Brother Lu's figure, and Zhou Rui was somewhat impatient, so she asked Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the steps in front of the guild brewing medicine, "Do you think Brother Lu will succeed?" "Of course he will," Lin Xiao said with certainty. "Then do you think other professions have corresponding hidden professions?" Zhou Rui asked again. "I'm not too sure about that, but in my estimation every profession should have its corresponding hidden profession. However, this depends on opportunity." Lin Xiao let out a light sigh. In fact, he wasn't too clear about Zhou Rui's question either, because in his previous life there were only two hidden profession players in the entire 8 desolations, namely the swordsman and the shadow assassin from the assassin profession. As for whether other professions had hidden, one's opinions varied. However, Lin Xiao was always convinced that other professions must have them, including the Taoist. Just then a figure suddenly walked out from the warrior guild. Yes, it was Brother Lu. At that moment he was walking out while grinning foolishly. Not just Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui, even the 2 NPC guards at the door showed strange expressions. "Boss, I San Luzi have succeeded." Brother Lu stepped forward, and without a word gave Lin Xiao a bear hug. "That's great." Seeing Brother Lu, who usually was loud and boisterous, suddenly acting differently, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly, and patted his back to help him calm down. He could clearly feel that Brother Lu was forcefully suppressing his inner excitement and joy. He did this naturally to avoid attracting the attention of other players. After all, this was the only hidden profession in the world. People are inherently jealous. Once discovered, he and the people around him would probably not have it easy. "Let's go. First let's get supplies, then we can leave the city." "Okay." After saying that, the 3 of them hurriedly left. The 3 of them first arrived at the weapon shop, where Lin Xiao waved his hand and directly purchased 4 battle bows. Instead of buying the 4 new bamboo arrows they opted for the best fine iron arrows. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao browsed other shops until he gathered a complete set of blue equipment specifically for archers before leading Zhou Rui and Lu Go towards the north gate. Upon reaching the north gate, Lin Xiao suddenly caught sight of 2 assassin players leaning against the city wall, eyeing them with ill intentions. His first reaction was that these 2 fellows were definitely from the Hero Association. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao continued to lead the 2 forward without revealing any signs, and once they were far enough away, he said, "Lu Go, did you see those 2 guys behind us?" "What's up, boss?" Lu Gu raised an eyebrow. "If I'm not mistaken, they're most likely from the Hero Association. Those guys again. Why aren't they leveling up and just hanging out at the city gate?" Lu Gu frowned and asked. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly. "Of course, they're here to monitor us." Upon hearing this, Zhou Rui immediately understood. "I get it. They must be watching me and Sister Xianing. Boss, should we lure those 2 out?" Then, Lu Gu made a gesture across his throat. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "They are just 2 lackeys, no need to startle the snake. Let's focus on leveling up today. When we log in tomorrow, we'll send all their players in Heishui City back to the novice village. Reforge them." "Wow, sending them all back to the novice village. Boss, you're ruthless," Lu Gu said with a shocked expression. Lin Xiao coldly stated, "To deal with the Hero Association you have to be even more ruthless than they are, more decisive than they are. Only by completely stepping on them will they fear you." Half an hour later, Lin Xiao successfully reunited with Guogu and the others. Then they formed a large team again, and under Lin Zhao's command they launched another onslaught against the level 13 skeletal lieutenants and skeletal archers. Indeed, after the 4 beautiful archers in the team donned their new gear and upgraded to more powerful iron bows and fine iron arrows, the overall combat power of the Ling Xiao battle team rose to a new level. Thus, when they faced the skeletal lieutenants and skeletal archers, it was no longer just a simple monster grind, it was a one-sided massacre. Especially Lu Gu, whose damage output had undergone an epic enhancement. As a hidden class blade master, he had currently only mastered 2 skills. One was the max level 100 battle blade chi. The other was a newly learned passive skill Sharp Edge. It is worth mentioning that when he completed the job change task, Guo directly received a reward of 500 points to his health limit and 500 points to his mana limit. With 750 points of mana, he could unleash the 100 battle blade chi twice in one go, considering that this skill had no cooldown. Releasing it twice would result in a massive 800 points of explosive AoE damage. With a 10-meter blade chi attack range, he could easily handle enemies at any distance. As for his passive skill Sharp Edge, it grants all his skills a 30 chance of inflicting the severe injury effect. This not only prevents enemies from regaining health, but also reduces their healing effectiveness by 50, including the Taoist healing spell and healing potions. Moreover, if enemies cannot recover their health through external means, the severe injury effect will never disappear. This passive skill is indeed the core skill of the hidden class blade master. It is also a bane for all melee players. After learning about Guogu's 2 skills, Lin Xiao confidently stated, in the vast world, aside from the top 10 super talented players, no one would be a match for his Northwest Xuantian, a donkey. After clearing the level 13 skeletons, Lin Xiao waved his hand again, and led everyone into the territory of the level 14 skeleton wizards. Facing these high-attack low-defense ranged skeleton wizards, the group, with their powerful healing potions, feared them not at all. They even found it more efficient to grind them than the skeletal lieutenants and skeletal archers. Advancing 3 whole levels in monster grinding rapidly boosted their experience points. By the time they logged off, Lin Xiao, Guagulugu, and Xiao Yi were on the brink of leveling up to level 12. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui and the other 4 beautiful archers also exceeded 50 of their experience bar. After exiting the game, Lin Xiao stood up and stretched. Just as he was about to leave the bedroom, Guogo called him, saying he was coming over to stay for a few days. Lin Xiao naturally had no objections, as he still had 2 spare rooms, as long as the wealthy Guogo didn't mind. Of course, such a big matter naturally required consulting with his beautiful landlord first. With this in mind, Lin Xiao ended the call with Guogu and immediately walked out of the bedroom. He lightly knocked twice on Zhou Rui's door. After a moment, the door opened and a fragrant breeze rushed at him. Instinctively, Lin Xiao raised his eyes and felt a heat in his nose, nearly causing a nosebleed. At that moment, Zhou Rui was wrapped in nothing but a white bath towel. Her long, fair legs and smooth shoulders were all exposed to someone's gaze. Gulp! Lin Xiao struggled to swallow his saliva, unable to tear his eyes away. It wasn't his fault for lacking self-control. A beautiful shoulder, long legs, and a beauty stepping out of the bath. In front of such a scene, which man could withstand the test? Is there something you need? Zhou Rui asked while drying her hair, seemingly unaware of Lin Xiao's strange reaction. Lin Xiao suddenly jolted, hurriedly saying, "Ahem. My matters can wait, you go ahead, I'll wait for you in the living room." After saying that, Lin Xiao slammed the door shut and hurried towards the living room bathroom. No, this girl is simply too tempting. I can't hold on any longer. I must wash my face to calm down. However, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that Zhou Rui in the room had a slight smile on her lips. Clearly, she was quite pleased with someone's recent reaction. After a while, Zhou Rui, now dressed, finally walked out of the room. Looking at Lin Xiao, who still had a somewhat unnatural expression, she smiled and asked, "Did you need something?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately got to the point. "All right. I wanted to discuss something with you. Guogo just called me and plans to move in for a while, so I wanted to ask for your opinion." "Of course, no problem. We still have 2 extra rooms." Zhou Rui replied with a smile. "It's good that you agree. Then I'll notify him right away." After finishing the call with Brother Guo, Zhou Rui was also about to leave for the class reunion. Before leaving, Lin Xiao reminded Zhou Rui, "If you can't return on time this afternoon, make sure to let me know." Zhou Rui smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Even though they are all classmates, it's been many years since we last met. There won't be much to talk about. They'll just sit for a bit and then leave." Lin Xiao nodded, saying, "All right. Call me if you need anything." After Zhou Rui left, Lin Xiao decided not to go out for food, and instead went to the kitchen to boil himself a bowl of noodles. Not long after he finished eating, Brother Guo's big Land Rover appeared at the door. Clearly this guy must have planned this in advance. Otherwise it wouldn't have arrived so quickly. "Brother Guo, you're here quite early," Lin Xiao said with a smile as he reached the door. "Open the front door first and unload the cargo," Brother Guo said, lowering his car window. Lin Xiao was taken aback, clearly not understanding what Brother Guo was saying. Brother Guo smiled silently and pointed to the large truck behind him. "What the heck?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, shocked at the sight of such a large truck. How much luggage could it hold? "Brother Guo, didn't we agree that this was just a temporary stay? You seem to have moved your home here." "Haha, don't rush, old boss. Once we finish unloading, you'll know." Soon after a flurry of activity from the workers, 3 boxes, taller than refrigerators, were carried into Lin Xiao. "Old boss, a house can't be lived in for free. I bought you and your sister-in-law 2 sets of Ba Huang game pods. Of course, the other set is mine." "No way." Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "Game pods?" He was momentarily speechless at the sight of the game pods. He had originally planned to wait until Ba Huang activated the currency exchange feature and made some money in the pharmacy before buying one. Unexpectedly, Brother Guo had helped him fulfill his wish ahead of time. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but express his gratitude, saying, "Brother Guo, this is truly generous of you." Brother Guo waved his hand, saying, "I don't have your combat talent and can't help in other areas. I can only provide logistics for you all. And it's not just for you and your sister-in-law. I've also sent one to Sanlofzi over there. As for Xiao Yi and those girls, we can only talk about it after they have their vacation." Lin Xiao patted Brother Guo on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Guo, you've already done enough, don't feel so pressured." In his team, Brother Guo might be the least noticeable one, but his role was undoubtedly significant. Currently, all the equipment that everyone wore was purchased by Brother Guo, not to mention the considerable expenses after establishing their influence. That would require Brother Guo's strong support. It's impossible to say there's no pressure. Leveling up in Ba Huang is inherently slow, and at the rate we're practicing, we will eventually be caught up by those wealthy players with game pods. After all, this thing can be online for 72 hours straight. The difference is too obvious. Yes, the difference is indeed striking. "All right then, I won't be polite with you, brother. I Lin Xiao accept this grand gift." "Ha ha ha, that's more like it." Brother Gua laughed and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, then turned to the unloading workers and said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. You can move everything in." "Sure thing, boss." After a busy period, the 3 game pods were successfully set up in the bedrooms of the 3 men. Lin Xiao then took Brother Gua to the hot pot restaurant he had previously visited with Zhou Rui to treat him. After a hearty meal, the two walked home while discussing things in the game. However, when they arrived at the door, they happened to see Zhou Rui talking to a young couple getting out of a BMW. "Oh, Rui, so you've been living in such a shabby place all these years. Not only is it far and remote, but you're also living in a rural bungalow. You say you have abilities and look so why suffer in such a small place. I really don't know what you're thinking," a flamboyantly dressed woman said with disdain. The man beside her adjusted his glasses and chimed in, "Beautiful lady, since you're a classmate of Yue, we can consider ourselves acquaintances. Your current living situation is indeed a bit shabby. Yue has good intentions for you, planning to let you join my media company. This is a great opportunity and I hope you can consider it carefully." While speaking, the man's gaze was subconsciously focused on Zhou Rui's long legs filled with lewdness. Sensing the man's gaze, disgust filled Zhou Rui's face. "I'm sorry, I already made it clear during dinner. I have my own things to do. I don't want to join any media company, and I don't want to go abroad with you. Please stop." Seeing Zhou Rui refuse again, Lu Yue was still unwilling to give up and stepped forward to grab Zhou Rui's hand, saying, Rui, don't say that. I'm doing this for your own good. Living in such a shabby place will ruin your life. My husband is about to open an international media company in Southeast Asia, and with your qualifications you can definitely be a key figure in the company. An annual income of several million is definitely not a problem. Just as Zhou Rui was about to refute, she suddenly heard 2 familiar voices behind her. "Oh, an annual income of $1 million. Brother Gua, if you can promise your employees an annual income of $1 million, then this boss must be quite extraordinary, right? Of course, I can't say an income of over 100 million, but several tens of millions is expected, otherwise why would he dare to say such big words? That's strange. If what Brother Gua says is true, then this boss with an annual income of several tens of millions is too low-key, isn't he? Just driving a BMW 5 Series. Brother Gua, you have a wide network. Have you ever met such a low-key boss? Ha ha ha. Maybe all the people we know are ordinary folks. Anyway, I've never seen anyone with an annual income of several tens of millions who drives such a piece of junk out." Zhou Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud at this point. Meanwhile, Lu Yue and the bespectacled man turned pale upon hearing the conversation, because their earlier conversation had just exposed their lies. Rui, don't listen to the nonsense from these outsiders. Is it important whether it's nonsense or not? Yue, even if you talk until you're blue in the face, I won't agree to go with you. If you have nothing else, please leave. Are there guests at home? Just then Lin Xiao and his companion approached with smiles. Zhou Rui sweetly smiled at Lin Xiao, who was walking over, saying, "This is my high school classmate. It's a boss driving a BMW. Lin Xiao deliberately elongated his tone, then pretended to complain, "Look at you, as a guest you didn't even invite me, and how can you chase me away?" Zhou Rui spun her eyes and pulled Lin Xiao over, introducing him. "This is my boyfriend Lin Xiao." Boyfriend? Lu Yue glanced up and down at Lin Xiao, who was dressed quite ordinarily. Rui, your taste isn't... I also feel that Rui's taste isn't that great. Otherwise, how could she know someone like you? Lin Xiao, what do you mean? Lu Yue's expression changed. What do you mean? Lin Xiao's face darkened as he pointed at the BMW behind them. "How much did you rent it?" "What do you mean rented? This is my husband's car." Your husband's car?" Lin Xiao snickered. "Always developing in the south, yet you drive a car with a local license. So what? We have plenty of money. This car is bought and kept at home for use. Is that not okay?" "Oh, so rich?" Lin Xiao feigned surprise and pointed at their clothing. "So rich, yet dressed in counterfeit goods. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's watch was also snatched from a certain live broadcast room for 199. "What? You could see that?" Zhou Rui exclaimed in surprise and poked Lin Xiao from behind. "Of course. Just recently Aunt Han from cleaning snatched an identical one for her son." Lin Xiao turned his head, lowering his voice. "Zhou Rui, you a poor guy dressed in street market goods dare to say we wear fakes. Do you understand? This is street market goods." Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he pulled at the label on his collar. "Open your eyes. Brand. Benny Road." Benny Road? The two were completely stunned. A bunch of naive people. Lin Xiao scoffed proudly, then took out a big door key from his pocket and directly opened the door, saying, "Let's go, ignore these two frauds." Zhou Rui nodded. "Brother Gua, stop calling and come in." "Oh, coming." Brother Gua said something into his phone while walking toward the yard. "Who are you calling a fraud?" Rui, we. Originally Lu Yue planned to keep entangling, but when she followed the open door and saw the new Land Rover parked in the yard, she was instantly stunned. You. Wow, a Land Rover. Hearing this, Brother Gua, who had just walked up beside them, paused, and then coldly smiled at them. "Ladies, next time when Yukon people, remember to change to a better car. Driving a broken BMW to swindle, who would believe you?" After finishing, Brother Gua ignored the pair of clowns humming a tune and leisurely walked into the yard. Upon entering the living room, the three exchanged smiles. Zhou Rui looked at Brother Gua. Brother Gua, did you call? Brother Gua smiled and shook his head without solid evidence. Calling the police is pointless. However, I do have some connections. As long as we keep an eye on her, we'll eventually gain something. Zhou Rui lightly sighed. Actually, she suggested that I accompany her to Southeast Asia for a trip a month ago, but I didn't. Now that I think about it. Haha. Alright. Let's not dwell on these unhappy matters. Go check out the gift Brother Gua prepared for you. Lin Xiao changed the subject. Gift. Zhou Rui's eyes lit up and she politely said to Brother Gua, you are too kind. The room I have is just sitting empty. That won't do. You are now my landlord. How can I not show my appreciation? Brother Gua laughed heartily and pointed to Zhou Rui's room. Go have a look. This? Fine. Zhou Rui reluctantly got up and walked toward her room. Before long, the bedroom door swung open. Zhou Rui walked out in astonishment, her eyes clearly displaying a hint of complexity. Brother Gua, this gift is too extravagant, isn't it? Haha. Sister-in-law, just feel free to use it. Everyone in our team has a share. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. That's right. Brother Gua not only bought you and me a gaming pod, but also got a share for Brother Donkey, who's far away in the northwest. Of course, Xiao Yi and your three younger sisters are still in college and can only wait until their vacation to say anything. So just accept it. Seeing that Lin Xiao said so, Zhou Rui didn't act coy. Alright then. Thank you for the gift, Brother Gua. We're all family, no need to be polite. Brother Gua waved his hand with a smile. Lin Xiao glanced at the time and then stood up to suggest it's about time. Let's go back to our rooms and play games. Good. The three appeared in the 8 Desolation world almost simultaneously. Without further ado, they immediately entered battle mode and began to clear the surrounding skeleton wizards. Despite being remote spellcasting monsters with the defense boost from the monkey wine, even if they were focused, they couldn't be taken. As long as the skeleton wizards couldn't take them down instantly with Lin Xiao's healing spells and recovery pills, they could stabilize their position and launch a counterattack. Before long, the three and a beast cleared out a safe area. They didn't go deeper but occupied the spot, quietly waiting for others to log in. Not long after, Brother Donkey, Xiao Yi and the three sisters Xianing logged in one after another. The Ling Xiao battle team was fully assembled, officially starting the monster farming and leveling mode. While farming monsters, Lin Xiao occasionally took out the map given to him by the mysterious old Taoist from the Sanqing Temple. After comparing, Lin Xiao realized that the marked location on the map was precisely behind the skeleton camp where the level 15 boss skeleton general was located. To reach this place, they must pass through the skeleton camp and slay the level 15 boss skeleton general. The skeleton. Lin Xiao's mind turned. He carefully recalled his memories about the skeleton camp from his previous life. Unfortunately, he rarely leveled up there last time and too much time had passed for him to remember much. He only vaguely remembered that the skeleton camp was a tough nut to crack. Many solo players lost their lives there, and it wasn't until players reached level 20 that they could successfully conquer it. Knowing this, Lin Xiao did not choose to be greedy and reckless. Instead, he continued to go back and forth between the territories of the level 13 skeleton lieutenants and level 14 skeleton wizards, focusing on leading everyone to farm monsters and level up. After a grueling 10 hours of battle, beams of white light indicating level ups began to illuminate the bodies of Zhou Rui, Xianing, and the others. Upon witnessing everyone reaching level 12, Lin Xiao waved his hand and commanded everyone return to the city. There exists a rather unique setting in Ba Huang. When using a city, return scroll players will randomly appear in various corners of their affiliated main city. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Wuqing chose not to keep a close watch on the teleportation array, but rather to focus on monitoring the city gates of Heishui City. Utilizing this game mechanic, Lin Xiao instructed his teammates to leave Heishui City through the nearest city gate after returning and to gather at a designated location. Firstly, this allows them to split up and avoid detection. Secondly, they could scout the activity at each city gate to see if the players from the Hero Association were still guarding them. The final result was that apart from the West Gate, there was no one guarding the others. It seems the execution ability of the Hero Association players isn't very strong. Upon learning this, Brother Donkey couldn't help but send a voice message in the team chat. That's normal, people are inherently selfish. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. The first 13 days after players arrive in the main city are crucial. If they miss this best leveling time, their level advantage over later players will surely vanish. They might even be surpassed by later players, especially for those assassins who lack independent leveling capability and can only rely on their teammates. Thus, after being stuck without results for so long, these assassin players naturally wouldn't remain obediently as gatekeepers. What does the boss mean? You silly boy, don't you get it? These guys must have gone out to level up behind their boss. But why is there still someone at the West Gate? Xiao Yi asked again. I know. That's because the other players from the Hero Association are leveling in the west of the city. Or perhaps their higher-ups are all concentrated there. So whenever they return to the city for supplies, they will definitely pass by the West Gate and those two assassins won't be able to escape. Exactly. What Xiao Yu said is right. Most of the Hero Association members are likely leveling in the west. Among the leveling spots in the west, none are more suitable for them than the desolate Gobi. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Boss, should we also join the fun at the desolate Gobi? Brother of course, since we've deduced where they are leveling, how can we not take a shot at them? Everyone gather at the but remember, stay away from the city gate. Got it? Everyone responded in unison. In truth, the conflict between Lin Xiao and the Hero Association was merely minor skirmishes, not deep-seated hatred. Yet, even without any friction, Lin Xiao would never let them off. After all, being in Heishui City with the Hero Association's tendencies, they would inevitably provoke conflicts with Lin Xiao and his group in the future. Since that is the case, why not take the initiative while the Hero Association is still unstable? Lin Xiao would never be foolish enough to wait for them to provoke him. He never considered himself a righteous person who would not harm others as long as they did not harm him. He had only one guiding principle. That is to eradicate any person or force that might obstruct or threaten him. Although this is just a game, he couldn't truly eliminate anyone. However, he could still hinder their leveling periodically, ensuring they would never catch up, just like he did with that player from the Hero Association Song Lao Lu in the Novice Village. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao and the others gathered in a forest on the outskirts of the West City. After checking their equipment and supplies, Lin Xiao waved his hand and led his brothers and sisters directly towards the nearby comprehensive leveling area, the desolate Gobi. Upon realizing that Lin Xiao was taking them to PK, the Hero Association excitement spread across everyone's, especially the three young beauties with Xia Ning, whose delicate faces showed no signs of tension, looking even more excited than Brother Donkey, who was known to be a battle enthusiast. In response, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel speechless, while also reminding Zhuo Rui beside him, when we fight the Hero Association, your primary target should be their assassins. Next would be the mages and priests. If you find any assassins stealthing, immediately throw these powder potions at a safe distance. At that time, Brother will wait for the right moment to taunt and ensure the rear is protected. Understood, boss? Zhuo Rui and the other archers nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao nodded, then began to arrange tasks for the others. Brother Donkey, you and Xiao Bai take the front line. Just focus on using potions to output damage. I will ensure your health. Boss, just watch how I chop them up. Brother Donkey said excitedly. Alright, they'll be looking forward to your performance. Lin Xiao chuckled and nodded before turning to Xiao Yi beside. Brother, I have only one request of you. Start with a chain lightning attack targeting the enemy's rear assassins first. As for what comes next, you can play freely. Got it, boss? Xiao Yi also looked eager. After arranging everyone, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It's one thing not to arrange, but once he did, he suddenly realized that their team still had a significant weakness. That was their ability to respond to enemy assassins cutting into the rear. But there was nothing to be done about it. Archers could only learn the Eagle Eye skill that counters assassin stealth at level 15. His Wuji shield also had to wait until level 15 to learn. So this current level was quite awkward. Consequently, since there was still no assassin in their team, this meant Lin Xiao's side also lacked the ability to cut into the enemy's rear. Fortunately, their output was high enough, and with the initiative in combat, they could compensate for this weakness. However, once they were passively attacked, that weakness would become apparent. Just then, while Lin Xiao was walking and assigning tasks to everyone, Xia Ning suddenly called for everyone to stop. Everyone, wait a moment, there's something ahead. Xia Ning's talent is double the shooting range, hence her vision is also twice that of other players. This counts as her hidden benefit. There's a small team leveling at the right side of the ruins ahead. While observing the ruins hidden in the desolate Gobi, Xia Ning said calmly, there are 2 mages, 1 priest, 1 archer, and 1 shield warrior, but no assassins. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he continued to ask, are there any other players nearby? No. Xia Ning replied decisively. Upon hearing the conversation between the 2 donkey brothers, eyes lit up. Boss, should we fight? We must fight. Lin Xiao replied with a cold smile. Boss, are we sure we won't kill the wrong person? Xiao Yi asked cautiously. We won't know until we try. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, and then looked at the others saying, Good donkey brother, let's move ahead first. Once we engage with the opponent, you can come to support us. Alright. After the arrangements were made, Lin Xiao, Guogu, and donkey brother formed a combat formation and headed straight toward the group of players. Stop! Just as Lin Xiao and the others stepped into the desolate Gobi area, this group of players quickly turned around after clearing the level 11 sand fox in front of them, heading straight for Lin Xiao and the others. What can we do for you? At this moment, donkey brother with his sword in hand like an ancient knight looked at the group with. In response, the archer player from the opposing team said blandly, You guys should go level up elsewhere. The desolate Gobi is reserved by our Hero Association. So it really is the Hero Association. Donkey brother chuckled coldly, turning to Lin Xiao behind him. Boss, confirmed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, waving his hand, and suddenly a burst of white mist erupted from the crowd of opponents. Following that, Xiao Bei's massive figure appeared out of thin air. A gigantic white tiger suddenly appeared in front of them, startling the 2 mages and the archer on the opposite side. Before anyone could react, Xiao Bei swiped a paw down on the head of the opposing mage. 385. What the hell? Seeing his health suddenly drop by more than half, the unfortunate mage player let out a shocked cry. However, before his body could react, a thick and long blade light suddenly descended from the sky. It was indeed Donkey Brothers' 100 Battles Blade Chi. With a horrifying damage of 400 points over a 10-meter straight line, Donkey Brothers' strike instantly killed the mage player. Not only that, but one of the frontline shield bearers also took a hit. Their health dropped significantly, and they fell victim to Donkey Brothers' passive skill, Sharp Edge. The terrifying, wounded effect made it impossible for the shield bearer to fully recover health, no matter how desperately they stuffed healing potions into their mouths. However, this was only the beginning. Since Donkey Brothers' 100 Battles Blade Chi had no cooldown, his second Blade Chi immediately struck down. With the second strike, not only did the shield bearer's health drop significantly again, but the archer behind him also lost 377 health. Lin Xiao and the others suddenly launched their attack, catching the Hero Association's small team completely off guard. However, these players could not have reached the main city so early in the game without some skill. The archer player, who had lost half of his health to Donkey Brother, immediately made a decision and quickly retreated with another. Then he shouted to the double shield bearers in the front. "Stop them! Taunt! Hurry!" At this moment, the advantages of the double shield bearers became apparent. They could efficiently and continuously control the opponent's front line by using their taunt skills in an alternating manner. And indeed, when one of the shield bearers whose health was still decent activated the skill, both Guogu and Donkey Brother along with the nearby Xiao Bai immediately fell victim. The taunt skill also has a success rate, but it is relatively high. With no other choice, the two men and the beast could only continue attacking the full health shield bearer. "Quick! Focus fire on that warrior!" Seeing that their front line had finally stabilized, the leading archer player felt a bit relieved. He then called to his nearby mage teammate, planning to focus fire on the most active Donkey Brother. However, just as he hit Donkey Brother with an archer skill and was about to follow up with a basic attack, he suddenly caught a glimpse of his peripheral vision and saw the nearby mage collapse to the ground with empty health. Next to his teammate's corpse was a fierce white tiger and Lin Xiao, who was grinning at him coldly. How is this possible? At this moment, the archer player was completely stunned, his arrow aimed at Donkey Brother just hovering in midair. Having played games for so many years, the archer player considered himself somewhat experienced. But it was his first time encountering a support that could cut into the back line. Moreover, the most important question was, what was up with this guardian beast? Wasn't it taunted by his teammate? How could it suddenly appear here? This involved the little tricks of the Taoist in the 8 Desolations. Not to mention the talent with a tenfold increase. Even an ordinary Taoist doesn't have a long cooldown for summoning guardian beasts. As long as the cooldown time ends, they can summon at any time and place. This combat technique, combined with Lin Xiao's high mobility and stealth, allowed him to deploy Xiao Bai to various designated locations on the battlefield, including when he saved Zhou Rui before he used this technique as well. Damn! After his two mage teammates were killed, the archer player's mindset completely collapsed. He adjusted the direction of his bow and arrow, preparing to attack Lin Xiao. However, in the next second, Lin Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. What the hell? The archer player stood frozen in place, feeling that everything was turning upside down. There was a summoned guardian beast, and now there was even a stealth skill. How the hell is this possible? Could it be that this Taoist hasn't learned a level 5 skill? Bang, bang. With that question in mind, the archer player was swiftly sent back to the novice village by Xiao Bai's 2 slaps. After taking out 3 damage dealers in quick succession, the 2 shield bearers who had no combat ability became first the shield bearer, who had been hit twice by Donkey Brother's 100 Battles Blade Chi, was taken out by Xianing's arrows from a distance before Donkey Brother and the others could even react. The shield bearer, who had taunted Guogu and Donkey Brother, also fell victim to a heavy strike from Donkey Brother and thus a full team of level 10 players was sent back to the novice village, one after another, in less than a minute. Ha ha ha, that was thrilling. Absolutely exhilarating. Donkey Brother laughed excitedly after his first player PK. However, before he could enjoy the moment for too long, Lin Xiao immediately doused him with cold water. "Brother Donkey, next time we encounter such a situation, there's no need to waste words with them, and you don't need to look back at me. Just act directly." Lin Xiao said earnestly, "You must always remember, no matter how weak the enemy is, never give them the opportunity to strike." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Brother Gua again. "Brother Gua, you have the same issue. Just now the 5 of them were almost huddled together. If you could have mocked them first, perhaps the battle would have ended long ago." "What the boss said is true. I was careless just now." Brother Gua nodded. "Boss, I promise I will never make such a basic mistake again." Brother Donkey also put away his smile and said seriously. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "It's alright, after all, this is our team's first PK against players, and we lack experience. Once we've had more PKs, we'll get used to it." After saying that, Lin Xiao waved his hand again. "Let's go. We continue forward." Okay. The so-called Desolate Gobi is similar to the previous leveling location Grave of the Buried. Both are a comprehensive map consisting of level 11 wild monsters and level 15 bosses. Here there are level 11 desert sand foxes, level 12 desert hedgehogs, level 13 desert giant lizards, level 14 desert rattlesnakes, and the level 15 boss Desert Rattlesnake King located in the Lonely Oasis. Monsters of various levels are distributed in a stair-step manner across the entire Gobi Desert, and their numbers are astonishing. Indeed, it's a treasure trove for leveling that is not in the grave of the buried. Thanks to Xia Ning's scouting ability, Lin Xiao and his team can always detect the whereabouts of Hero Association players in advance. They then take the initiative to strike, catching their opponents off guard. Thus, within less than an hour, they eliminated 4 small teams from the Hero Association. At this moment, these individuals managed to break through from the novice village to reach the main city, definitely belonging to the core backbone members of the Hero Association. But this death not only erased the level advantage they had built up before, but also directly dropped them to the 3rd tier. 1st tier players who have reached the main city. 2nd tier players who are pushing for level 10. 3rd tier players who have just reached level 9 or have not yet reached level 9. It would be impossible for them to push for level 10 and return to the main city in a short time. At the same time, previously the Hero Association sacrificed the personal interests of many players within the guild to concentrate resources to help these individuals level up quickly. As a result, the Hero Association suffered heavy losses this time as well. After continuously taking down 4 teams from the Hero Association, Lin Xiao did not delve deeper into the desolate Gobi, but turned back with his team. "Boss, is that it? We haven't even fought enough," Brother Donkey said regretfully. "Yeah, boss. I haven't even used a single skill yet." The little wing behind also looked gloomy. Throughout the process, he had been following behind Zhuorui and Xia Ning. Often before they even arrived at the scene, Lin Xiao and the others had already finished the battle. Only Xia Ning in the team had taken action a few times using her super long range. Not only the little wing but also Zhuorui and the others, although they didn't say anything, their thoughts were not much different from the little wing. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Who told you it was over? The real battle has just begun." "Huh?" Everyone showed a look of confusion. "So what are we doing now?" Zhuorui pointed in the direction they came from. Lin Xiao explained with a smile. "The Hero Association is also an established guild in the online gaming circle. Guild members have offline connections. Just now we eliminated 4 of their small teams consecutively, so they must be on high alert now. It's very likely that they have gathered their remaining strength and are heading in our direction. In that case, won't it be perfect to take them all down at once? With our strength, are we still afraid of them?" Lin Xiao shook his head, helplessly explaining. "Everyone, don't underestimate the Hero Association. Although we have taken down 25 of their players, including the 5 we eliminated outside Blackwater City, I estimate that including Yi Wooking's exclusive leveling team, they can still gather at least 5 fully equipped teams in Blackwater City. Even though our strength is strong enough and our levels are high enough, facing an assault of more than 20 people, we still do not have any advantage. Therefore..." At this point, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. "We must change our plan. Retreat to advance. Retreat to advance." Everyone looked puzzled. "Exactly." Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively, pointing to the way they came. "When we first entered this desolate Gobi, didn't we pass by a ruined building?" "That's right. We even took down the Hero Association's first leveling team there." Brother Donkey nodded, then looked puzzled. "But what does that have to do with retreat to advance?" "I understand now." At this moment, Zhuorui suddenly looked enlightened and turned to Lin Xiao. "You plan to use that ruined building as a base and wait for the Hero Association people to come to attack, right? Smart. I want to use this ruined building to defend instead of attack." Lin Xiao first gave Zhuorui a thumbs up and continued to explain. "That area should have been a fortress. Although it is already ruined, the outer wall is still sturdy. Moreover, the most critical point is that there is only one entrance. So as long as Brother Gua or Xiao Bai can block this entrance, no matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to get in. Additionally, the walls have arrow slits specifically designed for archery. The beautiful ladies can just unleash their skills freely. Of course, there's one more point Lin Xiao did not mention. That is, by holding this position, the assassins from the Hero Association will no longer pose a threat to our backline." In this way, Lin Xiao confidently stated that no matter how many people Yi Wuqing brings this time, I can send you all back to the novice village obediently. Including you, Yi Wuqing. With Lin Xiao's clear wind charm enhancing them, they quickly arrived at their destination. Everyone entered the ruins one after another to scout, and it turned out that what Lin Xiao said was indeed true. This place is definitely a treasure trove that is easy to defend and hard to attack. After entering, Lin Xiao began assigning tasks. For blocking the entrance, Lin Xiao's first choice is Xiao Bai with Brother Gua as the backup. Brother Donkey will stand behind Brother Gua and Xiao by using the 100 Battles Blade Chi to output damage. Xiao Wing and the 4 archers, including Zhuorui, will all go up the wall of their tasks. Besides suppressing the enemy's ranged professions, also include keeping an eye out to kill the enemy's assassins when the opportunity arises. As for Lin Xiao, he will stand below at the back ready to support everyone with clear wind charm and healing spells. After assigning the tasks, everyone immediately began to prepare. Brother Donkey was responsible for repairing the equipment for everyone while Lin Xiao started distributing the pills. Not long after everyone was ready, Xia Ning, who was scouting the situation atop the ruins, suddenly shouted down to the others, "Boss, from the direction of Blackwater City, a group of players is approaching, estimated to be 5 teams totaling 25 people." "Good. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up, his expression grave, as he instructed everyone those on top should hide first, don't rush to act. Wait until they get closer, focus fire on the assassin players first. Remember, target the assassin at the front. Lin Xiao had become almost obsessive about eliminating the assassins of the Hero Association. This was not only because their team was extremely afraid of assassins cutting into their backline, but also because he clearly remembered that the strongest person in the Hero Association was not Yi Wuqing, but rather an assassin named Yi Shisan, who was by his side. The Yi Shisan who established the Dark Knight assassin team was the ace elite that allowed the Hero Association to dominate Blackwater City. Therefore, since he decided to be enemies with the Hero Association, he absolutely could not spare any of their assassin players. Especially that Yi Shisan. In order to avoid mistakes, Lin Xiao also went up using the concealment of the parapet to keep an eye on this group of players from the Hero Association. He had to admit that as the guild leader, Yi Wuqing was quite competent. He even knew to return to the city to regroup and supply surrounding them from the opposite direction. Unfortunately, Yi Wuqing's reaction was still a beat slow. If they had gathered their subordinates sooner and passed through this area earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, there are no ifs in this world. Just as this group arrived near the ruins, Lin Xiao suddenly stood up from the city wall shouting attack, while casting a spiritual talisman. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Xiao's talisman instantly struck the assassin among the three players at the front of the team. Lin Xiao judged that this person was definitely the one he feared most under Yi Wuqing, Yi Shisan. At the same time, the long-prepared Zhou Rue and others also stood up from the wall, launching 4 arrows or skills in succession, while Xiaoya's 2 wind blades struck the assassin player one after another. Even though this assassin had 2 consecutive misnotifications, he still couldn't withstand the rest of the damage and was instantly killed by the crowd. Afterward, everyone quickly adjusted their targets and launched a series of lethal strikes against the remaining assassin. Not good. There's an ambush from the ruins. Hurry! Get away! The leading warrior player shouted decisively. This leading warrior player was none other than the Hero Association's leader, Yi Wuqing. Damn! Didn't that bunch of bastards say there were only 3 of them? Didn't they say there were no ranged players besides a single Taoist? As he watched 3 assassins, including his capable subordinate Yi Shisan, get killed one after another, Yi Wuqing slammed his sword onto the ground in anger. Boss! What should we do now that we've escaped their attack range? A middle-aged shield player nearby hurriedly inquired. What do you think we should do? Yi Wuqing suddenly looked up, his eyes cold, as he glared at the shield player. Regroup the team and take down these guys. Yes, boss. The shield player felt a tightness in his chest, and immediately ordered the players behind him. Shield players in front, warriors follow, Taoists behind, archers, and mages suppress the ranged units on the city wall. Assassins! Protect the boss. Everyone get in position. As the shield player gave the command, the players quickly took their positions as if it were second nature. They were just waiting for the order to charge into the ruins ahead. But before the shield player could give the command, a scream suddenly rang out from beside Yi Wuqing. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that a player, an assassin, had suddenly fallen to the ground, and atop this player's head was a quivering fine iron arrow. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the members of the Hero Association collectively gasped, their faces filled with shock. They had clearly escaped the attack range of the enemy, but how could the opposing archer still hit them? As if that wasn't enough. They clearly remembered that this assassin brother had half of his health left. Even with a critical hit, it shouldn't have been possible to be killed by a single arrow, right? This is not reasonable. Not good. The other side has a gifted archer. Taoists split into 2 groups to provide buffs to the archer and mage at all times. The leading shield player saw this and quickly adjusted the formation, raising his large shield and charging forward. Meanwhile, Yi Wuqing turned around and took the last assassin with him, fleeing the battlefield, fearing that he would be targeted by the opposing archer with super long range. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the players of the Hero Association yelled and rushed within the range of the opposing archer, a series of arrow sounds suddenly echoed in their ears. The dense rain of arrows immediately threw their archers and mages into chaos. 2 unfortunate archer players were hit, losing half their health, and hurriedly attempted to retreat. However, when they tried to move, they suddenly found their steps extremely heavy, and their bodies were covered in a layer of... This was Lin Xiao's ice field diagram slow effect. At that moment, 2 more arrows came flying, accurately hitting the 2 archers. One of them was instantly killed due to a critical hit evidently struck by Zhou Rui's arrow. The other one didn't die, but under the slow effect also received an additional weak status. This was Winter Qing's special talent. Immediately after, another arrow flew through the air, directly killing the archer player who was under the double negative status. Seeing this scene, the leading shield player roared, "Aren't you all going to do as the boss said?" When the shield player spoke, an archer player showed a smile that was more bitter than crying. "Brother Hey, we want to suppress, but our attack range isn't enough." Brother Hei's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What? Attack range isn't enough? How is that possible?" "Brother Hei, it's true. The opposing archers are using blue equipment and fine iron arrows. Their attack range is farther than ours." Brother Hei cursed and shouted, "Damn. Then charge in and fight." All Taoist brothers retreat, prioritize the health of the archers and mages. As soon as Brother Hei's words fell, a scream suddenly rang out. Brother Hei turned to look, and the fallen player was actually one of their Taoists. And on this person 3 fine iron arrows were visibly embedded. The opponent has changed their focus. Everyone charge. Taoists hide behind the guardian beast. Taking advantage of the enemy's focus on the Taoist, the archers and mages rushed into attack range, unleashing a barrage of skills directly at the wall. Meanwhile, several Taoist players quickly retreated to the back of the team under the cover of the guardian beast, and healing spells radiated warm white light from the archers and mages. Damn it! Finally stabilized the formation. Black Brother secretly breathed a sigh of relief and led the melee players to charge forward again. However, at that moment, fireballs and lightning blades suddenly rained down from the city wall. The targets of these spells remained the ranged players of the Hero Guild. Boom! ZZZ. As spells fell, the ranged team of the Hero Guild was thrown into chaos. Indeed, Lin Xiao's spellcaster Xiaoyi finally made her move, and when she did it was with the force of... Originally, the ranged players of the Hero Guild were already suppressed to the point where they could hardly breathe by Zhou Rui and other, each one desperately consuming potions along with the healing spells from their Taoist player, and the cover of the guardian beast barely kept their health stable. But these spells were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly disrupting the formation of the ranged players of the Hero Guild, causing them to collapse on the spot. Except for a few mages who managed to withstand Xiaoyi's barrage, due to their magic resistance, all other archers were not spared, instantly killed by the successive chain lightning and the unfamiliar wind blade magic. Before they could react, a new wave of arrows followed closely behind. This time, let alone the fragile players with low health, even the guardian beasts summoned by the Taoists could not escape. Seeing this, the 3 Taoist players hiding far away turned pale and immediately tried to run back. They were just fragile support characters. With their teammates down, there was naturally no reason to stay. However, these 3 Taoists thought they could escape, only to find that the enemy's arrows could still hit them. This forced the 3 Taoists to summon new guardian beasts, completely hiding behind them, not daring to move an inch. Through the battlements, Lin Xiao witnessed this scene clearly. To be honest, he didn't expect Xiaoyi and Zhou Rui to possess such terrifying suppression power. Especially the advantages in equipment and range that he had previously overlooked brought him unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao instinctively glanced towards the direction where Yi Wuqing was. In the next second, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed suddenly. The open desert showed no trace of Yi Wuqing. That guy actually slipped away silently. Everyone, the enemy leader has run away. Take the initiative and be sure to take down everyone. With Lin Xiao's command, Guogu and Lu Gu understood right away, raising their weapons and charging out. At the same time, Lin Xiao jumped down from the battlements, and before he landed, Xiao Bei's figure had already appeared on the roar. A tiger's roar reverberated across the wilderness. Xiao Bei, under the enhancement of Lin Xiao's clear wind spell, leaped forward with fierce agility, targeting the shield warrior commander of the Hero Guild. Simultaneously, Black Brother of the Hero Guild also received the order from leader Yi Wuqing to retreat. Fully aware that the situation was dire, he shouted, without hesitation, retreat. Shield warriors, fall back, soldiers, lead the way. Everyone retreat. Unfortunately, Yi Wuqing's order came just a bit too late. Empowered by Lin Xiao's clear wind spell, Xiao by the guardian beast enhanced Tenfold reached Black Brother's side. In an instant, its claws filled with terrifying destructive power slammed hard against Black Brother's shield. At the same time, Lu Gu, who was lagging behind, immediately unleashed his 100 Battles Blade Chi skill. The 10-meter attack range of the 100 Battles Blade Chi struck down, hitting Black Brother and a soldier player behind him. His second Blade Chi followed closely, also striking down on top of Black Brother's head. Hit 3 times in quick succession by Xiao Bai and Lu Gu, even Black Brother, a full tank shield warrior, was feeling the pressure. Not to mention he had also been afflicted by Lu Guest's severe injury negative effect. It's over. Completely over. While he was unclear why a guardian beast and a soldier player could inflict such terrifying damage, Black Brother knew one thing clearly. Their side would likely not have a single person survive to return to Heishui City. Whoosh! 2 arrows struck Black Brother, who was staring blankly. He felt a pain in his chest and neck, and looking at his health bar, it had been instantly emptied. Within a few minutes, Guogu and the others had left all melee players of the Hero Guild on this desert. There was no way. In this desolate wilderness, these guys were like live targets in front of Zhou Rui and the others. They could only passively take hits, waiting to die. Of course, there were a few spirited individuals among them. But once they stopped to prepare for a counterattack, Lu Gu, the close combat killing machine, would naturally respond. Thus, until they exterminated this group, everyone encountered little resistance. The entire process was surprisingly smooth. After eliminating the members of the Hero Guild, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Although at this time there was unlikely to be anything valuable on the enemies. But adhering to the principle of not leaving anything valuable for others, everyone still gathered the equipment and items from this. Even if they didn't sell it, dismantling it into materials would allow them to stockpile. Moreover, Lin Xiao had already instructed that no materials should be overlooked. Just then, while cleaning the battlefield, Xiaoyi suddenly discovered that a Taoist player's backpack was full of herbs. She immediately looked up, stretching her neck and glancing around, her face filled with confusion as she looked at Zhou Rui. Sister Rui, where's our boss? You just realized. He and Xianing went to chase the Hero Guild's leader Yi Wuqing. Zhou Rui said with a smile. What? Xiaoyi exclaimed immediately saying. Then we should hurry over. This is the leader of the Hero Guild. Do you know him? Zhou Rui tilted her head and asked. That is the leader of a well-established gaming guild. Almost everyone who plays games like us knows him. Xiaoyi said with a mischievous grin. In my understanding, this Yi Wuqing has never been so embarrassed in any previous online game as he is today. If this video is posted online, it would definitely explode the entire gaming circle. Brother Guo came over to Xiaoyi smiling meaningfully. The boss had anticipated this from the beginning and recorded the whole thing. I bet the boss is doing the same. Haha, the boss is indeed the boss. Now Yi Wuqing is going to lose face. Xiaoyi laughed. The boss didn't intend for Yi Wuqing to be embarrassed. He mainly wanted to build momentum for the guild we are about to create. Speaking of which, Brother Guo couldn't help but smile. Having heroes as a backdrop should yield some good results. The results are definitely guaranteed. After all, the players in the Huaxia gaming world have long suffered from the Hero Guild. Brother Guo shot a disapproving glance at Xiaoyi. Alright? Stop showing off your half-baked classical Chinese. Hurry up and clean the battlefield. The boss might already be waiting for us in Blackwater City. Xiaoyi scratched his head awkwardly. He okay? Actually, Brother Guo wasn't wrong at all. At this moment, Lin Xiao was indeed waiting for them in the city with Donkey Brother and Xianing. Blackwater City, Lanyue Tower. Bang! With a crisp sound of a table being knocked, Donkey Brother sitting across from Lin Xiao cursed angrily. Damn! This Yi Wuqing is simply a shameless coward. To think he could do something so shameless as to log off during a fight. There is a rule in the 8 Desolations that after a PK battle starts, players cannot use the teleport scroll for 2 hours. Although Yi Wuqing did not directly intervene, his team participated, and thus the game system naturally judged that he could not use the teleport scroll. Therefore, Yi Wuqing had only 2 options before him. Either find a deserted place to teleport back or run back to Blackwater City on foot. However, there is an unwritten rule in the Huaxia gaming circle. Once a PK battle starts, players either admit defeat or get eliminated. Logging off is absolutely prohibited. Ordinary players might be fine, but anyone with any reputation in the gaming world will default to this rule. It is precisely because of this that Donkey Brother is so furious. However, while Donkey Brother doesn't know Yi Wuqing's character, Lin Xiao understands it all too well. In his previous life, this guy resorted to such a disgraceful method more than once to save his skin when faced with a crisis. Thus, he deliberately left a backup plan when pursuing Yi Wuqing. That was to enable the game's recording function throughout the entire process. Fortunately, the speed of Lin Xiao and the others' pursuit was fast enough to capture the moment Yi Wuqing logged off. At that time, as long as he released the video, it would surely tarnish his reputation. Consequently, the development of the Hero Guild would also suffer severe impacts. After all, no one wants to follow a boss who is a complete coward. Alright, Donkey Brother, don't get too worked up. We have already recorded the video of him logging off and running away. If this gets out, it would be much worse than— Lin Xiao took a sip of tea, smiling as he consoled him. Lin Xiao's words gradually calmed Donkey Brother, but he still muttered. The principle is one thing, but I just can't stand it. How can there be such a shameless guy in this world? Lin Xiao smiled and turned to look out the window. From a certain perspective, I actually quite admire Yi Wuqing's unscrupulous and sufficiently shameless character to achieve his goals. Because only such people can stand out in a fiercely competitive environment. As for those so-called unwritten rules, they are utterly worthless in the face of life, death, and interests. Whoever sticks to them will end up in bad luck. Of course, it's still acceptable to use them to make some points when necessary. Moreover, the most important thing is it seems we are not really rule followers, right? Lin Xiao chuckled at himself. We not only initiated a conflict but also shamelessly ambushed him on the way. Are we allowed to ambush, while others aren't allowed to log off? Hey! Lin Xiao's words immediately amused both Donkey Brother and Xianing. Boss, after hearing your words, I suddenly feel much more balanced inside, ha 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 ha. Donkey Brother grinned widely, and the previous hostility on his face had vanished. As long as you remember one thing, anyone who can establish a force in the 8 Desolations is not a good person, including me. Besides strength, what we are competing with is who is worse. After saying this, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at Xianing. Sister, don't you find it hard to accept for a moment? Hearing this, Xianing shrugged and smiled sweetly. Not at all. As long as the boss treats us well. Lin Xiao laughed. Ha! You are a wise one. Of course. Xianing replied with a smile. A little while later, the 3 of them received news that Zhou Rui and Brother Guo had returned to Blackwater City, and they regrouped in front of Brother Guo's medicine shop. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao and the others returned empty-handed, and that Yi Wuqing had logged off, everyone felt regretful. However, Lin Xiao promptly took the responsibility upon himself. In his words, it was due to overestimating the opponent's strength and being overly cautious that allowed Yi Wuqing the opportunity to escape. I must say his reasoning was quite Versailles, but the reality was indeed as he said. After all, even he had not expected that with just 4 archers and 1 mage on their side they could eliminate so many ranged players in such a short time. And the most important point he overlooked was the range of Zhou Rui and her 3 sisters. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao finally decided what skills to learn for his life skills after reaching level 15. After sorting out their gear, the group, led by Lin Xiao, set off once again towards the burial ground. The battle with the Hero Guild lasted only 2 hours. They still had nearly 8 hours of game time left. Of course, excluding Lin Xiao, Brother Gua, and Zhou Rui. 8 hours later, everyone logged off to rest. However, Lin Xiao and the other 2 remained online to continue leveling up. Although it was just the 3 of them left, they had frontliners, damage dealers, and sustain. It is worth mentioning that with her innate talent of double attack speed and double critical hit, Zhou Rui's output ability is not only not weaker than Xiao Yi's but even surpasses it, especially her clear wind spell with Lin Xiao, which is a perfect match. Thus, their leveling efficiency is surprisingly high. Under Lin Xiao's suggestion, the 3 of them would play for about 3 hours and then log off to rest for 20 to 30 minutes. In this way, they not only do not feel bored, but also comply with the game's requirement of resting for 8 hours after 72 hours of gameplay. Rest time can be accumulated, allowing them to stay online consistently. Of course, they are doing this to quickly reach level 15. Otherwise, they would still take breaks as needed. After about 4 hours, Lu Gu suddenly logged on. It turns out he received a gaming cabin from Guogu and specifically logged in to experience it. When they met again, Lu Gu was surprisingly serious, striding towards Guogu with a solemn face and said, "Father, please accept my 3 Luzi. Get out of here." Before Lu Gu could finish his words, he was kicked in the rear by Guogu. "Stop with that nonsense. Hurry up and join the team, don't delay our leveling." "He got it." Lu Gu grinned and immediately joined Lin. In the following days, they all remained immersed in the burial ground, leveling up frantically until 3 days later they finally reached level 15, one after another. Meanwhile, a major event occurred in the 8 Wastelands. The Huaxia region, leading all global regions, was the first to activate the currency exchange function. The early activation of this function also signifies an unprecedented explosive increase in the overall strength and level of players in the Huaxia region. At the same time, with a substantial influx of funds, various factions began to reveal themselves and members of major guilds quickly gathered in their respective main cities to seize advantageous leveling points. During this time, Lin Xiao's side naturally could not remain idle. Now, apart from leveling up with the main group, Guogu spent most of his time in Blackwater City. On one hand, the pharmacy had just opened and he had to personally supervise it every day. He even went to the Lord's mansion to spend a fortune hiring several NPC guards to prevent players from causing trouble in the pharmacy. On the other hand, he had to constantly gather various herbs, fruits, and materials for Lin Xiao to avoid running out of stock at the even though he had set the prices of the pills high enough and limited their daily sales, he still could not stop players from eagerly purchasing them. There was no helping it. The healing potion that restored 200 health points per second and the gathering pill that restored 150 mana points per second were simply too appealing for these players who had never experienced such benefits. Thus, often within just 1 or 2 hours of opening, all the potions and charms planned for the day would be sold out. Of course, Guogu, far away in Blackwater City, did not forget about Lin Xiao's side. Since he left the team, Lin Xiao had been short of a proper frontline tank. Usually they relied on Guogu and Lin Xiao's Little White to hold the front. Therefore, Guogu specifically recruited 2 shield players who also focused on full vitality. These 2 shield players are twins. Their IDs are quite simple. The elder is named Shield Left and the younger is named Shield Right. But Lin Xiao and the others prefer to call them Big Shield and Second Shield. The 2 were not in the same novice village before, so they could level up peacefully without worries. However, when they reunited in Blackwater City, they did not want to be separated again. However, a fully equipped team has only 5 slots, and unless it's a long-term team like the Hero Association, it is rare to accommodate both brothers at the same time. Thus, they couldn't find teammates for several consecutive days, until they went to Guogu to apply as lifestyle players, where Guogu discovered them. What's more surprising is that even though they are not high-level talent players, they both received mid-tier talent rewards. One received a 20 damage reduction, while the other received a 30 health boost. Not only that, but Big Shield also completed a hidden quest in the novice village, earning the title of Armor Master. This title allows him to gain an additional 20 boost to armor attributes regardless of what armor he forges. Such talented and skilled individuals would undoubtedly be elite players in any other guild. It's just a pity that these 2 pieces of uncut jade were overlooked until now, allowing Lin Xiao to take advantage of their Additionally, there was another piece of good news for Lin Xiao's team. The 4 sisters, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, were finally reunited. Unlike the other 3 sisters, Chun Yi's talent is a team-based enhancement talent, Heart of the Spirit. As long as the team mode is activated, Chun Yi will automatically consume 5 points of mana per second, while her team members will receive a permanent bonus of 30 hit rate and 20 dodge rate. This talent may seem insignificant compared to the talents of the Summer Ning sisters, but only archers and assassins can truly understand how important these 2 attributes are. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this enhancement applies to all team members. Even Lin Xiao's 8 Wasteland map cannot compare. Perhaps Chun Yi's talent may not be that impactful in the early stages of the game, but once she joins the guild, her talent will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. The addition of the 3 members significantly bolstered the strength of Lin Xiao's battle team. However, this is still not the full extent of their strength. It is worth noting that aside from the new additions, everyone had already reached level 15. After learning new skills and life skills, the team's strength would rise to another level. Upon reaching level 15, Lin Xiao without hesitation directly learned another core skill of the Taoist class, Wuji Shield. With this skill activated, Lin Xiao could confidently say that no one in the entire Black Water City would be able to threaten him, and no faction would be able to challenge Lin Xiao's battle team. Wuji Shield active skill that provides a shield to absorb damage for oneself and teammates. Level Beginner. Attributes teammates absorb 200, 2000 points of damage, oneself absorb 400, 4000 points of damage. Skill cooldown time 1 seconds. Mana cost 110 points. When Lin Xiao saw the attributes of this skill, he was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. With a shield that absorbs 2000 points of damage added for free, even a fragile mage like Xiao Yi could become a competent, not to mention Lin Xiao's own 4000 point shield. With this skill acquired, they can face any opponent with composure, no longer needing to worry about being ambushed by enemy. In addition to the extraordinary skill of the infinite shield, Lin Xiao has once again learned a new life skill. This time it is not some flashy nonsense, but the direct art of weapon crafting. It is said that there are no weapons with abnormally exceptional attributes in the 8 Desolations, so Lin Xiao is eager to see how powerful his self-crafted weapons can become once amplified tenfold. To try his hand at forging weapons, Lin Xiao waved his hand and led everyone back to Heishui City. Upon arriving in the city, Lin Xiao wasted no time gathering a large amount of materials and weapon blueprints obtained from Brother Guo and headed straight for Sanqing Temple. It is worth mentioning that weapon crafting is a major category among life skills. Just like the brewing skill learned earlier, one must have weapon crafting blueprints to create weapons of the corresponding level. These blueprints are not particularly rare, as long as players reach the appropriate level, they qualify to purchase the corresponding blueprints from the official shop. The only issue is that they are quite expensive. A blueprint for a level 10 blue equipment costs 1000 gold coins each. At the current exchange rate, that amounts to 100000 Chinese yuan. However, upon reflection, this price seems reasonable. After all, blueprints are essential tools for players. If anyone could easily learn wooden weapons and equipment become worthless. And if equipment flooded the market, the entire monetary system of the 8 Desolations would collapse. Thus, the high price of these items is somewhat justified. Of course, for the wealthy Brother Guo, a mere few thousand gold coins are trivial and hardly worth his attention. Therefore, he not only bought 3 level 10 blue weapon blueprints, dagger, bow, arrows in one go, but also helped the new teammate Big Shield acquire 2 level 10 blue armor blueprints, shield armor. To quickly improve his weapon crafting proficiency, Lin Xiao decided to start with the easier, faster to make fine iron arrows. Weapon crafting. Blueprints: fine iron arrow, level 10 bull tail dagger, level 10 iron frame bow, level 10, 1. Fine iron arrow, level 10 blue equipment. Materials: fine iron or 1, feathers 3, firewood 1. Physical attack power 2, 20. Range 1, 10. Note: proficiency and material quality will affect final attributes. 2. Bull tail dagger, level 10 blue equipment. Materials: fine iron or 5, firewood 1. Physical attack power 8, 80. Durability 15, 150,000, 150. Note: proficiency and material quality will affect final attributes. 3. Iron frame bow, level 10 blue equipment. Materials: fine iron or 4, bull tendon 2. Attack power 5, 50. Range 5, 50. Durability 1010, 100,000, 100. Note: proficiency and material quality will affect final attributes. After seeing these weapon attributes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This sigh was not merely a lament for the harsh attribute settings of this game, but also an astonishment at the monstrous attributes displayed by these weapons after being amplified tenfold. As for the increase in durability, there is nothing much to say. At most, it just means Brother Donkey will be out of a job. However, the amplified attack power and range are extraordinary, especially the range. During the previous battle with the Hero Association, Zhou Rui and others gained merely a few percentage points in range, and yet they obtained an overwhelming advantage. Now, with a sudden 60 increase, how will Lin Xiao's opponents cope in the future? And this is just for level 10. What about level 20 golden equipment or level 30 purple equipment? The image is simply too beautiful to eat. After several hours of frantic crafting, Lin Xiao finally equipped the 5 archers in the team, including Zhou Rui, with iron frame bows boasting attack power over 40 and a range exceeding 40, along with sufficient fine iron arrows. Simultaneously, he also crafted a brand new bull-tail dagger for Brother Guo, Brother Donkey, Big Shield, and Second. Although these bull-tail daggers have a maximum attack power of only 70 points, they are still vastly superior to what they were used. Once all items were prepared, Lin Xiao immediately went to meet with everyone, intending to head to the burial ground again. However, this time he was not taking them for level grinding. His goal was clear: the level 15 boss that countless players had hated, the Skeleton General. When Lin Xiao gathered everyone in the city and handed them their weapons, their expressions were without exception spectacular. However, having spent so much time together, they had developed some immunity. Plus, being in the city with many unfamiliar players around, they managed to control themselves and did not become overly giddy. Yet Lin Xiao could see the burning battle intent reflected in their eyes. They were eager to fly back to the burial ground to test their new weapons. Of course, although Xiao Yi did not benefit from Lin Xiao this time, he was also eager to give it a try. Having reached level 15, he not only learned a new mage skill, Lightning Trap, but also gained an exclusive skill point to enhance his Wind Blade skill after continuously donating to the old beggar. Now Xiao Yi can unleash 4 Wind Blades with one skill, and with his talent it becomes a total of 8 Wind Blades in succession. Moreover, each Wind Blade's magical attack has increased by a whopping 50. The power is indeed formidable. Simultaneously, the Lightning Trap is a rare skill that offers both offensive and defensive capabilities. By placing a lightning trap at any point within the magical attack range, any enemy that steps on it will suffer lightning damage along with a paralysis effect within a 5-meter radius. With his talent, Xiao Yi can place 2 lightning traps. If they overlap and someone steps on them, the experience will be nothing short of exhilarating. Of course, there are many ways to utilize this skill, so the extent of its power will depend entirely on his creativity. However, Lin Xiao is not worried in the slightest, because the clever girls Qiu Yu and Chun Yi have already helped him devise several strategies, each more sneaky and unpredictable than the last. Some of them even gave Lin Xiao, who is usually quite cunning, a chilling sensation down his spine. Glancing at his brothers before him, Lin Xiao waved his hand with spirited enthusiasm. Let's set off. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, including the reluctant Guogu. Dragged along by Lin Xiao, the group of 11 headed straight towards the north gate of Heishui City. As they passed by, surrounding players swiftly gave way. To those onlookers, Lin Xiao's group, adorned in complete sets of blue gear, appeared exceptionally striking. This left the nearby players filled with envy, while they speculated about which guild these elite players belonged to. Unfortunately, despite their discussions, they could not deduce the identities of the group. Ultimately, they could only sigh and disperse. However, just as the group passed an intersection, a fully staffed team of 5 happened to emerge from a nearby. Suddenly, Qiu Yu, who was behind Lin Xiao, spotted a female shield player in the team and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Bingxin." Indeed, the one Qiu Yu called out was none other than their former comrade from the novice village, Bingxin. Qiu Yu. Bingxin paused slightly, and upon turning her gaze, she indeed saw Qiu Yu waving at her from Lin Xiao's group. Noticing this, a male mage player beside Bingxin narrowed his eyes and meaningfully asked, "Bing Bing, do you know?" "Yes, they are teammates I met back in the novice village," Bingxin replied before making her way over to Qiu Yu and Zhou Rui. "Ladies, it's been a while." With a smile, Bingxin greeted everyone, her gaze unconsciously scanning over them and the people behind them. "Yes, Sister Bingxin, why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye that day? We searched for you for so long. And we sent you so many private messages, why didn't you reply to any of them?" Qiu Yu pouted, looking quite unhappy. "I was just busy. When you went to chase after those guys, I couldn't help it all, and since my boyfriend also came to Heishui City, I left early," Bingxin briefly explained while subconsciously glancing at Lin Xiao beside her. "Oh, I see." However, just as the girls were reminiscing, an untimely voice suddenly interjected. "Bing Bing, are these all your friends?" As this unsought voice sounded, the male mage player who had spoken to Bingxin sauntered over. "By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Han Jianggu, the leader of the Hanjiang Guild in this online game, and also Bing Bing's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet all you lovely ladies." This guy, who claimed to be the leader of the Hanjiang Guild, was quite unabashed, starting his self-introduction right away, especially when he mentioned being the leader of the Hanjiang Guild. He couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao and the others behind Zhou Rui with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Rui and the others frowned slightly. "Ahem. Ladies, this is my boyfriend." As if sensing the displeasure from Zhou Rui and the others, Bingxin quickly smoothed things over, saying, "He heard that you all took good care of me back then and always wanted to thank you in person. Right, Han Jiang?" Han Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Ah, yes. Bing Bing is absolutely right. I am very grateful to you lovely ladies for taking care of Bing Bing." "You are too polite, Han Jiang. There's no need to mention who takes care of whom between us and Sister Bingxin. We just hit it off," Zhou Rui replied politely. Hearing this, Han Jiang Gu Ying's eyes brightened, and he quickly seized the opportunity. "Haha, as long as you get along. In that case, why don't you lovely ladies join our Hanjiang Guild? That way you all can reunite. Moreover, regarding benefits and treatment, you need not worry. Even considering Bing Bing's reputation, you all will receive our guild's highest treatment." Han Jiangguing was no fool. He could clearly see what kind of gear this group of over 10 people was wearing and what weapons they were wielding. Thus, if he could rope in this group, the strength of the Hanjiang Guild would undoubtedly increase significantly. Besides, it seemed they had a good relationship with his girlfriend, so the chances of success were definitely not small. While Han Jiangguing was speaking eloquently, Xiao Yi nudged Lin Xiao, who was watching the spectacle with arms crossed. "This so-called Han Jiangguing is trying to poach your people right in front of you. Can you let this slide?" Lin Xiao shot a glare at Xiao Yi, slightly annoyed, and calmly replied, "Why are you so anxious? Such trivial matters can be handled by them. What the boss said is right. Guogu, who was nearby, also crossed his arms, a cold smile on his face. A mere Hanjiang guild thinks they can poach us. It's simply laughable. Lu Gu grinned. Moreover, that's not even the point. The main issue is that this guy dares to poach right under our nose, targeting our sister-in-law. Isn't that just asking for humiliation? Lin Xiao chuckled disdainfully. So I say let them handle these minor issues themselves. By the way, Guogu, when you have time later, go recruit all the casual players from the Hanjiang guild. We still have a few empty shops, so let's find them something to do. Hey! Guogu chuckled wickedly. I thought you really didn't care, boss. Lin Xiao shrugged. I can ignore it, but that doesn't mean I won't retaliate. It's just that I need to consider these ladies' feelings, so my methods will have to be relatively gentle. Hearing this, Guogu and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Is this still considered gentle? Who doesn't know the importance of casual players these days? You're practically cutting off their livelihood. As they faced Hanjiang Gu Ying's sudden solicitation, Zhou Rui and the others couldn't help but frown, inwardly feeling a hint of disdain towards this audacious fellow. However, out of respect for Bingxin, Zhou Rui and the others did not say much, and suppressing their dissatisfaction decisively rejected him, saying, We appreciate the kind offer from the leader of Hanjiang, but we already have our own team. We will also be forming a guild in the future, so we can only apologize. Oh! Hanjiang Guing raised an eyebrow, his expression haughty. Ladies, I'm not saying this to offend you, but even though this is just a game, you should still recognize reality. Don't be deceived and miss out on a great opportunity. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance provocatively at Lin Xiao and the others who were laughing and chatting behind Zhou Rui. Then we won't trouble you, Hanjiang. Zhou Rui's expression turned slightly cold. Then she turned to the conflicted Bingxin and said, Sister Bingxin, we still need to leave the city to level up, so we won't chat with you any longer. If there's a chance in the future. Goodbye. This? Alright. At this moment, Bing Xin's expression was somewhat awkward, clearly not expecting Hanjiang Guing to say such a thing in this setting. However, when she saw Hanjiang Guing giving her frantic signals, she ultimately steeled herself to speak as Zhou Rui and the others were leaving. Sisters. What's wrong, Sister Bing Bing? Zhou Rui and the others paused, turned around and asked curiously. Hanjiang means no harm, I hope you won't misunderstand. Bing Xian hurriedly explained. Don't worry, Sister Bing Bing. We are not that petty. At this moment, even Qiu Yu repressed her usual vivacity, forcing a smile in response. Bing Xian nodded. That's good. However, since we have met, I still hope you can seriously consider Hanjiang's words. The door of our Hanjiang alliance is always open for you sisters. Upon hearing this, a hint of barely perceptible disappointment flashed in Zhou Rui and the others' eyes. Zhou Rui stepped forward and patted Bing Xin's arm, her tone gentle, but clearly carrying a hint of distance. Alright, Sister Bing Xian, we will consider it carefully. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. After saying that, Zhou Rui turned away, first leaving without a trace of nostalgia. Sigh. Xianing and the others also sighed in unison, nodding to Bing Xian before following Zhou Rui out. Watching Lin Xiao and the others gradually distance themselves, Bing Xian stood there in a daze, her expression slightly melancholic. She could clearly feel the hint of distance in her sister's gazes before parting. Why are you still dawdling? They've already left. At this moment, Hanjiang Guing spoke with displeasure. Bing Xian abruptly turned her head, slightly furrowing her brows. Hanjiang, you shouldn't have said that. Then how should I speak? They are your friends. Is there a problem with me inviting them to join our Hanjiang alliance? Hanjiang Guing retorted nonchalantly. There's no problem, but you can't just arrange for people to join your team in front of everyone. Bing Xian said helplessly. You are now the leader of the Hanjiang alliance. Everything you say and do represents us. Such words are not suitable coming from your mouth. Upon hearing this, Hanjiang Guing waved his hand impatiently. As the leader of the Hanjiang alliance, lowering myself to recruit them is already giving them face. And what about your friends? Have they ever given me face? I advise you to keep your distance from this group in the future. Let's go. After finishing, Hanjiang Guing flicked his wide mage robe and turned to leave with his 3 companions. After walking a considerable distance, a bowman player behind Hanjiang Guing lightly reminded, Boss, the sister-in-law hasn't caught up yet. Should we wait? No need to worry about her. Hanjiang Guing waved his hand. Women are all dramatic. Once they figure it out, they'll catch up. By the way. At this point, Hanjiang Guing suddenly halted his steps. You go find a few clever assassins to follow that group. These people have high levels and most of them I can't see through. They must have found a prime leveling spot. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but brighten up. All right. They'll send someone right away. If there's any news, contact me privately and keep it from your sister-in-law. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and the others had already exited the North City Gate and were heading northeast towards the burial grounds. On the way, Zhou Rui turned her head and glanced at Lin Xiao, who appeared calm and collected, teasingly asking, How can you be so indifferent when people are trying to poach you right in front of you? I know that's not what you meant. Zhou Rui smiled helplessly, then tilted her head with a look of suspicion. That guy Han Jiangguing is openly provoking you. Aren't you even a little angry? This isn't your usual character. Lin Xiao shrugged. I don't take clowns like him seriously at all. Moreover, you and Bing Xine have some rapport. Shouldn't you at least consider that? Boss, you don't have to worry so much in the future. At that moment, Dong Qing, who had rarely spoken, suddenly chimed in. Sister, why do you say that? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Xiaoning frowned and slowly replied. Because after today's incident, our relationship with Sister Bing is somewhat at an end. If in the future the boss wants to take action against the Hanjiang alliance, just go ahead. We won't have any objections. Although the girls were young, they were bold and passionate. They didn't possess Lin Xiao's ability to see through Bing Xin's love-struck nature. They only knew that the guy named Han Jiangguing made them extremely uncomfortable, especially that condescending attitude, as if he were bestowing charity upon them, which made them very displeased. If it weren't for Bing Xin's face and the fact that they were still in the city, they would have shot that guy with an arrow on the spot. What disappointed them even more was their reaction from Sister Bing. Could she really be blind? Could she really not see Han Jiangguying's arrogant attitude? No, she knew everything. But so what? How did she respond? Looking back at their current leader Lin Xiao and Sister Yun Rui, could only be said that without comparison one wouldn't feel hurt. Since you all say so, then I have some clarity. Alright, without further ado, let's set off quickly. Alright? Just as they were about to reach the burial ground, Xiaoning suddenly approached Lin Xiao. Boss, someone is following us from behind, 2 assassins. To enhance the team's reconnaissance capability, the level 15 Xiaoning decisively abandoned her damage type skills and chose to learn the skill Eagle Eye, specifically designed to counter assassin's stealth. So along the way, she would occasionally activate the Eagle Eye skill to scout the surroundings. With her far superior vision range, nothing around her could escape her scrutiny. 2 assassins. A slight smile crept onto Lin Xiao's lips, evidently already guessing who sent these 2. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to personally deal with the 2 assassins, Qiu Yu, who had been smiling mischievously, suddenly said, Boss, you don't need to bother with such trivial matters. I have an idea that guarantees they won't escape. What idea? Tell me about it. Seeing Qiu Yu's confident demeanor, Lin Xiao became intrigued. Hee. Simple. Just find a piece of unused equipment and throw it on the ground while letting Xiao Yigu set 2 lightning traps on it. Even if the lightning doesn't kill them, Sister Xiaoning can shoot a couple of arrows from a distance. Upon hearing this, goodness, releasing lightning traps on the equipment to lure the opponent. I never knew lightning traps could be used this way. If it were just a single trap, it might not threaten the 2 assassin players. But if there were 2, that would be a different story. After all, Xiao Yi is already level 15, while the 2 assassin players are at most level 11. Moreover, as Qiu Yu finally added, even if they can't be killed in an instant, Xiaoning can completely finish them off from a distance. Thus, this strategy is a certain death trap for the 2 assassin players, unless they can resist the temptation of the equipment. Alright, well, do it your way, sister. Guogu Xiao Yi. Got it. Hearing this, Guogu immediately took out a blue weapon from his backpack and looked at Xiao Yi. Come on, brother. Xiao Yi was taken aback, using a blue piece of equipment as bait. You can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the wife. Hurry up. Fine. Xiao Yi helplessly shook his head and released 2 lightning guard skills on the equipment. Meanwhile, Guogu didn't think much and directly threw the equipment into the middle of the road. Guogu, are you just throwing it in the middle of the road like this? Is this really going to work? Even a fool knows there's something off here. The nearby Lu Gu said with a helpless expression. Actually, Guogu is testing these 2 assassins. Lin Xiao said with a smile, patting Lu Gu's shoulder. Lu Gu still didn't understand. Testing? What do you mean? Suddenly Chun Yi, who had just joined the team, spoke up. If they don't pick up the equipment, it proves that the 2 assassins following us are extremely disciplined and their backing must be formidable. We would have to be cautious then. But if they do pick it up, it proves they are just a mob and not worth worrying about. Lin Xiao nodded at Chun Yi with appreciation, saying, Chun Yi is right. It seems we have another strategist in our team. Chun Yi's talent might not have much presence in this team. However, through her earlier words, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that this girl was indeed a rare strategic talent. This must be nurtured well. Chun Yi smiled shyly. Boss, you're overpraising me. Boss, Chun Yi is being modest. She's a well-known academic achiever in our academy. Qiu Yu said with a smile. No wonder then. Chun Yi, if I'm not in the team in the future, you can take charge of the team. Chun Yi hurriedly waved her hand. Isn't that appropriate? Lin Xiao waved his hand. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Everyone can see your abilities, so go ahead and do it with confidence. Exactly. Sister, just based on what you said earlier, I'm convinced. Sister Chun Yi, don't feel too much pressure. We will all support you wholeheartedly. Zhou Rui also chimed in with a smile. Then, alright, I'll give it a try. Chun Yi said somewhat shyly. As the group chatted while walking, Xiaoning had already quietly left the team. However, not long after she left, Xiao Yi in the team suddenly reported, Boss, the trap has been triggered, instant kill. Triggered. Guogu scoffed. Looks like I overestimated them. That's fine. They're just a bunch of rabble, no need to worry too much. Lin Xiao shrugged with a smile. His first thought about the assassins following him was that they were from the Heroes Association. Calculating the time, Yi Wuqing should have left the novice village by now. With his vengeful nature, the first thing he would probably do upon returning is to send someone to investigate their whereabouts and background. Though the Heroes Association isn't that impressive, the assassin team led by Yi Shisan is still quite strong. Thus, these two assassins cannot possibly be from the Heroes Association. If they are not from the Heroes Association, then they must belong to the Hanjiang Alliance. After all, up to this point, Lin Xiao has only interacted with these two factions. However, right now Lin Xiao has no time to deal with this group of rabble. After breaking through the skeleton military camp, defeating the skeleton general, and retrieving the 8 Desolation Array map fragment, he could deal with them later. Upon entering the burying bone area, everyone immediately switched to battle mode. The front line, composed of Guo Gudadun Erdun and Lu Gu, was well balanced in offense and defense. Meanwhile, the back line, made up of Zhou Rui, Chun Xia Qiudong, and Xiao Yi, exhibited terrifying output capabilities. Lin Xiao stood in the center, ready to assist and patch any gaps. Of course, while it was called patching, there wasn't much to patch. For him at this moment, there was nothing. A Wuji shield. After casting a Wuji shield on everyone, Lin Xiao began to refine pills and spiritual symbols. Due to their overall strength, the group killed their way from the burying bone area to the outer perimeter of the skeleton military camp in less than half an hour. Gazing at the towering camp shrouded in a thin mist, and at the tightly shut military camp gate, Lin Xiao waved his hand and led everyone inside. As the group approached the military camp, nearly 100 skeletons suddenly emerged from the ground. Moreover, these were not just a single type of skeleton. Instead, a mixed army of skeletons from various types appeared, numbering over 100. These skeletons were led by an elite skeleton officer. In front stood rows of skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors. Behind them were skeleton archers and skeleton mages. The formation was orderly, and a sense of murderous intent permeated the air. They were like a well-equipped small army. In the next second, the skeleton officer, riding a skeletal warhorse, suddenly raised his long sword, and the skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors in the front row all raised their weapons in unison, marching in perfect synchronization towards Lin Xiao and the others. At the same time, the skeleton archers and skeleton mages behind the officer also raised their bows and staffs, ready to unleash the first round of ranged attacks as soon as they were within range. Seeing this scene, everyone finally understood why Lin Xiao insisted on waiting until level 15 before bringing them to the skeleton military camp. Because the skeleton army before them felt nothing like a group of wild monsters, but rather resembled a player team composed of over 100 people. If it were other players facing such a team, they would likely have been terrified to the point of weakness. Yet, for the powerful Ling Xiao battle team, this enemy was clearly not enough. Confronted by the slowly approaching skeleton army, the sharpshooters like Zhou Rui, possessing an absolute range advantage, took the lead in attacking the skeleton archers and skeleton mages in the rear. Although Zhou Rui and her companions numbered only 5 under the multiple buffs of their team, their offense was like a torrential storm, instantly inflicting heavy losses on the rear of the skeleton army. By the time these skeleton archers and skeleton mages, burdened with various negative statuses, arrived within their effective range, they were already reduced to mere remnants. They could no longer pose any threat to the Ling Xiao battle team. Meanwhile, the front lines of both sides finally faced with the continuous taunts from Brother Guo Big Shield and Second Shield. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors, whose formations were originally neat and orderly, were thrown into disarray. With Lin Xiao's nearly 2,000 points of damage shield, they were completely unconcerned by the siege of this group of skeletons. At the same time, Brother Donkey and Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to launch an attack on the melee skeletons. After reaching level 15, Brother Donkey gained a new knife-wielding skill, the 3-month slash. Upon activation, 3 arcs of knife energy, each 3 meters wide, surged forth, dealing physical damage based on 100 battles knife chi at rates of 100, 150, and 200 to all enemies within a 5-meter range. This can be considered an advanced skill of 100 battles knife chi. However, the only downside is that this skill has a 20-second cooldown, unlike 100 battles knife chi, which is a no cooldown skill. With the smooth combo of 100 battles knife chi 3-month slash 100 battles knife chi, Brother Donkey could instantly reduce the health of a group of skeleton soldiers before him to critical levels. Adding Xiaoyi's chain lightning from behind, they completed the harvest of this group of wild monsters perfectly. After helping Brother Guo eliminate the skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors surrounding him, Brother Donkey consumed a gathering yuan pill to restore his state and charged once more at the skeleton besieging second shield. However, this time it was Xiaoyi who took the initiative, launching the no-cooldown second chain lightning, and Brother Donkey seized the chance to follow up with his smooth combo. The skills between the two flowed extremely smoothly and naturally, requiring no verbal communication at all. This was the tacit understanding they had cultivated through many days of practical combat. After a flurry of attacks from everyone, the entire skeleton army, apart from the 10 or so still attacking Big Shield, was left with only the lonely skeleton lieutenant on horseback. Thus, without needing Lin Xiao to say much, Zhou Rui and the others immediately raised their bows to focus fire on the skeleton lieutenant. Meanwhile, Brother Guo and Xiaoyi continued to engage the melee skeletons surrounding Big Shield. Hiss! Perhaps due to the annihilation of his soldiers, the skeleton lieutenant atop his horse suddenly raised his sword and let out a roar. Immediately after he spurred his skeleton warhorse charging fiercely toward Zhou Rui and the others. However, just then, the charging skeleton lieutenant collided with a white figure. This white figure was none other than Lin Xiao's summoned beast Xiaobai. At that moment, Xiaobai, clad in Lin Xiao's infinite shield and Qingfeng spell, viciously struck at the skeleton warhorse with its sharp claws. At the same time, several iron arrows came flying in once again, causing the skeleton lieutenant's health to plummet rapidly. Wait a minute. Why does this skeleton lieutenant have more health and stronger defenses than the ones we encountered before? What is going on? Xiaoyu murmured with a frown, while attacking the skeleton lieutenant. Silly girl, only now do you realize. It's not just the skeleton lieutenant. All skeletons are stronger than those we encountered before. Zhou Rui said with a helpless smile. Indeed, whether it's the skeleton lieutenant, skeleton soldiers, warriors, archers, or mages, they're all stronger than those we encountered midway. Especially in terms of health and defense, they have been enhanced by more than double. Phew. Thankfully our output is sufficient to handle this, otherwise we would easily be caught off guard by this group of skeletons. Chun-Yi let out a silent sigh of relief. Behind everyone, Xiaobing also remarked with some emotion. This is the greatness of our leader. Previously we visited the outskirts of the skeleton army camp more than once, but our leader always made us turn back. At first we didn't understand, but now we finally know why he did that. Excellent talent and strength, yet humble and composed, strategic and shrewd, with vision steady in action plan. Following such a leader to conquer the world is our blessing, Chun-Yi said sincerely. Indeed, but it's also thanks to Sister Yun Rui, otherwise how could we have such good fortune? Dong Qing smiled at Zhou Rui. All right, enough sentiment. Let's take down the skeleton lieutenant first. Zhou Rui urged everyone. Good. Under the concentrated fire of Zhou Rui and others, the skeleton lieutenant finally had his health drained, collapsing, as if disassembled into a pile of bones. Looking at the surrounding emptiness, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Although this burial ground was a rare leveling treasure, its only flaw was that it dropped nothing. No wonder ordinary players almost never come here to level up. However, something unusual must be afoot. Although the burial ground drops nothing, it is home to a level 15 boss. Moreover, it seems that the combat power of the wild monsters here completely exceeds the level they should be at, just like the Golden Monkey Ridge in the previous novice village. At the same time, the skeleton army occupying this place also invaded the real world in the last life. Could this be a coincidence? Lin Xiao felt that it was definitely not that simple. After dealing with the first batch of skeletons, Lin Xiao immediately led everyone to continue toward the distant skeleton camp. Along the way, they naturally encountered several hundred-strong skeleton squads, but they were completely unable to impede their advance. Finally, after continuously eliminating 700 or 800-strong skeleton squads, they arrived at the camp. Looking at the tightly closed gates of the skeleton camp, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt and confusion. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately pointed to the camp ahead and explained, "Don't worry, this big door also has persistence. As long as you attack it, it will continuously lower its persistence. Just like the health bar of wild monsters. However, skills won't work. You can only do normal attacks." "Is it really like that? Alright, I'll give it a try." Hearing this, Brother Donkey prepared to step forward. But as soon as he moved, Lin Xiao yanked him back. "Brother Donkey, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lin Xiao said irritably. "Ah, it's just breaking down a big door. What danger could there be?" Brother Donkey said, puzzled. Roar. Accompanied by a tiger's roar, the instructed Xiaobai suddenly charged towards the military camp's gate. However, before Xiaobai could run a few steps, a series of whistling sounds pierced through the air. Immediately after, a volley of sharp arrows flew through the gaps of the camp gate, instantly attacking Xiaobai. Each arrow dealt 30 to 50 points of damage. This 30 to 50 points of damage may seem insignificant, but the sheer volume of arrows was overwhelming. Thus, when Xiaobai reached the front of the military camp, ready to attack the gate, the Wuji shield on him had already been shattered by the arrows. Not only that, when the first arrow struck Xiaobai, he instantly transformed into Xiaolu, with additional green damage notifications appearing above his head. 10, 10, 10. This was clearly the negative effect of being poisoned. What the hell? These arrows are actually poisonous. Seeing this scene, Brother Donkey's eyes widened in shock. "Now do you understand why I was stopping you?" Lin Xiao smiled and patted Brother Donkey's shoulder. "Now I understand. With this level of damage output, even with your Wuji shield, I wouldn't last long." Brother Donkey said with a look of trepidation. "Indeed. And the key point is these arrows are poisonous. Thankfully, with your shield and Xiaobai's magical defense, it holds up well. If it were other players, they would probably..." Brother Pot beside them sighed. "This is why professional matters should be left to professionals." After saying this, Lin Xiao smiled at Zhou Rui and the others. Hearing this, Zhou Rui immediately smiled and said, "No problem. Well, take care of the rest. But this door has a high durability, so it will probably take some time. No worries. Brother Pot and the others will cover you from behind to prevent wild monsters from respawning." Lin Xiao had been prepared. "Alright, ladies, let's get started." Zhou Rui looked at Chun Yi. When Zhou Rui led the four sisters to exploit their range advantage to break the military camp gate, Brother Pot, and the others under Lin Xiao's guidance, took their positions behind them in a defensive formation. Xiaoyi had even set up 2 lightning traps in advance at the original location of the respawning skeleton 100-man squad. When the skeletons respawned, the lightning traps would trigger immediately and harm the enemies, reducing pressure on their side. In the past, life players had completely lost count of how many had fallen when facing this military camp gate. After all, ordinary archers did not have the ultra-long range like Zhou Rui and her team. They were even somewhat inferior to this group of skeleton archers. Thus, when the players attempted to break down the military camp gate, the skeleton archers inside were also retaliating. This forced the players to rely on shield-bearing players at the front to absorb damage, creating enough space for the archers. However, this left their rear vulnerable. When the skeleton 100-man squad respawned, it would inevitably put the players' team in a difficult position. It was precisely because of this that the skeleton military camp had never been breached before the players reached level 20. Of course, it wasn't that the players were weak, but rather the teams could not form effective organization and coordination. Some might argue that before level 20, there were already guild organizations like Heroes Meeting and Cold River. However, the problem was that before level 20, major guilds were focused on leveling up, accumulating strength, and preparing to establish their own guilds. They could not risk having their members lose levels by grinding a map that yielded no useful items. Indeed, even with Zhou Rui and her team's formidable output, they still failed to break through the military camp gate before the wild monsters respawned. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and the others were well prepared, having blocked the skeleton 100-man squad's sneak attack in advance, and with timely support from Zhou Rui and her team, they easily resolved the crisis. After clearing the third wave of wild monsters from the rear, Zhou Rui and the others finally lived up to expectations and successfully broke the military camp gate. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately commanded everyone to change formation to an offensive stance and gradually move towards the military camp. The reason they advanced cautiously was that with each step they took, they needed to leave enough space for Zhou Rui and the others to output from behind. After all, they had an absolute advantage in range and did not need to rush in too deep. They just needed to proceed steadily, waiting for Zhou Rui and her team to finish clearing the ranged units inside the military camp before rushing in. Perhaps feeling that they were moving a bit slowly, Lin Xiao's eyes shifted, and an idea suddenly came to mind. "Xiaoyi, Xiaoning, come here for a moment." "What is it, boss?" The two of them walked over looking puzzled. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly as he pointed to a refined iron arrow that Xiaoning had just drawn out. "Xiaoyi, see if your lightning trap can be placed on Xiaoning's arrow." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone around widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "Boss, how did you even think of this?" Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment, as if looking at a monster. This method of using the skill had at least been thoroughly discussed with Qiuyu and the others. Yet, even if they racked their brains, they never thought of using it this way. It was clearly just an ordinary trap skill. Yet, after being modified by their boss, it turned into a combo technique for him and Xiaoning. With the talent of longer range and stronger attack power, Xiaoning's arrows were like a sniper rifle. But if paired with Xiaoyi's lightning trap, wouldn't that directly turn it into a missile? And this is just with Xiaoyi and Xiaoning as a pair. What if a group of mages collaborated with a group of archers to perform this combo technique? What if a group of mages set multiple lightning traps on a single arrow? Thinking of this, everyone collectively gasped in awe. Wow, their boss had created an entirely new combat style. Lin Xiao's lips twitched. "Can you not be so dramatic? What's so cunning about it? I was inspired by you and Qiuyu. Quick, give it a try." "All right." Xiaoyi grinned and immediately cast a lightning trap on Xiaoning's arrow. The next moment, Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, it worked." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he said, "Do it again. Let's see if we can attach another trap." Xiaoyi nodded and cast the skill again. This time it succeeded as well. "Boss, we can really." However, just then Xiaoning suddenly frowned. "Boss, there's a crack on the refined iron arrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. It seems there's a limit to how many traps an arrow can bear. But that's okay. They could try again later with a higher grade arrow. For now, being able to attach 2 lightning traps was already sufficient. "Sister, test the power." "Okay." Xiaoning replied, drawing her bow and aiming at several skeleton archers clustered together inside the military camp. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the sound of breaking air suddenly erupted as 2 iron arrows, each attached with thunder traps, sliced through the space, striking one of the skeleton archers with precision. Immediately, arcs of electricity spread out from the center of the struck skeleton archer, engulfing a 5-meter radius like a fishing net. Amidst the crackling sound of electric currents, all the skeletons within the area were reduced to critical health. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Rui and the others wasted no time, quickly nocking their arrows and beginning to reap the aftermath. Boss is indeed the boss. The power of this combination technique is simply incredible. After taking down the last critically wounded skeleton Qiu, you couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Xiao with admiration. As long as it works, that's what matters. Moreover, everyone can think of a few more combination techniques based on my idea. Lin Xiao waved his hand. "All right, let's continue." "Received." With the newly created combination technique Thunder Arrow, the monster clearing efficiency of Zhou Rui and the others skyrocketed. In no time, the monsters guarding the military camp entrance were slaughtered. Let's go, we can safely enter the military camp now. After confirming safety from her scouting position, Xia Ning immediately issued the command for everyone to proceed. But only he knew that this hard battle against the skeleton military camp had just begun. As Brother Guo boldly stepped into the military camp, a deep and majestic horn suddenly echoed throughout the entire skeleton military camp, reminiscent of a rallying call from an ancient battlefield. In the next moment, a phalanx of skeletal warriors clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears slowly emerged from the mist deep within the camp. The synchronized heavy footsteps imbued with an air of grimness brought an overwhelming sense of pressure to everyone. What the hell? What new breed is this? As they gazed upon this unprecedented formation, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, they had never seen skeletons that were so tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears. These should be the skeletal guards beside the skeleton general. These skeletal beings have high attack and defense, everyone be careful. While explaining, Lin Xiao commanded everyone to launch an offensive against this group of skeletal guards. Naturally, the first to attack the skeletal guards were the long-range combination technique Thunder Arrow executed by Xia Ning, and however the power of the iron arrows combined with the damage from the double thunder traps only managed to reduce the health of these skeletal guards by 2/3. Moreover, the skeletons within a 5-meter radius that only received 2 instances of thunder damage barely lost half their health. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui and the other archers began to unleash indiscriminate fire upon the group of skeletal guards advancing toward them. The reason they did not choose to focus fire on one skeleton guard was primarily to trigger the ice array and the weakening effect of Dongqing in order to delay the advance of the skeletal guards. In addition, Lin Xiao summoned Xiao by first charging ahead with the infinite shield toward the phalanx of skeletal guards. Previously, through the combination techniques of Xia Ning and Xiao Yi, Lin Xiao had already tested the defensive strength of the skeletal guards. Now deploying Xiao Bai as cannon fodder was to probe the offensive strength of this group of skeletal guards. As Xiao Bai approached the skeletal guards, several skeletal guards quickly surrounded him. The weapons in their hands swung toward Xiao Bai. However, when they saw Xiao Bai transform back into Xiao Lu, they all, damn! High attack power is one thing, but to also inflict poison effects. Isn't that just unreasonable? Brother Don complained with a face full of discontent. It is indeed a bit strange. It's one thing for the skeleton archers to have poison attacks, but how can the melee ones do that too? This is clearly unreasonable. Xiao Yu also grumbled while continuing to deal damage. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener was attentive. Upon hearing everyone's complaints, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. This was merely because the characteristic of these skeletons inflicting poison damage seemed somewhat familiar. What are you thinking? Seeing Lin Xiao lost in thought, Zhou Rui with her keen observation couldn't help but ask instinctively. It's not. Lin Xiao looked up and smiled at Zhou Rui, seemingly indifferent as he shook his head, his tone carrying doubt. Don't you feel that the tactics of these skeletons are somewhat familiar? Zhou Rui tilted her head and shrugged, saying, Of course I'm familiar with it, don't we have such group buffs too? Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed and he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, It's the 8 Desolation Array. If he wasn't mistaken, the reason these skeletons' attacks had poison damage was definitely related to the fragments of the 8 Desolation Array. This meant that his target this time, that fragment of the 8 Desolation Array, was on some skeleton within the skeleton military camp. It was even very likely to be on the Yeto Appear skeleton general. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to everyone output at full power. Brother Guo, big shield, be ready to face the enemy. Brother Don, Xiao Yi, get ready to output. Okay. Everyone responded in unison, each taking their positions, already prepared to confront this group of skeletal guards. Before long, the phalanx of skeletal guards had approached within the attacking range of Xiao Yi, braving the rain of arrows and negative effects. Xiao Yi wasted no time, raising her hand to unleash 2 wind blades. For wind blades howled forth, crashing into the foremost skeletal guard. Despite the skeletal guard's incredibly high defense and health, it was still taken down by Xiao Yi's wind blades on the spot. After dispatching one skeletal guard, Xiao Yi showed no signs of stopping, simultaneously consuming potions to restore her mana, while executing the Thunder Arrow combination technique with Zhou Rui and Xia Ning. Upon completion, Xiao Yi once again entered spell turret mode, unleashing a torrent of lightning chains, fireballs, small fireballs, and wind blades, delivering tons of damage to the distant skeletal guards. Seeing Xiao Yi take action, Lin Xiao felt that the timing was ripe, immediately commanding Brother Guo to lead the big shield to the... With Lin Xiao's infinite shield and high-quality equipment, the durability of Brother Guo and his companions was enough to rival that of Xiao Bai without a shield. The 3 of them and one beast stood at the forefront, resembling a wall of steel, completely blocking the phalanx of skeletal guards. Behind the trio and the beast, Brother Don began his performance. Although his new skill 3-month slash had nearly a 20-second cooldown, the 100 Battle Blade Chi did not. Thus he recklessly downed potions and unleashed the 100 Battle Blade Chi without hesitation. As soon as 3-month slash's cooldown was over, he would immediately cast it. With terrifyingly high AoE damage once Brother Don struck, he immediately elevated the entire team's output. In fact, this is not an exaggeration at all, as any skeleton afflicted by the heavy injury negative status from the Donkey Brother can easily be dealt critical damage by others. Especially for Zhou Rui, the archer who focuses on dealing critical damage, this effect is particularly noticeable. Although this effect is not explicitly written, everyone can truly feel its impact. Just like the long-range talent of Xianing, which comes with a hidden attribute, Lin Xiao was fixated on the shield protecting the 3 companions and 1 beast. With this shield in place, the 3 companions and 1 beast cannot take any real damage. Even the poison attacks from these creatures can only affect the shield and not them at all. Moreover, Lin Xiao's infinite shield has a cooldown of only 1 second, so without waiting for the others to remind him, he would immediately cast a new infinite shield as soon as he sensed that the current one was about to break. While ensuring the safety of the frontline, Lin Xiao also consistently refreshed the breeze charm for Zhou Rui and the others. Although this is just an ordinary level 5 skill under Lin Xiao's tenfold amplification, it has become the most crucial skill for enhancing the output capabilities of Zhou Rui and others. Thus, in the entire team, Lin Xiao appears to be quite relaxed, yet he is actually the busiest one. This is unavoidable since all his skills are single target skills. After a prolonged output of 10 minutes, the Ling Xiao battle team finally eliminated the skeleton guards before them. Fortunately, the wild monsters within the skeleton camp do not respawn like those outside. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. After the last skeleton guard fell to Donkey Brother's blade, a warhorse's neigh pierced through the mist of the camp, soaring into the sky. Immediately, a skeleton clad in heavy armor, brandishing a long-handled giant axe, suddenly charged out of the mist while sitting atop a skeletal warhorse. Upon seeing this skeleton, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he loudly warned, "Be careful, Donkey Brother. The skeleton general has appeared." Xianing, Little Wing, stop it. Skeleton General Level 15 Boss. Skill Iron Cavalry Charge. This is all the information Lin Xiao remembers about the Skeleton General Boss. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and he has almost forgotten the other skills of this creature. He could only recall this skill after suddenly seeing this being. Because of this, Lin Xiao instructed Little Wing and Xianing to intervene and obstruct. The slowing effect of the ice array and the paralysis from Little Wing's lightning magic, if either lands, can interrupt the Skeleton General's charge skill. Bang! ZZZ. Xianing's iron arrow struck the skeleton general with pinpoint accuracy. Fortunately, both the slow and paralyzed negative effects fully took effect. This also allowed the skeleton general's iron cavalry charge skill to be successfully interrupted. Following this, before Lin Xiao could say anything, Donkey Brother charged forward with his large and small shields. Simultaneously, Little Wing and Xianing's second lightning arrow also struck the skeleton general, followed by arrows from Zhou Rui. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows rained down on the skeleton general, inflicting a total of 1,500 points of damage. Only then did everyone finally see the health bar above the skeleton general's head. It reached a staggering 50,000 points. Damn, no wonder it's a boss. Not only does it have high health, but its defense is so strong. Donkey Brother complained while charging behind Donkey Brother. In that previous round of attacks, their combined output surely exceeded 3,000 points. This means that the skeleton general's defense has effectively negated half of the damage. Such defensive efficiency is truly terrifying. How else would it be a boss? Enough talk. We're close enough to attack, let's output quickly. Donkey Brother, leading the charge, reminded Donkey Brother behind him. Alright, Donkey Brother replied, starting with a slash of the 100 battle blade energy. With a 10-meter attack range, he hit the distant skeleton general perfectly. However, his strike not only failed to trigger the heavy injury effect, but also only caused 215 points of damage. A whopping 185 points of damage was negated by this creature's defense. This made Donkey Brother unable to hold back, exclaiming, "What? Only over 200 damage? What's the difference from just scratching it?" Enough nonsense. Focus. Donkey Brother shouted again, immediately using a taunt skill on the advancing skeleton general. Taunt successful. The skeleton general suddenly pulled on the reins, its hollow eye sockets burning with green flames, fixating on Donkey Brother. At the same time, the long-handled giant axe in its hand swung down fiercely towards Donkey Brother. Clang! Donkey Brother raised his shield in time, blocking the attack, but his infinite shield shattered under the blow. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Especially Donkey Brother, who had the clearest view from behind, hurriedly turned back to shout at Lin Xiao, "Boss, it's bad. Donkey Brother's health is gone." Poof! This unexpected remark caused the health potion in Donkey Brother's mouth to spew out immediately. "3 Donkey Brothers. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute." The now green-skinned Donkey Brother jumped up angrily, wishing to pummel the foul-mouthed bastard behind him. However, he had no time to deal with Donkey Brother now, because under the poison negative status, Donkey Brother would lose 100 health points every second, forcing him to keep a close eye on his health bar. If it dropped too low, he would have to immediately consume a potion to recover. Seeing that Donkey Brother's health was depleted, and he had the poison negative status, the large shield quickly used a taunt skill to redirect the skeleton general's hatred. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who was also affected by Donkey Brother's lightning, waved his hand to restore the infinite shield to Donkey Brother. "Everyone, don't worry, that should have been the skeleton general's skill. Big shield, little shield, keep an eye on the shield value, let me know immediately if it drops below half." Fortunately, if the infinite shield hadn't been there to protect him, even with Donkey Brother's 100 double defense bonus and his own defense increase, this hit would have definitely left him with low health. Therefore, the three frontliners must not let their infinite shields drop below half health. Understood, boss? Big Shield and Little Shield responded quickly, gritting their teeth to withstand the Skeleton General's attacks without retreating. Before long, the Skeleton General used the same trick again, rearing its warhorse and swinging its giant axe down violently. 20 seconds. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, having calculated the cooldown time of this Skeleton General's skill. The axe struck down, shattering Big Shield's health and causing over 600 health points to be lost. Not only that, a green bleeding prompt also appeared above Big Shield's head. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately summoned a new Wuji shield, while the second shield beside him activated its taunt skill at the same time. The taunt took effect, forcing the Skeletal General, who initially intended to strike down the Great Shield, to change its attack target. Noticing that the front line had stabilized, Zhou Rui Xiao Yi and the 6 rear row members began to exert their transformed into a spellcasting turret. Xiao Yi and the other 5 archers unleashed high-frequency outputs with combination skills like Thunder Arrow pouring out in a torrent. Even though the Skeletal General had tough skin and flesh, it could not withstand such a fierce assault. In a short time, the Skeletal General's health points were visibly decreasing, and its body was covered in various negative statuses. Everything seemed to be progressing in a good direction. However, just as the Skeletal General's health dropped to half, an unexpected change occurred. The Skeletal General suddenly raised the long-handled battle axe in its hand, pointing it to the sky. Immediately afterward, a thick crimson beam of light descended from the sky, landing directly on the Skeletal General. Under everyone's gaze, the warhorse beneath the Skeletal General suddenly vanished, and simultaneously, a new Skeletal General appeared a few meters away without a horse. What the hell? The sudden appearance startled everyone, and taking advantage of their moment of shock, the newly appeared Skeletal General charged at Xiao Yi in the rear with its long-handled axe raised high. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was the first to react, raising his hand to summon his guardian beast in the path of the newly appeared Skeletal General. Roar! The newly appeared Xiao Bai rushed towards the Skeletal General, at once its sharp claws launching a blocked it. Lin Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Second shield, come over to assist. Xiao Yi Qiu, you take care of this side. Everyone stay focused. The new Skeletal General is weaker than the original." Lin Xiao had just observed clearly that when the warhorse of this Skeletal General disappeared, a new Skeletal General immediately appeared. There's no way such a coincidence could exist in the world. Moreover, the Skeletal General's attack on Xiao Bai only caused a few hundred points of damage, completely incomparable to the real Skeletal General. This allowed Lin Xiao to fully relax. After continuous outputs from Xiao Yi and Qiu Yu along with the combination skill Thunder Arrow, they quickly dealt with the clone. Once the clone was defeated, the original side also saw the Skeletal Warhorse reappear, further confirming Lin Xiao's suspicion. If one clone failed, the Skeletal General would naturally not give up easily. Just as its health dropped to 10,000 points, it suddenly tilted its head back to the sky and emitted a strange sharp cry. Immediately after, a new batch of skeletal guards appeared from the mist behind. Damn it! The expressions of everyone turned serious. They had just fought these skeletal guards and knew very well how tough they were. However, with the Skeletal General only having 1/5 of its health left, how could it easily give up? Lin Xiao stared at everything calmly and took a deep breath, shouting loudly. Except for Donkey Brother, everyone immediately abandoned the Skeletal General and clear out the skeletal guards first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood and responded in unison. Donkey Brother's revealing edge has a heavy injury effect. As long as we keep the Skeletal General from healing itself, it will be fine. With their leader around, they were not worried about Donkey Brother's safety at all. After Donkey Brother withdrew from the battle, Lin Xiao immediately summoned Xiao Bai to fill the gap. Donkey Brother also stood beside Xiao Bai, continuing to output at a high frequency. Standing behind the two, Lin Xiao would no longer just watch. Although his spiritual talismans felt like mere tickles against the Skeletal General, at least they still dealt over 20 points of real damage, which was better than nothing. Looking at his somewhat pitiful output ability, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel speechless. There was no way around it. As a Taoist, he was still on the support route, and with no points in intelligence, his basic attack would naturally be low. Thus, he was increasingly eager to obtain the second fragment of the 8 Desolation Array. Based on the current clues, Lin Xiao deduced that the second fragment would definitely add toxic damage. Once he had this, it would certainly compensate for his weak output capability. Although they lacked the support of Lin Xiao's shields and healing spells, Bo Gu and the others in the front row stubbornly withstood the skeletal guards' brutal attacks with healing potions. As time passed, the skeletal guards were nearly cleared out by everyone. Bo Gu immediately moved the great shield to Lin Xiao's side to alleviate the pressure on him. However, at that moment, the Skeletal General surprisingly repeated its old trick and unleashed a clone again. This time, its clone appeared directly near Lin Xiao. "Be careful, boss." Seeing this, Donkey Brother and the others shouted loudly to warn Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao coldly smiled and immediately enveloped himself with a layer of shield. 4606060. Although Lin Xiao also turned into a little green man, the damage from the Skeletal General's clone was completely absorbed by his shield. Even the toxic damage was similarly absorbed. With 4,000 shield points, he was completely unafraid of the Skeletal General's clone. In fact, he was too lazy to even retaliate, simply standing there as the Skeletal General's clone attacked him at will. The boss shield seems to be different from ours, right? It can take a beating way too well. From a distance, the second shield, who had come to support Lin Xiao, scratched his head, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. But despite his confusion, he still used the taunt skill to draw away the hatred of the Skeletal General's clone. At the same time, the others who had finished clearing the skeletal guards also joined in and swiftly eliminated this clone. Haha, the Skeletal General is now out of tricks. It has 5,000 health left, everyone give it your— Glancing at the group that had all rejoined, Donkey Brother laughed heartily, while delivering a 3-month slash to the Skeletal General. Don't be careless. Bosses tend to become more troublesome towards the end. Be careful of its last-ditch counterattack. Previously, when Lin Xiao soloed the level 10 boss Spider Queen, he almost faced defeat. Hence, he immediately warned everyone. Don't worry, boss. Donkey Brother and the other front row members replied in unison. With 2 consecutive thunder arrows, hitting the Skeletal General's health dropped straight to 3,800 points. Xiaoyi struck again, and 8 wind blades hit in succession, followed by a wave of arrows from Zhou Rui, and the others that quickly brought the Skeletal General's health down to 1,500 points. Seeing this, the usually cautious Lin Xiao made a decisive move, refreshing the Wuji shield for everyone while having Xiao Bai take the front position. Everyone cease their attacks and let Xiao Bai handle it. Lu Gu Xiaoyi, wait for your skills to cool down. Xiaoning retreat to the farthest distance, and Xiaoyi follow Xiaoning to prepare the combo skill Thunder Arrow. All others prepare your strongest skills. Be ready for my command. To prevent giving the Skeleton General any chance to counterattack, Lin Xiao decided to have everyone hold their skills and wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. After the previous battle, he had already calculated that the killing line for the Skeleton General was around 1,200 points. The current Skeleton General still had 1,500 health points, leaving 300 points to reach the killing line. And this mere 300 points could easily be dealt with by Xiao Bai. Bang! Xiao Bai's first attack dealt 120 damage, while the rest was fully negated by the Skeleton General's defense. Bang! The second attack 100. Just 80 points left. However, at this moment Lin Xiao decisively shouted to the prepared group attack. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the prepared group immediately unleashed their strongest attacks. Zhou Rui, Qiu Yu, and Dong Qing executed their level 15 skill Penetrating Arrow. Chun Yi's level 10 skill Charge Strike. The combo skill Double Thunder Arrow from Xiaoning and Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's skill Wind Blade. Lu Guess March Slash. Bang bang. Boom. Crackle. In an instant, various dazzling skills struck the Skeleton General, who had only around 1,200 health points left. Even with its strong defense, it could not withstand it. In the next second, the health bar above the Skeleton General's head instantly went to 0, and with a crash both horse and rider turned into a pile of scattered bones. Phew! Looking at the scene before them, everyone was initially stunned, then let out a long sigh of, it's over. Finally over. This foul-smelling and tough level 15 boss, the Skeleton General, has finally fallen. Was it smooth? To say it was smooth would indeed be accurate. In just half an hour they defeated this boss with a whopping 5,000 health points, extreme damage, and bizarre defense. And not a single one of their party was lost. It was a glorious victory. However, only they themselves knew how difficult it was to achieve such a feat. This was all thanks to having Lin Xiao, such a freak, who could provide support in multiple areas like offense, defense, sustainability, and on-the-spot command. Otherwise, let alone killing the Skeleton General boss, whether any of them could survive would be in question. If they struggled this much, what about other players? Forget about the boss for now. Even the large gate of the skeleton camp would probably physically deter them. Seeing everyone showing relaxed expressions, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and say, what are you all dawdling for? I just saw that the Skeleton General dropped quite a few good items. Don't you want to take a look? Upon hearing this, everyone broke into smiles. Haha, that's right. The items dropped by the boss are not ordinary. Let's go take a look. Lu Go laughed heartily, beckoning everyone. Exactly. Let's go see. The others, including Guogu, nodded with smiles. Under Lin Xiao's lead, everyone gathered around the pile of bones formed by the Skeleton General. Among the bone pile, several items flickered with a unique glow. Lin Xiao squatted down and was the first to pick up a piece of armor, exclaiming in surprise, oh, it actually dropped equipment. This is not easy. Indeed, the Skeleton General boss dropped equipment. Moreover, it was the very armor it was wearing. Certainly there are wild monsters in the 8 wastelands that do not drop equipment and only drop items they have on them, but it really depends on the type of wild monster. What could a creature like a skeleton have to drop? Could it drop bones? Of course, to drop weapon equipment, it must be a boss. Ordinary skeletons need not be considered. There is no reason why, nor is there any justification. It's just game mechanics. I can't believe it. Wasn't it said that wild monsters don't drop equipment? The fact that it dropped equipment surprised everyone. Maybe because it's a boss, or perhaps it's the first time killing the— Lin Xiao shrugged and casually tossed the armor to Guogu. Guogu, you can take this. This heavy armor can't be worn by other professions. Boss, should we? Guogu instinctively took the heavy armor, but immediately waved his hand. However, before Guogu could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao smiled and interrupted. Who you want to give it to is your business. I won't interfere. Upon hearing this, Guogu couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Boss, aren't you making it hard for me? Guogu, just keep this heavy armor for yourself. We won't need it. Seeing this, the shield bearer quickly stated, yes, Guogu, you wear it. Well, okay, you'll keep it for now, but I'll say in advance, if I stay in the city, you two can take turns wearing. He sounds good. After Guogu finished arranging, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reach for another item. However, before he could speak, Lu Gu suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. What? A ring? Can this thing drop accessories? Lin Xiao shot Lu Gu a glance. Is it strange for someone who was once a commander to wear some accessories? After saying that, Lin Xiao casually tossed the ring to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, this ring is nice, boosting spell damage by 5. You're the only mage in our team, so it's for you. Thank you, boss. Xiao Yi quickly took the ring, smiling happily. We're all family, no need for pleasantries. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then picked up the last item. It was a somewhat yellowed paper scroll, and when Lin Xiao opened it, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Boss, what kind of scroll is this? Lu Gu looked at Lin Xiao with curiosity. Lin Xiao smiled and stood up, explaining to everyone, this is a scroll for making spiritual talismans. If everyone has no objections, I'll take this scroll. Haha, you saying that makes sense. You're the only one in our team who can make spiritual talismans, so who else should it go to? Lu Gu was the first to express his agreement. The others also nodded with smiles. In fact, Lin Xiao had already discussed this with everyone beforehand. From now on, no matter what good items they obtained, they would be reserved for teammates in need, while other participants would receive a sum of gold from Lin Xiao as compensation. After distributing the equipment dropped by the skeleton general, Lin Xiao began to search through the pile of bones again, but after a long while he found nothing. Could it be that the fragment of the 8 Desolation formation diagram was not on the skeleton general? Lin Xiao furrowed his brows, his expression somewhat grim. However, not disheartened, he immediately said to those around him, everyone form teams of 3 and search through these tents in the military camp to see if there are any unexpected finds. Okay. The others nodded in agreement and gathered to discuss. Seeing this, Lin Xiao took along Donkey Brother and Zhou Rui and set off first, directly bypassing the main tent in the center and heading straight to the back of the military camp. According to the mysterious old Taoist map from Sanqing Temple, the location of the 8 Desolation formation diagram was at the far end of the skeleton army camp. Since there was nothing on the skeletons in the camp, it was very likely that the fragment of the 8 Desolation formation diagram remained at the location marked on the map. However, when Lin Xiao arrived here, he was immediately dumbfounded, because aside from a shaky, dilapidated stable, there was no other suspicious place. Boss, did you bring us here for nothing? Donkey Brother asked in confusion. Donkey Brother, I can't explain it to you right now. Let's check out that stable over there first. Lin Xiao replied helplessly. There was no choice. Since they were already here, how could they not search carefully? What if the fragment of the 8 Desolation formation diagram was hidden inside that stable? However, after the 3 of them nearly leveled the entire stable, they still did not find the formation fragment, which left Lin Xiao utterly at a loss. This doesn't make sense. Lin Xiao stared at the map in his hand, lost in thought. It was certain that the formation fragment was somewhere within the military camp. Otherwise, the toxin damage from that group of skeletons couldn't be explained at all. But the problem was it wasn't on the skeleton general, and there was none at the marked location on the map. Then where else could the formation fragment be? Could it possibly be in the hands of other skeletons that had not been eliminated? Skeletons that haven't been eliminated. With this thought, Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened, and he immediately looked around the stable. At first, he didn't find anything. Looking around aside from the stable, he had already searched behind him. There was only a circle of fences surrounding the military camp. However, when his gaze swept to the skull, hanging above the back door of the military camp, his eyes suddenly lit up. Found it! Lin Xiao secretly thought to himself, and then raised his hand to shoot a spiritual talisman at the skull hanging on the beam of the back door. Boom! With a muffled sound, a message indicating 70 floated above the skull. At the same time, a health bar appeared above the skull, 930-1000. So this skull is also a wild monster. Lin Xiao smiled coldly and called out to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui nodded and raised her hand to shoot an arrow. Boom! A double critical hit was triggered and Zhou Rui's arrow exploded the skull, scattering bone fragments everywhere. From the shattered skull, a fist-sized dark green stone fell out. Seeing this, Lin Xiao wasted no time and immediately picked up the stone. At the moment he grasped the stone, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Rare item, withered wood formation diagram discovered. Player Lin Xiao, do you want to fuse the 2 formation diagrams? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately replied, fuse. As soon as Lin Xiao's voice fell, the 2 formation diagrams in his hand burst into white and dark green light. When the light subsided, the 2 formation diagrams in Lin Xiao's hand had already merged into one larger fragment. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Xiao, for completing the hidden main mission, 8 Desolation formation diagram phase 2, current task progress 28. Please proceed to Sanqing Temple to receive your phase reward. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, never expecting to not only obtain a new formation diagram, but also a phase task reward. He just didn't know what good things this so-called phase task reward would offer. After regaining his thoughts, Lin Xiao immediately opened his equipment panel to check the attributes of the fused formation. 8 Desolation Formation Diagram. Ice Withered Wood. Team Size Ice 11100. Withered Wood 0100. Function 8 Desolation Subformation Diagram can designate a recipient. After gifting, that recipient can replace the owner to maintain the formation. Current 8 Desolation Subformation Diagram. Ice Withered Wood. Note the owner can reclaim the formation diagram at any time. Personal attributes 2011. Team Size True Damage. Team attributes Ice Formation Diagram. All members gain 50 ice resistance, 50 chance to trigger the Frozen Slow negative effect. Frozen Slow ignores target resistance, reduces target's movement speed, attack speed, and evasion by 30. Duration 5 seconds. Withered Wood Formation Diagram. All members gain 50 toxin resistance, 50 chance to trigger the Poison Damage Reduction negative effect. Poison Damage Reduction. Normal attacks or skills inflict 20 toxin damage. Duration 5 seconds. Note toxin damage cannot be stacked. After 2 triggers, the Poison Damage Reduction negative status refreshes. The formation diagram has hidden attributes: cannot be traded, cannot drop, cannot be damaged. Upon seeing the attributes of his brand new 8 Desolation Formation Diagram, Lin Xiao felt a deep sense of joy while also regretting. The joy came from the appearance of the subformation diagrams, because this meant he could go all out to do some other things. As for the regret, it was simply that the properties of the 2 formation diagrams could not be stacked on the same teammate. However, that said, the properties of the Withered Wood Formation Diagram were already strong enough. Whether they stacked or not wasn't too important. Especially the fact that skill damage could also add 20 toxin damage made Lin Xiao very satisfied. Just think about it, Donkey Brother and Xiao Yi with a large area AoE skill could deal tons of damage to opponents and wild monsters combined with 20 toxin damage lasting for 5 seconds, which is equivalent to dealing 1 more round of skill damage. The Withered Wood Formation Diagram seemed tailor-made for players like Donkey Brother and Xiao Yi who had high explosive AoE damage. Once this formation diagram is utilized to gather a full team of mages in the later stages, the scene was too unimaginable. Let's go and meet up with the others, Lin Xiao suggested with a smile, closing the equipment panel. Okay. Donkey Brother and Zhou Rui nodded in unison, then followed Lin Xiao back to the front of the... Seeing Lin Xiao and the others return, the already waiting Guogu immediately welcomed them. Boss, this time we really hit the jackpot, Guogu said excitedly. We found a lot of blue equipment in the main tent and other tents, and they are all of high quality. Oh, blue equipment. Is it a little exquisite? Lin Xiao's eyes brightened instantly as he hurriedly asked, how many? More than 100 pieces at least, Brother Guo said excitedly. What? Over 100 pieces? Lin Xiao was utterly astonished, suddenly recalling a guild named 100 Battles Pavilion from his previous life in Blackwater City. The reason why 100 Battles Pavilion could hold a 3-way stalemate with Hero Association and Cold River Alliance in Blackwater City was not only due to their solid team combat skills, but also because they possessed an array of exquisite equipment and items. If he remembered correctly, 100 Battles Pavilion was the very first team to break through the skeleton army camp. In other words, the fine equipment of 100 Battles Pavilion was not crafted by their casual players, but all came from the skeleton. What, 100 Battles horizontal blade? Looking at their burly figures, one wouldn't expect them to be so shrewd. Heh. But in this life, you should focus on developing your 100 Battles Pavilion steadily. This opportunity belongs to... Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but scan everyone present, waving his hand and saying, let's go back to the city. All right? Everyone nodded in agreement, responding in unison. After returning to Blackwater City, they gradually logged off. Shall we log off too? After bidding farewell to everyone, Zhou Rui looked at Lin Xiao and Brother Guo. You go ahead. I still need to make a trip to Sanqing Temple. Lin Xiao replied immediately. All right then. I'll log off to Cookie. You two log off as soon as you can. Zhou Rui smiled and exited the game. Boss, I'm logging off too. After dinner, I need to head to the construction site, Brother Guo said as well. With his financial capabilities, Brother Guo had invested in a large piece of land in the ancient town of Dongyang. Today just happened to be the first day the construction team arrived on site, and the town and even the district would send people over, so Brother Guo naturally had to show his face. The reason he did this was to prepare for a year later. All right, the important matters come first. Lin Xiao nodded, bidding farewell to Brother Guo and heading towards Sanqing Temple. Passing through the central square of Blackwater City, Lin Xiao specifically stopped by the general store. He not only purchased many items for making spiritual talismans, but also cleared out the store's entire stock of 100 pounds of black gunpowder. As mentioned earlier, Lin Xiao had obtained a special talisman-making scroll from the skeleton general. The talisman recorded within could cause explosive damage to enemies. Explosion Flame Talisman. To craft this type of talisman, besides the usual materials, black gunpowder was a crucial special material. Hence, he had the audacity to clear the general store's black gunpowder stock in one breath. As players gradually arrived at the main city, the number of Taoist players coming and going in Sanqing Temple also began to. Of course, these Taoist players came here for two reasons: first, to check in, and leave a memento; as second, to strike it lucky, hoping to trigger some hidden quest by conversing with NPCs in Sanqing Temple. Unfortunately, triggering hidden quests wasn't that easy. Not to mention Lin Xiao even finding that sloppy Taoist to hand in a quest had been elusive until now. Seeing that he couldn't find anyone after searching for a long time, Lin Xiao didn't force it. He came to the big tree where he had previously made talismans and started crafting a brand new talisman, the Explosion Flame Talisman. Crafting Talisman Intermediate. Proficiency 35. 3 crafting time 33 seconds 1,000 pieces. Material requirements: talisman paper affecting quantity, ink affecting base spell attack. Primary talisman normal spell attack 550. Intermediate talisman explosion flame talisman fire system spell damage 150. Requires special item black gunpowder. Note: proficiency affects talisman quality. Damn! Lin Xiao could no longer hold back this time and exclaimed a curse on the spot. It's no wonder Lin Xiao reacted this way. His long-standing headache had been his output capability. However, with the release of this explosion flame talisman influenced by his tenfold amplification talent, this so-called shortcoming was not only immediately compensated but had turned into his advantage. 150 points of spell damage, plus a guaranteed 20 points of true damage, comparable to the attack speed of a full agility archer and the boost from the breeze spell. The negative effects brought by the ice and withered wood formations, along with the assistance of Xiao Bai, Lin Xiao's output capability had reached a rather terrifying level. Even compared to Zhou Rui with 100 double critical hits and double attack speed bonuses, Lin Xiao was not at all inferior. At the same time, the emergence of this type of talisman finally granted Lin Xiao an independent and efficient capability for monster farming and leveling up. Seeing this, Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, then calmed his mind and began to craft his explosion flame talismans. However, just as Lin Xiao was frantically crafting talismans, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Young friend, are you crafting new talismans again?" Lin Xiao's hands paused in motion, and he stood up helplessly saying, "Senior, you finally..." Yes. The one speaking behind him was none other than the mysterious Taoist who had helped him trigger the main. Moreover, he was also the so-called sloppy Taoist mentioned in the game system prompts. "Oh, young friend, do you have something for me?" the old Taoist asked curiously. Lin Xiao nodded, smiling as he said, "Senior, I've completed the second stage of the main quest. The game system prompted me to come find you to hand in the task." "I see. I didn't expect you to obtain the fragment of the formation map so quickly. Truly commendable." The sloppy Taoist looked surprised, then waved his hand, and a purple gold light suddenly enveloped Lin Xiao. Before long, the purple gold light dissipated and the system prompt sound once again echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. Ding! Reward successfully received. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a skill max level card 1. Damn! At the moment he heard the system prompt, Lin Xiao felt his legs suddenly go weak. Fortunately, the sloppy Taoist beside him was quick and caught him. "Young friend, this is the reward you deserve. No need to show such great courtesy," the sloppy Taoist teased with a smile. Lin Xiao twitched his mouth. "What great courtesy? I was clearly startled. Okay. A skill max level card. Such a simple and brutal reward." Seeing Lin Xiao like this, the sloppy Taoist raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Do you not like this reward? Then I shall have to take it back." "Don't, senior. I like it. I like it very much. It's just that this reward is too unexpected for me. Ha ha ha. This is what you deserve." The sloppy Taoist stroked his beard and laughed. After laughing, he curiously asked, "May I ask what skill you plan to use this max-level skill card on?" "What else is there to say? Of course, it's the 5-element guardian beast." Lin Xiao answered with, "Haha, young friend, you must choose with great care," Lateo Dauren said with a smiling face. "Choose with care." Lin Xiao's expression stiffened. He hastily bowed respectfully to the elder. "Please, elder, enlighten me. If I am not mistaken, your innate talent should be the tenfold amplification for non-damaging skills, correct?" Lateo Dauren asked with a twinkle in his eye. At those words, Lin Xiao's face changed abruptly. "How did you know?" "That is none of your concern, young friend. You only need to know that I harbor no ill intent toward you," Lateo Dauren replied. Lin Xiao hurried to explain, "Elder, you misunderstand. I do not mean anything untoward. I am merely..." Lateo Dauren nodded with a smile. "It is natural for you to be curious, yet I am constrained by the rules and cannot speak plainly. I hope you will understand." "The rules?" Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he looked up and said, "Elder, I understand." "Good then. Now let us return to the matter at hand." A look of admiration flashed across Lateo Dauren's eyes as he moved straight to the point. "From what I know, your talent amplifies non-combat skills tenfold. But have you ever wondered why your guardian beasts are only amplified in attributes, not in number?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly. "Of course I wondered. This question has troubled me for a long time. Take my life skills, for example. Items I craft gain tenfold in attributes and tenfold in quantity. Yet the Summon Guardian Beast skill only amplifies their attributes. Does that mean? This too is limited by the so-called rules. Haha, I did not expect you to pierce the heart of the matter in a single remark. Indeed, because of the rules, Lateo Dowrin stroked his long beard, nodding his gaze full of admiration. There are 5 elements in heaven, and earth, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Each guardian beast represents one of those elements, and there can only be one for each. That is the rule. No matter how extraordinary your talent, you cannot alter it. Your 5 elements guardian beast skill branches only into 2 paths: to assemble all 5 elemental guardians, or to enhance the attributes of a single guardian. The former completes the 5 elements and raises the collective power of the guardians. The latter pushes a single guardian's attributes to their pinnacle. Its combat strength is likewise formidable. How you choose rests with you, young friend. I see. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. Under the rule, the 5 elements guardians can only be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is no way to increase their number through talent. The rules are so precise that they already transcend the bounds of mere game mechanics. Combining his memories from a previous life and Lateo Dowrin's remark that he was constrained by the rules and could not speak plainly, Lin Xiao was now completely certain Bahuang is not a game world but a real alternate realm. Why the wild monsters of that world invaded Blue Star remains unknown. Yet from another angle, were these players not themselves intruding upon the world of Bahuang? Time passed. How long he could not say. Before Lin Xiao finally returned from his reverie. By then Lateo Dowrin had already departed. Lin Xiao sighed softly. He still had many questions he wished to ask the elder, but for now he would have to wait until they met again. Steeling himself, Lin Xiao did not hesitate to use the max-level skill card. A white light flashed and his Summon 5 Elements Guardian Beast skill underwent a revolutionary transformation. 5 Elements Guardian Beasts. When the 5 elements are complete, the 5 Guardian Beasts can be summoned simultaneously to assist the player in battle. Metal Guardian Beast, level 1 HP 1500, 15,000 physical attack 40, 400 physical defense 30, 300 magic defense 20, 200 special skill none. Mana cost 100, 10. Wood Guardian Beast, level 1 HP 1500, 15,000 spell attack 40, 400 physical defense 20, 200 magic defense 30, 300 special skill none. Mana cost 100, 10. Water Guardian Beast, level 1 HP 2000, 20,000 spell attack 15, 150 physical defense 20, 200 magic defense 50, 500 special skill none. Mana cost 100, 10. Fire Guardian Beast, level 1 HP 1200, 12,000 spell attack 50, 500 physical defense 15, 150 magic defense 15, 150 special skill none. Mana cost 100, 10. Earth Guardian Beast, level 1 HP 2000, 20,000 physical attack 15, 150 physical defense 50, 500 magic defense 20, 200 special skill none. Mana cost 100, 10. Innate 5 Elements Formation. When all 5 Guardian Beasts appear together, the innate 5 Elements Formation can be activated. All Guardian Beast attributes increase by 15, and the owner's attributes increase by 20. Seeing the Guardian's attributes, Lin Xiao could no longer contain his excitement. He threw his head back and laughed aloud, startling several Taoist players who had come to Sanqingguan to pay respects. What the? Did this guy just get triggered by something? Who knows? He looks refined and his gear is decent. What a waste. Do you think he might have stumbled upon some lucky break? Lucky break my foot. There's nothing around here. Where would the luck come from? Haha, thank goodness it's not true. Damn, can't you stand to see someone else do well? Ahem. Look, don't misunderstand me. Get lost. From a distance, Lin Xiao shot a sideways glance at a few of the Taoist players. He could hear their conversation perfectly well. But so what? The world may laugh him mad. He would smile that others could not see through him. After all, he had undeniably gained a real advantage. People could say whatever they liked. This single max-level skill card did far more than raise Lin Xiao by 1 tier. This leap in power made him at this moment a force that crushed all before him. Even the other 9 players who possessed the top talents could not compare. Lin Xiao never sought to measure himself against others. His goal remained unchanged: to keep strengthening himself and to prepare for what lay a year hence. After this enhancement, Lin Xiao realized it was time to leave the team and level alone. This would free the team from relying on him and increase his own leveling efficiency. He was not being selfish. He needed to reach level 20 as quickly as possible to prepare for founding the first guild in the game. Under several Taoist players' puzzled stares, Lin Xiao logged out and returned to the real world. When Lin Xiao arrived in the living room, Brother Gua had already left. He took Zhou Rui to Ida Plaza in the city for a stroll, and even watched a movie to enhance their relationship. On the way home, Lin Xiao's phone rang, and the caller was his high school classmate Zhou Peng. In his previous life, this guy did quite well in the 8 Desolations, not only gaining a decent talent, but also having over 100 little brothers by his side. Thus at his wedding banquet this guy constantly flaunted his glorious moments in the game, in front of a bunch of classmates, while also mocking Lin Xiao who was still working as a security guard. Thanks to Wang Peng's relentless efforts, more than half of those brainless high school classmates were deceived into joining this guy, and when the wild monsters attacked Liao City, they all became cannon fodder for this person. Therefore Lin Xiao absolutely would not answer such a scammer's call. However, it was precisely because of Zhou Peng's phone call that he suddenly thought of two classmates with whom he had a good relationship in his previous life. Although they didn't fare well, they still helped him quite a bit after hearing that he entered the game. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell to the invading wild monsters in the real world. In fact, they fell even earlier than he did. Back then he had no ability to help them. But now that he has the capability, he naturally wanted to lend a hand to the two. With this in mind, Lin Xiao sent a message to the two who were in other places asking them to contact him as soon as they received. After completing all this, he and Zhou Rui had already returned home. Once Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui logged back in, he promptly handed over the two team formation maps to Zhou Rui and Brother Lu. Then he bid farewell to the crowd and stepped onto the teleportation array heading straight for the main city, Qishao City. Lin Xiao's purpose for going to Qishao City was singular. That was to head to the level 15 secret realm, Wandu Cave. Indeed, this Wandu Cave was the secret realm map that Lin Xiao obtained by defeating the level 10 boss, the Dark Spider King, in the Novice Village. As previously mentioned, secret realm maps are considered the highest level of hidden maps. Therefore, defeating the wild monsters there not only grants double experience points, but also offers a chance to open treasure chests and acquire rare items. Of course, rewards and risks are often proportional. Thus, without understanding this hidden map, Lin Xiao would never have brought his teammates along. Upon arriving at Qishao City, Lin Xiao did not linger, but immediately headed towards the Misty Forest, located to the south of Qishao City, as indicated on the map. At this moment, many players were already teaming up to level up at the outskirts of the Misty Forest. Thus, when Lin Xiao appeared there, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, they had never seen a Taoist player acting alone. Brother, all by yourself. A four-member team that had just defeated a wild monster called out to Lin Xiao. Yes. Is there something you need, brother? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Our team happens to be short of a person. Why not team up together? The leading warrior player suggested. No thanks, brother. I prefer to be alone. Lin Xiao waved his hand and continued walking towards the depths of the Misty Forest. What the hell? This guy actually dares to continue moving forward. Is he crazy? A shield guardian player beside them said in disbelief. Not necessarily. This guy's level is beyond my comprehension. He must have some reliance. The leading warrior player muttered, gazing at Lin Xiao's back. TCH, is he just relying on his guardian beast and healing? Wait, what did you just say? His level is beyond your comprehension. A mage player who wanted to mock Lin Xiao suddenly showed a face of shock. Indeed, I am level 12, yet I still cannot see through this person. And have you all noticed the speed of this Taoist player? Is that a normal Taoist speed? Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in awe. Yes, this person's movement speed is not something even an assassin player could match. Could it be? This guy has allocated all his attribute points to agility. How is that even possible? However, what shocked everyone even more was about to happen. From a distance, Lin Xiao suddenly unleashed several spirit symbols at an 11-level wild monster. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a series of damage values displayed above the wild monster's head, 105,112,108, and so on. What the hell? What is this attack speed? What is this attack power? Everyone, including the leading warrior player, widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison. A look of horror was written all over their faces. A normal attack damage of over 100. Could a typical Taoist player inflict such damage? Is this attack speed normal for a Taoist player? Bro, I don't want to play anymore. I want to delete my account. One of the archer players in the team said, looking despondent. Sigh. Brother, I won't persuade you anymore. If you want to delete it, go ahead. Because I also want to delete my account. The leading warrior player also said with a bitter smile. Don't, boss, you're a gifted player. There's no need to do that. What the hell is a gifted player? Compared to that guy, I don't even deserve to be called a gifted player. The warrior player shook his head in shame and seemed to have made up his mind. No, I must hold on to this big shot. What do you all think? We follow the boss. Good. Wait for me. The warrior player replied and quickly chased after. Brother, wait a moment. Ha! Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave after testing the power of the explosive flame talisman, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. To his surprise, it was the warrior player who had invited him to team up before. Is there something you need? Lin Xiao asked immediately as the other party approached. Brother, we want to team up with you. We don't know if you accept underlings. Want to team up with me? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. You don't seem to be low level, so you must also be a gifted player. Are you really willing to be someone else's underling? The warrior player scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled. Brother, don't tease me. Compared to you, my level is nothing. Moreover, everyone just saw your strength, and they all want to team up with you. We just don't know if you think highly of us brothers. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and then nodded saying, all right, if you really want to team up with me, once I finish my tasks, I'll take you back to Heishui City. In the days while I'm away you can consider it. Upon hearing this the warrior player's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly changed his tune. No need to consider. Boss, well, wait for you to return. Good. Let's become friends first. I'll contact you once I'm done. All right. The warrior player nodded repeatedly and added Lin Xiao as a friend. However, when he saw Lin Xiao's ID on the friend list, a trace of confusion suddenly flashed in his eyes. Why does this name sound so familiar? Seeing the warrior player with the ID sword-walking cloud standing lost in thought, Lin Xiao chose not to disturb him. He threw an equipment bag on the ground and turned to walk deeper into the misty forest. Boss, what's wrong with you? Seeing their leader in a daze, the three players exchanged glances and stepped forward. Oh, it's nothing. Sword-walking cloud came to his senses. By the way, the boss promised that once he finishes his business, he will take us to Blackwater City. Blackwater City. The others were slightly taken aback. Boss, that's the territory of the Heroes Guild. We've had conflicts with them before. Will it really be okay for us to go? Sword-walking cloud waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. With our boss Lin Xiao's strength, we're not afraid of the Heroes Guild. The shield player nodded. That's true. Wait, boss, what did you just say our new boss name was? Sword-walking cloud looked puzzled. Boss Lin Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Xiao. Our new boss is named. The shield player's eyes lit up. Boss, we've come across a big shot. Lin Xiao, isn't he the great god who just activated the teleportation array for the Huaxia region a few days ago? What? Sword-walking cloud slapped his thigh. No wonder this ID sounds so familiar. It turns out our boss is the great god Lin Xiao who activated the teleportation array for the Huaxia region. Ha ha ha. I can't believe we've become the little brothers of the great god Lin Xiao. Boss, you're simply amazing. Great god. In the future, the great god Lin Xiao will be our boss. Sword-walking cloud shot a glare at the person who spoke, then turned serious and said, just now I heard our boss Lin Xiao mention that he would be staying in Qishao City for a few days. So over the next few days we must level up properly. We absolutely cannot let Lin Xiao look down on us. Don't worry, boss. Don't worry, brother Cloud, we'll definitely level up well in the next few days. The shield player patted. That's right. We will definitely level up properly. The other two nodded in agreement. Hey, boss, what's this? Suddenly the shield player caught sight of a backpack at Sword-walking Cloud's feet. Oh, this might be a welcome gift from the boss. Sword-walking Cloud casually picked up the backpack. However, when he opened it and saw the neatly arranged pills and supplies inside, he was instantly frozen in place. Brother Cloud, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, the others hurriedly asked. After a moment, Sword-walking Cloud took out a pill for each of the three, saying, you guys take a look first. Isn't this just an ordinary pill? What's so special about it? What the hell? It restores 800 health instantly. How is that even possible? Not just that. Look at mine. This restores 500 mana instantly. I've never even heard of this. Brother Cloud, this welcome gift from the boss is too much. At this moment, the three were so excited that their bodies were trembling, their eyes glued to the pills in their hands, unable. Alright, everyone behave yourselves. Don't embarrass our boss. Sword-walking Cloud forcefully suppressed his excitement and scolded with a serious expression. The mage player cradled the pill in his hands like a treasure, wearing a bittersweet smile. Boss, we want to behave, but we can't control ourselves. You have to control yourselves. Sword-walking Cloud's eyes sharpened, then he said in a deep voice. Also, although the boss doesn't care, we can't. So for this matter, keep your mouths shut. If anyone reveals this secret or harbors any ill intentions towards these pills, don't blame me for turning against you. Upon hearing this, the three's expressions stiffened, and they nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother Cloud, we're not people who don't know how to weigh things. That's good. Sword-walking Cloud nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. In the next few days, let's use the pills the boss gave us to level up at full speed, aiming to reach the next level before we meet the boss. Hearing this, everyone responded in unison. Okay? Boy, this Sword-walking Cloud actually knows how to keep a secret for me. Watching the four of them leave, Lin Xiao, who was hidden nearby using the invisibility technique, couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Indeed, Lin Xiao had not left at all. Leaving a backpack of supplies for them was merely a way to test their reaction. If they developed greedy thoughts, Lin Xiao would have no qualms about sending them back to the city on the spot. But it seemed that Sword-walking Cloud and his group had decent character and were worth cultivating. After Sword-walking Cloud and his group disappeared from view, Lin Xiao decisively removed the invisibility technique and headed deep into the misty forest. At first, Lin Xiao could move freely in the level 11 training area. However, when he reached the level 12 training area where the wild monsters were stronger and denser, he had to fight while on the move. Since he needed to farm monsters, and there were no other players around, Lin Xiao naturally no longer hid his strength and summoned all 5 of his guardian beasts at once. Roar, roar. With the sound of beast roars, huge figures appeared. The first to emerge was of course the little white beast that had been following him for a long time. However, unlike before, the little white beast's body was now noticeably larger by at least half. Moreover, it emitted a faint white glow all over. Clearly this was the effect of the 5-element guardian beasts activating the innate 5-element formation. Following closely behind the little white beast was the water element guardian beast, the Shen turtle. The Shen turtle was the size of a small car, and its thick shell was covered with strange patterns. Among the 5-element guardian beasts, the Shen turtle is a ranged magic type. Although its attack power is not very high, it has the highest magic defense among the 5-element guardian beasts, and is definitely a nemesis for all magic-type wild monsters and magic-type players. Next, the wood-type green snake, the earth-type brown bear, and the fire-type flame bird appeared one after another. The green snake was similar in strength to the little white beast belonging to the most balanced guardian beasts. However, unlike the little white beast, the green snake is a ranged magic attacker. The earth-type brown bear, on the other hand, is a physical melee type. Don't underestimate its low attack power. Its physical defense is extremely impressive. Together with the Shen turtle, they form a perfect complement. The last to appear was the fire-type guardian beast, the flame bird. Although its size is only that of an ordinary crow, it is the guardian beast with the strongest magic attack power. Moreover, it is the only guardian beast that possesses AoE damage in its normal attacks. Of course, despite its powerful attack power, both its health and defenses are not as formidable as the other guardian beasts. This made Lin Xiao lament that the heavens of Bahuang were indeed fair. Fortunately, the collective appearance of the 5-element guardian beasts perfectly activated the innate 5-element formation. With the appearance of the 5 guardian beasts, the wild monsters in the level 12 training area instantly became lambs to the slaughter. Xiaobai was as fierce as ever, activating its hunting mode the moment it appeared. Behind it, the long-range magic output from the Shen turtle, Qing snake, and flame bird left these level 12 wild monsters with no chance to retaliate. At this moment, Lin Xiao was riding on the back of the Shen turtle, moving forward. On his shoulder was a small green snake, while beside him was a huge brown bear, moving leisurely like a small mountain. Fortunately, there were no other players around at this moment, or otherwise they would surely be astounded. Thanks to the 5 guardian beasts, Lin Xiao encountered no obstacles along the way, arriving at the core area of the level 15 wild monsters, in the depths of the misty forest, in under an hour. Moreover, he successfully found the entrance to the Wan Poison Cave. This entrance was hidden within a hole, beneath a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. If it weren't for this map, Lin Xiao might have thought this was just an ordinary hole in a tree. This was quite similar to the hidden entrance of the spider cave. After clearing the surrounding group of level 15 wild monsters, Lin Xiao immediately jumped down from the back of the Shen turtle and walked to the edge of the tree hole. After observing the tree hole, Lin Xiao didn't act recklessly and promptly issued a command to the green snake on his. In the next moment, the small green snake equipped with the infinity shield shot into the tree hole like a streak of green lightning. Through remote sensing, Lin Xiao could clearly feel that the little green snake was currently in a combat state. Damn it! Sure enough, there are wild monsters blocking the entrance. Good thing I was cautious. Lin Xiao sneered disdainfully and waved his hand. Xiaobai and Xiao Hong, who also donned the infinity shield, immediately darted into the cave entrance. As for the Shen turtle and the brown bear behind him, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to retract them. There was no choice. Those 2 big guys were simply too large, and forcing them in would surely block the entrance. After retracting Xiao He and Xiao Hui, Lin Xiao immediately crawled into the tree hole. The next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly turned dark, and when it brightened again, he found himself in a dim cave. Once inside the cave, Lin Xiao quickly released his 2 defensive guardian beasts, and only then did he have time to examine the cave's environment. Unlike the narrow spider cave, the width of the Wan Poison Cave was comparable to the length of a basketball court. Moreover, the far end was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see how deep it was. But one thing was for sure, this Wan Poison Cave map was definitely not inferior to the previous spider cave. Additionally, the wild monsters engaging with Xiaobai and the other 5 summoned beasts looked very familiar to Lin Xiao. They were almost identical to the level 10 boss, the Dark Spider Queen, that he had previously killed. However, the Dark Spider Queen here was merely an ordinary level 15 wild monster, and aside from having a slight toxic attack, it could not compare to that level 10 boss in terms of attributes. In just a few minutes, the 5 guardian beasts cleared all the Dark Spider Queens in front of them. With the 2,000 health points of the Infinity Shield and the poison resistance provided by the Withered Wood Array, these 5 guardian beasts completely ignored the toxic attacks from the dark spiders. Instead, the poison damage added by the Withered Wood Array caused the spiders to lose health rapidly. This made Lin Xiao marvel at how the Withered Wood Array truly was the nemesis of all poison-type creatures. At the same time, the biggest difference from the previous monster clearing was that Lin Xiao was no longer just a bystander this time. With an average magic damage of around 120 due to the proficiency in life skills, it hadn't reached the maximum of 150 plus, an additional 25 points of true damage combined with his high attack speed. His monster clearing efficiency was by no means inferior to that of Zhou Rui and other archers. Not to mention, he also benefited from the effects of dual array enhancements. When Lin Xiao's experience bar reached 80, He had already cleared most of the wild monsters on the first level. The only regret was that in the treasure chest at the end of the first level, he did not obtain any useful items. Only some healing pills and recovery pills that he found unimpressive. With a light sigh, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and set off towards the second level of the Wan Poison Cave. In the second level, instead of level 15 dark spiders, there were level 16 red-scaled vipers. At the same time, the surrounding environment became more complex. Every stretch of road encountered a fork, making it impossible to discern which path led correctly to the entrance of the third level. However, Lin Xiao's main purpose in exploring the secret realm of Wan Poison Cave was still to level up. Therefore, for him, as long as there were wild monsters to fight, it didn't matter which path he took. After all, he had no significant consumption. This time Lin Xiao took a full 4 hours to find the entrance to the third level. At the same time, he successfully opened the treasure chest of the second level. Oh, this time they actually gave a nice item. Lin Xiao's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the fist-sized milky white crystal in the treasure chest. When he checked its attributes, he felt a surge of joy. This was a magic crystal stone used to craft a staff, and it had dual attributes of 10 mana amplification and 20 mana recovery speed. If this were crafted into a staff, Xiaoya's strength would definitely improve further. He quickly collected it. After finishing with the treasure chest, Lin Xiao headed straight for the third level. After the battles in the first 2 levels, Lin Xiao felt that the danger level of the Wan Poison Cave was just about average. There were just more wild monsters and a more complicated terrain. There was hardly any real risk. Of course, that was only true for a freak like him. For ordinary players, the group of dark spiders in the first level would be enough to make them struggle. After all, for players, poison-type wild monsters are always the most troublesome kind. Some players would even prefer to grind monsters elsewhere rather than face poison-type creatures. One reason is that poison damage severely affects one's mindset. Once hit, they are always on edge. The other reason is that these things are simply too useless in terms of healing items. Moreover, if you don't take medicine, watching your health drop rapidly always leaves you uneasy. If you do take medicine, 1 pill won't fully recover you and 2 pills will overflow. It's just disgustingly annoying. The third level of the Wan Poison Cave is occupied by level 17 toxic mist toads. These toads can not only whip out their long tongues which carry poison damage, but each time they attack, their bodies wrapped in toxic bubbles will explode, causing continuous poisoning damage to surrounding foes. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's poison resistance, magic defense, and infinity shield were strong enough, otherwise, it would have been hard to gain the upper hand against these toads. Lin Xiao could also imagine that once the secret realm of the Wan Poison Cave was exposed, this third level would undoubtedly become an insurmountable barrier, leaving most players stranded here. Of course, facing this group of ugly and disgusting toads, Lin Xiao could still handle it with ease. Aside from outputting damage, he only needed to occasionally refresh the infinity shield for the frontliners like the Shen turtle. However, just as Lin Xiao was clearing out this group of toads, a message suddenly came from Lu Gu, who was leading his team to level up in the burial ground far away in Heishui City. "Boss, are you there? I have some good news to share. It seems the folks from the Hero Association have hit a snag." Upon seeing this message, Lin Xiao's inner gossip fire ignited instantly, and he quickly replied, "Lu Gu, tell me more." "Haha, I knew the boss would be interested. Hey race, the thing today, the Hero Association was trying to recruit an assassin player outside of Heishui City, but the other party decisively rejected them. Perhaps these guys felt embarrassed, so they actually planned to take action against that assassin player. But the result was that an entire fully staffed team was completely wiped out by this assassin player. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow, an assassin taking on a fully staffed team. This guy is something else. This is not the end. For a full 3 hours, this assassin player continuously took down 8 members of the Hero Association outside the West Gate. And they were all fragile classes like mages, archers, priests, and assassins. After finishing, he left without delay. Now the entire Hero Association is frantically searching for this person's whereabouts, and many innocent assassin players are also suffering the consequences. After hearing Lu Guest's description, Lin Xiao could only sum up his evaluation of this assassin in 2 words. Impressive. Moreover, he could tell that this person was definitely a character from the previous Life's Killer rankings in the Huaxia region, just like Yishir San. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such dazzling results. And being on the Huaxia Killer rankings coupled with conflicts with the Hero Association, Lin Xiao couldn't recall such a person. On the contrary, he had heard that the Hanjian Alliance had once offended such an assassin. Furthermore, for a period of time, the Hanjian Alliance was thrown into chaos by this assassin player. Even their leader Hanjian, Guiying, dared not step out of the city gate of Heishui. In the end, it was still the 4 sisters of Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter who intervened and managed to stabilize the situation. Ultimately, both sides must have reached some sort of agreement for this farce to come to an end. And if Lin Xiao remembered correctly, this assassin was ranked 9th on the Huaxia region's killer list. Xing Yuan, a top-tier assassin player with an elusive presence revered by all lone wolf players. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't be sure if this brother was the one who clashed with the Hero Association. After all, assassins ranked in the top 10 all possess such capabilities. It's hard to say for sure. While marveling at this assassin player's achievements, Lin Xiao also thought of a question, prompting him to immediately send a message to Lu Gu. I say Lu Gu, how did you hear about this? Haha. Boss, do you remember that Song Lao Lu from the Hero Association that you took down in the novice village? I remember. What's up? Hey, this Song Lao Lu just brought 2 teams here to the burial ground to look for that assassin player's whereabouts, and we took the opportunity to eliminate them. And this news was told to me by 2 small assassins beside him. Moreover, these 2 small assassins have been clamoring to switch sides and plan to join us. After hearing this, Lin Xiao realized and immediately revealed a cold smile. If they want to join us, then it depends on their sincerity. Lu Gu, you understand what I mean, right? Haha, I understand. Good. You all stay in the burial ground to level up and communicate with me anytime if anything happens. Of course, be careful of the Hero Association. That Song Lao Lu will definitely not let it go. Don't worry, boss. After finishing the conversation with Lu Gu, Lin Xiao resumed his monster grinding mode. Although Lin Xiao's purpose for this trip was to level up since he had discovered the entrance to the 4th layer, he naturally had no reason not to go down. However, before entering the 4th layer, he had to eliminate the elite monsters in the 3rd layer and obtain the treasure chest. Looking at the 17-level elite poisonous mist toad before him, which was comparable in size to the Shen turtle, Lin Xiao wasted no time and commanded his 5 guardian beasts to swarm it. As the guardian beast with the highest magical defense, the Shen turtle naturally took the front line, while the brown bear and the little white dealt physical damage from either side. In the back, the firebird and the green snake attacked the poisonous mist toad with a flurry of attacks, while Lin Xiao, ensuring the front line's health, unleashed explosive fire talismans on this toad. For a moment, the poisonous mist toad's health plummeted, and the toxic bubbles on its back crackled, exploding into clouds of green mist. If it were a normal priest player's guardian beast, it might not withstand such terrifying toxic damage, but the 3 guardian beasts with exaggerated poison resistance were completely unfazed by this level of toxin damage. Not to mention, they also had a 2000 point infinity shield. In just 30 seconds, the poisonous mist toad was successfully eliminated by the 5 powerful guardian beasts. And the toxic mist that exploded before the poisonous mist toad died only shattered the previously consumed infinity shield by more than half. It did not inflict any substantial damage on the 3 guardian beasts. Of course, this doesn't mean the poisonous mist toad wasn't strong, because prior to this, Lin Xiao had already refreshed the shields for the 3 guardian beasts once. After the toxic mist dissipated, Lin Xiao arrived in front of a treasure chest hidden in the corner behind the poison. This was the 3rd time Lin Xiao had discovered a treasure chest. The first 2 yielded a pile of potions and a magic crystal, respectively. He wondered what good item he would uncover this time. Opening the treasure chest, a dazzling green light flashed. Once the light faded, a piece of, or radiating, a dark green glow appeared before Lin Xiao. Picking up the ore, Lin Xiao immediately checked its attributes. Qing Mang Stone, rare forging material. Weapon adds toxin attack. Armor adds poison resistance. A weapon forged can add toxin attack. This is a great find. Lin Xiao's expression brightened as he happily stored it away. After securing the treasure chest, Lin Xiao also picked up the poisonous sac of the elite poisonous mist toad, then led his guardian beasts down to the 4th layer. Upon entering the 4th layer, Lin Xiao was stunned by the scene before him. The spacious area was filled with densely packed giant poisonous scorpions. Their thick pincers clicked ominously, and their sharp barbed tails glimmered with a chilling light. Giant pincer scorpion, level 18, melee type wild monster. Combining physical attacks and magical toxin attacks, they possess formidable combat power. The moment Lin Xiao and his 5 guardian beasts appeared, the group of giant clawed scorpions immediately launched a frenzied attack against them. The 5 guardian beasts, without needing any command from Lin Xiao, retaliated fiercely against the giant clawed scorpions. In an instant, the roars of the wild beasts and the sounds of battle reverberated throughout the cave. Lin Xiao quickly retreated to a safe distance and began to unleash a barrage of attacks on the giant clawed scorpions. After taking down several giant clawed scorpions in succession, Lin Xiao had a rough understanding of these level 18 wild monsters. Compared to them, the dark spiders, red chain viper snakes, and poison fog toads he encountered before were simply not in the same league. This was not just due to their level. It was also because these creatures possessed not only incredibly strong attack power but also astonishing defensive capabilities. Even Lin Xiao's explosive flame talisman could only inflict less than 100 points of damage on them. This includes 25 points of true damage. Otherwise, it would be even lower. Not only his magical attacks but even Xiaobai's formidable physical attacks were significantly reduced. This clearly illustrated just how troublesome these creatures were. Seeing that the speed of eliminating wild monsters had slowed down, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he allocated all the accumulated attribute points to agility, keeping only 5 points for emergencies, in order to further increase his attack speed. ID Lin Xiao, Profession Taoist. Level 16. Free attribute points 10. Strength 2. Agility 80. Intelligence 5. Constitution 20. Skills: Healing Technique, Gentle Breeze. Spell: Summon 5 elements, Guardian Beasts, Invisibility Technique, Infinite Shield. Life Skills: Herb Gathering Technique, Alchemy Technique, Spirit Talisman, Crafting, Brewing, Weapon Manufacturing. After this enhancement, Lin Xiao's agility attribute had risen to 80 points. Consequently, his attack speed received another significant boost. With the innate 5 elements formation providing a 20 base attribute boost, and the gentle breeze spell offering a 100 attack speed increase, Lin Xiao's attack speed was now terrifying even to himself. After this round of enhancements, Lin Xiao clearly felt that the speed of eliminating wild monsters had risen to a new level. This also relieved the pressure on Xiaobai and the other guardian beasts who were at the front. Soon the group of giant clawed scorpions before them was completely cleared by Lin Xiao and his 5 beasts, and they dropped dozens of scorpion carapaces. Seeing these, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. After all, he had just experienced their defensive power. Without hesitation, he collected the carapaces. At Lin Xiao's current level, further advancement would not be achievable in a short time. Thus, he was not in a hurry to explore the 5th layer but instead stayed to grind monsters in the 4th layer. Whenever he reached level 17A, he could then venture into the 5th layer. For the next few days, Lin Xiao remained in the 4th layer of the 10,000 Poisons Cave, diligently leveling up. Whenever he felt tired or fatigued, he would log off and invite Zhou Rui to explore the city. Life was both pleasant and comfortable. Meanwhile, Brother Guo was steadily expanding his business empire in Blackwater City. He even purchased shops in the other 3 main cities, just waiting for Lin Xiao to return and supply him. As for Zhou Rui Donkey Brother and the others, they were still grinding levels around the military camp in the bone burial site. However, without Lin Xiao, they had not engaged the skeleton army again. The surrounding level 15 wild monsters were sufficient for them to level up. 3 days later, Lin Xiao successfully reached level 17. He also successfully defeated the elite giant clawed scorpion in the 4th layer. Looking at the scroll from the treasure chest in the 4th layer, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Focus Potion Recipe can refine focus potions. After consumption, increases the user's hit rate by 10, 100. Required herbs: level 3 Heart Condensing Grass X1, level 3 Tranquil Grass X1. Increasing hit rate by 100. If this is successfully refined, assassin players and that group of ninjas from daily life will be in for a surprise. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he opened the private message and contacted Brother Guo. Brother Guo, help me buy a large quantity of heart condensing grass and tranquil grass on the market. Before long, Brother Guo replied, boss, these 2 types of herbs are quite rare. I doubt I can gather too many, so you should be no problem, get as many as you can. I have a big use for them. Boss, you wouldn't have concocted some new medicine? I just got a recipe for a potion that increases hit rate. A potion that increases hit rate. Boss, once this hits the market, will become the target of all archers and assassin players. I suggest this potion should only be used internally and absolutely not sold. Don't worry, that's exactly what I was thinking. Boss, when will you return to Blackwater City? What's up? Is there something wrong? Yes. Recently, the number of players has been increasing and there isn't much stock left in the shop. Besides, the pharmacies in the other 3 main cities have also finished renovations and are just waiting for goods to open. Seeing this message, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and then glanced at the entrance of the 5th layer cave. He decisively replied, okay, I'll head back right now. Boss, won't this affect your leveling? Not at all. Once I return to replenish your stock, I'll bring everyone over here to level up. Great. I'll wait for you in Blackwater City. Okay. After finishing his conversation with Brother Guo, Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. It seemed that exploring the 5th layer of the 10,000 Poisons Cave would have to wait for another time. However, this was unavoidable. Delaying the exploration of the 10,000 Poisons Cave for a few days was not an issue, but Brother Guo's pharmacy absolutely could not run out of stock. After all, there were plenty of places requiring funds right now, and the source of income must not be interrupted. Indeed, right now there were indeed many places that required money. Though Lin Xiao's team only appeared to have a little over a dozen members on the surface, in reality Brother Guo had quietly recruited over 200 professional players at high salaries. After a couple of turns, Lin Xiao finally returned to Heishui City. The first thing he did was head to the Sanqing Temple to practice alchemy. This time Brother Guo brought him a considerable amount of herbs, including a small portion of heart-nurturing grass and tranquil grass. After a whole day of busyness, Lin Xiao finally replenished Brother Guo's stock. He then took a half-day break offline before setting off again to the Wanda Cave to level up. Of course, this time he was not going to the Wanda Cave alone. All team members, including Brother Guo, were with him. Even the 4-member team Jian Xingyan's group, who had initially volunteered to join him, was among them. Thus, a grand party of 15 departed from Qishao City, heading straight for the cave entrance of the Wandu Cave located in the Misty Forest. Wow, brother, your talent is truly astonishing. As everyone was on their way to the Wandu Cave, the leading Brother Donkey suddenly exclaimed, "What are you making such a fuss about?" Brother Guo, who was nearby, darkened his face. Haha, Brother Guo, you don't know Brother Yun here is actually a high-level talent player. Oh, Brother Guo raised an eyebrow and asked Brother Yun, what is your talent? Jian Xingyun humbly smiled, actually it's nothing special. I just scratched off a talent called Blood Battle on a scratch card. Blood Battle. Jian Xingyan's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Actually, Brother Yun's Blood Battle talent is quite powerful. At this moment, a mage player from Jian Xingyan's team voluntarily began to explain Brother Yun's Blood Battle talent triggers double damage when facing opponents with more health than him, and when facing opponents with less health than himself it triggers double evasion. Moreover, the health comparison is based on the target's current health. Wow, that's so strong. After hearing the Mage Brothers description, everyone showed a look of astonishment. Less health than the opponent, double damage. More health than the opponent, double evasion. Amazing. The official Bahuang really played the concept of talent to perfection. They even managed to come up with such a miraculous talent. The condition of having less health than the opponent allows for terrifying output against any wild monster. And the condition of having more health than the opponent can almost trigger against any squishy player. It can be said that as long as Jian Xingyun allocates his attribute points wisely, this skill is undoubtedly a godly technique. Brother, if I may say so, your talent shouldn't be called blood battle. It should be called two-sided block. Regardless of health, you have the advantage. How can others play? Brother Donkey said with a look of emotion. Hearing this, Jian Xingyun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Donkey, don't tease me. My skill seems good, but it also messes with one's mindset. Every time I level up and allocate attribute points, I hesitate for half a day. Indeed, Chun Iru analyzed thoughtfully. Brother Xingyun's talent seems very strong, but it really tests the allocation of attribute points. If the damage is too low, even doubling it won't help. If the health is too low, as a frontliner, survival is impossible. If the evasion is too low, doubling it won't yield good results either. However, with only 5 attribute points at each level, it's impossible to take care of strength, constitution, and agility all at once. So it's necessary to make some sacrifices. This young lady speaks well. Jian Xingyun sighed softly. At first I wanted to give up agility and focus on strength and constitution. But after getting to know my 3 good brothers, I was persuaded to give up constitution and focus on strength and agility. I can say that everything I have today is thanks to these 3 brothers. Brother Yun saying, this makes you sound distant. Your talent is right there. Wouldn't it be a pity to give it up? Said a nearby shield brother, patting Jian Xingyun's shoulder. That's right, Brother Yun. Without your protection, us 2 little squishies would have been killed by those damned assassins from the Hero Association countless times. Jian Xingyun's other 2 brothers also came forward to comfort him. Hero Association. Hearing this, everyone displayed a knowing smile. What are you guys? The mage player looked confused, completely unaware of why this group showed such smiles when mentioning the Hero Association. It's nothing. Actually, we've had a few minor frictions with the Hero Association. Lin Xiao casually, oh I see. Then you need to be careful. Those bastards from the Hero Association do have some skills, especially that assassin team led by Yi Shisan, which is really annoying. You guys know Yi Shisan? Lin Xiao said in surprise. Yeah. We were in the same beginner village as Yi Shisan back then. Jian Xingyun nodded. We even had a few encounters. That's impressive, Brother Yun. That Yi Shisan is not someone to mess with. Brother Donkey praised, putting his arm around Jian Xingyun's shoulder. Indeed, Jian Xingyun and the others had all reached level 12. Even if they hadn't taken down Yi Shisan back then, they were likely at this level. This means that back then Jian Xingyun and the others faced Yi Shisan's group in the beginner village without suffering any losses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at their current level. My talent somewhat counters those assassins. Because as long as they appear within my attack range, my evasion value will automatically double. Hearing this, Brother Donkey's eyes widened. Wow. Can it be played like this? Doesn't that mean you have an early warning system? Jian Xingyun nodded, sort of. So when my evasion value doubles, I will immediately unleash a furious double slash behind them almost every time, forcing the assassins out. And if they try to attack me, I'm not afraid my evasion is high and they can hardly hit me. Even if they do hit me and I lose health, I can trigger double damage to counterkill them. Jian Xingyun's words left Brother Donkey stunned, and he immediately gave a thumbs up full of admiration. Wow, brother, your strategy is really slick. Jian Xingyun smiled bitterly. Since I can't be a frontliner, I'll make sure to protect the back line. This was also forced out by those guys from the Hero Association. After saying this, Jian Xingyun suddenly turned to Lin Xiao with a serious expression. Boss, I only have this ability. In the future, if we encounter other player teams, let me protect the backline. I guarantee I won't let their assassins get through. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and nod. All right. From now on, we'll leave the backline of our team to you. But Brother Yun, don't think about slacking off. Your talent and AoE skills are godly for farming monsters. Haha. Boss, rest assured I definitely won't slack off. Jian Xingyun laughed in response. All right, it's getting late. Let us quicken our pace. With that, Lin Xiao cast a series of Qingfeng charms on everyone and led the party straight into the depths of the Miwu forest. They moved with remarkable speed. Any wild monster that crossed their path was instantaneously cut down by Lin Xiao's team's concentrated fire. After the skirmishes along the way, they gradually grew familiar with one another's talents, allowing newcomers like Jian Xingyun to truly taste the exhilaration of teaming with an uncannily powerful group. Before long, the party arrived at the entrance to the Wan Duku secret realm, and under Lin Xiao's lead they entered without hesitation. What the hell? This layout, this feel. No wonder you dragged us all the way out to grind. Seeing the cave teeming with level 15 dark spiders, Lu Ge's eyes shone. Of course, he was not the only one. Nearly everyone present had already savored the joy of double experience back at the novice village, and these dark spiders felt oddly familiar. Enough talk. Attack. Without waiting for Lin Xiao, Guogu and 3 shield guards immediately formed an iron wall halting the charging spiders. They paired off to draw aggro with taunts. The second echelon, Lu Gu and Jian Xingyun. The solo third echelon of Lin Xiao and the fourth echelon with Zhou Rui Xiaoyi plus archers and mages all struck in succession. For a time brilliant skill effects blossomed across the dim spacious cavern, and the sheer destructive power felled the dark spiders by the dozens. Watching their experience bars surge, Jian Xingyun and his companions were stunned. They had never imagined that grinding for levels could be so straightforward. It turned out to be astonishingly simple. Soon the party cleared the first floor of Wan Du Ku. Throughout, Lin Xiao had not once made a normal attack nor summoned his 5 elements guardian beasts. It was not that he was unwilling, but that the team's damage was already more than sufficient. It is worth noting that the treasure chests within Wan Du Ku are unique. Once opened, a chest disappears forever. In other words, the first 4 floors of Wan Du Ku would no longer contain any chests. Lin Xiao therefore led the group onward without hesitation. As time passed, he had already brought them back to with so many additional allies, the giant-clawed venomous scorpions could not withstand the team's firepower, and the group smoothly reached the entrance to the 5th floor. This is the entrance to the 5th floor, Lin Xiao said. I only explored this far before. By the pattern, it should house level 19 monsters, and with our current strength we ought to be able to overcome them. Guogu cautioned the Yun brothers are only level 14. Facing level 19 monsters carries consider. Maybe we should stay on the 4th floor to continue leveling. Let them reach 15 before attempting the next layer. Chun-Yi, the team strategist, nodded in agreement. Guogu's prudent suggestion made sense. After all, they could still gain over-level experience on the 4th floor. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They clearly did not wish the newcomers like Jian Xingyun to take unnecessary risks. Touched by their concern, Lin Xiao smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Jian Xingyun interjected. If the boss says we can handle it, why not go down and try? If we can hold our ground, everyone's leveling will accelerate, he added. Lu Gu replied, we know you don't want to slow us down, but it's unnecessary. If something goes wrong, any levels you gain will be for nothing, Lu Gu warned, pulling Jian Xingyun close. Jian Xingyun only smiled. It's fine, Lu Gu. If the boss says it's possible, then it is. Besides, haven't you noticed? The boss hadn't actually struck a blow before, Jian Xingyun said with a smile. Right, everyone realized in an instant. Recalling the earlier fights, it seemed Lin Xiao had merely been shielding them. He had not performed a single ordinary attack, nor had he summoned his guardian beast Xiao Bai. This was plainly unusual. Yun, your observation is keen, Lin Xiao said with a wry shake of his head. All right, let's follow Yun's suggestion and descend to the 5th floor. With that, Lin Xiao ceased hiding his strength. With a lift of his hand, Xiao Bai and 4 other summoned beasts materialized before the party. Good heavens, everyone cried, staring at the 5 guardian beasts that had suddenly appeared, their faces full of disbelief. Boss, have you gathered the 5 elements guardian beasts? Lu Gu's eyes nearly popped from his head as he pointed at the 5 beasts. Yes, Lin Xiao replied with a casual shrug. Let them enter the 5th floor first, shield guards follow, everyone else last. Good, they chorused. How he had assembled the 5 elements guardian beasts mattered little now. What mattered was that 5 fearless powerful allies had joined them, doubling their confidence. At least Jian Xingyun and the other's safety was no longer their greatest worry. On Lin Xiao's command, the 5 guardian beasts dove into the 5th floor's entrance. Lin Xiao shielded himself and led the others in. Upon entering the 5th floor, he found his 5 guardian beasts locked in fierce combat with a swarm of enormous dark red centipedes. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao and the others joined the fray. This time Lin Xiao did not hold back. The Bao Yen Lingfu explosive flame talisman paired with terrifying attack speed, and up to 30 points of true and toxin damage, instantly dealt colossal harm to one of the bloodthirsty centipedes. What attack speed is that? Even someone who's been single 30 years couldn't click faster, Lu Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Get back to outputting damage, Lin Xiao snapped, and with a glare, he sent talisman after talisman flying, each struck for over 150 damage against the centipedes. Seeing his damage, Lin Xiao finally let out a breath. No matter how fierce a level 19 bloodthirsty centipede's attack, as long as they could wound it, everything would be manageable. With the help of the 5 guardian beasts, everyone finally steadied their positions, and following Lin Xiao launched a fierce attack on the bloodthirsty centipedes. In an instant, various powerful skills from Lin Xiao's side fell upon the swarm of centipedes, and the notifications of health points being deducted densely appeared in the air. At the same time, everyone's experience bars were slowly growing at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, bright white lights indicating level-ups began to shine on Jian Xingyun and the others. With the ability to leap 5 levels by defeating monsters, and an additional double experience bonus, Jian Xingyun and the others found it difficult to slow down their leveling speed. After reaching level 15, the entire team's combat power was once again elevated. Upon reaching level 15A, Jian Xingyun and the others continued to focus on AoE skills, primarily serving, especially the mage player in the team. After witnessing the terrifying lightning trap skill of Xiao Yi also learned the skill by imitating. Although this person did not possess a high-level talent, he, like the shield bearer, had a decent intermediate talent, 1 intelligence attribute per level. Therefore, he focused entirely on intelligence to maximize his mana output. This allocation method also allowed his lightning trap's power to exceed that of Xiao Yi. After successfully executing a lightning arrow combo with his old archer teammate, the two were incredibly excited. Then it became an unstoppable cycle. Once the cooldown of the lightning trap ended, they would eagerly use the combo. Over the next few days, Lin Xiao's team remained in the 5th level of the 10,000 Poison Cave, diligently grinding monsters to level up. When their game time reached its limit, they would find a safe spot to log off and rest. This cycle continued until the 5th day, when even Jian Xingyun, who joined the team later, reached level 18. As for the others, they all reached level 19. Among them, Lin Xiao naturally had the highest experience, already reaching 60 at level 19. According to the current leveling speed, he would surely reach level 20 in less than 2 days. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao had lost patience for continuing to stay in the 10,000 Poison Cave. Just moments ago, he finally discovered the long-awaited treasure chest deep within the maze-like 5th level cave, along with the teleportation array leading to the next level, the 10,000 Poison Altar. Of course, the name 10,000 Poison Altar was not given by Lin Xiao, but rather a notification from the system as everyone stepped onto the teleportation array. Furthermore, the message clearly stated that a maximum of 5 people could teleport to the 10,000 Poison Altar. After reading the system's notification, Lin Xiao looked at everyone and smiled, asking, "So what do you think? Who is interested in going down with me to take a look?" Hearing this, everyone exchanged wry smiles, and Brother Gua spoke on behalf of the group. "Boss, why don't you personally choose people? But rest assured, no matter whom you choose, no one will have any objections." "That's right, boss. You choose." The others nodded in agreement. "All right, then I'll make the selection." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, then selected 4 people. Jian Xingyun, who possessed the blood battle talent. Lu Gu, who had a hidden class as a blade master and additional attribute points. Zhou Rui with double attack speed and double critical hit rate. And Xiao Yi the mage, who had a second casting skill with no cooldown and a growth-type magic wind blade. No one was surprised by Lin Xiao's choices. Especially regarding Jian Xingyun's selection, everyone felt it was only natural. After all, going down this time would likely involve fighting a boss. Bringing Jian Xingyun, who possessed the blood battle talent, was the most fitting choice. As for the concern of not having a frontline tank, everyone was unconcerned. Because with Lin Xiao's 5 elemental guardian beasts present, it didn't matter whether there was a tank or not. After finalizing the choices, the rest of the group under Brother Gua's lead returned to Blackwater City. Lin Xiao did not rush to head to the 10,000 Poison Altar, but instead sat down beside him to check the treasure chest that he had not had the chance to open. As the treasure chest opened, an ancient-looking scroll appeared before Lin Xiao. When he picked up the scroll and examined its contents, his previously relaxed expression turned complex once again. Hidden life skill scroll? Mechanism technique. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, carefully recalling his memories from the previous life, but he had never heard of anyone possessing such a life skill. The only skill that came close was one related to trap crafting. Of course, since this item carried the word hidden, it must be extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Xiao secretly decided to learn this life skill once he reached level 20. After safely storing the mechanism technique scroll, Lin Xiao took out various materials and began refining pills and brewing monkey wine. Naturally, this also included his explosive flame spirit talisman. These items had been mostly consumed during the previous leveling sessions. Faced with the unknown map of the 10,000 Poison Altar, it was prudent to prepare more. Once all the items were prepared and distributed, Lin Xiao immediately stood up, waved his hand, and declared, "Brothers, let's set out." "Okay, boss." When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself and his 4 teammates in a closed space, as large as a football field. In the central area of the entire space stood a massive 3-tiered altar. Upon seeing this, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Lin Xiao. "Boss, why is there only a bare altar here?" Lu Gu asked, looking confused. "How would I know?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, but still said uncertainly, "Could it be because we are too far away?" After speaking, Lin Xiao raised his hand, and the 5 elemental guardian beasts immediately appeared in front of everyone. Under his command, they all moved towards the altar. However, just as the 5 guardian beasts approached about 20 meters from the altar, the space directly above the altar suddenly warped. Then a giant spider, several times larger than a mystic turtle, suddenly descended from the sky and crashed down right in front of the 5 guardian beasts. Boom! With a loud crash, the giant spider landed. Upon seeing this giant spider, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock, as he exclaimed, "Dark Spider Emperor." Indeed, this giant spider was exactly the same as the Dark Spider Emperor that Lin Xiao had slain in the novice. The only difference was that this one was larger and more imposing. But that was reasonable, after all, it was a level 20 boss. As soon as the giant spider landed, without needing Lin Xiao to issue commands, the 5 guardian beasts rushed forward and began to pummel it. However, when Xiao Bei's attack first hit the large Dark Spider Emperor, the damage value that floated above its head left everyone in shock. What the hell? Only lost 120 health points. Is this thing's defense so strong? Lu Gu's eyes widened in shock. As one of the earliest followers of Lin Xiao, he was all too aware of how fierce Xiao Bei's attack power was. However, what he never expected was that such a terrifying attack power could only inflict a little over 100 points of damage on the giant spider before him. And when he looked at the health bar of this giant spider, 3000000. How long would it take to defeat it? Moreover, it wasn't just Xiao Bei's physical attacks that couldn't hurt this creature. Even the Firebird's magical attacks only dealt a little over 100 points. Let alone the weaker attacks from the mystical tortoise and the brown bear. It's worth noting that the attributes of the 5 guardian beasts had been amplified by 20 through the innate 5-element formation. Yet even so, they still couldn't inflict much damage on this giant creature. In contrast, the dark spider could deal around 1,000 damage with a single attack against the heavily armored brown bear. Additionally, its accompanying poison attack could drain the brown bear of nearly 100 health points per second. Such terrifying offensive power would truly overwhelm the guardian beasts of other Taoist practitioners. After testing the strength of the large dark spider queen before him, Lin Xiao waved his hand at the group behind him, saying, "Everyone, let's attack together and finish this quickly." "All right." After hearing Lin Xiao's command, the impatient Lu Gu took the lead, drawing his large sword, and sword Xingyun immediately followed suit. Although these two were warriors, they both possessed ranged skills, so the risk was not too great. At the very least, they had Lin Xiao's infinite shield to protect them. As the two warriors charged forward, Xiao Yi and Zhou Rui, the ranged attackers, also began to unleash their powers. Zhou Rui initiated her lightning arrow skill, followed by a barrage of various skills mixed with normal attacks on the giant. On the other side, Xiao Yi also unleashed skills like wind blade and chain lightning. Although she could only deal a little over 100 points of damage to the giant spider, the skills came one after another without interruption. Compared to everyone else, Lin Xiao was the busiest at this moment. On one hand, he had to constantly provide shields, healing spells, and wind chime spells to the brown bear and other guardian beasts, and on the other, he had to keep unleashing normal attacks. To enhance the party's resistance to poison, Lin Xiao had already positioned everyone under the withered wood formation. Therefore, he was the only one capable of triggering the slow effect from the ice formation. As everyone began their assault, although the damage was not as expected, the health of the Dark Spider Queen was visibly. At the same time, the poison and slow effects from the two formations, Lu Guess accompanying heavy injury and Xiao Yi's accompanying paralysis, for different negative effects, also impacted the Dark Spider Queen from various angles, greatly alleviating the pressure on the front line. With this, despite the Dark Spider Queen's high attack and defense, it was only a matter of time before Lin Xiao and the others. However, just as the giant Dark Spider Queen was reduced to half health by the group, the space above the altar not far away began to distort once again. Immediately after, a nearly 10-meter-long giant snake fell from the sky, crashing straight towards the back row where Lin Xiao and the others were. Not good. Quick dodge. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately shouted a warning, while instinctively summoning the mystical tortoise in front of him. Boom! With a loud rumble, the massive snake's thick body smashed down in the area where Lin Xiao and the mystical tortoise were. Thanks to Lin Xiao's quick warning, Zhou Rui and the others managed to dodge in time and were not affected. However, Lin Xiao and the mystical tortoise were not so lucky, as they were directly hit by the giant snake. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had cast a 4,000-point infinite shield on himself at the critical moment, and the mystical tortoise had sufficient health. If it had been Zhou Rui and Xiao Yi, they would have probably returned to the city by now. Upon seeing the second boss appear, Zhou Rui and Xiao Yi instinctively prepared to attack. However, Lin Xiao immediately stopped them, saying, "Don't worry about the giant snake, focus all fire on the Dark Spider Queen." He had already figured it out the moment the giant snake appeared. Its appearance was definitely not a coincidence. It was likely due to the Dark Spider Queen's health dropping below half. Therefore, he had no reason to scatter their limited offensive capability. They just needed to hold off the Crimson Serpent King. Lin Xiao could confidently say that in terms of holding off, he dared to claim second place in the entire Bahuang, and no one would dare claim first. In an instant, the tortoise and the snake were tangled together. Although the Crimson Serpent King had attack power comparable to that of the Dark Spider Queen, with Lin Xiao there, it could never escape the mystical tortoise's grasp. Moreover, while Lin Xiao watched over the mystical tortoise, he was also able to attend to the battlefield on the other side. This allowed the originally worried group to completely relax. As time passed, the Dark Spider Queen, which had been worn down to just a sliver of health by the group, suddenly launched its final desperate attack. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target for this dying blow. Accompanied by the appearance of a miss above Sword Xingyan's head, the Dark Spider Queen's health was simultaneously depleted by the group. Following that, a deafening explosion erupted, and the Dark Spider Queen's body was instantly blown apart. This explosion not only shattered the infinite shields of the guardian beasts, but also dealt nearly 3,000 points of damage to them. Fortunately, Lu Gu had quickly exited the battlefield and was not affected. Although Sword Xingyun was caught in the blast, he managed to avoid the crisis once again thanks to a successful dodge. After defeating the Dark Spider Queen, Lin Xiao immediately commanded the 4 guardian beasts to assist the mystical tortoise, which was still entangled with the Crimson Serpent King. The rest of the group also turned their attention to unleash a new round of attacks on the Crimson Serpent King. In terms of attack power and physical defense, the Crimson Serpent King far surpassed the previous Dark Spider Queen. However, its magical defense was its weakness. This allowed Xiao Yi, Lin Xiao, the mystical tortoise, and the Firebird to have room to maneuver. Soon the Crimson Serpent King was nearly at half health, and upon seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately reminded everyone to be cautious of a potential third boss appearing on the battlefield. Sure enough, when the Crimson Serpent King dropped to half health, a toad as big as a small mountain fell from the sky, landing squarely on the heads of the guardian beasts surrounding the Crimson Serpent King. Moreover, it dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage to them. Simultaneously, a burst of deep green poison mist erupted, inflicting nearly 200 points of poison damage per second to Lin Xiao's guardian beasts. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly refreshed the shields of the guardian beasts and quickly cast healing spells, while also shouting, "Lu Guyun 2, hold off the poisonous toad. Everyone else continue focusing fire on the Crimson Serpent King." Understood. Received. In unison, the group responded, and alongside Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts launched a fresh assault upon the Vermilion Serpent King. Thanks to Lin Xiao's discovery of the boss's emergence pattern, the party faced no more than 1 or 2 bosses at any given time. Of course, such efficiency was only possible because their team included Lin Xiao, a prodigy beyond ordinary measure. Had any other player led the raid, the members would likely have perished countless times. Soon only a single boss remained before Lin Xiao and his companions, the most formidable of the 5, the Hell Centipede. At first, confronting this colossal foe, whose offense, defense, and vitality were all maximized, Lin Xiao barely held it in check. He continuously renewed the Bear Guardian's shield while casting healing spells. There was no choice. The creature's attack power was overwhelming. Even his ultimate shield, amplified tenfold to a staggering 2,000 points, could withstand only a single strike. Its second blow shattered the shield outright and inflicted an additional 800 points of damage upon the bear, along with virulent toxin effects. Such destructive force rivaled even the Dark Spider Empress's final self-destructive explosion. Moreover, during the containment phase, no one else dared attack it. To do so would instantly draw the Hell Centipede's aggro, an inherent drawback of Lin Xiao's decision not to bring a shield bearer on this expedition. Fortunately, this precarious situation did not last long. As the Vermilion Serpent King collapsed with a thunderous crash, the other guardian beasts swiftly encircled the Hell Centipede in perfect coordination. With that, even if the backline members drew aggro while dealing damage, the monstrous centipede stood no chance of breaking through the unified blockade of 5 guardian beasts. Thus, slaying the Hell Centipede became merely a matter of time. When its health finally dipped below half, every member, including Lin Xiao, let out a quiet collective sigh of relief. After over 8 grueling hours of relentless combat against 5 level 20 bosses, exhaustion had drained them to their very core. Even Lin Xiao himself felt his spirit fraying, his focus wavering. Yet there was no alternative. Their offensive capacity remained severely constrained. With each boss boasting hundreds of thousands of hit points, attrition was their only recourse. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had earlier replenished their reserves with ample spirit-gathering pills. Otherwise, they would have been forced to withdraw long before overcoming this elite cadre of bosses. Hence, they truly feared what unforeseen twist the Hell Centipede might unleash upon dropping below half health. Thankfully, it appeared to be the final boss within the 10,000 Venom Altar. One final push, and they would claim victory over this monstrous adversary and seize control of the accursed 10,000 Venom Altar dungeon. Yet just as the party began to relax, the Hell Centipede's massive body suddenly stiffened, and its upper torso reared upright with terrifying speed. Rising nearly 5 meters high, it now loomed over the backline, locking eyes directly upon Lin Xiao and his companions. In the next breath, it flung open its enormous maw and unleashed a barrage of ink-green arcane projectiles. Their targets were unmistakable: Lin Xiao and the others stationed at the rear. Instantly, Lin Xiao's gaze hardened. With a swift gesture, he summoned the Bear Guardian before Xiao Yi and the Mystic Turtle Guardian before Zhou Rui. A heartbeat later, the ink-green projectiles slammed down, striking the Mystic Turtle, the bear, and Lin Xiao himself. The Guardian's immense size blunted the visual impact of the barrage. Lin Xiao, however, was engulfed entirely beneath the torrent of arcane blasts. Team leader! Team leader! At the sight, cries of shock erupted from the entire party. Lin Xiao was their linchpin, the very foundation sustaining their collective strength. Should anything befall him, the mission would inevitably end in catastrophic failure, with every member suffering level loss and instant teleportation back to town. No other outcome was possible. Yet just as despair threatened to consume them, a violent retching echoed sharply from within the thick toxic mist. Ugh! What the hell did this damn centipede just vomit? Ugh! Disgusting ugh! Choking and staggering, Lin Xiao, now rendered a sickly green hue, stumbled clear of the poisonous fog. Above him, cascading green numerals flickered, each reading 500, as his ultimate shield trembled on the verge of collapse. Still retching, Lin Xiao raised his hand to reinforce his ultimate shield, then immediately cast healing and shielding spells upon the Mystic Turtle and Bear, both now reduced to near half health. Team leader, are you alright? Xiao Yi exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. Lin Xiao shot him an exasperated glare. Do I look alright? You weren't struck by that thing. It nearly suffocated me with its stench. Is it really that bad? Xiao Yi asked, unconvinced, and leaned forward to sniff the Mystic Turtle beside him. Ugh! Lin Xiao's lip twitched as he turned toward Zhou Rui. Are today's youth this relentlessly curious? As if you're much older, Zhou Rui retorted without glancing away from her distant barrage upon the Hell Centipede, rolling her eyes. Xiao Bai's about to break. Hurry up and buff him. Right, right. Lin Xiao replied, hastily pivoting to reinforce the frontline fighters. Lu Gu and others, who continued their fierce engagement. Learning from the earlier ordeal, Lin Xiao and his companions adjusted their formation, leaving the Mystic Turtle permanently stationed at the rear. Should the Hell Centipede rise again to spew its venomous barrage, Lin Xiao, Xiao Yi, and Zhou Rui would instantly take shelter behind the Mystic Turtle, while the Bear Guardian was redeployed to the front lines. Without it, Xiao Bai and the other two Guardians struggled to hold the line. Time raced forward. As Lin Xiao watched the Hell Centipede's health bar dwindle to near extinction, he urgently recalled Lu Gu and Yun Gu, fearing the beast might unleash one last treacherous gambit in its dying moments. Indeed, when the centipede's health fell to its final 10,000 points, it entered a frenzied berserker state. Its attack speed and damage output surged more than twofold. Even the 5 thick-skinned guardians faltered under this final furious onslaught, falling one after another, and the backline raiders were likewise overwhelmed. Thankfully, Lin Xiao reacted instantly, summoning the Mystic Turtle anew and layering it with rapid-fire shields, barely weathering the torrential salvo of corrosive spit. Simultaneously, he flooded the centipede's charging path with summoned guardians and reinforced barriers. After all, he could summon endlessly. He would simply outlast it. With a shriek both harrowing and unearthly, the colossal Hell Centipede finally succumbed, its last sliver of vitality ground away by Lin Xiao's tireless guardians, before collapsing in thunderous ruin. At that very instant, a seismic tremor shook the land, as the towering altar behind the fallen centipede crumbled into dust. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already taken everyone far away from the altar, arriving at the edge of this space. After watching the altar collapse, the others, including Brother Donkey, could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground looking utterly exhausted. Even Zhou Rui, who usually paid great attention to her demeanor, found a clean spot to sit down and let out a long. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Xiao completely understood. Ever since they entered the 10,000 Poisons altar, they had been fighting continuously for 10 hours. This was not the usual monster grinding for levels, but an absolute high-intensity battle. It was an extreme test of their stamina and energy. At this moment, their exhaustion was entirely understandable. Why is everyone sitting down? Aren't you going to see what these bosses dropped? Lin Xiao smiled as he looked at everyone. Upon hearing this, Brother Donkey and the others shook their heads repeatedly. No, boss, we are really too tired. Why don't you go check it out yourself? Lin Xiao shrugged. All right then, you all take a good rest. With that, he took his accompanying guardian beasts, Xiao Bai and others, and headed straight for the 5 massive corpses, including that of the Hell Centipede. Upon approaching the Hell Centipede, Lin Xiao looked around, and indeed found a huge poison sac and a dark green. Then Lin Xiao discovered poison sac's inner cores and shells on the corpses of the other 4 bosses as well. These materials were far superior to those of the ordinary wild monsters. Once crafted into equipment, their quality would undoubtedly be on a higher level. In addition, Lin Xiao also discovered a treasure chest in the ruins of the already collapsed altar. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Xiao had sharp eyes. It was just that the golden-purple light emanating from this treasure chest was too brilliant to miss. Surely the good treasures from the 10,000 Poisons altar dungeon must be hidden here. Looking at the treasure chest shimmering with golden-purple light, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath, stepping forward to open the chest. In the next second, a beam of golden-purple light shot into the sky. Once the light faded, a palm-sized, ancient-looking golden-purple token appeared in the chest. Guild token? Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart raced. Indeed, the golden-purple token before him was the guild token he had longed for. Moreover, it was the highest level of guild token, the golden-purple one. In the 8 wildernesses, guild tokens are divided into 4 levels: Shen-Tian token, silver token, gold token, and golden-purple token. Each token carries a corresponding experience percentage bonus and a fixed maximum number of guild members. The higher the level of the token, the greater the experience bonus and the higher the member limit. Take Lin Xiao's golden-purple token as an example. It grants a 50 experience bonus and a member cap of up to 10,000. This means that if Lin Xiao creates a guild with 10,000 members, all guild members will enjoy the benefit of a 50. Of course, he could also recruit more guild members, but the additional members would not enjoy this benefit, unless he could swallow other forces' C's and merge their guild tokens. However, merely merging tokens of the same level would only increase the member limit. To elevate the experience cap, he would need to find a way to merge with higher-level guild tokens. But saying it is easy, achieving it is quite difficult, unless he was lucky enough to find one in a secret treasure chest. Seizing a high-level guild token directly from other forces is simply dreaming. After all, the forces capable of obtaining high-level guild tokens are naturally not weak. It would be good enough if they didn't come to steal from you. Looking at the golden-purple token in his hand, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. After defeating these 5 bosses, his experience bar had reached 98. He was just 1 step away from breaking through level 20. He had planned to head to the Despair Oasis to obtain guild tokens immediately after leveling up, but he didn't expect to find this here. Truly is as if what you think comes true. Of course, he still needed to go to the Despair Oasis. After all, no one would ever think they have too many guild tokens. Slowly putting the golden purple guild token away, Lin Xiao was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a faint green light flashing in the treasure chest below. Could there be something else? Lin Xiao suddenly halted, leaning forward to take a closer look, and indeed he discovered a ring quietly lying in the corner of the treasure chest. In the next second, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he reached out to pick up the ring from the treasure chest. 10,000 Poisons Ring Rare attributes immunity to poison damage. Special passive poison rebound. After being attacked, ignore distance and rebound poison damage in full within 5 seconds can be stacked. Note: rare item cannot be dropped. Amazingly. Upon seeing the attributes of the 10,000 Poisons Ring, Lin Xiao's eyes immediately brightened. Immunity to poison damage is straightforward and brutal. The special passive poison rebound is definitely a divine skill. Rebounding full poison damage within 5 seconds, ignoring distance, and the rebound damage can stack. What does that mean? It means no matter how many times you hit me, you will suffer an equal amount of poison rebound. Although there is a time limit, it gives you a chance to take medicine to survive. But you must understand the rebound poison damage can stack. If you hit me once, causing 200 points of damage, I rebound 40 points every second. However, if you hit me again, then the next second's rebound value will be 4040. So you'd better hope your attack speed isn't too high, or otherwise you might rebound dead in just a few seconds. Moreover, the most annoying part is that this rebound ignores distance. So whether it's ranged or melee players, the rebound will happen as usual. It will drive you to the brink of despair, make you question your life. This is nothing short of a divine skill. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly slipped the ring onto his finger and swaggered back towards Zhou Rui and the others. At the same time, he had already made up his mind. From now on, when leveling up alone, there was no need to hide behind the guardian beasts. He would stand in the front with the infinite shield. Damn it, one is one. If you don't accept it, come at me. When Lin Xiao returned, Brother Donkey couldn't help but curiously ask, "Boss, did you find something good?" Lin Xiao had stood at the ruins for a long time, which everyone had seen. It was obvious that he must have discovered something good. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao did not hide it, and took out the golden purple guild token from his backpack, tossing it into Brother Donkey's hands. Wow! Guild creation token. At Lu Ji's startled exclamation, everyone instinctively widened their eyes in unison. What? It's a guild founding edict. And not just any. It's the supreme tier purple gold guild founding edict. Ha ha ha. The official site clearly states that purple gold edicts are exceedingly rare. Yet you've procured one outright. Boss, your luck is truly celestial. Lu Gu burst into hearty laughter. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. I hadn't expected such extraordinary fortune this time either. Well then, everyone's had a long day, head back to town and log off. Haha, I was utterly exhausted moments ago. But the moment I laid eyes on this guild founding edict, my spirit surged anew. Yungu roared with delight. Boss, why don't we level you straight up to level 20? Yungu, remember, balance work with rest. Everyone, back to town and log off. The guild founding edict rests safely in your inventory. It won't vanish, Lin Xiao said, clapping Jian Xingyun's shoulder. Hearing this, Yungu nodded with a gentle smile. Very well. Your word is law. Then I'll log off first. Yungu acquiring such a pivotal item was no solitary feat. Every one of you played an indispensable role. Be sure to collect your reward from Guogu next session. This. Yungu hesitated, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Lu Go threw an arm around Jian Xingyun's shoulders. Brother, this is our boss's standing rule. Everyone shares equally. No need for hesitation. Ah, I see. Jian Xingyun's face lit with sudden clarity as he turned to Lin Xiao. Then many thanks, boss. Among kin, such formality is unnecessary. Everyone, return to town. Understood. After winding through several routes, Lin Xiao finally re-entered Blackwater City. Yet just as he prepared to log off, he noticed every player within the city surging en masse toward the north gate. Curious, Lin Xiao, having just stepped out of the teleportation array, raised a hand to halt a passing rogue player. Brother, what's happening here? Why is everyone heading northward? Sir, you must have just logged in. We're rushing to witness a spectacle. Seeing Lin Xiao clad in top-tier azure gear, his level unreadable, the rogue's initial impatience vanished, instantly replaced by eager deference. A spectacle? What could possibly be so extraordinary? A spark of genuine curiosity flashed across Lin Xiao's features. Indeed, he wondered. What event could command the undivided attention of all Blackwater City? Sir, have you heard of the player Xingyuan Fengxue? The rogue asked, eyes alight with excitement. Lin Xiao nodded. The one who clashed with the heroic alliance. Precisely. That very master. The rogue affirmed eagerly. You may not know, sir, but today the heroic alliance posted a bounty in the main city chat channel, offering a reward for Xingyuan Fengshue's whereabouts. The bounty stood at 1,000 gold coins, and the moment it appeared, Xingyuan Fengxue himself accepted it, then publicly declared, I am currently at the burial grounds. At this, reverence shimmered across the rogue's face. Truly I bow before Master Xingyuan. He accepted his own bounty. Such audacity speaks of peerless self-confidence. Indeed, a breathtaking display of confidence. Lin Zhao's interest now fully kindled, he clapped the rogue's shoulder. Thanks, brother. No trouble at all, sir. Take care. With that, the rogue waved farewell and hastened northward. Xingyuan Fengxue, an intriguing fellow, but whoever dares strike at the heroic alliance, Lin Xiao will stand beside them. A cold smile curved Lin Xiao's lips. He cast the breeze charm upon himself and sped eastward. The burial grounds lie northeast of Blackwater City. Thus one may reach them either via the East Gate or the North Gate, though the latter shaves 5 to 10 minutes off the journey. Yet for Lin Xiao, whose breeze charm amplifies speed tenfold, those fleeting minutes are negligible. He could even arrive at the burial grounds ahead of the crowd gathering for the spectacle. As he strode along the path, wind seemed to gather beneath his feet. Light, swift, effortless. To the uninitiated, he might easily pass for a rogue. And as he walked, Lin Xiao mused perhaps it was time to assemble a full rogue set. Such gear would not only deceive adversaries, but deliver devastating unforeseen strikes when it mattered most. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Before long, Lin Xiao entered the burial grounds domain. Yet at level 19, the level 11 and 12 skeletal soldiers and warriors held no allure for him. Without pause, he activated the boundless shield and cut directly through the mob of wild creatures. Yet as he neared the periphery of the level 13 skeletal captain's territory, he suddenly spotted dozens of players methodically clearing skeletal captains and archers. Though their grinding efficiency was modest, their discipline and coordination remained commendable. 5-man squads advanced and retreated in perfect unison, supporting one another with practiced synergy. Lin Xiao surmised they were members of the heroic alliance. Within his field of vision alone, 3 such teams operated, each comprising dozens of players. Given his knowledge of the heroic alliance, Lin Xiao knew their forces extended far beyond what he could presently see. Hundreds more likely lay hidden in the distance. To avoid alerting them, Lin Xiao had already cast invisibility upon himself the moment he spotted the group, and now edged forward, incrementally exploiting the spell's 10-meter radius of silent movement. Yet just as he closed halfway to them, the heroic alliance formation abruptly fractured. The chaos erupted when a mage, deep in combat, was instantly slain by a rogue who materialized behind him without warning. Yes, instantly. Though Lin Xiao stood at a distance, he witnessed the entire sequence with crystal. And when Lin Xiao saw the rogue wielding a dagger in each hand, a subtle knowing smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Xingyuan Fengxue. It is him. Indeed, Lin Xiao now felt absolute certainty the rogue who had just struck was none other than Xingyuan Fengxue, who ranked among the top 10 killers of the China region in his previous life. Among those 10, only Xingyuan Fengxue possessed the seemingly mundane, yet profoundly unassailable talent of dual wielding. Having eliminated the mage, Xingyuan Fengxue vanished from Lin Zhao's sight, renewing his stealth ability. A rogue stealth is nearly impervious, slaying a target automatically refreshes the skill. Beyond the archer's level 15 eagle eye ability, which can pierce stealth, no other means exists to detect it. However, at this moment everyone's levels hovered between 12 and 14. Thus at this time there was no one capable of countering the assassin's stealth skill. The only solution was to rely on AoE skills to launch indiscriminate attacks on the target area. Clearly this was the strategy that the Hero Association was currently employing. Seeing their teammate killed by Xingyuan Fengxue, the others suddenly cried out for help from the surrounding Hero Association squads that, quick! As soon as the words left their mouths, the mages from the other squads around launched their spells, unleashing 4 or 5 AoE skills in unison. However, to their surprise, all these skills missed, entirely failing to hit Xingyuan Fengxue, who was in stealth. Impossible! How could that guy move so fast? One mage player widened his eyes in disbelief. He felt that his reaction speed was already fast enough, and he had even anticipated Xingyuan Fengxue's movement at the moment he activated stealth. Yet even so, he still failed. Moreover, not only him but the other mages in the surrounding squads also wore expressions of disbelief. This group of mages had covered the entire area where Xingyuan Fengxue was located. No matter how fast he moved, it was impossible to escape. Thus they were utterly baffled. Could it be that this guy could teleport? A bunch of idiots. Looking at the dozens of Hero Association players frozen in place, Lin Xia couldn't help but reveal a disdainful. Indeed, this group had covered all retreat routes of Xingyuan Fengxue, including the spot he was standing. However, there was still one area they had not covered. That was the area where the 4 teammates killed by Xingyuan Fengxue were located. Players below level 20 could only form 5-person teams. This also meant that even though they were all Hero Association player, squads could inflict damage on each other. Therefore, these mages deliberately avoided their 4 companions when casting spells, fearing to inflict friendly fire. Thus Lin Xia could be absolutely certain that Xingyuan Fengxue had not fled but had always hidden among those 4 players. Sure enough, just as everyone was in a daze, Xingyuan Fengxue suddenly revealed himself behind one of the archer players among the 4, and the 2 daggers in his hands pierced unimpeded into the opponent's back. This was yet another core skill of the assassin backstab. 670, 175. Immediately 2 crimson numbers appeared above the archer player's head. The The 670 damage was not a critical hit, but simply the normal damage value of backstab. The second attack also had the backstab bonus, but that was far from the limit of the strike. It was simply that this archer player had so little health remaining. Another instant kill. The level 12 archer with over 800 health was taken down in one blow by Xingyuan Fengxue, and this time all the Hero Association players had no way to stop him. It wasn't that they didn't want to. After the previous round of AoE cleansing attacks, their skills were still on cooldown. Moreover, even if their skills were off cooldown, what could they do? Were they supposed to cast skills on their own? Damn it! One warrior player with the ID Yiwudi angrily thrust his great sword into the ground beside him. He was the leader of these dozens of Hero Association players. His main responsibility was to coordinate the various squads and unite with other teams to encircle Xingyuan Fengxue. At first Yiwudi dismissed the mission issued by the leader Yi Wuqing, because he firmly believed that with so many people sent by the Hero Association, as long as Xingyuan Fengxue was smart, he would definitely not stay in the burial ground. However, reality slapped him hard. Not only did Xingyuan Fengxue not flee the burial ground, but he also killed 2 of his subordinates right under his nose. This filled him with rage, while deep down an uncontrollable feeling of shame and dread surged within him. Brother Wudi, what should we do next? A mage player beside him asked anxiously. As a standard squishy character, this person had long been terrified by the elusive Xingyuan Fengxue. What should we do? What should we do? When faced with difficulties, ask me what to do. How the hell am I supposed to know what to do? Yiwudi started off with a tongue twister, spraying saliva all over the mage player's face. However, after calming down, Yiwudi helplessly waved his hand and reported the situation of Xingyuan Fengshue's discovery to Yi Wuqing while loudly instructing his brothers, everyone listen up, all shield players retreat to protect the rear warriors to the front. All assassins stay close to the shield players, and once you find Xingyuan Fengshue's trace, take him down. Taoist brothers focus on buffing the frontline warriors, all squads stop advancing and remain on standby for reinforcements. Yes. Upon hearing this, the subordinates' eyes lit up and they immediately began to adjust their formation according to Yi Wudi's instructions. It must be said, when Yi Wudi got serious, he truly had some skills. Retreating the shield players to protect the rear and having the assassins lurking nearby was indeed the best way to counter Xingyuan Fengxue at the moment. However, he had not considered the environment everyone was currently in. One must know that this was the burial ground. Moreover, it was the territory of the skeleton lieutenants and skeleton archers within the burial ground. How could the fragile warriors withstand that? Even if they had Taoist players behind them to help stabilize their footing if Xingyuan Fengxue suddenly came from behind. Sure enough, accompanied by a scream, a warrior player, who reluctantly acted as the front line, was instantly killed by Xingyuan Fengxue, who suddenly appeared behind him. Under normal circumstances, even if Xingyuan Fengshue's attack power was high, it would be impossible to take down a full health warrior in one blow. However, if it was a half-health warrior, that would be a different story. There was no helping it. This guy was simply unlucky, as 2 skeleton lieutenants had just spawned right in front of him. Coupled with the ranged attacks from several skeleton archers behind him, he was already at his limit for not getting taken down by the wild monsters. Seeing another player killed, Yi Wudi was immediately enraged and shouted with a fierce expression, "What the hell are you all doing standing there? Why aren't you focusing fire on that bastard?" That shield player start taunting from the back. This time Yi Wudi, in order to avoid Xingyuan Fengshue's old tricks, specifically instructed the shield-wielding players protecting the rear to activate their taunting skills first. At the same time, he let the other mage players continue their skill coverage. He couldn't believe that this time Xingyuan Fengxue would escape again. However, reality once again delivered a resounding slap to Yi Wudi's face. To his astonishment, after killing the warrior player, Xingyuan Fengxue did not activate stealth, but instead, just before the barrage of spells landed above him unexpectedly, threw a grappling hook towards a skeleton lieutenant several meters away. And after the grappling hook struck the skeleton lieutenant, his figure was instantly pulled next to the skeleton lieutenant in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Seeing this scene, it wasn't just the heroes of the guild who were shocked. Even Lin Xiao, watching from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim. As an observer, Lin Xiao also thought that this time Xingyuan Fengxue would definitely fall here. But who could have imagined that this guy actually had such a trump card hidden up his sleeve? This distance of 4 to 5 meters may not seem far, but it was enough for him to evade the AoE skills from the mages. Moreover, the most important thing was that this guy's hand speed was incredibly fast. From the moment he killed the warrior player to utilizing the grappling hook to escape the battlefield, it was barely 2 seconds. During these 2 seconds, the mage players of the hero guild had just begun to activate their skills. Of course, there were also some archers who reacted quickly and shot their arrows ahead of time. What left them devastated was that during the brief moment when Xingyuan Fengxue was taken away by the grappling hook, he managed to dodge all targeted attacks. Even the attack from the skeleton lieutenant was no exception. Swish! The next second, upon landing, Xingyuan Fengxue activated his stealth skill again, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. The members of the hero guild could do nothing but watch helplessly as he left. Damn! At this moment, Lin Xiao could no longer find words to describe Xingyuan Fengshue's operation. This was a desolate burial ground. if it had been a terrain with extremely complex forests who could have caught it. After witnessing Xingyuan Fengshu's swift annihilation of the half-health warrior player Lin, Xiao finally understood why this guy chose to confront the hero guild here in the burial ground. After all, this place was teeming with fierce wild monsters, and from a certain perspective those wild monsters could very well be his allies. After losing another warrior player, Yi Wudi's gloomy face seemed as if it could drip water. But despite his anger, he knew deep down that his decision was not the problem. The main issue was that he had underestimated the ferocity of the wild monsters here. Thinking of this, Yi Wudi no longer cared about his face, and with a wave of his hand he said, "Damn it, retreat. Everyone fall back to the territory of the level 12 skeleton warriors." Upon hearing the order from the leading Yi Wudi, his subordinates seemed as if they had received a great pardon, all responding in unison and preparing to retreat. But at that moment a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Without the leader's command, let's see who dares to retreat." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi immediately furrowed his brows and looked in the direction of the voice, meeting the cold knife-like gaze of Yi Shisan. "Yi Shisan." Yi Wudi's expression darkened. "Don't you dare use the leader to pressure me." That bastard Xingyuan Fengshui clearly wanted to use the wild monsters here to create chaos. To avoid unnecessary losses, I was falling back to a safer place. Is there a problem with that? If you admit you are useless, then there's no issue. Yi Shisan replied flatly. "Ha ha ha. Am I useless? Then what are you, the one who was sent back to the novice village?" Yi Wudi laughed loudly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shisan's expression suddenly turned icy, but before he could speak, the 4 assassin players who had accompanied him suddenly vanished from their positions. When they reappeared, they had already positioned themselves next to Yi Wudi. Simultaneously, the 4 assassin players attacked together, with the 2 behind executing a backstab right at Yi Wudi's back, while the 2 in front unleashed throat-cutting skills on his neck. The next second, Yi Wudi's health was instantly reduced to 0, and he collapsed onto the scorched earth below with a thud. "You fool!" Yi Shisan coldly glanced at Yi Wudi's corpse, and then slowly swept his icy gaze across Yi Wudi's subordinates. "Yi Wudi defied the leader's orders and has been killed. Now all of you will follow my command. Does anyone have any objections?" Seeing this, Yi Wudi's former subordinates all averted their gazes, none daring to meet Yi Shisan's eyes, let alone voice any objections. Of course, it wasn't merely fear of Yi Shisan. They noticed that the assassins who were originally on their team were now all turning against them. The daggers in their hands were all pointed at their throats. One could imagine that if anyone dared to utter a single dissent, the assassins behind them would certainly launch throat-cutting skills at the first opportunity. Although this skill might not be able to take their lives, the more than 20 assassin players following Yi Shisan would definitely make up for the damage immediately. Seeing the evasive expressions on these people, a cold look flashed across Yi Shisan's face. It seems everyone has no objections. In that case... Poof! Before Yi Shisan could finish speaking, Xingyuan Fengshui, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly appeared behind him. The 2 daggers in his hands instantly plunged into Yi Shisan's back. 525. Miss. Glancing at the damage prompt above Yi Shisan's head, Xingyuan Fengshui's face remained calm and unperturbed. It was only natural for a fellow assassin of the same level to evade his damage. However, he still had the throat-cutting skill yet to unleash. Although choosing to continue attacking Yi Shisan at this moment would undoubtedly cause him to lose the chance to escape, if he could take this first assassin of the hero guild down with him, it wouldn't be a loss. But just then Yi Shisan suddenly turned around, launching a counterattack with his throat-cutting skill, while smiling sinisterly at him. "Xingyuan Fengshui, you have indeed fallen for it." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Shisan, who had been below half health, instantly regained his full health. With this, even if Xingyuan Fengshui's 2 throat-cutting strikes hit, it would be difficult to kill him. Not good. This is the special healing elixir from Guiyuan Hall. Seeing this, Xingyuan Fengshui's expression suddenly changed and his heart sank to the bottom. At that moment, he finally understood why Yi Shisan had said he had fallen for it. It turned out that everything had been a trap set by Yi Shisan, sacrificing Yi Wudi to create the illusion of discord within the hero guild, luring him out as bait, preparing the special healing elixir in advance to delay his stealth cooldown and create conditions for others to focus fire on him. This Yi Shisan truly has a deep and cunning mind with a meticulously crafted plan. Although he knew that he would definitely be unable to defeat Yi Shisan this time, Xingyuan Fengshui resolutely wielded the 2 daggers in his hands. This was not a futile struggle before death, but rather a declaration of attitude to Yi Shisan and all members of the Heroes Guild. Xingyuan Fengshui would fight to the death against the Heroes Guild. Puff! The first slash to the throat accurately hit Yi Shisan, dealing over 400 damage. The second slash followed closely, but unfortunately a miss appeared above Yi Shisan's head again. At the same time, Yi Shisan's counterattack came also a throat slash. However, due to Yi Shisan having previously hit Xingyuan Fengshui with a back attack, he was in a weakened state, causing his throat slash to deal less than 200 damage to Xingyuan Fengshui. However, Yi Shisan was completely unconcerned about this. His counterattack was merely a reaction, while the real killing move came from the group of subordinates behind him. Just as Xingyuan Fengshui awaited his death, a bang sounded, and a translucent shield suddenly appeared. At the same time it blocked all attacks from several assassins under Yi Shisan. That's right. The one who acted was none other than Lin Xiao, who had been secretly observing from the sidelines. In fact, the moment Yi Shisan appeared, Lin Xiao had already harbored the intention to kill. However, his invisibility skill could only move 10 meters at a time, which allowed the faster Xing Yuan Fengshui to take the initiative. Nevertheless, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Seeing Xing Yuan Fengshui in imminent danger, Lin Xiao naturally could not stand idly by. So upon reaching the casting distance, he immediately cast the infinite shield on him. Not only that, but this guy also shouted at the confused Xing Yuan Fengshui, "Brother, don't be timid. Keep fighting, what the hell?" Seeing this priest who had popped up from nowhere ruining his plans, Yi Shisan almost fainted on the spot. He immediately activated his stealth skill to rush towards Lin Xiao while angrily shouting at his subordinates, "You all keep going. That priest is mine, yes." His group of assassin players responded in unison and continued their frenzied assault on Xing Yuan. It wasn't that Yi Shisan was afraid of Xing Yuan Fengshui in front of him. Rather, he had immediately judged that Lin Xiao, the suddenly appearing priest, was the greater threat. Moreover, Lin Xiao also had more kill value. You must know the infinite shield is a skill that priest players can only learn after reaching level 15. And at this point in time, how many people could break through level 15? He had certainly never heard of anyone. Therefore, even if he let Xing Yuan Fengshui escape today, he absolutely could not let Lin Xiao go. Lin Xiao heard Yi Shisan's words clearly. If it had been before level 15, he might have still been somewhat wary of Yi Shisan. But now, with the tenfold amplification of the infinite shield, let alone Yi Shisan, even the top assassin flash on the leaderboard would not be taken lightly by Lin Xiao. Not to mention he had just obtained a stand-and fight artifact, the Ring of 10,000 Poisons. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao, already equipped with the infinite shield, ignored Yi Shisan and focused on buffing Xing Yuan Fengshui. In an instant, healing spells and wind blessings continuously struck Xing Yuan Fengshui. Whenever his shield value decreased, Lin Xiao would immediately refresh the shield, providing comprehensive protection. Damn! After being hit by Lin Xiao's various buff skills, even the usually unflappable Xing Yuan Fengshui couldn't help but gasp instinctively, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Instantly restored to full health with healing spells. 100% increase in attack speed and movement speed with wind blessing. A 2,000-point shield. Is this really reasonable? Although shocked, Xing Yuan Fengshui's movements were swift and decisive, and the increase in attack speed from wind blessing made his skills even more rapid and sharp. His talent was to wield dual blades, effectively doubling his attack speed. Now, with another doubling of attack speed and the infinite shield as a safety net, one can imagine how terrifying his combat power had become. In the gaming community, there has always been a saying, don't fear assassins who hit and run, fear assassins who stand and fight. The physical damage capability of the assassin class is the strongest among all classes, but because their bodies are too fragile, they can only deal a burst of damage and immediately run away. But once an assassin player overcomes their fragility, they become the strongest stand and fight king bar none. Just like Lin Xiao's previous life, the second-ranked assassin on the leaderboard, Bloodshed Eagle, whose single target damage came with a high percentage of lifesteal, and the excess health could form a blood shield. For a pure stand-and-fight assassin like this, who the hell would be crazy enough to challenge them unknown? Although Xing Yuan Fengshui lacked Bloodshed Eagle's blood shield, he had a not much weaker infinite shield to protect him. Coupled with dual-wielding weapons and high attack speed, his output capability was even more troublesome than Bloodshed Eagle. In just a few breaths, the two assassins in front of him had already died at the hands of Xing Yuan Fengshui. He then changed direction and charged towards several other assassins. Seeing that Xing Yuan Fengshui not only stabilized his position, but even counterkilled two people, Lin Xiao in the distance couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. At this moment, however, Yi Shisan, hidden in the shadows, suddenly appeared behind him. The dagger in his hand, glowing with green light, instantly pierced Lin Xiao's shield. Swish! The next second, a green 532 damage notification suddenly appeared above Lin. However, upon seeing this damage value, Yi Shisan was not happy at all. Instead, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? You actually didn't get poisoned." Indeed, Yi Shisan's attack also carried poison damage. Moreover, this was his pride, a hidden life skill, poisoning technique. What he never expected was that his proud poisoning technique had not inflicted even a single point of poison damage on Lin Xiao, which was simply outrageous. Yes, the infinite shield of the priest can indeed block any damage and negative effects. But even if it blocked, there should still be a notification for poison damage, right? But right now, this poison damage didn't show up at all. This was clearly a huge problem. Moreover, the most important point was that Yi Shisan couldn't fathom why this guy's shield value was so high. Didn't the officials clearly state that the shield value of a priest is only 400 points? Even though he dealt over 500 damage, why couldn't he break through that damned shield? Is this a bug? I want to file a complaint. I want to verify the card. However, just when he was unwilling to give up and planned to continue attacking Lin Xiao, an even more devastating situation occurred. He clearly felt fine, yet his health points were rapidly depleting at a rate of over 100 per second. Looking down, he discovered that his entire body had turned green. This was clearly a sign of poisoning. Without time to think further, Yi Shisan quickly took out a potion and stuffed it into his mouth, simultaneously screaming internally, what is happening? What the hell is going on? The opponent clearly hadn't retaliated, so how could he be poisoned? Moreover, the poison damage was evidently several levels stronger than his own poison technique. Little did he know this was precisely the special passive of the newly obtained artifact, the 10,000 poison ring held by Lin Xiao, Poison Backlash. Seeing that Yi Shisan had turned into a little green person and was frantically consuming potions, Lin Xiao couldn't help but express his impatience. Why aren't you attacking? If you don't, I will. With that, Lin Xiao raised his hand and shot several explosive fire talismans at Yi Shisan. 153, MISS 149, MISS 167, miss. As Lin Xiao made his move, a series of damage values over 150 appeared, continuously above Yi Shisan's head. What piqued Lin Xiao's interest was that after each damage dealt, a miss would inevitably appear on the second attack. This led Lin Xiao to suspect whether this was Yi Shisan's innate talent. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately cast the breeze spell on himself, further increasing his attack speed. The result was that no matter how much damage he dealt, Yi Shisan could always successfully dodge the second attack after regardless of how high your accuracy was or what special claims your skills had. Clearly this was his talent. However, despite possessing such an incredibly powerful talent, Yi Shisan was still having a difficult time. The negative effects of Lin Xiao's dual formation combined with the special passive 10,000 poison backlash successfully restricted his attack speed and movement speed, while causing his health to plummet. The only reason he could still stand here and trade blows with Lin Xiao was entirely thanks to the specially made health recovery pills sold at the Guiyuan Hall. This won't do. This twisted Taoist is really too difficult to deal with. Retreat. Realizing that the longer he fought, the faster his health was dropping, Yi Shisan made a quick decision and immediately activated the stealth skill to escape. But how could Lin Xiao allow him to escape? He casually waved his hand and suddenly 5 guardian beasts appeared around Yi Shisan. In addition to the firebird flying in the air and the small green snake, the other 3 large guardian beasts quickly surrounded Yi Shisan. At the same time, the firebird's AoE attack came crashing down, instantly nullifying the stealth skill he had just activated, revealing his true form once again. Simultaneously, the other 4 guardian beasts also launched their attacks in conjunction with Lin Xiao's rapid-fire talisman assaults, instantly draining the little health Yi Shisan had left. From beginning to end, Yi Shisan was unable to inflict even a scratch on Lin Xiao, not even breaking through his shield. This filled Yi Shisan's gaze towards Lin Xiao with resentment and bitterness as he faced death. What are you glaring at? If you're not satisfied, you can come back after returning to town. I'll be waiting for you. Glancing at Yi Shisan's slowly fading figure, Lin Xiao turned to look at Xing Yuan Feng Shui. During his fight with Yi Shisan, he hadn't forgotten to refresh Xing Yuan Feng Shui's shield. This allowed her to continue fighting the group of assassins from the Hero Association without taking any damage. Meanwhile, the ranged players from the Hero Association could only watch helplessly, none daring to unleash their skills. There was simply no way. The game's rule that players could only form 5-man parties before level 20 was incredibly frustrating. With just a slight miscalculation, they could end up injuring their own comrades. Not good. The Night Master has been killed. Everyone attack. I don't know who shouted, but the group of ranged players from the Hero Association suddenly spotted Yi Shisan's lifeless body in the distance. Seeing this, they didn't have time to think about why so many guardian beasts had suddenly appeared around Yi Shisan and immediately directed their attacks towards his location. In an instant, spells, arrows, and talismans rained down on Lin Xiao, forcing him to retreat without hesitation, shield raised. Damn it, this is no joke. Faced with such a dense barrage of spells, talismans, and arrows, let alone Lin Xiao's mere 4,000 points of infinite shield, even his guardian beasts with over 10,000 health could probably only withstand 1 to 3 rounds. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's reaction was quick enough and he was fast enough to escape the danger zone in the first instance. Even if some basic attacks from arrows locked onto him, they all hit his shield. To be safe, Lin Xiao timely activated his stealth skill during the gap of the first round of attacks, dodging nearly 10 meters. This allowed him to completely shake off the danger. However, compared to Lin Xiao, his guardian beasts were not so fortunate. After enduring several rounds of bombardment, the firebird, green snake, and little white fell one after another. Even the high defense, high health shen turtle and brown bear were left nearly at death's door. Watching this from the shadows, Lin Xiao felt a surge of determination. He took advantage of the 10-meter movement afforded by his stealth, slowly making his way toward the area where Xing Yuan Feng Shui was. His goal was clear: first help Xing Yuan Feng Shui escape the predicament, then allow her to do what she was best at under his protection. Soon Lin Xiao had moved close to the area where Xing Yuan Feng Shui and the group of assassins from the Hero Association were. In the first instance, he summoned the guardian beasts again. Accompanied by a series of beast roars, 5 guardian beasts suddenly appeared beside Xing Yuan Feng Shui and launched a fierce attack on the group of assassins surrounding her. In the blink of an eye, several assassin players from the Hero Association were instantly slain. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the sudden appearance of the 5 guardian beasts, Lin Xiao refreshed Xing Yuan Feng Shui's shield once again and loudly called out to her, "Brother, I sent you a party invitation, please accept it." Okay, thanks brother. Xing Yuanfeng Shui nodded without hesitation and decisively accepted Lin Xiao's party invitation. After joining Lin Xiao's party, Xing Yuanfeng Shui clearly felt an added buff from the withered wood formation. Looking at the attributes of the ice formation, her face revealed a look of shock and ecstasy. Basic attacks with poison damage. If this is combined with my talent, wouldn't the damage be even higher? Thinking of this, Xing Yuanfeng Shui immediately swung out a pair of daggers toward the assassin in front of her. In the next second, the assassin suddenly turned into a little green person and his health points dropped further from the original damage. Wow! Awesome! A gleam lit up in Xing Yuanfeng Shui's eyes as she activated the throat slit skill, instantly slaying the opponent. However, just as he was about to continue fighting with this group of assassins, he suddenly heard Lin Xiao's reminder in his ear, brother, leave the front line to me, go do what you do best. Haha, alright. Xing Yuanfeng Shui instantly understood Lin Xiao's intention, and without hesitation activated stealth, vanishing from the sight of everyone. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also did not hesitate, charging boldly into the assassin team that was already thrown into disarray by the 5 elements guardian beasts, bearing his 4,000-point Wujiden. Once Lin Xiao took Xing Yuanfeng Shui's position, the situation instantly became one-sided. Any assassin that was named by Lin Xiao would be melted away in mere seconds by his high attack speed and over 150 damage per hit. Seeing their target lost, several assassin players immediately charged at Lin Xiao, launching throat-slitting and backstab skills. But these people died even more miserable than those who did not attack. For they not only had to endure Lin Xiao's high damage output, but also the damage from toxin rebound. Meanwhile, the 5 guardian beasts charged into the fray like tigers among sheep, taking out several assassin players in a single encounter. This forced the remaining assassins to activate stealth and flee desperately. However, Lin Xiao would not let them escape easily. Under the support and guidance of his clear wind spell, the Firebird flying in the air unleashed a series of fire-based AoE attacks. Combined with the poison damage from the withered wood formation, it continuously interrupted this group's stealth skills. Seeing this, Lin Xiao led a group of guardian beasts, rapidly approaching these players, aiming to engage in close combat, giving no opportunity for the Heroic Society's ranged players to cast their spells. You bastards, haven't you seen enough of the spectacle? Hurry up and help! As a few assassin players were chased and burned by Lin Xiao's Firebird, they shouted angrily at the Heroic Society players who were watching from a distance. Upon hearing this, the originally observing crowd immediately reacted, with melee players rushing out to support, while ranged players also began to attack Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts. Although they often had strained relations in the face of a common enemy, no one found joy in the misfortune of others. However, there was only so much they could do. The melee players delayed and the ranged players provided support. As for skills, they dared not use them, because they were truly afraid of accidentally harming their allies. However, just as all the Heroic Society players' attention was drawn to Lin Xiao and his 5 beasts, Xing Yuanfeng Shui, who had circled to the opponent's backline, suddenly struck. This time Xing Yuanfeng Shui did not attack the mage players but adopted Lin Xiao's suggestion, first killing an archer. Only because at this moment the mages were mere decorations. It was this group of archers that posed the greatest threat to Lin Xiao. In just one encounter, an archer player was sent back to Blackwater City by Xing Yuanfeng Shui. Immediately after, he activated stealth again, searching for opportunities to attack others. As Xing Yuanfeng Shui wreaked havoc in the back line of the Heroic Society players, their formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao in the front line felt the pressure ease, immediately launching a massacre against the Heroic Societies. At level 19A, Lin Xiao had numerous powerful skills at his disposal, and fighting against this group of level 12-13 players was even easier than slaying giant pincered scorpions in the poison pit. Especially after losing their own ranged unit support, these melee players became nothing but live targets for Lin Xiao's 5. After more than 10 minutes, several shield-bearing players from the Heroic Society were already slain by Lin Xiao's guardian. Another 20 minutes passed, and nearly 20 warrior players and assassin players attempting to ambush Lin Xiao also met their demise. Of course, during this time, Lin Xiao's guardian beasts also suffered losses. Including himself, he had also been surrounded and attacked several times by the rushing melee players. Yet he managed to withstand it all with his unmatchable tenfold enhancement skills. And even if he couldn't withstand it, he could promptly activate his invisibility skill. Meanwhile, Xing Yuanfeng Shui, who was in the far rear, was also causing chaos in the back line of the Heroic Society. Especially with his tactic of striking once, and then retreating immediately, it drove the members of the Heroic Society to the brink of collapse, leaving them unable to provide any support to their front lines. There was nothing they could do. Despite their numerical advantage, they lacked unified command and powerful allies who could stand against the two. Thus, they could only be led by Lin Xiao and Xing Yuanfeng Shui. In contrast, Lin Xiao and Xing Yuanfeng Shui maintained constant communication and coordination. In the frontline battlefield, Lin Xiao's guardian beasts constantly pressured the Heroic Society. Meanwhile, in the rear, Xing Yuanfeng Shui utilized his methods to restrain the enemy's ranged units. The two protected and restrained each other's front and back lines, displaying a synchronization that hardly seemed like a first time. Simultaneously relying on their formidable strength, terrifying talents, and harmonious cooperation, they transformed what seemed to be a hopeless battle into a thrilling slaughter. Brothers, the front line has collapsed. Retreat quickly. Just then someone suddenly shouted, causing the Heroic Society members to collapse, mentally losing the will to fight. Seeing the ranged players of the Heroic Society scatter in panic, Lin Xiao glanced at the appearing Xing Yuan Feng Shui with a smile, then they both nodded at each other and chose a direction to pursue. With the support of the clear wind spell, trying to escape from their pursuit was nothing but a dream. On Xing Yuan Feng Shui's side, he could only kill one after catching up to someone. On Lin Xiao's side, upon catching up to a player, he would summon a guardian beast to deal with them, then continue pursuing others without pause. Only when he had caught too many players would he cooperate with the guardian beasts to deal damage. Thus Lin Xiao's efficiency in chasing was far superior to that of Xing Yuan Feng Shui. In this way, the two of them, one in front and one behind, relentlessly chased the ranged players of the Heroic Society from the territory of the level 13 skeleton lieutenants to that of the level 11 skeleton warriors. Moreover, they were continuously moving towards the direction of Blackwater City. Of course, this was not due to the inefficiency of Lin Xiao and his partner, but because the Heroic Society members were simply too numerous. In fact, there were so many that they could not be completely killed in a short period. And not even counting those they had successfully hunted down, there were still over 20 players desperately fleeing toward Blackwater City. This caused the neutral players who had just reached the edge of the burial ground and were planning to watch the spectacle to widen their eyes in shock. What the hell? This can't be real. 2 people chasing down over 20. Am I Wait, aren't those fleeing players from the Heroic Alliance? Then that assassin pursuing them must be none other than the legendary Xingyuan Fengshui. Exactly. It has to be him. Damn, is this master really that formidable? Can one person truly chase down 24 others? Hey, didn't you notice the Taoist master standing beside him? Look at their protective shields. Those are level 15. Level 15 players in Blackwater City. When did we ever see such high-level players here? A high-level Taoist master and the famed Xingyuan master, chasing down over 20 members of the Heroic Alliance. This is headline news. Archers, assassins, Taoists. All ranged classes. That's odd. Where are the melee? I suspect the Heroic Alliance's melee forces, including the assassin squad sent to ambush Master Xingyuan. Gasp. As the crowd debated and pieced together the clues, a collective chill ran down their spines. For they had deduced a terrifying truth: the 20-odd fugitives being hunted before them were merely the remnants, the sole survivors, of the Heroic Alliance. The majority of their forces had likely already fallen to these 2 masters. In other words, the duo must have faced no fewer than 100 enemies earlier. 2 versus over 100. Is this even plausible? Is it remotely realistic? Could any ordinary player possibly achieve such a feat? Yet the evidence lay undeniable before them, leaving no room for disbelief. Instantly, the main chat channel of Blackwater City erupted into chaos. The Heroic Alliance Xingyuan Fengshui and the enigmatic high-level Taoist master were all thrust into the white-hot glare of public scrutiny. Unaware that they had just become legends across Blackwater City, Lin Xiao and Xingyuan Fengshui continued their and just before the Heroic Alliance's main reinforcements arrived from Blackwater City, they cleanly eliminated the last fleeing player. Brother, this time, I owe you my gratitude, Xingyuan Fengshui said sincerely as Lin Xiao approached. Just a small favor, Lin Xiao waved dismissively, then nodded toward Blackwater City. Reinforcements from the Heroic Alliance will arrive shortly. So, shall we continue? No, let's call it quits. At this rate, my weapon's durability will vanish entirely. Let's head back to town. I'll treat you at Chiefing Pavilion. Sounds good. Let's go. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. With that, both teleported back to the city in unison. Blackwater City, Chiefing Pavilion, 3rd floor, private chamber. Ha! No wonder your ID sounded so familiar. I finally remember. You're Ling Xiao, the one who completed the Greater China region's teleportation array quest. No wonder your level is so astonishing. After brief introductions, Xingyuan Fengshui raised his cup with a hearty laugh. Brother, I owe you my life. Had it not been for you, I'd surely have fallen prey to Yi Shisan's treachery. Don't mention it. It was truly nothing. Pity I missed encountering Yi Wuqing this time. Oh, so Brother Ling Xiao also bears a grudge against Yi Wuqing of the Heroic Alliance. Xingyuan Fengshui raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Lin Xiao shrugged casually and lifted his cup with a grin. I simply enjoy giving them a taste of their own medicine. Xingyuan Fengshui's lips twitched slightly. That reason is, well, uniquely refreshing. Lin Xiao flashed a broad smile, drained his wine and added. From the moment they left the novice village, Heroic Alliance players have bullied others relentlessly. So now I'm returning the favor. And I need no moral high ground. There's no need to wait for provocation before striking back. Say what you will. I'm bullying the Heroic Alliance, plain and simple. What of it? If you disagree, let's settle it in battle. Brilliant. Another round. Cheers. Agreed. They exchanged knowing smiles and raised their cups in hearty fellowship. After several rounds, Lin Xiao asked casually, Brother, what are your plans next? Nothing special. Just leveling up and hunting the Heroic Alliance. I chose the assassin class to kill. Since they provoked me, I have no choice but to retaliate. Ha! Excellent. But please, don't rush headlong like today. You're an assassin. You shouldn't engage in frontal clashes. Sigh. I know. I just lost my temper. Brother, you don't know how enraged I was. After Yi Wuqing lost online, he threatened to track me down in reality. Luckily, I acted swiftly. Otherwise. Sigh. Xingyuan Fengxue sighed softly. Track you down in reality. How did he uncover your identity? Lin Zhao's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. Ugh. Don't ask. A friend of mine belonged to the Heroic Alliance and betrayed me. I see. Lin Zhao nodded slowly, then refilled Xingyuan Fengshue's cup. Brother, let me make you. You want vengeance against the Heroic Alliance. I'll hire you. Hire me. You'll pay me to do this. What's wrong with hiring an assassin to eliminate targets? Lin Zhao arched a playful brow. Nothing at all. But why help me? Xingyuan Fengxue asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Because an enemy's enemy is a friend. I won't let real-world troubles distract you from your path. I'll fund you. You'll use that money to secure yourself and focus solely on dismantling the Heroic Alliance. Isn't that ideal? Xingyuan Fengxue visibly hesitated. His hasty departure had left him nearly penniless, and frequent Heroic Alliance reinforcements meant few opportunities to loot corpses. Consequently, his expenses consistently outstripped his earnings. A steady income would ease his burdens, both within the game and beyond. Seeing Xingyuan Fengshue's wavering expression, Lin Zhao pressed forward with his proposal: 10 gold for each rank-and-file member of the Heroic Alliance, 50 for core members, 100 for mid-tier officers, 1,000 for senior leaders like Yi Wudi, and 5,000 for Yi Shisan alone. Yi Wuqing, 10,000. Plus I'll supply you with 2 new weapons. That's my offer. Xingyuan Fengshue's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, this offer is almost impossible to refuse. Lin Xia suddenly laughed. Haha, my friend, earning this money is not that easy, because once their archers reach level 15, they will learn the eagle eye skill. At that time, it won't be so easy to kill them anymore. Hearing this, Xingyuan Fengxue waved his hand indifferently and confidently said, It's just a mere eagle eye skill. I have yet to take it seriously. Moreover, I can strike first at this group of archers, preventing them from ever reaching level 15. And I will clearly announce in the main city chat channel that I will target all the archers of the Hero Association. I want to see how over time any archer player dares to join their hero association. Wow, this is truly a blatant scheme. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xingyuan Fengxue. Xingyuan Fengxue smirked and said, They dare to challenge me in real life, so what's wrong with me playing a blatant scheme against them? No problem. After bidding farewell to Xingyuan Fengxue, Lin Xia logged off and returned. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he saw Zhou Rui and Brother Guo looking at him in shock. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xia asked, bewildered. Good job, Lin Xia. You quietly caused such a big ruckus. Speak. Did you deliberately distract us? Zhou Rui asked angrily. What big ruckus did I cause? Lin Xia spread his hands confused. Haha, boss, it's already this time, just admit it. You and that Xingyuan Fengxue took out over 100 Hero Association players in one go, including one Yi Shisan. I'm really curious how you did it. Brother Guo laughed beside him. How do you know? Lin Xia asked in shock. How do we know? Right now the forums and short video sites are filled with videos of you and Xingyuan Fengxue chasing after Hero Association players. You both are trending at number 1. Saying this, Zhou Rui took out her phone and held it up in front of Lin Xia. In the Huaxia region, a level 15 big shot and an assassin god appeared, killing hundreds of Hero Association players with just the 2 of them. Upon seeing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, these people are really exaggerating, right? We clearly only killed a little over 100. How did it become hundreds in such a short time? Do they really think of us as supermen? Aren't you 2 supermen if you killed over 100 people? Zhou Rui shot Lin Xia a glare. Boss, how strong is that Xingyuan Fengxue? Brother Guo asked with curiosity. This person is very strong, definitely ranking in the top 10 among all assassin players in our Huaxia region. Lin Xia's expression turned serious as he briefly described the entire process of him and Xingyuan Fengxue teaming up against the Hero Association players, especially emphasizing Xingyuan Fengshue's dual-wielding talent and the agile use of the grappling hook. Each hand holding a weapon, moving with the grappling hook and unable to be targeted. Brother Guo was stunned. No wonder he dared to challenge the Hero Association. This person actually had 2 trump cards. Unlike Brother Guo's focus, Zhou Rui was concerned about this person's real-life encounters. If you can't beat him online, you go offline to cause trouble. That Yi Wuqing is simply too shameless. Yes, so we also need to be cautious. That Yi Wuqing has a very deep background. We're fine, but I'm mainly worried about Lu Gu and Xiao Yi. Lin Xia said seriously. At this moment, Brother Guo immediately said, Boss, don't worry, including Yun Laodi, everyone will gradually arrive at Liao City in the coming days. The only uncertainty left is Xiao Yi, who is still in college. Zhou Rui also spoke up. The situation of Chun Yi and the others is similar to Xiao Yi's, but but I've already reminded them not to easily reveal their identity information. However, Xiao Yi's situation is a bit tricky. It is said that his rich second-generation teammate has been clamoring to establish a guild, which is annoying Xiao Yi. Lin Xia was slightly taken aback. Didn't that rich second-generation quit the game because he was leveling up too slowly? Brother Gua sighed helplessly. Previously he did quit, but as soon as he heard that the currency exchange function was available, he came back immediately. Moreover, he paved the way with money and left the novice village in just a few days, and according to Xiao Yi, this guy also chose Heishu. However, these past 2 days Xiao Yi and we have been leveling up in the Wanda Cave, so they haven't met in the game yet. Lin Xia nodded. Brother Gua, please tell Xiao Yi not to feel pressured no matter how he chooses. I have no objections. Brother Gua laughed. Haha. Boss, don't worry, I've talked to Xiao Yi about this. This kid is determined to stick with you. As for his rich second-generation roommate, he said he would handle it well. That's good. After chatting for a while, the three of them rarely went out together for a big meal, then returned home and re-entered the Bahuang world. After logging in, Lin Xia did not join the others, but instead visited all the weapon shops, blacksmiths, and player stalls in Heishui City. This time he not only bought a lot of fine iron but also successfully acquired the blue equipment crafting blueprints for the level 10 Yunwan sword and the bone-piercing dagger. After learning these 2 blueprints, Lin Xia immediately went to the backyard of Sanqing Temple to start crafting weapons. Yunwan sword level 10 blue equipment. Required materials: fine iron or 5, firewood 1, physical attack power 7, 70, durability 13, 130. Bone-piercing dagger level 10 blue equipment. Required materials: fine iron or 3, cow horn 1, physical attack power 7, 70, durability 16, 160. No proficiency can affect weapon attributes. Although the attack power of these 2 new weapons is far inferior to the cowtail blade, they are still much stronger than the weapons currently used by Jian Xingyun and Xing Yuan Fengshui. Moreover, this time Lin Xia saw that the materials were sufficient, so he crafted dozens of each weapon. Firstly, to improve his weapon crafting proficiency. Secondly, Brother Gua recruited so many subordinates for him. As the boss, he occasionally needs to give these people some benefits. After completing these weapons, Lin Xia sent a message to both Brother Gua and Xing Yuan Fengshui asking them to come find him at Sanqing Temple. Then, while waiting for the 2 to arrive, he practiced crafting other items. Before long, Brother Gua arrived at Sanqing Temple first, the world's first player to create a guild. This achievement is of great importance to Lin Xiao. Therefore, to avoid any long delays, as soon as he reaches level 20A, he will head straight to the Lord's Mansion to apply for creating a guild. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao also reminded Brother Gua. By the way, Brother Gua, make sure to notify the professional players we recruited before as soon as you get back, so they can all log in tomorrow and join the guild in Heishui City. Understood. I'll notify them right away when I return. Brother Gua nodded seriously, but seeing that Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving, he asked, Boss, aren't you leaving? Lin Xiao didn't hide it, saying, I still need to wait for Xing Yuan. He should be arriving soon. Brother Gua raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, Boss, are you planning to recruit this person? Lin Xiao smiled wryly and shook his head. I have thought about it, but I can see that this person dislikes being restrained, so let's not put him in a difficult position. Brother Gua sighed lightly. Alas, such a strong assassin, it's a pity not to recruit him. There's nothing. I can see that this person values loyalty. Even if he can't be a teammate, he is still worth building a deep friendship with. Moreover, in the future, we won't lack opportunities to fight alongside each other. Lin Xiao said meaningfully. You're right, boss. Brother Gua nodded, then took out a few cards from his pocket. Boss, here are a few 50% discount cards from our Guiyuan Hall. Hey, if we encounter powerful players that we can't recruit in the future, we can use these to strengthen our connections. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he replied while accepting the cards, Haha, it's still you, Brother Gua, who's thoughtful. Shortly after Brother Gua left, Xingyuan Fengshui also arrived at Sanqing Temple. Brother, sorry for the wait. I just killed 3 players from the Hero Association outside the city, which delayed me. Xingyuan Fengshui plopped down next to Lin Xiao and casually asked, You killed so many people yesterday, and now you're continuing to kill right after logging in today. Are you really not planning to leave any survivors for the Hero Association? Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. Xingyuan Fengshui shrugged and laughed. Leave survivors for them? Who the hell leaves me any survivors? What's up? Nothing much, just bringing you the weapon I promised you yesterday. With that, Lin Xiao immediately placed 2 freshly crafted bone-piercing daggers in front of him. Seeing this, Xingyuan Fengshui couldn't help but take the 2 daggers in hand. But as soon as he saw the attributes of the daggers, he exclaimed, What the hell? Brother, this dagger's physical attack is too damn abnormal, right? Xingyuan Fengshui breathed rapidly, looking at Lin Xiao in disbelief. His eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty, but more so with excitement and exhilaration. Both daggers had a physical attack value of 68 points. Their durability even reached an astonishing 150. In comparison, the 2 daggers he used to wield had attack values that weren't even a fraction of these bone-piercing daggers. They were practically toys that children play with. Therefore, if he equipped these 2 new daggers, his base attack power would increase by a full 130 points. For his combat capability, this was no simple upgrade by several levels. It was a groundbreaking leap. Thinking of this, Xingyun Fengxue couldn't help but take a deep breath and said earnestly, "Brother Ill, accept these 2 weapons, and consider it a favor owed to you, Xingyun Fengxue. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just let me know. I, Xingyun Fengxue, won't hesitate in the face of danger. Don't worry, I definitely won't be polite with you." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, then took out a card that Brother Gua had just given him. "By the way, hey Race, another 50% discount card from Guyuan Hall. You take it and use it. Awesome. You can even get your hands on something like this. It seems that not only are you strong, but your identity is probably not simple either." Looking at the Guyuan Hall discount gold card, Lin Xiao handed over Xingyun Fengxue, couldn't help but give a thumbs up expressing admiration. Guyuan Hall has already made a name for itself in the game. Even other wealthy players from different main cities would spare no expense on high teleportation fees to come to Heishui City to buy potions. Yet even so, there are very few players who can obtain the 50% discount gold card from Guyuan Hall. According to the information compiled on the game forum, it seems that only those prominent guild leaders deserve to possess such cards. They offer high bounties for themselves. Casually pulling out 2 ridiculously powerful weapons and a 50% discount gold card along with an experience level that stands out and incredible strength. All of this proves that Lin Xiao's identity is definitely not simple. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and said without any courtesy, "Stop wasting time, just tell me if you want it or not." "Haha, why wouldn't I want it? Since you dare to give it, I dare to take it. Besides, I've already owed you several favors, so having more debt isn't a bad thing." Xingyun Fengxue stood up and laughed heartily, stretching as he said, "All right, if there's nothing else, I can leave now." "In such a hurry?" "Of course. If I stay any longer, who knows how many more favors I'll owe you." "I'm off." "Haha, remember to come back regularly to collect your bounty." "Got it. You better be prepared for some serious spending." Xingyun Fengxue waved as he walked away, and soon disappeared from Lin Xiao's sight. Shortly after Xingyun Fengxue left, Lin Xiao also departed from Sanqing Temple, calling Zhou Rue to head straight to the northern direction of Heishui City, towards the large map, Dark Forest. In his previous life, Lin Xiao spent most of his gaming time here. Thus no one was more familiar with this vast. Within the Dark Forest, wild monsters of all levels abound, and they are of various types. Additionally, there are boss territories of different levels and multiple hidden maps. Moreover, the deeper one goes, the higher the level of the wild monsters. It seems endless, and no player has ever managed to escape this map, even when the monsters invaded the real world. In the leveling area for levels 11 to 13, at the edge of the forest, Lin Xiao discovered many players training here. However, as he delved deeper, the number of leveling players dwindled. Until he reached the level 14 area, he could no longer see any players. Yet Lin Xiao did not stop, but continued forward, heading straight towards the familiar level 19 Snow Wolf Pack territory. Monsters like the Snow Wolf Pack have high attack but low defense, and they live in groups, making them very suitable for players to team up to level up. Thus Lin Xiao planned to take this opportunity to boost his level to 20. Moreover, there is one more thing. In his previous life, Lin Xiao heard that there seemed to be a hidden map for levels 20 to 25 within the territory of the Snow Wolf Pack. If he is lucky this time and successfully discovers this hidden map, then Lin Xiao will undoubtedly choose this place as the first choice for establishing the guild's base. After an arduous hour of trekking, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the outskirts of the Snow Wolf Pack's territory. He immediately discovered a medium-sized wolf pack consisting of more than 30 snow wolves. Upon seeing an intruder, the leading wolf king immediately stood up and let out a long howl. Following the command, over 30 snow wolves bared their teeth and charged towards Lin Xiao's direction. Facing the oncoming pack, Lin Xiao remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, 5 guardian beasts promptly appeared in the path of the snow wolves. At the same time, Lin Xiao continued to wave his hands, casting an array of boundless shields and refreshing wind spells upon the 5 guardian beasts, causing their power to surge dramatically. Roar! The leading white wolf let out a deep tiger-like roar and was the first to confront the wolf pack. There was no need for him to interfere too much against a group of wild monsters, nor to form any formations. Everything was left to them to unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, he took this opportunity to stay in the back, opening his crafting panel to continue refining potions and weapons. Now, with the increasing number of players in the main city, the Guiyuan Hall sold a large quantity of potions every day. Despite the high prices, they remained in high demand. In fact, even the sales of ordinary potions far exceeded those of shops run by game NPCs. Therefore, whenever Lin Xiao had time, he would seize the opportunity to refine potions. Of course, the same applied to talismans and monkey wine. Lin Xiao had been in the territory of the snow wolves for several hours. Just as he finished refining a batch of potions, a gentle white light suddenly illuminated his body. Lin Xiao had finally leveled up. Moreover, he had reached the coveted level 20. According to the game's setting, every 10 levels represented a significant watershed. This is not just empty talk, but is truly reflected in the game's mechanics. When a level 20 player faces a player below level 20, a passive effect called level suppression will automatically activate. Under this passive effect, the level 20 player would not be affected, but their opponent, who was below level 20, would be in dire straits. All aspects of their stats including attack, defense, evasion, accuracy, critical hit, and resistance would be reduced by 30. Moreover, the lower the level, the higher the percentage of reduction. Therefore, if the previous battle with the Hero Association had occurred at this moment, even without Xinyu and Fengshui restraining the backline for him, Lin Xiao could still crush over 100 players from the Hero Association. This is not an exaggeration, as the level gap between Lin Xiao and his opponents was indeed too vast. Of course, in order to limit high-level players from indiscriminately killing low-level players, the game's AI had also imposed restrictions on high-level players. Self-defense and faction battles were allowed. However, it was absolutely forbidden to take the initiative against low-level players. Once a player initiated a kill, the level suppression passive would be completely disabled. Furthermore, for each kill they would gain 1 point of evil value. The loss of the passive effect was inconsequential, but once evil value was accumulated, that player would immediately reveal their real name and receive real-time coordinate announcements once every hour. Simultaneously, their affiliated main city would seal their personal storage and issue a high bounty for their capture. Moreover, and most importantly, during this period, the player's pain sensitivity would be raised to 100, and upon being killed, they would drop 2 levels at once. After respawning, they would face a daily reduction of 1 point of evil value until their evil value reached 0. This punishment could be considered quite severe. After all, very few people could resist the temptation of a high bounty. At that time, even allies might betray. The increase in pain sensitivity, the drop of 2 levels, and the imprisonment would effectively prevent players from intentionally farming bounties. Of course, if you can withstand such punishment, then you truly are something special. Even the game's AI would respect you as a tough guy. Furthermore, the level suppression passive also applies to wild monsters. Once this passive is activated, all wild monsters become passive retaliators. As a result, the player will not be harassed by low-level wild monsters while traveling. This can be considered a rather practical small function of this passive skill. After successfully leveling up a pack of snow wolves that were about to charge at Lin Xiao suddenly halted their advance. Lin Xiao could even sense that the eyes of these snow wolves had become clearer. You beasts have some sense. Glancing at the retreating wolf pack, Lin Xiao couldn't help but snort lightly, then took out a return scroll to teleport back to the city. Upon returning to Heishui City, Lin Xiao hurried towards the city lord's mansion. At this moment, he showed no signs of excitement about completing the achievement of being the first player in the world to establish. Instead, he maintained the same calm demeanor as always. This was a stark contrast to how he was when he first entered the game. However, this significant transformation was not solely due to the time spent honing his skills, but more so from the overwhelming confidence brought by his absolute strength. This terrifying growth rate might have gone unnoticed even by him. Yet his 2 companions Guogu and Lu Gu, who had been with him since the game's launch, saw it all clearly. This was the fundamental reason why they were so devoted to following Lin Xiao. Moments later, Lin Xiao arrived at the city lord's mansion. Due to his high reputation, he was granted an audience with the city Lord Yun, with whom he had previously dealt. In the back garden of the city lord's mansion city, Lord Yun was trimming the flowers and plants, while asking without looking up, Lin Xiao, what brings you here this time? Though surprised that city Lord Yun remembered him, Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it, and immediately got to the point, saying, City Lord Yun, I'm here to apply for the establishment of a guild. Oh. City Lord Yun paused his actions, turning around to look Lin Xiao up and down. You are already level 20. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. After receiving Lin Xiao's affirmative response, City Lord Yun suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect a level 20 player to emerge in Heishui City so soon. Great. Lin Xiao, you have brought honor to our Heishui City. Ha ha ha. You flatter me, City Lord. I'm just lucky. Lin Xiao humbly responded with a smile. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, don't be modest. It's not just luck, but being able to level up to 20 so quickly is something only you have done. City Lord, since you are here to apply for a guild, you must have obtained the guild token, right? Present it, and I will help you with the necessary procedures. Indeed, I have obtained it. Please, Lord Yun, inspect it at your leisure. With that, Lin Xiao promptly withdrew the purple gold guild token from his backpack. The moment Lin Xiao produced the purple gold guild token, Lord Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he cried out in astonishment. What? It is truly the purple gold token. Brother, where did you acquire this purple gold token? Lin Xiao, puzzled by Lord Yun's reaction, answered without hesitation, well, I retrieved it from the secret realm of the 10,000 Venom Caverns in Qishao City. Ha ha ha. Qishao City. You actually secured the purple gold token of Qishao City. Ha ha ha. If that red-haired old fiend ever learns of this, he'll surely explode with rage. The purple gold token of Qishao City. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Precisely. This is indeed the purple gold token of Qishao City. Lord Yun nodded, then grinned mischievously as he explained, Brother, you may not know this, but among our 4 great principal cities, each possesses only a single purple gold token. Since you now hold Qishao City's purple gold token, no guild within Qishao City shall ever again exceed 10,000 members. Tell me, would that red-haired old fiend, Qishao City's own Lord Mayor, grow furious upon learning this? So does this mean I must tread carefully whenever I visit Qishao City in the future? Ha! Not at all necessary. We non-player characters never interfere with players' progression. Thus, even if he were to die of sheer fury, he could do nothing against you. Ah! Lord Yun sighed softly, a look of wistful helplessness crossing his face. Alas, this city lord's duties are overwhelming. If only I had time, I'd travel to Qishao City just to witness that old fiend's humiliated expression. Cough. Noting that Lord Yun had abruptly veered off topic, Lin Xiao gently interjected. Lord Yun, might we attend to the matter at hand first? Ah, yes. Nearly forgot the most important task. Upon hearing this, Lord Yun slapped his forehead and swiftly took the purple gold token from Lin Xiao's hand, then struck it firmly with his palm. In the next instant, the purple gold guild token blazed with radiant light, and a streak of violet gold luminescence shot skyward. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten system chime echoed vividly within Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Xiao. You have successfully founded a guild. Please name your guild. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao replied, Ling Xiao City. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Xiao. You have successfully established level 1 guild, Ling Xiao City. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Xiao. You are the first player worldwide to establish a guild. As a reward, you receive 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point, 1 life skill point, 10000 gold coins, and 5000 reputation points. Would you like to issue a global announcement? Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately nodded. Yes. Previously, such announcements held little consequence for him. This time, however, the global announcement was a golden opportunity to recruit players into his guild. He absolutely could not afford to miss it. No sooner had Lin Xiao spoken than a system chime resonated simultaneously within the minds of every online player across the globe. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Xiao of the China region. He has successfully founded the world's first guild, Ling Xiao City. As recognition, Ling Xiao City is hereby awarded the title Supreme Guild of the World. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Xiao of the China region. He has successfully founded the world's first guild, Ling Xiao City. As recognition, Ling Xiao City is hereby awarded the title Supreme Guild of the World. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Xiao of the China region. He has successfully founded the world's first guild, Ling Xiao City. As recognition, Ling Xiao City is hereby awarded the title Supreme Guild of the World. The 3 consecutive global announcements sent shockwaves rippling across the entire player base. Instantly across every server worldwide, ambitious and capable players, regardless of what they had been doing, froze in place as if bound by unspoken consensus. Then one by one they broke down, expressions erupting across their faces: incredulity, disbelief, awe, horror, fear, envy, fury, longing, despair. Each unique yet universally profound. Had Lin Xiao possessed a negative emotion accumulation system, at that very moment, he would surely have ascended to godhood on the spot. Such was the staggering impact of this global announcement. While players across other servers reacted with stunned ambition or bitter rivalry, the majority of players in the China region erupted into jubilant celebration. What the hell did I just hear? Did Senior Ling Xiao really found a guild? Ha! You heard right. The Supreme Guild of the World, Ling Xiao City. Truly, Senior Ling Xiao is peerless. Absolutely peerless. How long has the teleportation array even been active? We haven't even breached level 15. And he's already reached level 20. What kind of leveling speed? That's not all. Founding a guild requires a guild token, meaning Senior Ling Xiao not only surpassed level 20, but also secured the guild token itself. Damn it. Why dissect this now? What does leveling speed matter? What about luck? None of it matters. What matters is, the Supreme Guild of the World belongs to the China region. And the Supreme Player Senior Ling Xiao also hails from the China region. That is the crux. Do you— Ha! You're absolutely right. Alas. I wonder which principal city Senior Ling Xiao chose to establish Ling Xiao City. If it's in Baidi City, I'll be the very first to join. Exactly. I'm joining too. I'm a low-tier talent player. At the very least I'll settle for being an ordinary guild member. Ha ha ha. I've got a slight edge. I'm mid-tier talent. My odds of joining Ling Xiao City are definitely higher than yours. Damn it. If even you too, so exceptionally gifted, dare only hope for ordinary membership, then what's left for someone like me, utterly talentless? No. I'll join Ling Xiao City as a life skill specialist. Conversations like these unfolded simultaneously across the China region, in every principal city and training zone. Beyond praise for Lin Xiao himself, players speculated endlessly to which principal city did the Supreme Guild of the World truly belong. Yet shortly thereafter, the China region's main channel was flooded by a player named Taigua Dun. Announcement: Ling Xiao City has officially been founded. Open recruitment is now underway in Heishui City. Recruitment quota 500. Priority given to talent players and profession players. Offline employment contracts available. With generous compensation, successful applicants will have round-trip travel expenses fully reimbursed. Recruitment interviews will be held at Shop No. 2, East Street, Heishui City, adjacent to the Guiyuan Hall headquarters. All aspiring souls are welcome to help build Ling Xiao City together. The announcement caused a tremendous stir throughout the entire Huaxia region once again. Meanwhile, it also threw the bigwigs from the other three main cities' guilds into chaos. This recruitment message appears to be targeting players from Heishui City. However, it is evident to anyone not blind that Lingxiao City is clearly trying to undermine the foundations of the major cities. It is obviously shaking the very foundations of the three major city powers. Otherwise, why not just post the recruitment information directly in Heishui City? Why bother with the public chat channel of the Huaxia region? Moreover, the most crucial point is what the hell does reimbursing teleportation fees mean? When recruiting players from Heishui City, what are you reimbursing for? What frustrates the bigwigs of the various guilds the most is that it's just a game. Why does Lingxiao City need to draft a labor? Starting off so formally, how are we supposed to play in the future? Don't even mention recruiting new players. It's hard to say if the current players can even be retained. This is pure chaos. However, the bigwigs from the other main cities are somewhat better off. After all, no matter what, they at least don't have to face Lingxiao City heathen. But those guild powers in Heishui City are in dire straits. Because they not only have to compete directly with Lingxiao City for recruitment, but they also constantly face oppression from Lingxiao. Even if Lingxiao City doesn't directly target them, their survival space and development potential will certainly be severely impacted. In a luxurious bedroom of a mansion in Modu, with a loud bang, the door of an 800000 Huaxia coin game pod was violently kicked open from the inside. Immediately after, a slender young man coldly sat up from the game pod. It was none other than the leader of the Hero Association, Yi Wuqing. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yi Wuqing turned his head to glance at the bedroom door and coldly said, "Come in." The next moment, the door opened and two men walked in slowly, their expressions serious. "Young master." Looking at the two men who entered, the young man's face was so grim that it seemed like water could drip from it. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, how should we respond to Lingxiao City next?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged bitter smiles. How to respond? Ever since their Hero Association arrived in Heishui City, they had never had a moment's peace. First, they were ambushed by a mysterious team of players, causing the core members of the guild, who entered the main city in the first batch, to completely lose their early level advantage. Then they were eliminated by Xingyuan Fengxue and that mysterious Taoist player, losing more than 100 core members. The continuous losses severely impacted the overall strength of their guild. Let alone comparing themselves to Lingxiao City, even the Hanjing Alliance and Baijian Pavilion, whom they had always looked down upon, now probably had overall strengths that surpassed the Hero Association. Currently, the only advantage the Hero Association has is simply that there are more people. However, even this advantage may soon be lost. As the Hero Association continues to suffer setbacks in the game, the morale of its members has plummeted to an all-time low. Especially after Lingxiao City released its recruitment announcement, it's hard to guarantee that these people won't start thinking about switching sides. After all, in such a large Hero Association, only the core members receive a salary. Ordinary members are fortunate to receive some pills and supplies from the guild every few days. This is not because the Hero Association is stingy. It's just that all MMORPG guilds operate in this. Therefore, they feel that they shouldn't be considering how to respond to Lingxiao City right now, but instead should prioritize stabilizing the players under their command. Thinking of this, the older man slowly spoke, "Young master, why don't we first stabilize our internal situation? Lingxiao City's announcement clearly aims to build a team of professional players. If we don't follow suit, the loss of personnel will likely be very serious." However, the older man shouldn't have mentioned it, but once he did, Yi Wuqing immediately threw a punch and slammed it against the wall of the game pod. "Damn it. That damn Lingxiao is playing this big. Doesn't he fear losing everything? Boss, then what should we?" The older man cautiously probed. Yi Wuqing shot him a glare. "What's there to ask?" Saying this, Yi Wuqing suddenly took out a golden card from his pocket. "Old hey, here's 50 million invested all. Also register a company offline and draft a labor contract." "Damn it. Isn't it all about who has more money?" Yi Wuqing am in. "By the way, send a few clever brothers to join Lingxiao City. As for what to do, I don't need to say more, right?" Upon hearing this, Old Hei's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "Understood. All right, you go take care of it. Yi Shizhen, you stay behind." "Yes, young master." Old Hei nodded and then turned to leave the room. As Old Hei left, only Yi Wuqing and Yi Shisan remained in the room. Glaring coldly at the silently standing Yi Shisan, Yi Wuqing coldly said, "Yi Shisan, your recent performance has truly disappointed me." Yi Shisan suddenly shivered and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, young master Yi." "Humph." Yi Wuqing snorted coldly and said, "I won't make it hard for you. In half a month, you must send that Xingyuan Fengxue back to the novice village. If you can't do it." Upon hearing this, Yi Shisan immediately assured, "Rest assured, young master, it won't take half a month. In 10 days, I will ensure that Xingyuan Fengxue rolls back to the novice village." "Humph." Yi Wuqing sneered, "I hope your plan won't disappoint me this time." Yi Shisan said confidently, "Rest assured, young master. At most in 3 days, the 3 archers I train will successfully level up to level 15. By then, once they learn the Eagle Eye skill which counters assassins, I want to see how Xingyuan Fengxue will compete with us. This plan sounds quite feasible. Alright then, I will be watching your performance." Rest assured, young master, I will definitely not disappoint you. Meanwhile, after registering the chosen guild residents, Lin Xiao bid farewell to City Lord Yun and headed straight for the central square of Heishui City. As he passed by the registration point of Lingxiao City, Lin Xiao was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. At this moment, only a little over 10 minutes had passed since the recruitment announcement by Guogu. Yet before his eyes, the registration point had already formed a long queue of over 200 meters. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately sent a private message to Guogu. Guogu, can the registration point manage all this? Don't worry, boss, we've been well prepared here for a long time. Plus, with the help of my sister and several other girls, it's more than enough. That's good. I'm not suitable to appear in such occasions. I'll leave everything to you. Rest assured, boss. After finishing his conversation with brother Guo, Lin Xiao arrived at the central square of Heishui City and immediately found the exclusive NPC for players to receive lifestyle skill points. After successfully creating the first guild of the 8 Desolations, Lin Xiao had already gained a skill point and a lifestyle skill point. With the additional points from this level up, he suddenly possessed 2 skill points and 2 lifestyle skill points. Once he utilized them all, Lin Xiao's strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. Upon reaching level 20, the Taoist gained 2 more skills. These were the attack skill Lightning Summoning and the support skill Sweet Rain Technique. The Lightning Summoning skill summoned the thunder of heaven and earth to strike opponents classified as a single target magical damage skill. The Sweet Rain Technique would cause a small area to rain with spiritual energy, removing all negative statuses from teammates in the area and slightly increasing their health. Belonging to a functional defensive skill, Lin Xiao had no hesitation regarding it. He promptly consumed a skill point to learn the Sweet Rain Technique. Sweet Rain Technique. Level 1 summons spiritual rain, removing all negative statuses from teammates within the target area and slightly increasing their health. Attributes: rainfall diameter of 20 meters, duration of 100 seconds, health recovery 200 points second, mana consumption 1 points per second, cooldown time 110 seconds. No need to say anything else. Another overpowered technique has been born. As for how overpowered it is, the attributes are already clearly stated. There's no need for further explanation. After learning the skill, Lin Xiao did not save the other skill point. While observing the skill panel, he inadvertently discovered that his 5-element Guardian Beast skill could actually be upgraded. Thus, without any hesitation, he chose to upgrade that skill. Since Lin Xiao had already achieved perfection in the 5 elements, this upgrade focused purely on enhancing the attributes of the 5-element Guardian Beasts. Upon checking the new attributes of his 5 Guardian Beasts, even Lin Xiao with his steady resolve couldn't help but skill summon 5-element Guardian Beasts. 5 elements perfected. Gold Element Guardian Beast, Level 2. Health 2000, Physical Attack 7700, Physical Defense 5500, Magical Defense 4400, Skill None. Mana Consumption 110. Wood Element Guardian Beast, Level 1. Health 20,000, Magical Attack 700, Physical Defense 400, Magical Defense 500, Skill None. Mana Consumption 110. Water Element Guardian Beast, Level 1. Health 40,000, Magical Attack 300, Physical Defense 300, Magical Defense 700, Skill None. Mana Consumption 110. Fire Element Guardian Beast, Level 1. Health 16,000, Magical Attack 800, Physical Defense 200, Magical Defense 200, Skill None. Mana Consumption 110. Earth Element Guardian Beast, Level 1. Health 40,000, Physical Attack 200, Physical Defense 700, Magical Defense 300, Special Skill None. Mana Consumption 110. The innate 5 elements formation. When the 5-element Guardian Beasts appear simultaneously, the innate 5 elements formation can be activated. All Guardian Beasts attributes are increased by 15, and the owner's attributes are increased by 20. It's no wonder Lin Xiao reacted this way. This upgrade directly gave all 5 Guardian Beasts an epic enhancement. With the boost from the innate 5 elements formation, these are no longer mere Guardian Beasts of a Taoist. They are clearly 5 level 20 bosses. The only difference from a true boss is that these Guardian Beasts lack skills. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao was already. So what if they lack skills? Their formidable and monstrous attack and defense are the strongest skills. Moreover, they have their various enhancement skills to back them up. After allocating the 2 skill points, Lin Xiao did not rush to leave, but instead consumed a lifestyle skill point to learn the hidden lifestyle skill, Mechanics, that he had previously obtained from the treasure chest on the 5th floor of the 10,000 Poisons Cave. The next moment, a faint glow flashed across the lifestyle skill panel before Lin Xiao, followed by the display of information regarding the Mechanics skill. Mechanics Hidden Lifestyle Skill Growth Type. Level 1. Proficiency 0. Activated mechanisms. Explosive trap crafted using special mysterious runes can blend with the surrounding environment. Upon triggering, it will deal explosive damage to enemies. Required materials black gunpowder 1, wood 1. Attributes explosive damage 35, 350. Or additional 5, 50. Knockback effect, explosion range 1, 10 meters. Each trap placement consumes 10, 1. Mana points, placement time 10, 1 seconds. Traps are immune to all attacks. Note proficiency affects damage and knockback probability. Hey! Upon seeing the attributes of his explosive trap, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Explosive damage. Blending with the surrounding environment. 50 probability of knockback. 10-meter explosion range. Tisk tisk. This is simply a divine tool for ambushing, defending the city, and protecting the backline. Moreover, the characteristic of being immune to all attacks ensures that this explosive trap avoids the possibility of being destroyed by external forces. Thus, even if he sets multiple traps within the explosion range, they will not accidentally trigger. The operability is much stronger. The only question is whether this thing can stack with the mage's lightning trap. If this idea is feasible, future team battles would be quite interesting. With that in mind, Lin Xiao immediately changed his plans. First, he scavenged for the materials needed for mechanics within the city, and then headed straight towards the Sanqing Temple. An hour later, Lin Xiao, who had crafted over 500 explosive traps, finally left the Sanqing Temple with great satisfaction. However, just as he arrived at the north gate of Heishui City, a heated argument in the public chat channel of Heishui City caught Lin Xiao's attention. Xingyuan Fengshui, attention bowman players of Heishui City, starting today, I will continuously assassinate the bowmen of the Hero Association. To avoid harming the innocent, all non-Hero Association bowman players must wear a red scarf on their left arm, or otherwise, they will all be regarded as members of the Hero Association. Yi Wuqing Xingyuan Fengshui, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think our Hero Association is afraid of you? Xingyuan Fengshui, it's best if you're not. I'm really worried that your Hero Association members are too cowardly to dare to leave the city. Yi Shirsan Xingyuan Fengshui, there's no need for you to be so arrogant. If it weren't for that person who helped you last time, do you think you could have escaped from my grasp? Xingyuan Fengshui laughed sharply, a joke. So the Heroic Alliance may gang up on one, but I'm forbidden from seeking allies. Knight 13, stop yapping like a dog before your master. If you dare defy me, step forward and face me alone. Possessing an elite tier innate talent yet choosing to grovel like a hound. Such trash is precisely what I hold in deepest contempt. Knight 13 Xingyuan Fengshui, do you truly believe I fear you? Name your coordinates. And seeing Knight 13 resort to this ploy, once more Lin Xiao's lips curled upward faintly. And without hesitation he sent a swift message, Brother Fengshui, rest assured. Go ahead and share the coordinates. Should the Heroic Alliance dare repeat its last disgraceful mob assault, Ling Xiao City will not stand idly by. And Lin Xiao's sudden declaration plunged the Blackwater City public chat channel into stunned, breathless silence. After a long pause, Yi Wuqing of the Heroic Alliance finally posted, this is a private matter between the Heroic Alliance and Xingyuan Fengshui. We advise certain parties to refrain from meddling, lest we damage the harmony between our two factions. Upon reading the message, Ling Xiao's expression hardened into a cold, disdainful smile. Harmony? With you? And who, pray tell, declared that Ling Xiao's intervention is unwarranted interference? Yi Wuqing, Ling Xiao. What exactly do you mean? And Xingyuan Fengshui, ha. Yi Wuqing. Are you truly naive or merely feigning ignorance? Don't you know Brother Ling Xiao was the very ally I summoned last time? With those words, the entire chat channel fell into a deathly suffocating hush. And though no one could see their faces, the reactions of Yi Wuqing and his companions were surely spectacular. No one knew how much time had passed before another message appeared in the main city channel. And Knight 13, fine. Unknown it is. Send the coordinates. Knight 13 had always held a level advantage over Xingyuan Fengshui. And even after being slain by Lin Xiao, they remained evenly matched in rank. And within that parity, Knight 13 refused to believe his elite tier talent and secret technique, the Venom Infusion art, could possibly fail against Xingyuan Fengshui. Xingyuan Fengshui, ha. Excellent. Knight 13. You've earned my respect. Coordinates XXX. Come. I'll be waiting. Having exited the main city chat, Lin Xiao wasted no time. He immediately cast the breeze charm upon himself and sped toward the designated coordinates. Simultaneously, Guogu sent him a private message. Zhou Rui, Xiaoning and Xiao Yi have already led 100 professional players from Ling Xiao City toward the coordinates. These 100 professionals were the elite cohort Guogu had recruited at premium wages, the very core members now undergoing intensive cultivation within Ling Xiao City. Moreover, nearly half had drawn talent blessings from the 8 desert scratch cards. And though the strongest boon granted only a mid-tier enhancement, it was already formidable enough. As for the other 100, they departed under Jian Xingyun's command, bearing the ancient formation scroll of Ku Mu Zi, to develop independently in Qishao City. And after all, the level 15 10,000 Venom Cavern Dungeon still lay there, its full potential yet unexploited. And should they continue cultivating in secrecy, they would undoubtedly emerge one day as a decisive, unexpected strike force for Ling Xiao City. And upon receiving Guo Ji's message, Lin Xiao's expression deepened with quiet, knowing insight. And after so long navigating both virtual and real worlds together, He understood Guogu better than anyone. He knew this move was far more than mere moral support for Xing Yu and Feng Shui. It was a calculated bid to assert dominance over the heroic alliance, and that intention resonated perfectly with his own. Thus, the heroic alliance would do well to send only Knight 13 this time, and otherwise Lin Xiao might just abandon chivalry once again. And of course, he had no intention of foolishly parading Zhou Rui's forces openly, and instead he privately instructed her to conceal them nearby, ambush ready unseen. To deploy such overwhelming force outright would only deter the enemy from acting first. And after all, he stood at level 20, where the level suppression mechanic applied, and he needed them to strike first, by any means necessary. Leveraging his superior mobility, Lin Xiao arrived at the coordinates first, and met Xing Yu and Feng Shui without. The moment they reunited, Lin Xiao wordlessly handed him 20 explosive traps, and upon reading their attributes, Xing Yu and Feng Shui blurted out a stunned, "What the? Brother, where in the 9 heavens did you acquire such a fearsome artifact? This thing is practically designed to slaughter assassins." "All I'll say is, I have plenty. Use them freely." Lin Xiao grinned broadly. "I'll lay down a few near here first. If Knight 13 dares attempt another cowardly swarm attack, he'll have no one to blame but himself." Xing Yu and Feng Shui sneered. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded inwardly, and with 20 explosive traps in hand, Xing Yu and Feng Shui hadn't even considered deploying them directly in the duel, only using them as insurance against the heroic alliance. That sheer unguarded integrity. This man was indeed worthy of genuine alliance, and that said, calling him naive or saintly would be mistaken. After all, he'd nearly perished in Knight 13's treacherous ambush last time. A humiliation that had festered into a corrosive inner wound threatening to birth an inner demon. Only by confronting and defeating Knight 13 himself could he ever cross that threshold of resolve. And on this point, Lin Xiao felt profound empathy. Once Xing Yu and Feng Shui had laid his traps, the two returned to their original vantage point, exchanging idle banter while awaiting Knight 13's arrival. Before long, Knight 13 appeared, but not alone. Behind him surged hundreds of players, densely packed and unmistakably hostile. At the sight, Lin Xiao's lips lifted in a subtle knowing smile. And hundreds of players, drawn from disparate factions. Beyond the scattered stragglers trailing behind, Lin Xiao instantly recognized familiar figures: Yi, Wuqing Han Jianggying, and Bing Xian. Elsewhere, a distinct cluster of warrior-class players stood apart. Their leader, a broad-shouldered giant clad in immaculate gear, eyes sharp as honed steel, his level marked at 15. If Lin Xiao's intuition served him right, this was Baijian Hangdao, the guild master of Baijian Pavilion, Blackwater City's second major faction. As Lin Xiao studied Baijian Hangdao, the man likewise appraised him, then stepped forward, deliberately addressing them both aloud. "Brothers Ling Xiao and Feng Shui, long have I heard of your renown. I am Baijian Hangdao, master of Baijian Pavilion." Arriving before them, he performed a formal kowtow salute, arms clasped in the manner of ancient martial heroes, his demeanor grave and sincere. "Ahem, Brother Hangdao, though this is our first meeting, must you go to such ceremonial lengths? I confess, I feel rather ill at ease." Lin Xiao replied with a wry, self-deprecating bow. "And haha." Baijian Hangdao blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. "I assumed Brother Ling Xiao might prove aloof, so I chose formality as a gesture of respect. Please forgive my presumption. And Brother Hangdao, you flatter me. We're all simply players surviving within the world of 8 deserts. No one stands above another." Lin Xiao smiled warmly and waved his hand lightly in gentle dismissal. "It is rare for Brother Ling Xiao to think this way. In fact, I came this time with no other intention but to get to know you two brothers. Now that my goal has been achieved, I shall take my brothers to level up, so I won't disturb you any longer." Baijian Hangdao once again cupped his fists toward the two, and then while turning lowered his voice, saying, "By the way, you two should be careful of the Hanjiang alliance." Upon hearing this, both of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in surprise. Lin Xiao showed no outward reaction as he replied to Baijian Hangdao, "Thank you." After watching Baijian Hangdao leave, Lin Xiao exchanged a glance with Xing Yuan Feng Shui beside him. "Brother Feng Shui, just focus on the battle. My people are nearby." To prevent Xing Yuan Feng Shui from getting distracted, Lin Xiao spoke calmly. He then waved his hand, summoning 5 guardian beasts in full view of everyone. Bang 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 bang. A series of muffled thuds erupted and 5 guardian beasts noticeably larger than before appeared before everyone, standing in a row facing the crowd. Hiss. Lin Xiao's move caused everyone present to gasp in shock. 5 guardian beasts. Had he really gathered them all? The Taoist's 5 elements guardian beast skill had been seen by almost all players in the Ba Huang promotional video. Thus they understood very well that gathering 5 guardian beasts required 5 skill points. And this person was only level 20 at most. How could he possibly have so many skill points? Could it be? This is the true strength of the number 1 guild leader in the world. Indeed, it was terrifying. Just as the crowd had not yet regained their composure from the shock, Lin Xiao's cold voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena. "Except for Yi Shisan, anyone who dares to step forward will die." Upon hearing his words, everyone felt that this guy was not merely warning them, but was deliberately provoking them. Brother Ling Xiao, everyone is just here to watch the battle. There's no need to get so tense, right? At this moment, Han Jiangguing, standing nearby, suddenly spoke with a laugh. Clearly this guy hadn't recognized Lin Xiao at all. However, his companion Bing Xin had recognized. Just as Bing Xin was about to advise Han Jiangguing to say less, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke coolly. What are you? If you're not satisfied, come and try. You. Faced with Lin Xiao's public retort, Han Jiangguying's face flushed with anger. After all, he was the leader of the Hanjiang Alliance, a major power in Blackwater City, and could not tolerate such public humiliation from Lin Xiao. Just as he was about to retaliate, Bing Xin suddenly pulled him back, saying, Han Jiang, say less, don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Han Jiangguying's expression darkened. Xiaobing, what do you mean by that? Are you asking me to say less at this moment? Which side are you on? Han Jiang, I won't harm you. Trust me, he. Before Bing Xin could finish, Han Jiangguing interrupted. Shut up. This is not your place to speak. He then fixed his gloomy gaze on Lin Xiao, saying, Ling Xiao, you're only a few levels higher than us. But don't think that I, Han Jiangguing, am afraid of you. People, those guardian beasts are too much of an eyesore, get rid of them. Yes. With Han Jiangguying's command, a crowd of Hanjiang Alliance players responded in unison, ready to take action. But at that moment, Yi Wuqing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Wait. Brother Hanjiang, this is the duel between my subordinate Yi Shizhen and Xing Yuanfeng Shui. It's not appropriate for you to act now, right? Humph. Then I'll give Brother Yi some face. That's more like it. Yi Wuqing nodded with a smile, and then gestured to Yi Shisan beside him, saying, You can go now. If you don't defeat Xing Yuanfeng Shui, don't come back. Yes, boss. Yi Shisan responded respectfully, straightened his posture, and approached Xing Yuanfeng Shui with an unfriendly expression. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think it was a pity. Just a moment ago, he truly hoped that Han Jiangguying's people would take the initiative to attack him, allowing him to have a reason to drag the entire Hanjiang Alliance down with him. Unfortunately, it was just a bit short. As he saw Yi Shisan step forward, Lin Xiao nodded slightly at Xing Yuanfeng Shui and slowly retreated behind him. As he approached, Yi Shisan suddenly drew a dagger glowing with a green light from behind. His gaze toward Xing Yuanfeng Shui was filled with disdain and contempt. Xing Yuanfeng Shui, you escaped by luck last time, and I've regretted it for a long time. But this time you won't. Playing with the dagger in his hand, a sinister expression surfaced on Yi Shisan's face. Indeed, last time he truly regretted not revealing his poison technique trump card at the first opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to deal with so many unpleasant matters later on. This time he wanted to see, without Ling Xiao's protection, what could Xing Yuanfeng Shui use to fight against him. Stop wasting words. Tell me, how do you want to play? Facing the confidently smiling Yi Shisan, Xing Yuanfeng Shui couldn't help but chuckle lightly and replied casually, Haha, how to play? Why not be straightforward? Each person gets 5 healing pills, and no stealth allowed, how about that? Yi Shisan said with a sinister smile. Haha, that suits me perfectly. Let's do it. Xing Yuanfeng Shui laughed heartily, then drew 2 daggers from behind, striding directly towards Yi Shisan. A face-to-face duel. Xing Yuanfeng Shui, wielding dual weapons, naturally had no fear of a direct confrontation with Yi Shisan. Though Yi Shisan had impressive talent, he needed to remember that the 2 daggers in Xing Yuanfeng Shui's hands possessed over 65 points of physical attack power. Therefore, even if Xing Yuanfeng Shui's second attack was ineffective against Yi Shisan, it could still deal terrifying damage. Additionally, he had already consumed the monkey wine, which would undoubtedly make his defense stronger than Yi Shisan's. Of course, given Yi Shisan's status, he was likely to have also consumed monkey wine. But compared to Xing Yuanfeng Shui's monkey wine, the quality was not just a star or 2 apart. It was hardly better than monkey urine. Similarly, healing pills were just as inferior. The sudden damage of over 600 caused Yi Shisan to gasp in shock. Yi Shisan silently exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting that the opponent could deal such terrifying damage of over 550 with a single strike. However, it was entirely reasonable for Xing Yuanfeng Shui to inflict such damage. It should be noted that when he faced Yi Shisan last time, a throat-slitting skill dealt over 400 damage. At that time, he was still using an ordinary dagger and was 1 level lower than his opponent. Now, with his bone-piercing dagger adding over 60 damage and with Yi Shisan having dropped a level, inflicting over 550 damage was a normal operation. In contrast, Yi Shisan's strike triggered the unable to target effect because Xing Yuanfeng Shui had used a grappling hook early. This caused his long-prepared throat-slitting skill to directly miss its target. Damn it! Yi Shisan cursed under his breath, immediately biting down on his first healing pill, considering he was already below half health. Unfortunately, due to the quality issues, this pill only restored 300 health. Fortunately, Xing Yuanfeng Shui's second throat-slit attack missed. Otherwise, just that one strike might have turned Yi Shisan into a mere shadow of himself. After biting through the first healing pill, Yi Shisan, still not giving up, launched a second attack. This time he managed to inflict nearly 270 points of physical damage on Xing Yuanfeng Shui, additionally causing him to suffer from the poison negative effect, which dealt over 25 poison damage per second. Yet even so, Xing Yuanfeng Shui still had no intention of consuming a healing pill, and instead initiated a second normal attack. 350 miss. Since it was just a normal attack, the damage wasn't particularly high. However, Xingyuan Fengshu's damage was clearly superior. And this is the effect of the bone-piercing dagger and the monkey wine. Damn it. We are both assassins of the same level, how can this guy's damage be so high? As a fellow assassin of the same level, Yi Shisan found it easy to calculate Xingyuan Fengshu's attack power. However, the damage value he calculated was clearly lower than the actual damage inflicted upon him. This left Yi Shisan questioning his existence. Could it be? The problem lies with the equipment. No good. This guy must have hidden cards. In an instant, Yi Shisan realized where the issue lay. Since he had the poison mastery card, how could the opponent not have one? Moreover, it was one thing for this guy to have high attack power, but why was his defense so high as well? His normal attack only dealt less than 200 damage to the opponent, and his poison attack was a pitiful 25 points. This is just too strange. Even if the opponent drank the monkey wine, their defense shouldn't be this outrageous. With no time to think, he immediately bit down hard on his second healing pill. There was no choice. With the opponent's high attack and high defense, not using potions would truly lead to his downfall. 356. Miss. 233. 26. 25. In another exchange, both their health points dropped once again. At this moment, Xingyuan Fengshu finally consumed his first healing pill. As the healing pill entered his system, Xingyuan Fengshu's health suddenly returned to full. At this point, Yi Shisan could no longer hold back, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming impossible. In an instant, the two stood face to face, entering a fierce exchange of blows. However, after several exchanges, Yi Shisan clearly felt he was at a severe disadvantage. Currently, with the agreement to consume only 5 healing pills, he had only 1 left. Nevertheless, even so, his health was still far from healthy. In contrast, Xingyuan Fengshu not only had full health but had just consumed his 3rd pill. This made the outcome glaringly clear. There was no way around it. After all, not only did he have healing pills, but he also had the monkey wine that boosted overall defense by 100. Seeing his health being dragged down again by Xingyuan Fengshu, Yi Shisan fell into complete despair. He lost. This time he truly lost. Lost utterly without any excuses. As for the last healing pill, Yi Shisan felt it was no longer necessary to consume it. He might as well let Xingyuan Fengshu grant him a swift end. Make your move. Just as Yi Shisan was engulfed in despair, waiting for death, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Immediately after, a barrage of arrows and spells whistled through the air, smashing down towards both Yi Shisan and Xingyuan Fengshu. Screw this. Despicable. Seeing the imminent end for Yi Shisan, Xingyuan Fengshu noticed the spells and arrows attacking him. Without a moment to think, Xingyuan Fengshu flicked his wrist, and a grappling hook shot directly towards Lin Xiao, instantly dodging the incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Xian turtle to stand before him, launching a heavy counterattack, while also giving orders for the other 4 guardian beasts to attack. In comparison to the 2 of them, Yi Shisan was far less fortunate. With his already low health, he couldn't even withstand a single normal attack, let alone such a dense barrage of magic and arrows. However, Lin Xiao clearly caught a glimpse of the deep-seated resentment in Yi Shisan's eyes just before his death. As for the sudden attack from Yi Wuking's side, Lin Xiao was not surprised at all. He even felt it was only reasonable. What surprised him was that this guy had even targeted Yi Shisan. Did he really have such confidence in successfully keeping Xingyuan Fengshu here? Or was he simply targeting? No wonder Yi Shisan showed that expression just before his death. After all, even for punishing subordinates, this seemed far too severe. Moreover, Yi Shisan's immediate transformation into white light and disappearance was clearly intentional. Did he really want to return to the city that urgently? It seems that the relationship between Yi Wuqing and Yi Shisan isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Although Lin Xiao was lost in these chaotic thoughts, his hands did not slow down at all. While leading Xingyuan Fengshu behind the Xian turtle, he cast the Wujidian shield on both himself and Xingyuan Fengshu. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a private message to Zhou Rui, make your move. Bro, it seems this time we're about to unleash a massacre. Crouching behind the Xian turtle, Lin Xiao said with a relaxed smile. Upon hearing this, Xingyuan Fengshu couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Isn't this just what you wanted? If we can eliminate this entire group, your Lingxiao city will have no opponents left in our Heishui city area. That's right. Lin Xiao smiled proudly, then reminded, but this time don't rush into the crowd. If Yi Wuqing is willing to sacrifice Yi Shisan, he probably won't go easy on other teammates either. If you rush in, they will surely focus fire on you, and it won't be worth it. Ugh! Xingyuan Fengshu's expression stiffened. So, how do we kill them now? Lin Xiao shot him an exasperated glance. Relax. Brother, even at my lowest, I'm still the lord of Lingxiao city. Just wait. The reinforcements are coming any moment. Haha. So you'd already prepared. Then I'm at ease. Xingyuan Fengshu suddenly grasped the situation and immediately activated his stealth skill, vanishing from the spot. Seeing Xingyuan Fengshu fade into invisibility, Lin Xiao likewise triggered his own invisibility technique and disappeared. On the battlefield, only Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts remained, locked in fierce combat with the heroic alliance. Elsewhere, Yao Qinggu stared grimly at the 5 guardian beasts relentlessly assaulting his formation, their ferocity darkening his countenance as if rain clouds were gathering over his brow. Though not a Taoist himself, he well understood the typical strength and durability of a Taoist's guardian beasts. Yet the moment he glimpsed their health bars, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Tens of thousands of hit points, hundreds of attack and defense points, with such terrifying overall combat prowess. Dare you call them guardian beasts? What kind of absurd guardian beasts are these? Though Lin Zhao's beasts were fearsome, the heroic alliance vastly outnumbered them. Thus, despite suffering casualties, they could withstand the assault. For now, under concentrated fire from the alliance, the health of all 5 beasts steadily declined. Have you spotted those 2 yet? Yao Qinggu demanded, eyes fixed on the battle, while turning to an archer. This was a level 15 archer who had specifically trained the Eagle Eye skill, a countermeasure designed to detect stealthed assassins and invisibly cloaked Taoists. Yet no matter how thoroughly he scoured the entire battlefield, he found no trace of either figure. They had vanished, as if erased from existence. Chief, I haven't found them. What? Yao Qinggu whirled sharply toward the archer. You mean, you found neither of them? Impossible. Failing to locate Xingyu and Fengxue was understandable. After all, an assassin stealth has no time limit, it persists until the user initiates an action. Eagle Eye, however, can only reveal moving invisible targets. So long as the assassin remains perfectly still, even the sharpest eagle eye is rendered useless. Lin Zhao, however, was different. A Taoist's invisibility is strictly time-bound. Once its duration expires, the caster reappears instantly. Nearly every player across the 8 wastes knew this fact. Thus Yao Qinggu could not fathom it. Fine. He might miss Xingyu and Fengxue, but how could he possibly fail to detect Lin Zhao, whose invisibility must inevitably lapse? What then was the point of having you at all? Moreover, earlier Yao Qinggu had already ordered area effect skills cast over the exact spot where the 2 had vanished. Yet nothing emerged. For a moment Yao Qinggu stood frozen, uncertain how to proceed. Was he truly expected to let his 200 warriors waste away against 5 mere guardian beasts? After all, slaying them grants no experience, and poses no threat whatsoever to Lin Zhao himself. Worse still, they could simply be resummoned upon death. Meanwhile, his own side had already lost over a dozen comrades in mere moments. By any reckoning, this was a grievous loss. Pure and simple. Yet even if he ordered retreat now, it would be impossible to disengage, because if they didn't attack, the beasts would, like stones in a latrine, hard, foul, and utterly unbearable. At his wits' end, Yao Qinggu turned sharply toward Han Jiang, who had been observing the battle impassively, and sneered coldly, "Brother Han Jiang, must you wait until the heroic alliance is utterly spent before lifting a finger? Ha ha ha. Brother Yao, what nonsense is this? I merely feared joining the fray might inadvertently harm your valiant brothers." Han Jiang chuckled lightly, then instantly adopted a stern expression, and commanded his Han Jiang alliance ranged players, all ranged units, focus fire on the largest enemy guardian beast. And take care. Do not strike any of the heroic alliance's warriors. Yes, sir. At Han Jiang's command, dozens of ranged players roared their assent, and unleashed their skills in unison, targeting the massive brown bear, the black tortoise, and the white tiger. Guided by their own Taoist allies, they further optimized damage output, casting magic attacks upon the bear and physical strikes upon the tortoise. With the Han Jiang alliance's intervention, the tide of battle finally began to turn in favor of Yao Qinggu and Han Jiang. To prevent Lin Zhao and Xingyu and Fengxue from reappearing unseen, both leaders deployed their elite assassins across the battlefield's periphery. Especially the vast rear zone behind the 5 guardian beasts became a focal point for their stealth operatives. Yet, just then, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance, seizing everyone's attention. All eyes snapped toward the blast, just in time to see a Han Jiang alliance assassin hurled skyward in a fiery arc. Indeed, the explosive trap Xingyu and Fengxue had laid earlier had just detonated. The onlookers froze in stunned silence. What in the world just happened? Why had someone suddenly been blasted into the air without warning? What manner of skill was this? So devastating, so unpredictable. No known Taoist or assassin possessed such an explosive knockback inflicting technique. Boom! Before the crowd could even process the first blast, a second detonation shook the earth. There, lying dazed on the ground moments before, was the same hapless assassin, now rocketing upward once more. The twin explosions had inflicted over 600 points of damage. Yet as he lay stunned on impact, Han Jiang materialized behind him. Silent as shadow, 2 frost-laced bone daggers flashed, plunging deep into the assassin's back. 650, 210. An instant kill. Han Jiang's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Damn it! Take him down! At his roar, nearby Han Jiang alliance assassins surged forward, racing straight toward Xingyu and Fengxue. But before they'd taken more than a few strides, a rapid series of explosions erupted. Again and again. Nearly half the attackers were hurled backward mid-sprint, blasted off their feet by the sudden concussive force. Hey! Xingyuan Fengxue grinned faintly, then seized the chaos and blinding flash of the blasts to vanish once more, activating stealth and slipping away. Seeing Xingyuan Fengxue attempt to escape again, Yao Qinggu whirled to the archer beside him. Where is he? Over there. The archer, flustered and uncertain, stretched his neck and pointed vaguely in one. The preceding chaos had been too intense. He hadn't actually seen Xingyuan Fengshue's location, only guessed based on it. At his gesture, several archers instantly loosed volleys toward that spot, yet struck nothing but empty air. You damn bastard! Didn't you say he was over there? Where is he? Shut your mouth and get moving. Find him for me now. Yes, sir. The archer player, drenched in scathing reprimands, hastily scrambled to gather his squad of archers and depart. But just as he prepared to move, he suddenly caught sight of a dense barrage of arrows descending upon them from the flank. Danger! Enemy assault! The archer player paled with shock and shouted a desperate warning. Yet alas, he had cried out too late. Amidst shrill, piercing whistles cleaving the air, over a dozen players from the heroic alliance were struck in rapid succession. Above their heads, damage numbers, ranging in the hundreds, flashed violently. Then thunderous lightning erupted across the crowd, unleashing devastating arcane devastation. Simultaneously, nearly every wounded player, including Yi Wuxiang, was afflicted with debilitating status effects: paralysis, rigidity, frost slow, poison-induced bleeding, and some unluckier souls bore 2 or even 3 overlapping curses. Such a confluence of afflictions severely hampered mobility and inflicted relentless vitality drain upon the heroic alliance's ranged contingent. Worse still, confronted once more by cascading volleys and arcane barrages from midair, they could not even flee. They stood rooted, frantically gulping healing elixirs. Boom, boom, boom. In the next breath, a cacophony of skill effects roared across the battlefield, sending the heroic alliance players reeling, toppled, disoriented, and utterly overwhelmed. Those who'd reacted swiftly and downed potions fared reasonably well. Their health bars held steady above half. But those who failed to draw healing pills in time plummeted below the halfway mark in an instant. The enemies on our right flank counterattack. All of you, fight back now. Yi Wuxiang roared at his subordinates while swallowing potions himself. At that moment, he was utterly shattered by this sudden, thunderous onslaught. He could not comprehend it. His heroic alliance, founded by his own hand, was among China's most formidable guilds. In every game they entered, they reigned supreme. Yet why, within the realm of Bahuang, had they so abruptly crumbled into this state? Everything had proceeded smoothly before level 10. Progress had been steady, promising, until they reached Blackwater City at level 10, where the tides turned without warning. They'd barely set foot inside when ambushes struck, annihilating their entire force. A casual slight invited a tenacious assassin, leaving his members too fearful to even venture outside for training. When at last they seized an opportunity to besiege that foe, the monstrous Ling Xiao descended upon them mid-rout. And when they sought quiet growth, Ling Xiao preempted them, founding his faction first. It was as if Blackwater City itself bore a fated grudge against Yi Wuxiang. Now even this carefully orchestrated alliance with the Hanjiang Alliance, once deemed all but certain of victory, had unraveled anew. After the string of prior losses, these 200 souls represented the heroic alliance's absolute elite, their strongest, most battle-ready formation. Should they fall here, Yi Wuxiang would forfeit all claim to influence, or even survival, in Blackwater City. Yet beneath the enemy's overwhelming long-range suppression, and under the weight of crippling debuffs, no command, not even Yi Wuxiang's hoarse, throat-ripping bellow, could muster coherent resistance. It wasn't that his players refused to fight back. It was that the enemy stood far beyond their effective range. That cruel truth left them helpless and drowning in despair. Chief, we want to strike back, but our range simply won't reach them. One archer screamed hysterically. Unintended though his words were, they struck deep. Range insufficient. Range insufficient. Yi Wuxiang froze stunned. This scene mirrored, uncannily, the very ambush he'd suffered upon first arriving in Blackwater City. Could it be? His eyes flared wide. He collapsed to his knees with a dull thud, his face contorted in horror. Ling Xiao, from the very beginning, you've been targeting me alone. His gaze went hollow. Slumped motionless, he sat like a broken statue. After a long, suffocating silence, he threw back his head and howled toward the heavens. Ling Xiao, what has the heroic alliance ever done to offend you? When did I, Yi Wuxiang, ever wrong you? Why do you relentlessly pursue me? Why? Boom, 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 boom. As Yi Wuxiang raged helplessly, the 5 guardian beasts, previously locked in combat with the heroic alliance's melee fighters, materialized amid the wounded ranged players. These colossal revenants wasted no time, immediately descending upon the frail low-health players with merciless surge. Meanwhile, Lao He, who commanded the melee contingent, attempted to rush reinforcements to the beleaguered rear line. Yet Ling Xiao City's ranged forces intercepted them with brutal, unrelenting sniper fire, trapping them between advance and retreat. In moments, the heroic alliance's formation shattered. Its front and rear severed, its cohesion lost, reduced utterly to slaughtered lambs. Elsewhere, the Hanjiang Alliance fared little better. Their original mandate had been simple: assist the heroic alliance in eliminating Xingyuan Fengxue, their shared thorn. Yet Lin Zhao's explosive traps decimated the Hanjiang Alliance's assassins, inflicting unbearable losses. That such a profusion of traps existed stemmed from Lin Zhao's accidental discovery. Deploying them did not break stealth or concealment skills. Thus the two had laid nearly 100 such devices deep within the Hanjiang Alliance's rear lines. With their staggering blast radius and raw destructive power, half the Hanjiang Alliance's assassins perished in the blink of an eye, while survivors dazed and exposed were systematically cut down by Xingyuan Fengxue, none escaping. Hanjiang Gaiying watched heart-wrenched as his elite assassins either detonated in flame or fell instantly beneath Xingyuan Fengshue's blade. These were not ordinary recruits. They were the Hanjiang Alliance's finest, peerless in level and gear matching, even Ling Shao City's professional players. Each death was a grievous blow to the Hanjiang Alliance. Yet against Xingyuan Fengxue, their ranged fighters remained paralyzed, powerless to act. After all, unlike Yi Wuxiang, they could not sacrifice their own comrades without consequence. Still, had this been their sole hardship, the Hanjiang Alliance might yet have endured. The true turning point came with sporadic lethal sniper fire, cold, precise, and utterly unexpected. Within moments, numerous Hanjiang Alliance players fell to these sudden silent arrows. These arrows hailed not from afar nor from chaos, but from a specialized unit under Xianing of Ling Shao City. The eagle eye skill of the archers inherently comes with an increase in range, combined with the 60 range enhancement provided by the iron bow and fine iron arrows personally forged by Lin Shao. The squad named Eagle Eye boasts an exceptionally terrifying range. Thus, this group of archers is not only responsible for guarding against enemy assassins' infiltration but also serves as snipers, especially Summer Ning, who is the ace among them. Within the ranks of Ling Shao City players, Summer Ning gazes calmly at the distant players of the Hanjiang Alliance. From her super long line of sight, she can clearly see the frantic expression on Hanjiang Gaiying's face, as well as the figure of Bingxin, who is diligently holding up a shield to protect Hanjiang Gaiying from the cold arrows. Xiao Yi, prepare the thunder arrows, make it double. Summer Ning coldly handed a fine iron arrow to Xiao Yi beside her, her tone icy and devoid of warmth. Since their last parting, Summer Ning had already imagined this day would come. She just didn't expect it to arrive so soon. However, since they have encountered each other, there is nothing more to say. She would never show mercy to her enemies, even if there was a former good sister among them. Got it. Seeing Summer Ning speak, Xiao Yi didn't hesitate, and immediately placed 2 thunder traps on the fine iron arrow in front of her. Once prepared, Summer Ning immediately knocked her arrow, her cold gaze locking onto Bingxin in the distance. With the vibration of the bowstring, the fine iron arrow in Summer Ning's hand transformed into a streak of light shooting forth, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. Meanwhile, Hanjiang Gaiying was completely unaware of the incoming arrow, still loudly commanding everyone to stabilize their formation while gradually retreating. There was no choice. This time, not retreating was truly not an option. Not to mention whether they could find the ghostly Xingyuan Fengxue, just the deadly cold arrows were already unbearable. Moreover, the main force of Ling Shao City had already arrived on the battlefield. Once they finished dealing with the Hero Association, it would likely be their turn next. However, at that moment, Bingxin, who was guarding in front of him, suddenly exclaimed, "Hanjiang, be careful." Immediately after, a rapidly flying feather arrow struck the large shield in her hand with a clang. 857. Facing the formidable defense of the shield guard, Summer Ning's arrow dealt a staggering 800 damage. If it hit the frail mage Hanjiang Gaiying, it would likely result in an instant kill. The longer the range, the stronger the attack. This is the terrifying aspect of Summer Ning. However, this was not the end. As the feather arrow collided with Bingxin's shield, lightning appeared at the point of impact. This caused several individuals, including Bingxin and Hanjiang Gaiying, to be struck precisely by the sudden lightning. Although Xiao Yi was merely an ordinary all-intellect mage, the combined damage of the 2 thunder traps still inflicted significant harm on Bingxin and the others. The combination skill Super Thunder Arrow from Summer Ning and Xiao Yi, no matter how strong Bingxin's defense or incredible her healing talent, still left her with very low health. And the group of frail players, including Hanjiang Gaiying, was in the same predicament. Seeing this scene, Summer Ning decisively commanded her Eagle Eye squad members, "Eliminate the remaining players of Hanjiang Alliance, leave none alive." Yes. Upon hearing this, the members of the Eagle Eye squad responded in unison, quickly knocking their arrows and starting to snipe the low-health players of the Hanjiang Alliance. Of course, Summer Ning was not idle at this moment. She swiftly knocked her bow again, shooting one fine iron arrow after another at Bingxin. She understood Bingxin's healing talent too well, so she must not allow her any breathing space. In an instant, fine iron arrows with super long range flew towards Bingxin, their terrifying power, even as Bingxin continuously consumed healing potions from Guiyuantang, could not be compensated for quickly enough. Summer Ning. While lifting her shield to block the feather arrows, Bingxin murmured to herself as she retreated. Just as Summer Ning understood her, how could she not understand Summer Ning? Super long-range sniping, isn't that her good sister's specialty? How ridiculous that she had initially persuaded them to join the Hanjiang Alliance, only to find herself as the fool in the end. Thinking of this, Bingxin couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, slowly lowering the shield in her hand. Indeed, she no longer wanted to resist. Because of her healing talent, Han Jianggying had not equipped her with too many potions. Now that her potions were running low, further resistance would only be in vain. It would be better to face this failure calmly. Lowering her shield, Bingxin gazed towards the direction of the feather arrows, revealing a smile filled with complex emotions. Though she could not see the distant Summer Ning, she believed the latter could see her. Indeed, Summer Ning did. Moreover, from Bingxin's smile, she sensed a hint of apology and a touch of helpless bitterness. Summer Ning's grip on the arrow's tail noticeably paused, but she quickly, decisively released her fingers. Swish! The sharp arrow sliced through the air, accurately striking Bingxin's chest in an instant. The terrifying physical damage combined with the magical damage from the two thunder traps caused her and the nearby Hanjiang Alliance players to be instantaneously killed, including Han Jianggying, who had always been hiding behind her. Glancing at the smiling Bingxin, as she fell, Summer Ning's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Yet, after a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure and launched a new round of sniping against the remaining players of the Hanjiang Alliance. Under the coordination of Chuanyi, the melee players of Lingxiao City finally clashed with the melee players of the Hero Association. However, just as the veteran shield guards of the Hero Association activated their taunt skills, a dark cloud suddenly gathered above the heads of the melee players from Lingxiao City. Soon after, fine raindrops began to fall, and the Lingxiao City players, drenched by the rain, found their negative statuses instantly vanished, while their previously deducted health points rapidly recovered at a rate of 200 per second. Indeed, this was yet another divine skill recently acquired by Lin Xiao, Rain of Purity. Rain from the heavens purifies evil, nourishing all things. With several Rain of Purity spells cast down, nearly the entire battlefield was covered. This prevented the melee players of Lingxiao City from being affected by any negative status. At the same time, Lin Xiao added over 100 players from Lingxiao City into the 8 Desolation formation. This maneuver not only significantly increased the combat power of Lingxiao City players, but it also boosted his true damage to an astonishing 110. Coupled with his high attack speed and high damage, as well as various buffs like level suppression, even the highly defensive and robust shield guards would only meet their demise before him, let alone those fragile players. Seeing Lin Xiaojin appear, Yi Wuqing truly turned red with rage this time. Everyone concentrate your fire on Lin Xiaojin. Even if all of us from the Hero Guild die here today, we must take him down. One cannot deny that Yi Wuqing was exceptionally resolute this time. He knew that Lin Xiaojin was only level 20 at the moment. If they could kill him back to level 19, the so-called number 1 guild in the world would be disbanded due to the founder's insufficient level. This was also the last glimmer of hope for his Hero Guild to turn the tide. Just relying on you, bunch of remnants. Lin Xiaojin cast a disdainful glance at the crazed Yi Wuqing, from afar, a smirk of contempt and disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. If it had been just over 10 minutes ago, Lin Xiaojin might have still felt a trace of fear towards Yi Wuqing. But in this brief time, the Hero Guild had already lost over half of their members, especially the opponent's ranged players, who had been decimated by Lin Ziajin's ranged players and 5 guardian beasts. The remaining group posed no threat to Lin Xiaojin at all. Seeing the barrage of ranged attacks coming his way, Lin Xiaojin immediately cast the infinite shield on himself. With a whopping 4000 points and the ability to refresh the shield rapidly, the infinite shield not only easily deflected the attacks from the Hero Guild's ranged players, but also triggered their passive of Poison Rebound. At the same time, another round of magic and arrow rain from Lin Ziajin sidestruck, combined with his Poison Rebound passive, and the assault from the 5 guardian beasts, directly sending the Hero Guild's fragile ranged players back to Blackwater City. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, Yi Wuqing was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how a Taoist with a mere shield could withstand such an onslaught from so many of his people. He was even more perplexed as to why Lin Xiaojin was so powerful. 5 guardian beasts comparable to bosses, ferocious defensive capabilities, terrifying output abilities, various unfathomable and perverse skills, along with numerous negative effects. How could all these advantages be concentrated in just one person? Why, what on earth is this based on? In the blink of an eye, all the ranged players from the Hero Guild gathered around Yi Wuqing were completely cleared out by Lin Ziajin's players. Throughout the entire encounter, Lin Xiaojin only did one thing: keep refreshing his shield. After eliminating all the ranged players except Yi Wuqing, the players from Lin Ziajin's side turned their attention to the melee. As for Lin Xiaojin himself, he slowly walked up to Yi Wuqing, accompanied by his 5 guardian beasts. Looking at Lin Xiaojin approaching, Yi Wuqing's expression twisted with rage, his eyes fierce, wishing he could swallow him alive. Lin Xiaojin, don't get too complacent. This time Yi Wuqing admit defeat. But next time, enough. At this point you should stop with those meaningless threats. Without letting Yi Wuqing finish, Lin Xiaojin impatiently interrupted. Yi Wuqing, I know exactly what you're thinking. But don't think that just because your Yi family is powerful in China you can act with impunity. Others may fear your Yi family, but I, Lin Xiaojin, do not. So I advise you to retract your thoughts about investigating me offline, because you won't find anything. You. As if Lin Xiaojin had struck a chord, Yi Wuqing's face turned red and pale, staring intently at Lin Xiaojin. he asked in a deep voice. Who exactly are you? Why are you so determined to target me? Lin Xiaojin smirked, slightly replying nonchalantly. Because my Lin Xiaojin city cannot tolerate your— Yi Wuqing widened his eyes. Lin Xiaojin, you're being too. Before Yi Wuqing could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaojin suddenly raised his hand, a series of explosive fire talismans instantly engulfing Yi Wuqing. His health, which had long since been restored to full, began to plummet at an unbelievable speed until it reached 0. However, was Lin Xiaojin really just unable to tolerate the Hero Guild? The reason he had been targeting the Hero Guild was mainly due to the national war that followed the merger of the major regions in his previous life, where it was precisely Yi Wuqing's command errors and blind confidence that allowed players from the Asia-Pacific region to successfully capture Blackwater City. And Blackwater City became the only main city in the China region to be breached by foreign players. Moreover, since then, the players of Blackwater City had completely become a laughingstock, being despised and mocked by players from other main cities, wherever they went, unable to lift their heads. Thus, whether for the future development of Lin Xiaojin City or for future national wars, Lin Xiaojin had to eradicate this cancer from Blackwater City to prevent future troubles. After eliminating Yi Wuqing, this battle triggered by the Star Elemental Snowstorm had no suspense left. Facing the leaderless Hero Guild and the Hanjiang Alliance, Chun-Yi and Zhou Rui promptly divided their forces. Chun-Yi led the majority of Lin Xiaojin City's players, equipped with the 8 Desolate Formation map, to launch a final assault against the remaining forces of the Hero Guild, led by the Black Cloud. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui, along with Xianing Qiuyu and Dong Qing, the 3 sisters, met up with Lin Xiaojin and immediately began hunting down the already disorganized players of the Hanjiang Alliance. However, the players from the Hanjiang Alliance were not foolish. At this moment, the Hanjiang Alliance had not yet formed a guild, and there were no obvious faction markers above their heads. Therefore, as long as they blended into the surrounding crowd of onlookers, even if Lin Xiaojin City was strong, there was nothing. After all, the crowd of onlookers was numerous and constituted the basic population of Blackwater City. If Lin Xiaojin City dared to launch indiscriminate attacks on the onlookers, they could forget about anyone joining them in the future. However, what this group of clever Hanjiang Alliance players did not expect was that the onlookers showed no mercy to them. Seeing these guys charging towards them, suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "Not good. This group of scum from the Hanjiang Alliance wants to use us as shields. Brothers, let's take them down. We absolutely cannot let these guys succeed. Damn, right? We must not let these scum succeed. Charge! Charge!" The next moment, the crowd of onlookers launched an attack against the fleeing players from the Hanjiang Alliance. In an instant, all sorts of magic arrows and spiritual talismans rained down upon the fleeing players from the Hanjiang. At the same time, shield warriors and warrior players stepped forward, ready to engage as soon as these guys got close. But don't underestimate these onlookers. After all, this was the largest guild PK battle since the opening of the 8 Desolates. Thus, almost everyone who came to watch was a fighter. Moreover, their levels were definitely not low. Otherwise, they would not waste such precious game time. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao quickly halted his steps, signaling Zhou Rui and the others to stop pursuing the remaining members of the Hanjiang Alliance. They only needed to provide support from a distance. Haha, the members of the Hanjiang Alliance are truly unfortunate. They have offended so many people at once. As the remaining players of the Hanjiang Alliance were swiftly eliminated by the crowd of independent players, Qiuyu covered her mouth and chuckled repeatedly. Beside her, Zhou Rui was also dealing damage while laughing with a gloating expression. Indeed, I wonder which genius came up with the idea to divert the disaster. The members of the Hanjiang Alliance really underestimated these independent players. But I must say there are indeed some capable individuals among the independent players. They could see right through the intentions of this group. Dongqing chuckled, then turned to Lin Xiao. "Boss, are you interested in recruiting some of these independent players into our ranks?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Sister Dongqing's words remind me. After we eliminate this rabble from the Hanjiang Alliance, I will go over and give it a try. Indeed, what Dongqing said inadvertently enlightened Lin Xiao. Since these independent players chose to join in on the fun, it showed that they were not only combative but also had considerable. Moreover, the most important point is that since they chose to watch the fun, it indicates that they could not possibly be spies from other. Therefore, if he could successfully recruit this group of players, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of Lingxiao City. One must admit there are indeed many capable individuals among these independent players. In just a short span of 10 minutes, the players from the Hanjiang Alliance were completely wiped out by the independent players. Furthermore, with Lin Xiao and others providing rear support, their losses were negligible. After the battle concluded, Lin Xiao immediately led everyone forward. "Thank you all for your assistance. Ling Xiao appreciates it." Lin Xiao bowed in gratitude to the crowd of independent players. "Haha, Boss Ling Xiao is too polite. If you truly wish to thank us, how about leaving all the equipment from these guys to us?" Suddenly, a bold mage player in the team spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao laughed heartily. "Of course, all these guys were taken down by you. The spoils should rightfully belong to you all. However, since leveling up is not easy for everyone, to prevent any disputes over the spoils, the boxes from those Hanjiang Alliance players behind us will also belong to you all. How about that?" Lin Xiao's statement was not merely a show of generosity. He knew that the players from the Hanjiang Alliance had hardly any valuable items on them, so he did not care for them at all. Rather than waste time picking up scraps later, he preferred to do a favor for these independent players. Boss Ling Xiao is magnanimous. Indeed, no wonder he is the leader of the world's #1 guild. His vision is indeed broad. Rest assured, Boss Ling Xiao, we will evenly distribute the spoils among everyone present. There would definitely be no disputes. In an instant, the crowd of independent players began to respond in a flurry. However, just then a warrior player suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Look at your lack of ambition. Boss Ling Xiao, I don't want any equipment. How about you let me join Ling Xiao City? Damn, you are quite the strategist. Hey Boss Ling Xiao, I can also do without these spoils. How about you let me join Ling Xiao City too? Yes, we want to join too. Count me in. Seeing everyone was willing to give up the spoils and actively choose to join Ling Xiao City, Lin Xiao couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to the warrior player who started it all. He then laughed aloud. Good. Since everyone has expressed their intentions, I Ling Xiao will certainly not disappoint the hearts of my brothers. Now I Ling Xiao officially invite all brothers to join Ling Xiao City. Anyone interested may come to me to sign up. Haha, I want to sign up. The warrior player who first proposed it immediately reacted and rushed to Lin Xiao. Upon seeing this, the other players quickly followed suit. They even spontaneously formed a long line in front of Lin Xiao. Brother, what should I call you? Lin Xiao had a very good impression of this young warrior player, so he patted the other's shoulder with a smile. Boss, my ID is Dugu Taijian. The young warrior grinned. Upon learning the other's ID, Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at the big sword slung over the player's shoulder, his mouth twitching. Ah! I'll send you a sword later. Haha, thank you, boss. Dugu Taijian looked pleasantly surprised and immediately cupped his fists to Lin Xiao. After arranging Dugu Taijian, Lin Xiao began to receive the remaining players once more. One must say these independent players truly possessed formidable strength. Not only were their levels between 12 and 14, but nearly 1.5 of them were talent-based players. Among them, Dugu Taijian and a Taoist player had an extremely rare high-level talent. Additionally, there were 9 intermediate talent players and 26 beginner talent players. Lin Xiao promptly sent all their IDs to Guogu for focused training. With Guogu's abilities, he would surely arrange this group of talented players well. Of course, although the other 100 or so players lacked talent, being able to stand out among so many players naturally indicated that they each had their own opportunities and abilities. Some players received hidden quests in the game, while others encountered other fortuitous events. There were also those who earned their place solely through exceptional skills, game comprehension, and perseverance. One could say that the group of players Lin Xiao received this time could definitely be considered the elite among the elite. The only pity was that many could not play full-time due to various reasons. However, this was not an issue for Lin Xiao. With the passage of time, the upper management would increasingly focus on Bahuang. At that time, some people would not even have the option to not play full-time. Lin Xiao's preference for full-time players was merely a preliminary selection process. It wasn't that he wouldn't accept any non-full-time players. After successfully incorporating over 200 players into Ling Xiao City, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the players originally belonging to Ling Xiao City had already finished cleaning up the battlefield under the leadership of Chuani and others and were gradually leaving. The remaining independent players who did not join Ling Xiao City chose to leave after dividing the spoils. In the end, only Lin Xiao Zhou Rue and the intentionally retained Dugu Taijian, along with the high-talent Taoist player, remained in the vast wilderness. With no outsiders present, Lin Xiao dispensed with pretense and immediately presented a cloud-pattern sword and several bundles of explosive flame spirit talismans to Dugu Taijian and the Taoist player whose ID was Evil Demon Heretic. Upon further inquiry, both players proved exceptionally gifted. Dugu Taijian's talent was refreshingly straightforward. For every 1 point increase in agility, his strength rose by 0.5 points. Thus he was an exceedingly rare agile warrior, further elevated by an additional 2 points of strength per level, coupled with evasion and attack speed far surpassing those of ordinary warriors, rendering his overall combat prowess markedly superior to peers of the same level. This very advantage enabled him to stand out among countless independent players. Yet his weaknesses were equally pronounced: low burst damage and subpar vitality. To Lin Xiao, however, these shortcomings were trivial, easily remedied by a single cloud-pattern sword and an ultimate shield. Hardly a concern at all. As for the Taoist player known as Evil Demon Heretic, he too delivered a considerable surprise to Lin Xiao. Like Lin Xiao himself, he specialized in supportive Taoist arts. Moreover, he had acquired an extraordinarily unusual high-tier talent, the Destroyer. At first glance, the name sounded imposing and formidable. In truth, however, the Destroyer eroded only the durability of opponents' equipment. Indeed, each of his basic attacks reduced the primary gear's durability by 1 point. According to his own account, during a PvP skirmish with another team, their weapons and shields inexplicably shattered within minutes. Durability drained to 0. Even a fellow Taoist's talismanic papers mysteriously depleted at an alarming rate until exhausted. The spectacle was nothing short of surreal. Perhaps weapons in the Eight Wastes lacked extraordinary attributes, but without functional arms or core gear one could neither cast skills nor even land basic attacks. And should no spare weapon be at hand, one could only endure blows passively, a profoundly vexing predicament. While this talent held little utility against most wild beasts, and inflicted no direct harm upon players, it constituted sheer psychological torment for adversaries. Yet such an effect alone would not elevate it to high-tier status. Its true distinction lay in this: any ally under his buffs gained the ability to degrade opponents' primary gear durability, albeit at a significantly reduced magnitude. Though weaker than his own, the effect remained deeply irritating. Precisely why this talent ranked among the elite. Indeed, it stood as arguably the most audacious talent among all high-tier endowments. Evil Demon Heretic lived up to his name. After agreeing to guide them through leveling on their next login, everyone logged out on the spot. After logging off, Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui freshened up and drove straight to Liaoqing railway station. Based on the schedule, Lu Gu and the twin brothers De Dun and Er Dun were due to arrive in Dongyang town that day. Lu Gu was driving himself. No need for concern there, but the twin brothers arrived aboard an old-fashioned green-painted train, requiring Lin Xiao to meet them personally. At the station, Lin Xiao successfully greeted De Dun and Er Dun. Hailing from Long Province, they were towering figures with broad frames and gentle, honest faces. Though Lin Xiao was no short man, standing beside the two made him appear almost delicate by comparison. As Lin Xiao drove back toward Dongyang town, Lu Gu had already arrived, and reunited with Guogu, who had just logged. Half an hour later, the group gathered at a restaurant outside the ancient city walls of Dongyang town. This time Lu Gu had brought his entire family. His wife, children, and both mothers-in-law accompanied him. Clear evidence of their firm intention to settle permanently in Dongyang town. Reuniting offline filled everyone with genuine joy. After a convivial meal, host and guests parted contentedly. Once Lu Ji's family was comfortably settled, Lin Xiao led the others to his residence. In the living room, everyone took their seats. Seeing all assembled, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and began. Brother Gua, our next step is constructing the guild's base. Are there any obstacles we face? Boss, you may have no idea how immense the impact of our last battle truly was. Guogu replied with a smile, eyes alight with delight. The Heroic Alliance and Hanjiang Alliance suffered devastating losses. The power structure of Heishui City has now solidified into unchallenged dominance by Lingxiao City. Thus, when I announced a generous recruitment drive for crafting-oriented players, droves from across Heishui City had Chun-Yi and the others not returned promptly, I might still be unable to log out. Guogu paused briefly, though his excitement remained unmistakable. And rest assured, boss, funding poses no concern. The 4 major cities' Guiyuan halls alone guarantee Lingxiao City's fiscal equilibrium. As for my personal gold reserves, they remain untouched down to the last coin. If you're worried about spending it, brother, I'll gladly help, Lu Gu quipped with a playful grin. Yet, Guogu shot him an exasperated glare before turning serious once more toward Lin Xiao. Boss, idle funds are wasted funds. Why not emulate Jian Xingyun of Qishao City and secretly establish subordinate branches in the other 2 major cities? This is indeed feasible, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Yet I recall Qinghua and Baidi cities each host super talented players. We must therefore appoint 2 individuals capable of commanding autonomous authority. You and Chun-Yi are indispensable here. Heishui City remains our foundational stronghold. Its stability cannot falter in the slightest. But beyond you two, Lin Xiao trailed off, only to be interrupted by Gua Ji's ringing phone. Without hesitation, Guogu answered it openly before the group. Hello. Yes, it's me. Understood. Report any new developments immediately. After a moment, he lowered the phone and met Lin Xiao's gaze. Boss, Yishir-san has defected. In the real world. Defected. Stunned silence followed. Everyone stared incredulous. What stunt is he pulling now? A feigned betrayal. Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow, uncertain. Guogu slowly shook his head, resolute. Unlikely. Boss, you may not know. He has a younger sister paralyzed from the waist down. This time he fled with her. Their whereabouts remain unknown. Yi Wuqing is now scouring the globe for the pair. How did you learn so much so quickly? Lu Gu asked, curious. Likewise, Lin Xiao and the others turned questioning glances toward Guogu. Eyes clouded with bewilderment. Seeing everyone looking at him, Guogu couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Boss, do you remember the 2 assassin players I mentioned to you before from the Hero Association? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and said uncertainly, Are you talking about those 2 besides Song Lao Lu in the Novice Village Hero Association? Exactly. Guogu nodded with a smile. These 2 have now become our eyes and ears within the Hero Association, and this information was relayed back by them. Guogu, can we trust those 2? Asked Lu Gu, putting away his smile and looking cautious. Guogu chuckled coldly, confidently saying, First of all, the intel comes from Song Lao Lu. This person is the brother-in-law of the core leader of the Hero Association, Heiyun Yaqing, so there's an 80% chance that this news is true. Secondly, these 2 are from Meiqing, and I've already checked their backgrounds, so they wouldn't dare betray us. Lastly, they follow Song Lao Lu, earning 2,200 a month. If they provide me with valuable intel, each can receive 100,000. So they absolutely won't betray us, nor do they have any reason to. One piece of intel, 100,000 each. Lu Gu smiled wryly. Guogu, you really are generous. In comparison to this intel, is 100,000 really that much? Guogu shrugged with a smile, then looked at Lin Xiao. Boss, I suspect that after Yishisan settles down, he will definitely go online again. At that time, we might as well support him in developing in other main cities. In fact, this guy is quite talented in commanding assassins, and with our support he could potentially develop a formidable assassin. Of course, it would be even better if we could find his siblings offline. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded, saying, all right. So, Guogu, you can handle this matter entirely. If you need me to step in, just let me know. Okay, boss. Guogu nodded. All right, it's getting late, let's chat in the game. Upon hearing this, Lu Guodun and Dun immediately got up to leave. After seeing everyone leave, Lin Xiao and the others returned to their rooms and once again entered the 8 Desolations. Since the last time they went offline. Therefore, when he logged in, he immediately saw Zhou Rui, who had just entered the game. Originally, Zhou Rui intended to help Guogu in Heishui City but was stopped by Lin Xiao. It's enough for Guogu and Chunyi to hold down the fort in Heishui City. You should come with me to level up instead. In fact, not only Zhou Rui but Lin Xiao had already instructed all combat players from Lingxiao City during offline chats to head to the Dark Forest and the Buried Bone Land for leveling. As the strongest force in Heishui City occupying only 2 leveling spots, Lin Xiao was already being quite lenient. He would definitely not allow any players to pick on him. Zhou Rui smiled brightly. Alright, but where are you planning to take me to level up this time? The Dark Forest. Lin Xiao smiled and pointed to the north. Once Dugu Taijian and CMO Idao go online, we will set off immediately. This time going to the Dark Forest, besides taking Dugu Taijian and the others to level up, I also have another purpose, which is to head to the territory of the level 19 wild monsters, the Snow Wolf Pack. Don't be misled by the generally low levels of the players in Lingxiao City right now. Most of them haven't even broken through level 15. However, Lin Xiao still prioritized establishing a guild base in the territory of the Snow Wolf Pack. After all, establishing a guild base is not something that can be done overnight. By the time the base is established, the players under him will at least be level 19 or 20. At that time, even if wild monsters come to attack the base after it's built, he wouldn't be the least bit worried. Right now, there is only one thing he needs to do. That is to find the entrance to the hidden map located within the territory of the Snow Wolf Pack. After waiting for a while, Dugu Taijian and CMO Idao gradually logged in. Boss, when are we setting off? Upon meeting, Dugu Taijian eagerly asked. Meanwhile, CMO Idao, though silent, couldn't hide the eager look in his eyes. The territory of the Snow Wolf Pack in the Dark Forest, Yun K Mountain. Lin Xiao first stated the destination, then reminded the two. That is the area where level 19 wild monsters, the Snow Wolves, are located, so initially you don't need to take action. Just stay behind with us to gain experience. Of course, you also cannot do nothing. Remember the route to get there, as that will be our future guild base in Lingxiao City. Don't worry, boss, we guarantee to complete the task. Dugu Taijian immediately responded. Meanwhile, CMO Idao also nodded in agreement. Great. Then let's set off. Lin Xiao said, and with a wave of his hand, 5 guardian beasts appeared. Moreover, under Lin Xiao's mental control, they immediately headed north towards the Dark Forest. Facing the upcoming level 10 wild monsters, Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts had an absolute advantage. Thus, with them leading the way, the 4 quickly arrived at their destination, Yun K Mountain, and Dugu Taijian and the others, who were already on the verge of leveling up, smoothly reached level 14. Upon returning to Yun K Mountain, Lin Xiao was no longer in such a hurry as he had been during the previous trip. Whenever he encountered a pack of snow wolves, he would immediately command the guardian beasts to engage. Even if a few wild beasts slipped through the cracks, they would still fall at the hands of Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui. Besides Lin Xiao, the others were all fighting above their level, thus reaping abundant experience. In just 4 short hours, Dugu Taijian and the others leveled up once again, officially becoming level 15 players. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui was also on the verge of breaking through to level 16. Although the group had been fighting for over 4 hours, they had only traversed less than 1/10 of the entire Yun K Mountain map. Therefore, after Dugu Taijian and the others learned their level 15 skills, Lin Xiao once again led the guardian beasts and teammates into a frenzy of slaughter. For the next few days, Lin Xiao and his companions remained in Yun K Mountain leveling up. For Lin Xiao, who was already level 20, killing these level 19 wild monsters would no longer yield much experience. The distance to level up to 21 was also far from reach. Thus, he was wholeheartedly searching for the entrance to that hidden map, hoping to experience the joy of double experience once again. However, after so many days, Lin Xiao still found nothing. This was the first time he felt things weren't going smoothly since returning to the 8 Desolations. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already made up his mind. If he couldn't find this secret entrance today, he would have to take everyone to another secret realm. At least Lin Xiao still clearly remembered the location of that secret realm. Moreover, most importantly, Zhou Rui's pet egg had been opened from the treasure chest in this secret realm. As the 4th day arrived, Lin Xiao's patience was gradually wearing thin. However, just as he was about to call everyone back to the city, a wolf howl echoed through the mountains, causing him to pause. Immediately Zhou Rui's voice rang in his ears. That wolf howl is unusual. It must be a boss. Compared to the elite snow wolf kings of each clan, this howl clearly carried more power. The group could even clearly see a pack of snow wolves not far away, collectively crouching on the ground, their bodies trembling. Even the elite snow wolf king among them was no exception. Following the sound, Lin Xiao pointed upstream towards a stream to the left in the woods, saying, "It's over there, let's go take a look." They had previously passed by that stream, but since the upstream was sandwiched between two high mountains, they had overlooked it. To head upstream, there was no choice but to wade through the stream. Under Lin Xiao's lead, the group stepped directly into the stream. Was icy cold, but since everyone had consumed monkey wine, they felt no discomfort at all. Mist hung over the upstream, limiting visibility. To be safe, Lin Xiao positioned the two strongest guardian beasts, the brown bear and the black turtle, at the front to scout ahead, while Xiao by the green snake and the firebird stayed at the back of the group. The perception of guardian beasts far surpassed that of human players, and they would react immediately upon encountering an enemy. Lin Xiao's caution was indeed justified. Just as they advanced upstream through the waist-deep stream, a group of aquatic wild monsters suddenly sprang out, launching a frenzied attack on the brown bear and the black turtle at the front. Level 20 Wild Monster Sawtooth Salmon. Lin Xiao frowned and immediately issued an attack command to Xiao Bai and the green snake behind him, while also unleashing a series of explosive fire talismans at the group of sawtooth salmon. Apart from the elite Snow Wolf King, this was the first time Lin Xiao encountered a level 20 wild monster in the Yunkai Mountain. It finally piqued his interest. Unfortunately, these sawtooth salmon were merely ordinary wild monsters and posed no threat to Lin Xiao's guard. The only trouble was that these creatures were all aquatic wild monsters, and the waist-deep stream served as a natural shield, helping them mitigate some damage, especially from Lin Xiao and CMO Wade Dao's fire talismans and the firebird's fire magic. The damage was reduced by a full 30. Fortunately, the other four guardian beasts were unaffected, so they quickly cleared the group of sawtooth salmon. The only thing dropped by the sawtooth salmon was fish meat. When Dugu Tai Jian picked up a piece of fish meat, his eyes lit up. "Isn't this salmon?" Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's salmon, but it tastes even better than the salmon in reality. It's a rare ingredient." "Really? Then I must collect a few more." Zhou Rui also brightened up and happily stuffed several pieces of fish meat into her backpack. After collecting the dropped fish meat, the group continued forward, and after walking several hundred meters, they finally crossed the valley and reached the shore. This was a valley surrounded by mountains with knee-high grasses growing abundantly around, and the terrain was flat. At the end of the valley was a sizable pond, clearly the source of the previous stream. By the pond, a giant wolf roughly the same size as Xiao Bai with a faint silver sheen to its fur was staring intently at Lin Xiao and the others. Above its head, the golden words "Silver Wolf King" were boldly displayed. Level 20 Boss Silver Wolf King. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Though they did not find the entrance to the secret realm this time, encountering this level 20 boss made the journey worthwhile. "Boss, are we going for it?" Dugu Tai Jian, eager to try, asked. "At our level, it's better not to create trouble for the boss." CMO Wade Dao, arms crossed, casually remarked. This guy didn't say much, but whenever he spoke he hit the nail on the head. Although both of them had reached level 17, facing the level 20 boss, Silver Wolf King was clearly still beyond them. Therefore, rather than causing trouble for their boss, it was better to simply stand back. Doing nothing might perhaps be the greatest help to their boss. Xiao Jian, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill bosses in the future. Your levels are still low. If anything goes wrong later, all our efforts these days will be in vain. Lin Xiao also smiled as he patted Dugu Tai Jian's shoulder to console him. "All right, boss." Dugu Tai Jian's expression fell, but since the boss had spoken, he naturally had no objections and retreated behind Lin Xiao along with CMO Wade Dao. "Boss, you guys focus on dealing with the boss, don't mind us." The two stood firm, and CMO Wade Dao said, "All right." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded at CMO Wade Dao, then led Zhou Rui and the guardian beast straight towards the level 20 boss, Silver Wolf King. Roar. Before the Silver Wolf King could react, Xiao Bai, among the 5 guardian beasts, suddenly let out a tiger-like roar, then leaped forward directly at the Silver Wolf King. Roar. As a level 20 boss, the Silver Wolf King was naturally unwilling to show weakness and roared back, meeting Xiao Bai hidden. Meanwhile, the other 4 guardian beasts also launched a fierce assault on the Silver Wolf King. It was only at this moment that Lin Xiao noticed the health bar above the Silver Wolf King's head. 350000. Not a small number, but not excessively exaggerated either. It was only 50000 more than the Dark Spider King he encountered in the 10,000 Poison Cave. And on Lin Xiao's side, all 5 guardian beasts had already reached level 2, and their combat power could not be compared to their earlier state in the 10,000 Poison Cave. Thus, the additional 50000 health points made little difference to Lin Xiao. It was merely a matter of taking a bit longer. As Lin Xiao's guardian beasts engaged in battle with the Silver Wolf King, Zhou Rui simultaneously activated her. Lin Xiao was also busy continuously casting various buffing support skills like Qingfeng Spell, Wujidan, and Gonlin Technique, while coordinating with 2 major formations to elevate the combined strength of the guardian beasts and Zhou Rui to its peak. In an instant, the valley echoed with the roars of beasts and the sound effects of skill releases. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf King's health was visibly dropping at a rapid pace. In fact, from the very beginning, there was no suspense in this battle. After all, since Lin Xiao entered the 8 Desolations, he had always been defeating monsters of higher levels. Facing a boss was no different. Therefore, dealing with a boss of the same level was incredibly easy for him. Compared to simply bullying weaker monsters, it was merely a matter of duration. But just as Lin Xiao was yawning in boredom, the Silver Wolf King, surrounded by 5 guardian beasts, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Following that, it crashed to the ground. After the Silver Wolf King's fall, rare items such as its inner core fur and fangs erupted. Isn't it said that killing a boss in the 8 Desolations is very difficult? How did it end so quick? Dugu Taijian and CMO looked at Lin Xiao, who was picking up items in the distance, with blank expressions, their inner shock beyond words. One person slaying a boss of the same level. The time spent was less than half an hour. If this gets out, who the hell would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? But they had no choice but to believe, because this unbelievable scene was unfolding right before their eyes. They couldn't even pretend not to see it. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. Suddenly Zhou Rui turned to urge the two. Ha! Sister-in-law, where are we going? The two asked, looking confused. They were now used to calling, because everyone from Ling Xiao City from top to bottom would call her that. Pointing to Lin Xiao, who was heading towards the water pool, Zhou Rui said uncertainly, "It seems our leader has discovered something. Let's hurry and catch up." Without waiting for the two, she took the lead and rushed after Lin Xiao. The two exchanged glances and followed suit. "Leader, did you discover something?" When they reached the edge of the water pool, they saw Lin Xiao staring thoughtfully at the water. I feel like there's something strange about this water pool." Lin Xiao stroked his chin, scrutinizing the pool, and suddenly waved his hand, directing the guardian beast Xian Gui towards it. However, at the moment Xian Gui touched the water pool, its mountain-like body suddenly vanished. Lin Xiao could clearly sense from his system panel that Xian Gui had not disappeared. This meant that Xian Gui was still alive, but it had appeared in another space. Wait, another space? Lin Xiao was taken aback, and then burst into laughter. Haha, it really is a secret realm. I never expected the entrance to this secret realm to be hidden here. Secret realm. We found a secret realm. The term secret realm was familiar to both Zhou Rui and the other two. Zhou Rui was familiar with it because she had entered secret realms more than once. Dugu Taijian and Xiamo had also tasted the sweetness of the Spider Cave secret realm during their time in the novice village. After all, the thrill of double experience points was unforgettable. Even if encountered only once, it would leave a lasting impression. To be safe, Lin Xiao did not take Zhou Rui and the others in immediately, but first sent the other 4 guardian beasts. In the next second, all 4 guardian beasts disappeared without a trace and were unharmed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt relieved and led Zhou Rui and the others in. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless open grassland. Next to him were Zhou Rui, Taijian, and CMO, while his 5 guardian beasts surrounded them. Aside from that, there were no other life forms. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his face filled with surprise. In previous secret realms, whenever Lin Xiao entered, he would inevitably be attacked by wild monsters. But in this secret realm, there wasn't even a single wild monster to be seen. It was quite strange. "Leader, this is not what we imagined a secret realm to be like," Dugu Taijian said in bewilderment. "It really is different. Let's just pick a direction and start exploring." Checking the system map, Lin Xiao learned that this secret realm was called Exiled Land. But what had been exiled here? With a return scroll in hand, Lin Xiao wasn't worried about getting lost. So he led everyone to choose a direction, and after walking for about 20 minutes, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped. He had discovered a human-like settlement. However, the buildings within this settlement were quite primitive, made entirely of mud mixed with dry grass. It resembled a primitive tribe in Africa in reality. Looking at the primitive tribe before her, Zhou Rui was astonished. "No way. There's even NPCs in the secret realm." "That's hard to say." Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. "What if they're wild monsters? Just like when we encountered the military camp in the Buried Bones land." Upon hearing this, Zhou Rui suddenly realized, "Are you saying this primitive tribe might also be inhabited by humanoid wild monsters?" "Very likely. Why else would it be called Exiled Land?" Lin Xiao chuckled and said to everyone, "In a bit, I'll let Xiao Bai probe a bit. Everyone be ready for battle." "Okay." Everyone answered in unison. Immediately after, Lin Xiao raised his hand, and on the grassland, with the support of Lin Xiao's clear wind spell, Xiao Bai's speed had reached its peak. Thus, in just a few seconds it arrived at the outskirts of this primitive tribe. However, at that moment, a deep yet extremely clear horn sounded from within the tribe. Under Lin Xiao and the others watched tall figures of orc warriors wielding various crude weapons, suddenly pushed open doors from various buildings, and charged toward Xiao Bai at the tribe's entrance, roaring, "Damn! It's the orc tribe!" Seeing this scene, Dugu Taijian couldn't help but exclaim, rubbing his fists. As he looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with eagerness. Beside him, although CMO said nothing, he also turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao. He knew that he had yet to find an opportunity to showcase his talents before this. Now facing such a group of humanoid wild monsters, the orcs, he naturally wanted to perform well in front of Lin Xiao to prove his worth. Seeing the two looking at him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and say, "Let's go. Time to level up." Orcs, they were also the main force that invaded the real world back then. Although these ordinary level 20 wild monsters posed no real threat to Xiao by their sheer numbers, made it quite a challenge to eliminate them in a short time. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the battlefield in time, otherwise Xiao Bai might have been stuck fighting for quite a while on his own. With the sound of beast roars, the other four summoned beasts immediately moved up to assist. The brown bear's attack power was somewhat lacking, but the magical damage from the Xian turtle Little Qing and Firebird, the three guardian beasts, inflicted tons of damage on the orc warriors. At the same time, Lin Xiao and the other three also joined the fray, quickly accelerating the cleanup process. During this ongoing battle, the advantages of the humanoid wild monsters became evident. Since there were no shield guards in the team equipped with taunt skills, any orc warrior attacked by Lin Xiao's group immediately turned their hatred towards them and charged in. Facing the charging orc warriors, Lin Xiao enhanced the team status while shouting, "Old Xia, it's your turn." "Don't worry, big boss. Leave it to me," Xiamo replied, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of spirit talismans at the charging orc warriors. With his high agility attribute and the enhancement of Lin Xiao's Qingfeng spell, his attack speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, several charging orc warriors halted in their tracks. Staring blankly at his empty hands, the orc warrior's face was filled with confusion and helplessness. Where did the weapon go? While these orc warriors were dazed, Lin Xiao and his team seized the opportunity to counterattack the unarmed orc warriors. In no time, the health of several orc warriors rapidly declined, and with their unwilling cries they fell to the ground, turning into experience points for the group. "Wow, Old Xia, your talent is incredibly powerful." After cutting down the last unarmed orc warrior, Dugu Taijin turned in shock to CMO. "Basic skills. No 6. CMO casually waved his hand, and then cast a healing spell on Lin Xiao, who hadn't lost any health. "Big boss, you should try it too." "Sure." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, and then lifted his hand to unleash a spirit talisman attack at a distant orc warrior. Seconds later, the Halfric warrior, who had been wildly hacking at the brown bear with a crude stone axe, suddenly stood frozen in place. This was because the crude stone axe in his hand had also vanished without a trace. Not bad. Making them lose their weapons is equivalent to stripping them of their combat ability. Although the efficiency isn't as good as if you cast it yourself, it's still quite terrifying. Seeing this, Lin Xiao eliminated the orc warrior while giving a thumbs up to CMO beside him. "Old Xia, quick, give me a healing spell too. I want to try it." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Dugu Taijin couldn't sit still any longer. "Alright." CMO nodded, and after the cooldown of the healing spell expired, cast it again. He refrained from using the Qingfeng spell or other skills, since that would replace the buffs Lin Xiao provided. Thus, casting the healing spell became the best choice. If he learned a group healing spell in the future, he believed it would greatly benefit the entire team. After temporarily acquiring the knockoff destroyer talent, Dugu Taijin charged forward towards the orc warriors, besieging the 5 guardian beasts, shielded by Lin Xiao's limitless shield. This guy was already built for attack speed. Combined with Lin Xiao's Qingfeng spell, he swiftly disarmed an orc warrior in the blink of an eye. After disarming that warrior, he didn't linger in battle and immediately attacked another orc warrior. The previous one was left for Zhou Rui to finish off. As time went on, the cooperation among the group became increasingly seamless. Meanwhile, the orc warriors turned into experience points evenly distributed among Lin Xiao and the others. Besides the orc warriors, this orc tribe also had over a dozen level 21 orc warriors. These guys were even larger and more robust with stronger defenses. At the same time, they wielded weapons in both hands and had attack powers far exceeding ordinary orc warriors. Yet even so, they still posed little threat to Lin Xiao's team, because no matter how powerful you are, being weaponless is futile. You can only become a sheep awaiting slaughter. With Zhou Rui's arrow infused with double critical hits precisely hitting the last orc warrior, let out a cry and collapsed. "Haha, this secret realm truly is a great place. Level skipping and double experience, it's simply delightful." A flash of white light passed and Dugu Taijin leveled up again. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and the others' experience bars rose above 90. And it wouldn't be long before they leveled up again. After taking down the last orc, Lin Xiao immediately led everyone into the tribe. After rummaging through, they finally discovered a black flag enshrined on a simple altar within the largest building. Orc battle flag. Playing with the black flag in his hand and examining its attributes, a smile slowly crept onto Lin Xiao's face. Orc battle flag. Level 1 special item. Can summon one orc warrior of the same level as the player to assist in battle. Summon cooldown 60 minutes. Note: flags of the same level can be merged. It's actually an orc battle flag. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly recalled a guild called Beast King Hall from his previous life. This Beast King Hall was a power that suddenly emerged in the later stages of the game in Heishui City. The leader, the Battle Lion King, was once the right-hand man of the Battle Blade, the head of the Battle Pavilion, but he left the battle pavilion due to disagreements and established the Beast King Hall. The reason this guy had the capital to create a guild was precisely due to those nearly 100 orc warrior players that had suddenly appeared from who knows where. At first everyone thought the Battle Lion King had obtained a method to change into an orc warrior, so they paid. It wasn't until the wild monsters from the game invaded the real world that all players realized these orc warriors were not players at all, but were summoned by the Battle Lion King. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that it was this guy who discovered the secret realm at Yunk Mountain. Perhaps this is the true reason why the Battle Lion King left the battle pavilion and established the Beast King Hall. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to Dugu Taijian and CMO beside him, Little Sword Old Xie, go to Brother Guo later, and each receive a compensation of 1,000 gold coins. I want this thing. The rarity of this artifact requires no further elaboration, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride once. Upon hearing this, CMO Wai Dao, the usually taciturn rogue, quickly waved his hands and said, Senior brother, it's already more than enough that you've personally led us here to level up. All loot rightfully belongs to you. As for compensation, let's drop the matter entirely. Dugu Taijian nodded in firm agreement. CMO is absolutely right. You've already gone to such lengths to guide us in leveling up. Should we demand compensation now, we truly have no moral standing left. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. The loot is mine, but the compensation you will accept. It's a rule of Ling Xiao City, non-negotiable. Let's go. We return to the city now, then bring everyone back here to level up together. This time Lin Xiao gave them no chance to refuse again. Without hesitation, he activated a recall scroll and returned to Heishui City. Back in the city, Lin Xiao immediately contacted Guogu. Brother Guo, where is our temporary base in Heishui City? The Xingqian courtyard directly across from the Sanqing Temple. Senior brother, you're back in the city. Just arrived. Brother Guo, gather all Ling Xiao City executives at the Xingqian courtyard. I have an announcement to make. Understood, senior brother. Across from the Sanqing Temple, the Xingqian courtyard, Brother Guo certainly has an eye for location. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly and strode purposefully toward the Sanqing Temple. When he arrived at the Xingqian courtyard opposite it, Brother Guo and Zhou Rui were already waiting at the gate. Senior brother, how do you find this place? Grand enough, wouldn't you say? Brother Guo gestured proudly toward the courtyard behind him and asked with a grin, gazing upon the estate, larger even than the Sanqing Temple across the street. Lin Xiao chuckled. What's there not to love? Thank you, Brother Guo. Lin Xiao knew well that Guoyuan Hall's current revenue barely covered the guild's daily expenditures, so this estate had undoubtedly been purchased entirely out of Brother Guo's own pocket. A heartfelt word of gratitude was only fitting. Senior brother, among family we speak no divided tongues. Come. Everyone's assembled. Brother Guo waved dismissively, swiftly changing the subject. Agreed. Lin Xiao nodded, and flanked by Brother Guo and Zhou Rui stepped into the magnificent residence. Inside the main hall, Lu Gu and the others had long been awaiting his arrival. Even Jian Xingyun and his 3 companions had journeyed all the way from Qishao City. At Brother Guo's silent gesture, Lin Xiao ascended to the central seat of honor. Gazing down upon his brothers arrayed on both sides, a complex tide of emotion welled within him. Not even during his recent rebirth, not even upon receiving that ultimate reward scratch card, had he ever imagined this moment would come. It felt like a dream. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and spoke directly. Brothers, I summoned you here today, via Brother Guo, to announce something important. We have officially secured our guild's permanent stronghold, Yunk Mountain, in the Shadowwood Forest. Senior brother, why not Mogwai lands? We just cleared the Mogwai lands military camp again, and acquired quite a haul of weapons and armor. Chun-Yi, the guild's chief strategist, was the first to voice her question. Indeed, hers was not a solitary doubt. Nearly every senior present shared it. After all, the gear dropped in the Mogwai lands military camp was simply too enticing. Even if the leadership had no use for it, they could distribute it freely among their subordinates. Hearing this, Lin Xiao exchanged knowing glances with Zhou Rui, Dugu Taijian, and CMO Wai Dao. Then turned to Chun-Yi and explained, truth be told, I had seriously considered establishing our stronghold in the Mogwai lands. But just moments ago, we discovered a level 20 secret realm deep within Yunk Mountain. Sister, tell me, what would you choose? Ha ha. Senior brother found another secret realm. Before Chun-Yi could reply, Lu Gu perked up instantly and burst into hearty laughter. Then there's nothing left to debate. We must establish our stronghold adjacent to the secret realm. That way, other guild members will finally have a proper place to level up. If a secret realm truly exists, it's unquestionably the optimal site for a guild stronghold. Chun-Yi nodded thoughtfully, but remained cautious. Still, I wonder about the terrain. Is it defensible? Zhou Rui smiled warmly beside her. Sister Chun-Yi, rest assured. We've already conducted a full survey. Yunk Mountain lies far from Heishui City, its topography intricate and naturally fortified. Truly the ideal stronghold location. Upon hearing Zhou Rui's reassurance, Chun-Yi nodded with a bright smile. If both elder sister and senior brother have verified it, I raise no objection. I follow senior brother's lead. Excellent. Lin Xiao acknowledged her with a nod, then rose slowly. Brothers, why wait for another day? Prepare yourselves. We depart for Yunk Mountain now. Understood, senior brother. Brother Guo replied without hesitation. Clearly, he had long prepared for this very moment. After receiving Brother Guo's confirmation, Lin Xiao swept his gaze slowly across the assembly and spoke with quiet gravity. Brothers, this marks our Lingxiao city's first formal gathering since its founding. I'll spare you empty rhetoric. Only this, having chosen to forge a world with me, you shall never find your so long as our hearts beat as one, I swear upon my Tao heart. Our stage shall extend far beyond this modest Heishui city, to the vast expanse of the 8 desolate realms. With those words, Lin Xiao fell silent and raised his hand in decisive command. Move out. Yes, senior brother. News of Lingxiao City's assembly at the North Gate spread like wildfire across Heishui City. Everyone speculated what grand maneuver was unfolding next. One must admit, among the player ranks many possessed sharp intellects. It wasn't long before they deduced Lingxiao City intended to establish its stronghold outside Heishui City. Otherwise, why mobilize so many crafting class players? Meanwhile, Lingxiao City's bold move quietly eased the tension among leaders of smaller and mid-tier guilds, like Han Jianggang. After all, should they themselves form guilds later, their strongholds would inevitably remain within Heishui City. So rivals as formidable as Lingxiao City were best kept few and far between. Acting on Lin Zhao's orders, Brother Guo assembled over 300 crafting class players, alongside 100 combat class players. The remaining Lingxiao City members stayed behind near Heishui City to continue leveling, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Once the full contingent stood assembled, Lin Xiao raised his hand and led the procession toward Yunk Mountain in solemn, resounding stride. En route, Lin Zhao's innate passive ability, level suppression, kept surrounding wild beasts at bay. Focused solely on advancing, they re-entered the domain of Yunk Mountain in under half an hour. Upon ascending to a high point and gazing at the complex terrain of Yunk Mountain, Bo Gu Chun-yi and the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. The leader was indeed correct. This place is truly a treasure land that can be both attacked and defended, especially the nearly 10-meter-wide river that runs across the plain at the foot of the mountain, which serves as a natural defense. As long as the base of Lingxiao City is established on the plain near the foot of the mountain, this river can be utilized to its fullest extent to prevent enemy incursions. With the distant archers from Lingxiao City boasting an extended range, any enemy that does not cross the river will be passive targets. Choosing to cross the river will similarly result in a heat-and assault. There is simply no solution. Moreover, Lingxiao City cannot be easily besieged. Each guild base established outside the city receives a certain number of teleportation arrays based on the guild's token rank. For instance, Lin Xiao's purple gold token grants 4 guild teleportation arrays. Thus, Lingxiao City can fully connect with Heishui City using the guild teleportation arrays, facilitating large-scale movement of personnel and resources. If things go awry, they might even be caught off guard by Lingxiao City. After a thorough discussion, the group decided to establish their base on the plain near the foot of Yunk Mountain. Moreover, it will be constructed along the river. This clearly indicated an intention to use the river as a moat for the base. Lin Xiao did not intervene in the specifics of the base construction. Such matters were sufficiently handled by Bo Gu Chun-yi and Lao Xie. Meanwhile, he took all the combat members to begin clearing the surrounding snow wolf pack. Half an hour later, the snow wolf pack on the plain was completely eradicated, and Lin Xiao also established the first teleportation array of the guild at the location agreed upon by Bo Gu and the others. Once the teleportation array was set up, Lin Xiao immediately divided all the combat members. He brought into 2 teams, one to stay at the base for the safety of the life players, and the other to follow him to the exile land for leveling up. He had firmly decided to elevate the levels of all guild members as much as possible before the construction of the Lingxiao City base was completed, preparing for the monster siege that would follow. The 2 teams were led by Chun-yi and Bo Gu respectively. Lao Xie would carry 2 Ba Huangzi array maps, and regardless of which team entered the secret realm, he would accompany that team. Of course, this was not Lin Xiao's favoritism. It was Lao Xie's innate talent that countered these humanoid monsters. With him around, Lin Xiao truly felt at ease. As for Lin Xiao himself, he chose to act alone. There was no other choice. The exile land was simply too vast, and splitting up would enhance his efficiency in collecting the orc war flags. For the main force, he entrusted the task of collecting war flags to Bo Gu and Chun-yi. After re-entering the exile land, Lin Xiao bid farewell to the main force and casually chose a direction to leave. Over the next few days, besides logging off at regular intervals to rest, Lin Xiao spent almost all his time leveling up and collecting orc war flags. After all this time, his gains were indeed substantial. Not only had he leveled up to level 22, but he had also collected over 30 level 1 war flags and 5 level 2 war flags. It's essential to note that not every orc tribe has war flags. Lin Xiao had obliterated countless tribes to amass such a number. Similarly, not every tribe with war flags possesses level 1 flags. Some strong tribes have a certain probability of discovering level 2 war flags. Compared to level 1 war flags, level 2 war flags do not change the number of summons, but they do summon stronger orcs. At the same time as Lin Xiao delved deeper, he encountered a third type of monster, the level 23 orc hunter. This type of monster carries a bundle of javelins and specializes in ranged physical attacks. Though their range is not as extensive as that of archer players, they are on par with mage players. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that their physical attack power is noticeably stronger than that of archer players. After wiping out another orc tribe and successfully obtaining a level 1 war flag, Lin Xiao immediately took out a return scroll from his pocket and teleported directly back to the Ling Xiao city base in Yunk Mountain. After so many days, it was Lin Xiao's first return to Yunk Mountain. Therefore, he was genuinely taken aback by the bustling scene before him. At this moment, numerous buildings had already been constructed around the teleportation array. In the distance, the foundation of the base's city wall had already been completed, and it wouldn't be long before a grand and sturdy city wall would rise. Life players were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, some handling and transporting stones, others building walls, and some processing wooden frames, all bustling with activity. Moreover, Lin Xiao also noticed something. The number of life players in the base had noticeably increased. In contrast, the number of combat-type players on patrol was pitifully small. This prompted Lin Xiao, after finding Chun-Yi in charge, to immediately pose the question, "Sister, where are the brothers responsible for the patrol?" Boss, after the brothers leveled up to level 15. They also wanted to earn some extra money, so most of them learned construction-related life skills. Patrolling and working both at the same time. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "All right. As long as the brothers are doing it voluntarily, that's fine. We must ensure their welfare and benefits." "Don't worry, boss, the brothers are all doing it voluntarily." Chun-Yi nodded seriously and then took out more than a dozen level 1 war flags, saying, "Boss, these are the level 1 war flags I have collected during this period, a total of 16. Additionally, there are 3 level 2 war flags. We have all discussed that with the Ba Huang array maps, placing them in the boss hands will maximize their effectiveness. You'll take the level 2 ones, and the rest you high-ranking members can distribute among yourselves." Lin Xiao casually took the level 2 war flags, smiling as he spoke. He never intended to take the war flags from Chun-Yi and Bo Gu. Asking them to collect war flags was mainly to provide some benefits for everyone. After all, being high-ranking members of Ling Xiao City, it's only fitting to have some decent guards beside them. And these orc warriors are undoubtedly the best choice for guards. These creatures are much more reliable than players. One could say they follow orders without question, never betray, and are completely loyal. Moreover, they have only explored less than a quarter of this exile land. It wouldn't hurt to have these few war flags from Chun-Yi and Bo Gu. Then I'll thank the boss on behalf of everyone first. Seeing Lin Xiao leave the level 1 war flags for them, Chun-Yi felt genuinely touched. For Lin Xiao, a single war flag might not mean much, but for someone like Chun-Yi, it was a rare life-saving artifact. Not to mention, if she ever wanted to use it, she could always retrieve it. Thus, she had no qualms about it. "We are family, no need for such formality." Lin Xiao waved his hand and walked toward the teleportation array again. After being out leveling for so long, it seemed that the medicinal supply at Guyuan Hall was running low, and it was time to return. Bidding farewell to the spring ambience, Lin Xiao utilized the teleportation array to return to Heishui City. After gathering sufficient medicinal materials from the storeroom in the Xingqian courtyard, he headed straight to the nearby Sanqing Temple. However, during the alchemy process, Zhou Rui suddenly sent a message to Lin Xiao. "Where are you?" "At Sanqing Temple refining pills. What's up?" Someone wants to see you." "I didn't dare to make a decision, so I thought I'd ask you first." "Who?" "Sister Bingxin." "Her? What does she want to see me for?" "I don't know. She just said she wanted to talk to you." "All right, then just bring her to Sanqing Temple." "I won't go. I am still leveling up in the secret realm." "Haha, you're so trusting of me, huh?" "What's there not to trust? You're not really anything to me." "That's not right. If I'm not anything to you, then why does everyone call you sister-in-law?" "Damn, Lin Xiao. Don't bring that up. I'm done talking to you. Just wait for Sister Bingxin at Sanqing Temple. Bye." Turning off the private messaging function, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Until this moment, he and Zhou Rui had been maintaining this delicate relationship. However, with the establishment of Ling Xiao City, and everyone calling Zhou Rui's sister-in-law, Lin Xiao knew that he had to break this. If he let things go on like this, disregarding the girl's reputation, where would that leave her? Although he knew Zhou Rui didn't care about these things, but he had to take a stand. Otherwise, it would seem like he lacked responsibility. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Bingxin finally arrived. Seeing Bingxin without her armor for the first time, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Being a normal man, he couldn't help but be captivated by her most prominent features, and he had to admit she was indeed striking. Among the few females he had encountered, she undoubtedly stood out as the best. She was at least 2 sizes ahead of Zhou Rui. "Have you seen enough?" Just then Bingxin's slightly displeased voice suddenly reached Lin Xiao's ears. Ahem. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Did you need something from me?" "Yes. I want to make a deal with you." Bingxin spoke calmly. "A deal?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, asking with keen interest, "What is it?" Bingxin took a deep breath and slowly said, "I want you to help me against a guild called Huanhua Tower, primarily targeting their guild leader Huanhua Qingyu. In exchange, I'll give you an important piece of information about the coordinates of a secret realm. How about it? Huanhua Tower. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The name Huanhua Tower was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, one could say that in his past life almost every male player from Heishui City had heard of this all-female guild. Furthermore, the guild leader Huanhua Qingyu was famously known as a socialite. Within the 4 main cities of the Huaxia region, he knew of at least 10 guild leaders who had interacted with her. This included Yi Wuqing from the Hero Association and Han Jiang from the Han Jiang Alliance. Han Jiang Gai. Because of this, when Bingxin mentioned Huanhua Tower and Huanhua Qingyu, Lin Xiao could guess what had happened just by using his heel. He could also guess why Bingxin came to find him. After all, this incident had indeed occurred in his previous, and in this life it was merely a few months earlier. Of course, in Lin Xiao's previous life this matter had not escalated that much. This was mainly because Bingxin had not obtained solid evidence against the other party. Additionally, the sweet talk from Han Jiang Gaiing ultimately led Bingxin to forgive them. However, simultaneously, the 4 sisters of Chuani as the informants had also been resented by Han Jiang Gaiing. Bingxin herself and the 4 sisters of Chuani met a tragic end which was closely related to this matter. Originally, Lin Xiao had no intention of getting involved. After all, Bingxin was just a foolishly love-struck girl, and she deserved such a fate. But this time he had no choice but to lend a hand. What could he do? After all, her measurements were sufficient. Cough cough. No, it was because her information was crucial. Deal. Lin Xiao nodded decisively and said to Bingxin, "But I have one more request. During my dealings with Huanhua Tower, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to contact anyone from the Han Jiang Alliance, including Han Jiang Gaiing. Your only task is to watch the show." Upon hearing this, Bingxin's eyes widened in disbelief. You guessed it. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Xiao shot a glare at Bingxin. You should go to the shop to change into a mage robe and buy a mask to wear. In a bit, I'll take you to find Yun Rui, and you just need to stay by her side during this time. Bingxin hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Okay." "Alright, about that secret realm." Lin Xiao suddenly waved his hand to interrupt her. "That can wait. You go ahead and get busy. After you're done, wait for me in the Xingshan courtyard. I can't concentrate on alchemy with you here. You men really are no good." Bingxin's expression darkened, and she stood up angrily, glaring at Lin Xiao. "Flattery. I'm just slightly better than some people." Lin Xiao shrugged with a smile, looking complete. "Humph. I can't be bothered to deal with you." Bingxin shot Lin Xiao an angry glare before turning around, her face flushed as she left the Sanqing temple. As for whether she was blushing out of anger or shyness, only she knew. After sending Bingxin off, Lin Xiao began to focus on refining pills. With the improvement of his proficiency, Lin Xiao's speed of refining pills increased as well. Soon he finished refining all the materials he had brought and found Bingxin in the Xingshan courtyard, taking her to the Lingxiao city base in Yunk Mountain. Through the teleportation array, the two arrived at Yunk Mountain. When Bingxin saw the bustling construction seen around her, her face, hidden behind the mask, was filled with surprise. However, she always remembered Lin Xiao's reminder before coming. No matter what she saw or heard, she was not allowed to speak. She could only remain mute. "Boss, you're back." As Lin Xiao and Bingxin left the teleportation array, Brother Guo and Zhou Rui approached them. "I'll leave her in your hands." Lin Xiao exchanged a glance with Zhou Rui, then led Brother Guo away. "Brother Guo, I need to tell you something." "Boss, go ahead." "Do you know Huanhua Tower?" Lin Xiao asked. "I've heard of it. It's a guild made up entirely of women, and the guild leader is named Huanhua Qingyu." Brother Guo responded immediately. Lin Xiao nodded. "That's good to know." Brother Guo informed the brothers in Blackwater City that if they encounter players from Wanwalu, they should apply some pressure on them first. Of course, it shouldn't be too obvious, and it's best not to expose our identity as Lingxiao City. Upon hearing this, Brother Guo's face showed a clear look of confusion. Boss, what you are doing is..." It was actually understandable that Brother Guo hesitated. After all, the target this time was a women's guild. If this matter gets out, it would definitely affect Lingxiao City's reputation. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. "I am also acting on someone else's request. The main goal is to draw out the supporters behind Wanhualu, so you'll have to find some clever brothers to handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Brother Guo suddenly showed a look of realization. "Got it. Why not let Sister Dongqing take action? She has quite a few female players under her command. It's perfect for them to handle this kind of matter." Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. "Good idea. Brother Guo, I will leave this matter to you." "Don't worry, boss." Brother Guo nodded and took out 4 level 2 orc battle flags, saying, "By the way, Boss Chuani has already told us about the matters you entrusted to her. There are 4 level 2 battle flags here, and the remaining level 1 battle flags have been distributed to everyone." "Alright, then I will head to the secret realm first. If there is any situation on Wanwala's side, let Dongqing contact me directly." "Understood." After discussing the important matters, Lin Xiao bid farewell to Brother Guo, Zhou Rui, and the others and headed back to the secret realm of the exiled lands. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Xiao summoned 5 guardian beasts in one breath, then activated the orc battle flag that he had merged into a single item, summoning 12 orc warriors and 35 orc soldiers. At this point, aside from Lin Xiao himself, a total of 52 helpers appeared around him. This also raised his real damage to 72 points. Leading this group of guardian beasts and orc troops, Lin Xiao activated the leveling mode again, and forged ahead, cutting through obstacles deep into the exiled lands. At first, since he had cleared these orc tribes before, he did not find any more orc battle flags. It wasn't until he led his subordinates to annihilate a powerful tribe consisting of 15 orcs that he obtained another level 1 orc battle flag. Over the next few days, although Lin Xiao did not level up again, he still reaped a bounty. In addition to discovering 2 new level 3 battle flags, Lin Xiao used this time to increase the number of summoned orc soldiers and orc warriors to 50 and 30 respectively. Along with the orc hunters summoned from the 2 level 3 battle flags, the total orc strength that Lin Xiao could summon had reached, adding in the 5 guardian beasts and the 20 points of real damage from the 8 desolation formation, his total real damage broke through 100 points again. As a result, Lin Xiao's monster farming efficiency also received a significant boost. However, just as he was about to continue farming and collecting orc battle flags, he suddenly received a private message from Dongqing. "Boss, the president of Wanhualu, Huanhua Qingyu, sent me a private message asking us to negotiate outside the south gate of Blackwater City." Negotiating outside the city. I fear the negotiation is a pretense, and the real intention is to make a move. Looking at the private message from Dongqing, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile coldly, then said to Dongqing, "Sister, agree to them, and when you arrive, send me the coordinates and I will bring people to support you." "Okay, boss." After finishing the call with Dongqing, Lin Xiao immediately began to call out names in the guild chat channel. "Donkey brother, Big Shield, Second Shield, Little Sword, Old Evil Yun brother, you all immediately put down everything you're doing and return to assemble at the south gate of Blackwater City. I will arrive shortly." "Got it. Got it." Then Lin Xiao sent a private message to Zhou Rui asking her to take Bingxin to the south gate of Blackwater City. He also clearly stated that there was no need to meet up with them, just to stay hidden and watch quietly from the side. After receiving Zhou Rui's reply, Lin Xiao crushed the return scroll and returned to Blackwater City. Arriving at the south gate of Blackwater City, Lin Xiao smoothly met up with Donkey Brother and the others. Before this, he had also specifically changed into an assassin's outfit. "What the hell? Boss, what's going on with you? Assassinating a Taoist?" Seeing Lin Xiao dressed as an assassin, Donkey Brother was immediately a bit confused. What the hell is an assassinating Taoist? Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Donkey Brother, then looked at everyone with a serious expression. "Everyone, today's matter has its reasons. It's not just a simple matter of fighting and killing. Therefore, I only have one request for everyone. If the reinforcements that come from the other side are from the Hanjing Alliance, we need everyone to cooperate in putting on a show." Recently, everyone had been holed up in the secret realm leveling up like crazy, and were already tired of it. Thus, upon hearing that their boss wanted them to act, everyone immediately became interested. "Boss, what kind of play are we putting on?" Donkey Brother asked with curiosity. Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously. "We are putting on a play where losing is allowed but winning is not. At the same time, under this premise, we must ensure everyone's safety. Losing is allowed but winning is not. We also need to ensure everyone's safety." Donkey Brother scratched his head helplessly. "Boss, you really know how to put us in a difficult position. Losing is allowed, but that's fine. But what if we accidentally kill one of their people while ensuring our own safety?" "Donkey Brother, there's nothing to worry about. If we kill someone, we just need to make sure outsiders think we lost." After explaining, Jian Xingyun looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. "Boss, did I understand correctly?" "Haha, that's right. As long as outsiders think we lost, that's fine. As for what the Hanjing Alliance thinks, that's their own business." "Boss, are you so sure that Wanhualu will seek support from the Hanjing Alliance?" Jian Xingyun asked. Lin Xiao shrugged. "I can't say for sure. But aside from the Hanjing Alliance, we don't need to put on a show." Jian Xingyun nodded. "Then I understand. Our play is aimed at the Hanjing Alliance." "Don't worry, boss, the brothers will definitely handle this beautifully," Lin Xiao said with satisfaction. "Good. Then there is no time to waste, let's set off." "All right, boss." After watching the brothers leave, Lin Xiao put on his mask again, then privately contacted Zhou Rui and Bingxin, successfully meeting up with them. "Let's go. I just received a private message from Yun brother that both sides have arrived." Upon seeing the 2 women, Lin Xiao pointed to the south gate. "Did the Hanjing Alliance's people come?" Beside Zhou Rui, Bingxin, dressed in a mage's robe and wearing a mask, immediately asked. Lin Xiao glanced at Bingxin. "Want we know if we go out to check?" "All right." Under the guidance of Lin Xiao, the 3 quickly arrived at the negotiation site. Although this matter did not create a stir within Heishui City, there were still quite a few players passing by and stopping to watch the excitement. After all, both parties involved were female players. Just based on that, it was hard not to attract attention. Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the scene relatively early. After finding a good spot, they immediately took out 3 folding chairs from their backpacks and handed them to Zhou Rui and Bingxin, then casually sat down. Lin Xiao's actions instantly drew the attention of the players. Sitting in a folding chair crossing his legs and munching on sunflower seeds surrounded by beautiful women. This was clearly a young master enjoying life in the game. However, after a short while the surrounding players shifted. This was because both parties finally made a move. A player emerged from each side. On the side of Huanhua Tower, a stunningly beautiful female mage stepped forward. On the other side stood a tall and icy beauty holding an iron bow. One was alluring and fiery, while the other was cool and pure, creating a strong visual impact. At the same time, the male players present couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, all showing infatuated expressions. Sister, you are truly beautiful. May I know your name? Looking at the cool and graceful Dongqing before her, Huanhua Qingyu spoke, first her alluring gaze captivating. She had always been very confident in her looks and figure. With her skills capable of ensnaring any man, she felt that almost no male could resist her charm. Even passing dogs would glance at her a few more times. However, upon seeing Dongqing, who was not inferior to her in figure and looks but was younger and exuded more charisma, she suddenly felt a sense of vigilance. Of course, the age difference wasn't much of a concern. After all, those stinky men had peculiar tastes and her mature charm might provide an advantage. But the innate cool aura of the younger woman could easily compensate for the naivety brought by her youth. Moreover, it could further ignite the men's desire to conquer. Perhaps her attraction to ordinary men was greater, but for those high-ranking males, the innate cool aura of the opponent clearly held the upper hand. Therefore, this foul girl before her absolutely could not be allowed to remain. If she were to become a threat, it would definitely ruin her grand plans. You have no right to know. Dongqing's tone was cold, showing no mercy to her opponent. Lin Xiao had tasked her with applying pressure to Huanhua Tower, forcing out the backstage supporters. Since the previous pressure had been insufficient, she naturally had to continue exerting pressure. Seeing Dongqing's firm attitude, Huanhua Qingyu immediately displayed a pitiful demeanor. Sister, please don't be so angry. We are all from Heishui City. If there are any conflicts, we can sit down and talk to resolve misunderstandings. Why must you be so aggressive? I must say, Huanhua Qingyu truly had her methods. With one sentence, she positioned herself as the oppressed party, garnering sympathy from the onlookers. Her plan indeed worked. A male player watching nearby muttered, "Yeah, this little girl is being way too aggressive. If there are misunderstandings, we can just clear them up. Why target her like this? I always thought only us rough old men would resort to violence, but it seems women can do the same." Hearing the surrounding comments and glancing at Huanhua Qingyu, who was putting on a pitiful act, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Lin Xiao found the reactions of the people around him quite normal. In fact, if Lin Xiao were unaware of the situation, he might have shared the same views as most people. It's just that Huanhua Qingyu was simply too good at acting. That extremely aggrieved expression, that pitiful appearance was simply, "Hiss, why are you pinching me?" Lin Xiao turned to Zhou Rui, who was glaring at him, looking confused. "What do you think?" Zhou Rui tilted her head, her expression unfriendly. "Cough. Just watching the show." Lin Xiao, feeling guilty, avoided Zhou Rui's gaze and sat up straight. "Humph. Serves you right," Bingxin quietly muttered. Dongqing's expression remained unchanged as she coldly observed Huanhua Qingyu's performance. "Since Qingyu invited me outside the city, I assume you have no intention of sitting down to chat, right? Let's not waste time and just settle all conflicts with a battle. Isn't that simpler?" Upon hearing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Huanhua Qingyu's eyes as she feigned a pitiful tone. "Alas, must we resort to violence? What a predicament!" At that moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the back of the crowd. "Humph! Which arrogant girl dares to provoke our Qingyu president? Do you not know that Huanhua Tower is under the protection of our Hanjing League?" As soon as the words fell, a dozen players suddenly rushed in. When Bingxin next to Lin Xiao saw the leading warrior player, she instinctively exclaimed, "It's Hanjing Wujin." Hanjing Wujin. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Vice President of Hanjing League." Bingxin answered softly, her tone clearly carrying a hint of relief. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, not saying much, but the meaningful smile on his face grew more pronounced. Noticing that it wasn't Hanjing Gaiing himself, the foolish woman's demeanor was clearly different now. After all, Hanjing Wujin was merely a dog by Hanjing Gaiing's side. Would he have come here without Hanjing Gaiing's orders? How naive. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao also received a private message from Jian Xingyun. "Boss, Hanjing Gaiing hasn't shown up, what should we do next?" Lin Xiao coldly smiled and replied, "Then let's kill until he appears." "Understood." At the same time, Lin Xiao sent a private message to Dongqing, "Kill everyone except Huanhua Qingyu." "Got it." Dongqing first replied to Lin Xiao's private message, then raised her head to glance at Hanjing Wujin, who had come to Huanhua Qingyu's side, and meaningfully said, "I was wondering why Qingyu president suddenly invited me outside the city. It turns out there's support from Hanjing League behind." Huanhua Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled once again, putting on a pitiful expression. "Sister, please don't mind. I'm also forced to do this. We weak women are easily bullied in the game. We need to find a strong backing, don't we?" However, I must advise you again, with our strength disparity, rather than opposing us, why not join my Huanhua Tower? The position of Vice President of Huanhua Tower is meant for you. Is there a disparity in strength? If we join in, is there still a disparity? The voice of Huanhua Qingyu had barely faded when a clear voice suddenly reached the ears of everyone present. Immediately, a group of players slowly approached from the distance. Despite their small numbers, each one was clad in uniform blue gear. Moreover, the most crucial point is that even Huanhua Qingyu, who had already reached level 15, could not discern the levels of these players. In other words, this group was entirely composed of high-level players above level 15. However, unlike Huanhua Qingyu's caution, Hanjiang Wujin's eyes suddenly sparkled. This fellow's level was originally low, unable to see anyone's level. Therefore, seeing that the opposing group had only 6 people, he immediately developed a covetous desire for their equipment. 1, 2, 5, 6. 6 people. Ha ha ha. Brothers, you can't be here just to make just 6 people, and you think you can meddle in others' affairs, heroically saving damsels in distress. The leader Jian Xingyun laughed instead of getting angry, playing with the cloud-patterned sword in his hand, while smilingly asking, what? Is it forbidden for 6 people to meddle in others' affairs? Haha, of course not. However, the affairs of my Hanjiang alliance are not so easily meddled with. How about this? I, Hanjiang Wujin, won't make things difficult for you. Just obediently leave your equipment and scram. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you on your way. Wujin, Vice President, they. Before Jian Xingyun could respond, Huanhua Qingyu grew anxious at these words. While others could not discern the strength of these 6 individuals, she could see through it all. Although they seemed unassuming, she could not perceive their levels. At this point in time, those who could raise their levels to such an extent were hardly simple characters, were they? Yet Hanjiang Wujin was doing well. Not only did he not regard the opposition with any seriousness, but he also coveted their equipment. Wasn't this seeking one's own demise? President Qing, you don't get involved in this. Today, I will let this group of guys see the consequences of daring to meddle in the affairs of the Hanjiang alliance. After being interrupted by Hanjiang Wujin, Huanhua Qingyu could only chuckle. This idiot was beyond saving. With his and his sycophants' levels, they could only scare those low-level Faced with this group of high-end players, who completely overwhelmed them in levels and equipment, where did Hanjiang Wujin find the courage to shout at them? Thinking of this, Huanhua Qingyu secretly sent a private message. She could already predict that if that person did not come, not only would Hanjiang Wujin suffer, but even their Huanhua Tower would likely be in trouble. Sure enough, before Huanhua Qingyu could receive a response, Hanjiang Wujin, this fool, suddenly drew his sword. Brothers, let's attack. With Hanjiang Wujin's command, 3 shield-bearing players immediately raised their shields and advanced, while several archers and mages behind them unleashed their skills upon the opposing group of 5. Seeing Hanjiang Wujin take the lead, Jian Xingyun couldn't help but smirk, shouting, brothers, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the team member LV Gu was the first to strike. He began with a combination of the 100 Battle Blade Chi and the March Slash, a long-range AoE skill combo. The vast blade energy not only covered all the players under Hanjiang Wujin, but also affected some female players from Huanhua Tower. It is important to note that LV Gu's skill not only had high damage, but also carried a severe wound effect from his passive skill Sharp Edge. This rendered the players of the Hanjiang Alliance and Huanhua Tower's plans to restore their health through potions utterly futile. In an instant, the players of the Hanjiang Alliance were thrown into chaos. Potions failed, health could not be restored. No player would remain calm in such a situation. But this was just the beginning. Not only could their health not be restored, but they also began to show signs of poisoning. Furthermore, as the melee players from both sides tangled together, the few melee players at the forefront of the Hanjiang Alliance suddenly realized that their main equipment had actually shattered. Looking at the remaining sword hilt in his hand, and then glancing at a few teammates beside him, who were bare-chested, wearing only shorts and empty-handed, Hanjiang Wujin was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Where's the equipment? Where's your equipment? Wujin, bro. We don't know either. We clearly repaired our equipment before coming here. A nearby player said with a mournful face. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jian Xingyun swiftly struck down with several swords, instantly reducing his health to 0. Meanwhile, LV Gu, after taking down the blocking shield player, naturally arrived in front of Hanjiang Wujin, saying, weren't you just shouting confidently? Now face death. As soon as he finished speaking, LV Gu executed a series of combos, slaying the nearly depleted Hanjiang Wujin on the spot. Over here, Jian Xingyun and the others, relying on absolute strength, quickly eliminated all the melee players of the Hanjiang Alliance. On the other side, the beautiful players led by Dongqing from Lingxiao City also launched an assault against Huanhua Tower. Although the beautiful players of Huanhua Tower were not inferior in levels to those from Lingxiao City, most of their levels had been raised with the help of others. They were the type that looked impressive but were useless. Thus, not to mention fighting against players they wouldn't even dare to kill monsters and level up on their own. Therefore, as soon as Dongqing launched her assault, the players from Huanhua Tower instantly collapsed. Not to mention counterattacking. They couldn't even maintain the most basic formation, scattering and fleeing in panic. Watching this scene unfold, the onlookers were all astonished. To them, Huanhua Tower and Hanjiang Alliance still had a considerable numerical advantage. So even in the worst case, they shouldn't be without the slightest power to fight back, right? But the reality was that they truly had no power to retaliate at all. Killing them was even simpler than farming monsters. Wow, so they are just a group of pretty but useless vases. What a waste of their equipment and levels. I heard before that the women of Huanhua Tower all leveled up with the help of male players. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems the rumors are true. TSK. Among female players, look at the other side. This is what true heroines look like, not to be overshadowed by men. Indeed, well organized with proper command, they execute orders flawlessly, stronger than that group from Hanjiang. Ha! In beginning to think Hanjiang Wujin came here merely to amuse us, he blustered louder than a dinosaur's fart, yet when action began he fled. Exactly, knowing a fight was coming and still refusing to repair their equipment beforehand. Weren't they simply handing over their heads? Indeed, one person neglecting repairs would be one thing, but an entire team. I've never seen a whole group fail to fix their gear. It seems the Hanjiang Meng is nothing special after all. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Bing Xian beside Lin Xiao could not help but sigh softly. Having spent so many days at Zhou Rui's side, she had already come to understand in considerable detail the capabilities of Ling Xiao City's higher-ups, especially the Taoist player whose ID was Xiamo Wai Dao. His eccentric talent had left an indelible impression on Bing Xian. Facing these opponents, no one would gain so much as an advantage, let alone Hanjiang Wujin, who was a complete empty head. With that thought, Bing Xian turned to Lin Xiao. I think this exchange can end now. Once we return to the city, I'll send you the coordinates to the secret realm. Hearing this, Lin Xiao, still watching with keen interest, replied without turning his head. Don't be in a hurry. The real show is only just beginning. Just beginning? What do you mean? Can Huanhua Lu possibly find reinforcements? Bing Xian narrowed her brow slightly, but wearing a mask no one could see. You guessed correctly. Lin Xiao chuckled. Keep watching. Humph. Playing tricks. Bing Xian snorted. Lin Xiao cast her a sidelong glance and pointed toward the rear in the direction of Heishui City. Me playing tricks? Look over there. Puzzled Bing Xian followed Lin Xiao's pointing. The next second her body trembled and she froze because she had seen someone she never wanted to see from the bottom of her heart, Hanjiang Gaing. Seeing Bing Xian frozen, Zhou Rui opened her mouth, but at Lin Xiao's signal chose to remain silent. At this moment it was better not to disturb her. They only needed to play their parts and complete this exchange. As for the outcome and how Bing Xian might react, that was no longer their concern. That was none of their affair. Hanjiang Gaing had not come alone. He had brought dozens of elite members of the Hanjiang Meng. When he and his people entered the Xindong Qing, and Jian Xingyun exchanged a glance and signaled their own to stand down and reform their formation. If this had been a mere fight, there would have been no need for such restraint. They could have continued. But since it was a performance, they must not steal the lead role from Hanjiang Gaing. They also believed that faced with such a ripe opportunity for showmanship, Hanjiang Gaing's temperament would certainly not let it. Sure enough, Hanjiang Gaing approached and slowly moved beside Huanhua, Qingyu casually looping an arm around her slender waist. At the same time, his gaze sharp as a blade swept over Jian Xingyun and the others. Yet when it landed on Dong Qing's face, he visibly faltered. He felt he had seen this icy beauty somewhere before, but for the moment could not place her. As he frowned and tried to recall Huanhua, Qingyu felt a sudden pang of alarm. This was not good. She immediately struck an alluring pose and let her delicate body slump into Hanjiang Gaing's arms. Hanjiang, I thought you weren't coming. The warmth of her embrace snapped Hanjiang Gaing back to himself. He tenderly stroked Huanhua Qingyu's pretty face and whispered, I'm sorry, Qingyu. You've been wronged. Hanjiang, am not wronged at all. It's just our sisters at Huanhua Lu and Vice President Wu Jin. Huanhua Qingyu's eyes filled with tears, and she could not finish her sentence. Humph. Seeing Huanhua Qingyu's pitiful expression, Hanjiang Gaing felt a pang of anguish and snorted coldly. Rest easy, Qingyu. I'll avenge this for you. Huanhua Qingyu hurriedly tried to stop him. No, Hanjiang, perhaps it's better to let it be. The losses to the Hanjiang Meng and Huanhua Lu have been great enough. I don't want you to raise arms on my account. Hanjiang Gaing felt his heart warm. Silly girl, others have bullied you like this. How can you still think of others first? Rest assured, this is not merely about the injustice you suffered. With the Hanjiang Meng and Huanhua Lu having lost so many brothers and sisters as their leader, I must see justice done for them. Darling, stay back a ways. Leave this to me. Well, very well. But Hanjiang, be careful. Those people opposite are no ordinary lot. Don't worry. I have it under control. Hanjiang Gaing patted Huanhua Qingyu's shoulder, then his expression hardened, and his eyes turned hostile toward Jian Xingyun and the others. You fellows have some nerve. With just a few people you dare touch my woman. Seems you have no regard for your own lives. Jian Xingyun toyed with his Yunwan sword as he glanced at Hanjiang Gaing. Heh. I never would have expected the leader of the Hanjiang Gang to be such a sentimental fellow. If I recall correctly, your woman should be called Bing Xin, right? Han Jiang's face darkened as he fixed Jian Xingyun with a stare. Kid, why do you care who I am? I'm an old comrade of the martial world. Jian Xingyun snapped irritably, then waved his hand. Brothers, attack. No sooner had the words fallen than LV Gu poised and ready unleashed a full Sanua slash. Simultaneously, Dong Qing led a host of ranged female players, each casting skills to strike Han Jiang. Boss, watch out. Seeing this, several shield guard players behind Han Jiang raised their shields and barely held the onslaught at bay. Immediately, the Han Jiang's ranged professionals counterattacked Jian Xingyan's side. One could not deny that the force Han Jiang had brought were indeed the elite of the Han Jiangmeng. Such reaction speed was beyond that of an ordinary group of players. Yet even the swiftest reflexes for the damage they inflicted could not threaten Jian Xingyun and the others in the slightest, those who possessed Hoer wine and top-grade healing pills. Instead, it was Jian Xingyan's numerically inferior team that pressed them back, forcing their formation to falter. Especially the Han Jiangmeng's front line, which after several focus strikes began to question their very existence, because their most crucial equipment had in the blink of an eye been reduced to worthless scrap. At the sight, the usually composed Han Jiang's eyes widened. What's going on? Where is your equipment? Where are the shields? Han Jiang knew his men would never make such a basic mistake as failing to repair their gear. Therefore, this had to be the doing of the other side. Thinking of this, Han Jiang pushed aside Huanhua Qingyu beside him and personally joined the battlefield. As soon as he entered, he immediately turned the tide of the battle. Not good. Han Jiang has made his move. Everyone retreat while fighting. After slashing a melee player from the Hanjiang Alliance, Jian Xingyun felt the timing was right and shouted to those behind him. Yes. Upon hearing this, the others, including Lu Gu, cooperatively released skills towards the Hanjiang Alliance while orderly retreating, soon creating a safe distance from them. What the hell? What's going on? Am I really this strong right now? Watching Jian Xingyun and the others retreat while fighting Han Jiang was completely bewildered. He had only just cast a small fireball. How could he have scared this group of people into retreating? This is simply unscientific. However, before Han Jiang could figure it out, the players from the Hanjiang Alliance suddenly cheered excitedly. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Ha ha ha. As expected of the boss, he scared the opponent away with just one cough cough. Han Jiang lightly coughed and instinctively turned to look at Huanhua Qingyu, who was gazing at him with admiration. They might be? So this is the intimidating power of a top guild leader. Han Jiang, you are truly Huanhua Qingyu suddenly wrapped her arm around Han Jiang, her eyes charming, her breath fragrant. She even rubbed against his arm with her proud asset. Feeling the softness on his arm, Han Jiang immediately threw his doubts to the back of his mind. He was completely floating. Hey! How do you plan to thank me, Qingyu? Han Jiang grinned lewdly and pinched Huanhua Qingyu's chin, his eyes filled with heat. Upon hearing this, Huanhua Qingyu bashfully gave Han Jiang's chest a light punch. There are so many people watching. Aren't you afraid of being seen by that person at your place? What, that person? At my place is... Heh. At least you know how to talk. However, just as the two were engrossed in their flirtation, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Boss, are we still chasing? You shattered your shield. What are you even chasing for? Han Jiang glared at the shield warrior beside him, feeling exasperated. After we go back, investigate the origins of those people properly. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. The shield warrior replied in a muffled voice. Don't worry, the vice president has already sent someone to investigate. Damn. Don't mention that unreliable shark arm to me. Damn it. He can't even handle this little matter. I'll remove him later. Han Jiang snorted coldly and wrapped his arm around Huanhua Qingyu's slender waist, leading the way towards Hishui City. Damn. Is that it? This group obviously had an advantage. Why did they run? A player watching muttered in confusion as he looked in the direction of Jian Xingyun and the others' retreat. Who says not? Look at how pleased that Han Jiang is, and he even embraced Huanhua Qingyu. She's my goddess. Another player said angrily, sigh. Perhaps that group only had these few tricks up their sleeve. Dealing with the ordinary members of the Hanjiang Alliance might work, but against the elite core players they seem powerless. That's somewhat reasonable, but they originally had a small number of people, and to avoid unnecessary losses, isn't it normal to retreat if they can't win? Do you really think everyone is like you, always eager to clash hedon? Maybe I thought too much? As the crowd of onlookers gradually left the scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh and instinctively looked at Bing Xian, who was sitting beside him in a daze. Due to wearing a mask, Lin Xiao couldn't see what expression Bing Xian had on her face. He only noticed her shoulders slightly trembling. In the face of such matters, even if Bing Xian made any extreme movements, Lin Xiao wouldn't be surprised. But what he never expected was that this woman had such strong self-control. After exchanging a glance with Zhou Rui, Lin Xiao slowly stood up and stretched. You stay here to keep her company. I'm heading back to Yun K Mountain. In Lin Xiao's perspective, these troublesome issues had nothing to do with him. He was simply completing this Therefore, since he had already finished his part, there was no need to waste time further. Wait! Just as Lin Xiao took out the return scroll to leave, Bing Zin's voice, which clearly had a hint of hoarseness, suddenly came through. XXX. This is the coordinate of the Death Valley in Hishui City. Lin Xiao's brows slightly furrowed. The coordinates of the Death Valley. Where did you get? The Death Valley is a term Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with. In his past life, this level 20 secret realm, hidden deep in the desolate Gobi west of Hishui City, was obtained by the Hero Alliance. And the members of the Hero Alliance not only experienced a surge in levels but also due to the guild order that dropped from the last layer became the first guild in Hishui City. It was sold to Han Jiangguing by Yi Shisan. Bing Xian replied. Yi Shisan. Lin Xiao's mouth curled into a slight smile. He never expected that after so long, he would still hear this name. That's right. It's him. Bing Xian nodded and sighed lightly. At first I disagreed with this transaction because I suspected that Yi Shisan's true purpose was not simply to make a profit but rather to incite conflict between the Han Jiang Alliance and the Hero Alliance. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows. Are you saying that Yi Wuqing also knows about this coordinate point? Yes. Bing Xian sighed again. However, the temptation of the secret realm is simply too great, or rather the allure of the guild order is too irresistible. So he knew this was a trap set by Yi Shisan, but he could only brace himself and jump in. Lin Xiao asked with a half smile. So if you tell me the coordinates, are you also planning to set a trap for me? Bing Xian shrugged. Perhaps for others this is a trap. But for you, Lin Xiao, this should be a great opportunity to benefit from the fight between the clam and the snipe. Haha. Han Jiangguing is truly blind. Losing such a capable assistant as you is indeed his greatest loss. Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Xiao truly has no fondness for the love-stricken Bingxin. Yet the woman's abilities are not any less than those of Brother Guo or Chun Yi. Moreover, as a shield guardian, her innate talent and personal strength are impeccable. Thus, once she is brought under his banner, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of Lingxiao City. Upon hearing this, Zhou Rui immediately said, Yes, Sister Bingxin, since you have nowhere to go now, why not join us in Lingxiao? The blind are the ones who should be doubted. It should be me instead. Bingxin smiled self-deprecatingly, shaking her head. I have already decided to leave Hishui City. So, I can only thank you both for your kindness. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui exchanged. Don't you want to stay in Hishui City? That's easy. Zhou Rui said with a smile. Easy. Bingxin was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Zhou Rui explained with a smile. Sister Bingxin, we actually have a branch in Qishao City. And coincidentally, we are lacking a manager to oversee things there. So, I wonder if Sister Bingxin is interested. Although currently Jian Xingyun oversees Qishao City, managing the gang is not his strong suit. Therefore, if Bingxin were to assist, Jian Xingyun could focus on leading the team in leveling up without being burdened by gang affairs. Similarly, after hearing Zhou Rui's words, Bingxin felt quite tempted. In fact, with her capabilities and strength, she could thrive in any faction. However, the two before her could be considered well acquainted, and if she could truly join their branch in Qishao City, it would save her a lot. After weighing the pros and cons, Bingxin looked up at Lin Xiao. Okay, I agree to join. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Let's go back to Yunk Mountain first. Alright. In the following days, the members of Lingxiao City continued to train crazily in the forbidden area under the leadership of Brother Guo and other high-ups. Meanwhile, the construction of the station at Yunk Mountain has entered its final stages. During this time, various main cities successively reported players establishing guilds. First, the Xingqian Pavilion of Qingyun City, the Taishui Alliance of Baidi City, and the Zhatian Gang of Qishao City. This aligned perfectly with Lin Xiao's memories from his previous life. It is worth mentioning that the leader of Xingqian Pavilion, Dongfang Chun, and the leader of Zhatian Gang, Diao Zhatian, are the only two super gifted players in the Huaxia region besides Lin Xiao. They would also become the greatest contributors in repelling invasions from foreign players and combating game monsters that invaded the real world. Of course, as the overlord of Baidi City, the Taishui Alliance cannot be underestimated either. Although in terms of talent, the leader of the Taishui Alliance, Tai Shueshan, he is far inferior to the previous two. He possesses a remarkably rare team-based aura-type talent. This ensures that the overall combat strength of the Taishui Alliance is not at all inferior to that of Xingqian Pavilion and Zhatian Gang, firmly holding the position of the third largest guild in the Huaxia region. Of course, that was in Lin Xiao's previous life. As for this life, they would be lucky to rank fourth. Apart from these three major guilds, the Qingyun Palace, Wushuang City, Haisha Chilan Association, and Baijian Pavilion have also successively announced their establishment. By this point, 8 of the top 10 guilds in the Huaxia region from the previous life have successfully been created. And the only ones remaining without any movement are the Heroic Guild of Hishui City and the Cold River Alliance. Of course, they are not without opportunities. For example, right now, in the desolate Gobi at the entrance of the Death Valley Secret Realm, Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, long time no see. The sudden burst of laughter caused the players of the heroic guild about to enter the secret realm to tense up, drawing their weapons in vigilance. Especially for the leader Yi Wuqing. As soon as he heard that voice, his expression instantly darkened. Cold River, solitary shadow. How did you find this place? Yi Wuqing glared intensely at the newcomer, his gaze sharp as a knife mixed with a hint of confusion and caution. Haha. Brother Yi, your words are somewhat unreasonable. If you can find this place, why can't I? Cold River, solitary shadow walked closer, wrapping his arm around Huanhua Qingyu's slender waist. As he approached, Cold River, solitary shadow deliberately craned his neck to look at the dozens of subordinates behind Yi Wuqing. Oh, brother, yes, entourage this time. Doesn't seem to be too many. Hearing this, Yi Wuqing couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Indeed, not many, but they can still spar with brother Cold River's subordinates. Upon hearing this, Cold River, solitary shadow laughed heartily. Haha. Brother Yi, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of being enemies with you. I'm here to talk. Talk? Yi Wuqing frowned. What do you want to talk about? Cooperation. Cold River, solitary shadow's expression turned serious as he spoke. Cooperation? Yi Wuqing secretly scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. It's worth noting that the two had collaborated once before. But the result was that neither of them managed to escape. Collaborate? No way. Brother Yi, let's not beat around the bush. As the saying goes, those who see each other share the spoils. Since I, Cold River, solitary shadow, have discovered this secret realm in my own way, I will never give it up, even if it means fighting with you, brother Yi. That said, Cold River, solitary shadow took a deep breath and coldly added, however, right now, we both have a common enemy, which is Lingxiao City and Baijian Pavilion. So I was thinking, rather than us fighting to the death over a secret realm, why not merge and jointly develop the secret realm's resources and resist the strong enemy together? With the foundations of our two families, let alone Baijian Pavilion, even against Lingxiao City, we would still have the strength to fight. Merge. Yi Wuqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flickering. Clearly he was tempted. Just as Cold River, solitary shadow said, merging would be beneficial for both parties without any drawbacks. There was no choice. Their overall strength was currently far inferior to that of Lingxiao City and Baijian Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, Yi Wuqing slowly nodded and said solemnly, I agree to merge, but let me make it clear up front, we will be merging in name only as a collaboration and will not interfere with each other. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Yi Wuqing immediately agreed to let Han Jianggang bring his people into the secret realm. Within the secret realm, over 100 players of the Hero Association quietly awaited at the valley entrance on high alert. When Han Jianggang entered the secret realm and saw this, his pupils instinctively contracted. No wonder Yi Wuqing, who had just brought dozens of players, appeared so calm. It turned out there were so many subordinates hidden in the secret realm. Fortunately, he had not harbored any ill intentions earlier, otherwise he might not have gained any benefits. There are exactly 2 routes in the Valley of Death, brother Han Jiang, you choose first. We will act separately. Whoever first obtains the guild token should notify the other via private message. Yi Wuqing expressionlessly pointed to 2 paths, separated by a large mountain in the distance. Ah, good. Then I won't be polite. Han Jianggang laughed heartily and waved his hand to the players behind him from the Han Jiang Alliance. Brothers, let's get to work. Yes. Watching the players of the Han Jiang Alliance leave, Yi Wuqing remained silent. Beside him, Heiyun slowly stepped forward. Boss, do you want to send someone to keep an eye on them? Hearing this, Yi Wuqing couldn't help but sigh helplessly. There's no need for that. The cooperation was proposed by him, and going back on his word would bring him no benefit. Of course we are the same. Don't worry, boss, I know what to do. That's good to hear. Yi Wuqing nodded and said, Old hey, let's get started. This time we must obtain the guild token as soon as possible. Yes. Congratulations to players Yi Wuqing and Han Jianggang for successfully establishing the Guild Night Shadow Alliance. 3 days later, a system announcement suddenly appeared in the chat channel of Heishui City. It immediately caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Heishui City. Damn. Night Shadow Alliance. Yi Wuqing and Han Jianggang, they actually formed an alliance? What the hell? 2 major guilds actually formed an alliance. How could there be no warning at all? Yeah, this is too sudden. An alliance between 2 major guilds, does this leave any room for other guilds? Why worry? If anyone should be worried, it should be Baijian Pavilion and Lingxiao City. It's normal for Baijian Pavilion to be concerned, but Lingxiao City. Haha, even if Lingxiao City is worried, they are probably just afraid the other side is too weak. Ha ha ha. It makes sense. Just as these bystander players said, the players of Lingxiao City showed no signs of worry upon seeing this news. On the contrary, they were all eager to try, wishing that this so-called Night Shadow Alliance would immediately declare a guild war. Unlike the eager ordinary members of Lingxiao City, the reactions of the high-ranking members were much more composed. First of all, the construction of the Lingxiao City base on Yunk Mountain had been completed. They only needed Lin Xiao to plant the guild flag in the designated location to finalize the process and officially start the monster siege. Therefore, the senior members of Lingxiao City had no mind to concern themselves with the Night Shadow Alliance and focused all their energy on the final preparations for the monster siege, especially Lin Xiao, who had been busier than ever during this period. On one hand, he needed to refine enough pills to meet the daily needs of Guiyuan Hall and the upcoming monster siege. On the other hand, he also had to create various weapons tools and explosive traps. He had no time to deal with the matters between the Hero Association and the Hanjiang Alliance. If it weren't for all these trivial matters with Lin Xiao's capabilities, Yi Wuqing and Han Jianggying would not only struggle to obtain the guild token but might even fail to achieve their cooperation. Of course, he wouldn't feel regret because of this. After all, they were just two defeated subordinates. Even if they united, they posed no threat to him. Moreover, even if he was anxious now, it wouldn't be his turn. Heishui City, Sanqing Temple. What is Ling Xiao brother busy with? I've set up a table at the Lanyu Tower, not sure if you would honor me with your presence. When Lin Xiao saw this private message, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his face. At this moment, he was frantically refining the most important item needed for the city defense: explosive traps. Under Lin Xiao's tenfold enhancement talent, the effectiveness of this item could change the battlefield situation. Thus, he had used this time to refine over 5,000 of them. Of course, Lin Xiao did not intend to rely excessively on explosive traps. Instead, he planned to use this opportunity for his brothers to enhance their defensive experience against monster sieges, preparing for the future invasion of monsters into the real world. As for his explosive traps, they would all be placed within the base, serving as the last line of defense. Especially in the Lord's Mansion where the guild war flag was located, they needed to be densely covered to ensure absolute security. Seeing Lin Xiao stop his actions, Zhou Rui, who was accompanying him, couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Baijian Hengdao just sent me a message inviting us to Lanyu Tower for dinner. Baijian Hengdao. Zhou Rui smiled meaningfully. He probably wants to discuss the Night Shadow Alliance with... Exactly. After all, the establishment of the Night Shadow Alliance has the greatest impact on their Baijian Pavilion. It's surprising that Baijian Hengdao isn't anxious. So do you plan to accept the invitation? Zhou Rui asked curiously. Of course. If someone is treating, why not go? Lin Xiao grinned and stood up, saying, let's go. Time for a feast. The two joined hands and leisurely walked towards the direction of the Lanyu Tower in the south of the city. That's right. After more than a month of interaction, the two finally broke the ice a few days ago and officially confirmed their relationship as a couple. For this, Lin Xiao even specially set a table within the base to formally announce this to Bo Gu and the other high-ranking member. Before long, the two successfully arrived at the Lanyu Tower located in the south of Heishui City. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Zhou Rui, Baijian Hengdao, who had been waiting outside the Lanyu Tower for a long time, immediately welcomed them. Once again, meeting Baijian Hengdao smiled while sizing up Lin Xiao, saying, it's been a few days, how have you been, Ling Xiao brother? This must be your younger sister. Thank you for your concern, Hengdao brother, everything is well. Lin Xiao returned the greeting while glancing at Zhou Rui beside him. This is my girlfriend Yun Rui. Haha, no need to be polite, younger sister. Let's go upstairs and discuss in detail. Please. In the Moonlight Pavilion in the number 1 private room, after a few rounds of drinks, Baijian Hengdao slowly set down his wine cup and smiled as he asked, Ling Xiao, I believe you have guessed my purpose, right? Ling Xiao casually toyed with his wine cup and responded with a smile. Is it because of the Night Shadow Alliance? Precisely. Baijian Hengdao nodded without hesitation. Perhaps Ling Xiao does not take the Night Shadow Alliance seriously, but we at Baijian Pavilion must regard them with caution. Thus, this invitation for you to come here is primarily to discuss a deal with you. Oh! Ling Xiao instinctively raised an eyebrow and glanced at Baijian Hengdao. A deal? Before coming to this meeting, Ling Xiao had considered that Baijian Hengdao might propose cooperation or an alliance. However, he never expected that the other party would directly mention the word deal. Cooperation or alliance are merely about the distribution of benefits. But a deal is different. The one who proposes it first must provide satisfactory terms to the other party. This already places oneself in a passive position. I must say Baijian Hengdao is quite self-aware. Realizing that Baijian Pavilion's strength is far inferior to Ling Xiao City, he lowered his stance, seeking not cooperation or alliance but merely to achieve a one-time deal. This is Baijian Hengdao's sincerity. Indeed. A deal. Baijian Hengdao took a deep breath and pulled out a locked treasure chest from his bosom. Upon seeing the treasure chest, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers hidden under the table instinctively. He was very familiar with the design of this treasure chest. It was exactly the same as the quest chest he had snatched in the monkey territory of the novice village. Ling Xiao, this is a treasure chest I brought out from a secret realm. It is locked, so I cannot open it, and I am unsure what is inside. Baijian Hengdao explained as he pushed the chest toward Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Ling Xiao slowly reached out and placed his hand on the treasure chest. In the next moment, information about the treasure chest instantly appeared in his mind. Mystical treasure chest, a special chest that can yield mysterious items. Opening conditions, dark gold key 1. It would be a lie to say that Ling Xiao was not interested in this mystical treasure chest. Although he currently had no key and could not open it. The more elusive it was, the more it proved the preciousness of the items inside, right? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao once again looked up at Baijian Hengdao. Hengdao, I am very interested in this item. Tell me, what do you want? As long as Ling Xiao is satisfied. Baijian Hengdao was pleased and seriously said, What I want is simple, that when Baijian Pavilion defends against wild monster sieges, Ling Xiao can lend a hand to my brothers. Because I suspect that the Night Shadow Alliance is highly likely to take advantage of the chaos and attack Baijian Pavilion. So I must preserve my strength. Of course, I will not ask Ling Xiao to help me for free. Besides this treasure chest, Baijian Pavilion will fully participate in your upcoming city defense battle, and the expenses will be self-covered. I wonder how Ling Xiao feels about this. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed lightly, a wry smile forming on his face. Hung Dao, I am afraid I cannot agree to your request. Baijian Hung Dao was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, Ling Xiao, is it because the chips I offered are— Ling Xiao waved his hand. That's not it. It's just that the transaction you proposed cannot be established. Baijian Hung Dao showed a puzzled expression. Cannot be established. You mean? Ling Xiao continued. Hung Dao, even if the Night Shadow Alliance wants to take advantage of the chaos, it wouldn't be your Baijian Pavilion's turn, would it? Our Ling Xiao city is about to initiate a wild monster siege battle tomorrow. Do you think Yi Wuqing and Han Jiangguing can resist the urge to attack us then? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Baijian Hung Dao stared with wide eyes in disbelief. No, that can't be. While the Night Shadow Alliance has many members, the gap between them and your side is not trivial. How dare they? What if there are outside forces involved? As far as I know, Yi Wuqing from the Hero Association is quite wealthy in reality. Ling Xiao said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Baijian Hung Dao suddenly stood up, his face changing dramatically. Outside forces. Are you saying that Yi Wuqing would spend a fortune hiring outside forces to attack Ling Xiao City? Indeed, the people I sent to monitor the Night Shadow Alliance have seen them contacting players from other main cities. However, which faction they are in contact with has yet to be clarified. Ling Xiao said casually. Ling Xiao did not lie. Yi Wuqing's people were indeed contacting other main city forces, which was intel relayed by the spy Bo Gu had placed beside Yi Wuqing. Damn, those two traitors. Baijian Hung Dao slammed the table heavily and said seriously, Ling Xiao, what are your plans next? Ling Xiao shrugged and smiled. I have no plans, because no matter whom they invite, I am confident that they will come and go without return. So if Hung Dao still wants to continue this deal, it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity when the Night Shadow Alliance is restrained by us to seize their guild's stronghold. The stronghold of the Night Shadow Alliance is established in Blackwater City, so it will not attract wild monster siege. Moreover, if a guild battle is initiated against the Night Shadow Alliance, the attacking side only needs to pay a siege fee to the Lord's Manor, and the guards of Blackwater City will immediately withdraw. Upon hearing this, Baijian Hung Dao's eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. Good, let's do it. If we can seize the Night Shadow Alliance's stronghold, the proceeds will be split between us. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Deal. After negotiating specific details, Ling Xiao bid farewell to Baijian Hung Dao and others, directly using a teleportation scroll to return to Ling Xiao City's stronghold. In the stronghold of Ling Xiao City, in the hall of the Lord's Manor, boss, did Baijian Hung Dao agree? Bo Gu. Ling Xiao toyed with the mysterious treasure chest in his hands and smiled as he replied. He had no choice. Lu Go casually reclined in his chair, disdain written all over his face. It's really a bargain for that, Baijian Hung Dao. We fight tooth and nail, busy inside and out, yet let this old fellow take half of the benefits. Sigh. Bo Gu chuckled. These are just paltry gains, no need to care too much. Giving up some profits in exchange for a capable ally, why not? As Bo Gu said, the reason Ling Xiao reached an agreement with Baijian Hung Dao was that this person's character is indeed commendable, worthy of becoming an ally. Secondly, he was indeed preparing for the future merger of districts. In his previous life, due to Yi Wuqing's betrayal less than 30 days after the regional merger, Heishui City became the only main city in the Huaxia region to be captured by foreign players. This left all players from Heishui City unable to hold their heads high in front of players from other main cities. Thus Lin Xiao was determined that in this life not only would he prevent the tragedy from repeating, but he would also recover the losses suffered by Huaxia region in the previous life tenfold or even 100-fold. Lin Xiao's first target was precisely the Asia-Pacific region dominated by Xiao Baga, Xiao Bangzi, and a group of Ma. As for Yi Wuqing and Han Jiangguing, these two clowns, as long as they remained in Heishui City, Lin Xiao would ensure they had. Therefore, even if the Night Shadow Alliance did not seek trouble with him, he would take the initiative to strike to eliminate. After discussing matters regarding the 100 battles, Blade Lin Xiao, surrounded by the high-ranking officials of Ling Xiao City, walked out of the guild hall's banner establishment point. At the same time, he took out a large flag, primarily black, embroidered with 9 golden dragons and 28 constellations, from his backpack. Ding. Does the player Ling Xiao wish to establish a guild battle flag? Establish. Ding. Congratulations to player Ling Xiao for successfully establishing the guild battle flag. Players are reminded that the Wild Monster Siege will officially begin in 12 hours and last for 24 hours. During this time, if the guild battle flag is destroyed, it will be considered a failure to defend the city. The guild order will disappear and Ling Xiao City will automatically disband. This sudden notification echoed in the ears of all players in Ling Xiao City at the same time. After everyone heard this notification, the guild chat channel suddenly displayed a message personally sent by Lin Xiao. Brothers, I believe you have also heard the system notification. So from now on, except for the brothers on duty, all other brothers should log off to rest. Gather at the square in 8 hours. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the 8 heads of Ling Xiao City's various halls responded in unison. Brother Donkey Cold Blade Hall received. Jian Xingyun Blood Sword Hall received. Xiao Yi 10,000 Laws Hall received. Zhou Rui Spirit Feather Hall received. Xiamo Weidao Wuji Hall received. Guogu Iron Guard Hall received. Gu Hun Cold Blade Hall received. Xianing Eagle Eye received. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction and was the first to log off to rest. When Lin Xiao and the others logged back in, it was already the early morning of the next day. At this time, most of the brothers in the guild had not yet logged in, so Lin Xiao took this opportunity to begin distributing resources to each hall. After everyone received their resources, Lin Xiao dismissed them, leaving only Gu Hun, who had just joined Ling Xiao City and became the leader of Cold Blade Hall. Boss, is there a special mission? Gu Hun's voice was cold and devoid of warmth. No rush, sit down and let's chat slowly. Lin Xiao pointed to a chair beside him. Yes. Gu Hun replied and sat down in the direction Lin Xiao. You and your sister have been with us in Ling Xiao City for a while now, right? Are you adapting? Thank you for your concern, boss. I am very adaptable. As long as you're adapting. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, not wasting more words, but getting straight to the point. I indeed have a special mission for you. You and your Cold Blade Hall do not need to participate in this city's defense battle. Your mission is to break up and closely monitor the movements of the Night Shadow Alliance. Hearing this, Gu Hun's eyes slightly narrowed. Boss, do you suspect that Yi Wuqing will take advantage of the chaos? It's not suspicion but certainty. Lin Xiao said firmly. Moreover, I have received intelligence that they have also invited forces from other main cities. So once you ascertain the details of this force, be sure to relay the information back at the first opportunity. In addition, you have another task, which is to cooperate with 100 Battles Blade to carry out assassinations against members of the Night Shadow Alliance within Heishui City. Having said that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but pat Gu Hun on the shoulder. Of course, you are the professional in this area, so I won't get involved. And there isn't much I can do for you. Take these things with you. With that, Lin Xiao immediately took out 2 items from his backpack. Upon seeing the items Lin Xiao produced, Gu Hun was clearly taken aback. What is this? This is the Hook of Star Element Frost Snow. Lin Xiao smiled and pointed to one of the items. Although this thing has limited uses, it can definitely produce unexpected effects within the intricate Heishui City. As for the other item, it is the Dry Wood Formation Diagram. You know its function? I want to explain more. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Gu Hun was clearly stunned. After a long while, he spoke in a low voice. Boss, you trust me this much? Lin Xiao shrugged with a smile, looking directly at Gu Hun. I believe in those I use, and I do not use those I doubt. That's how I always am. Hearing this, Gu Hun stood up, took a deep breath, and said in a serious tone, Boss, rest assured this time, I will ensure that Yi Wuqing and Han Jiang return with nothing. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Just do your best. In fact, what I value more is your safety and that of the brothers. Gu Hun nodded solemnly, and then bid farewell to Lin Xiao, heading straight for the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Watching Gu Hun's departing figure, Lin Xiao couldn't help but slowly smile. Gu Hun. Actually, he is Yi Shizhen. Initially, after this guy escaped from Magic City with his sister, he immediately used his experience and intellect to successfully shake off the Yi family's pursuers. Moreover, he managed to settle his sister, who had a disability in her lower limbs, without a hitch. When he logged back in, Guogu was the first to contact him. Under Lin Xiao's personal persuasion, he successfully joined Ling Xiao City. In fact, Lin Xiao and Guogu initially only intended to support him to develop in other main cities. However, when Lin Xiao opened a name change card from a chest in the exile land, he immediately abandoned that idea and directly had him change his name and join Ling Xiao City. It was precisely because of Gu Hun's joining that the last piece of the puzzle for Ling Xiao City was completed. By then, all halls in Ling Xiao City had high-talent players in charge, achieving balanced strength. With Gu Hun's unified command, the brothers of Cold Blade Hall finally formed a considerable combat power. They no longer had to just do odd jobs for other halls. Of course, Gu Hun's time in Ling Xiao City is still relatively short. As time progresses and rapport builds, the overall combat power of Cold Blade Hall will only become stronger. Even compared to famous assassin organizations like Haisha Bloodkill and Anya, they would be no less than them, perhaps even stronger. After all, Cold Blade Hall has Lin Xiao backing them, and their trump cards are simply too many. When Lin Xiao arrived at the square in front of the hall again, all the players from Ling Xiao City had already assembled. Even the lifestyle players outside the 8 major halls had changed into battle gear and lined up. After several rounds of recruitment, the number of professional combat players in Ling Xiao City exceeded 1,600. If we count the lifestyle players, it has surpassed 2,000. Setting aside combat strength for now, just in terms of numbers, it is more than 2 to 3 times that of other guilds. Moreover, in terms of talent, equipment, and levels, they completely outclass the members of other guilds. Standing on the steps in front of the main hall, Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the neatly lined-up brothers below. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and shouted, Brothers, what follows will be the most important battle for Ling Xiao City since its establishment. But I have great confidence in everyone here. Those mere wild monsters from the 8 desolations are just here to deliver experience and equipment to us. I have no other demands of you, just let go of your hands and feet, set aside your worries, and enjoy this feast of slaughter. I guarantee that after today you will all fall in love with the feeling of trampling on enemies and having life and death in your hands. With Lin Xiao's simple and domineering words, everyone present felt their blood boil and their eyes turned red. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Brother Gua suddenly shouted, "Ling Xiao City! Victory! 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 Victory!" In the deafening roar akin to crashing waves, the morale of the players from Ling Xiao City was instantly ignited. Once the moment was right, Lin Xiao waved his hand and shouted, "All halls act according to the plan." Understood. Brother Gua and other high-ranking members of Ling Xiao City responded loudly, then led their followers to begin their Led by the Lonely Soul, the Cold Blade Hall disguised itself as various classes of players and secretly returned to Heishui City through teleportation arrays and return scrolls. Their task was clear: to monitor the movements of the Night Shadow Alliance players, investigate the identity of the external reinforcements they had summoned, and coordinate with the 100 Battles Pavilion to attack the Night Shadow Alliance's stronghold. As for the other halls directly participating in the battle, they returned to their respective positions. The geographical location of Ling Xiao City was quite special, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and adjacent to water on 1 side. Only the east gate next to the river would confront the attacking wild monsters. Thus, Ling Xiao City's defense strategy was very simple and brutal: to deploy the majority of the main force, especially ranged players, to defend the east gate. As for the other 3 gates, a portion of warrior players and lifestyle players remained behind. Of course, their combat power was also impressive, especially since explosive traps had been laid out in advance outside the 3 gates. It would be fine if the enemy did not attack these 3 gates, but once they chose to assault the southwest or north gates, they would undoubtedly pay a painful price. Just as the players from Ling Xiao City were getting ready, a loud system prompt suddenly rang out. "Attention Ling Xiao City players, the enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Upon hearing the prompt, the players of Ling Xiao City tightened their grips on their weapons, their faces filled with excitement. Indeed, there was no tension, no fear, only excitement and eagerness to begin the slaughter. 20 seconds. Within the dense forest on the opposite bank of the river, outside the city, various beastly roars could already be faintly heard, creating a restless atmosphere. 10 seconds. The roars of the beasts grew increasingly dense, mixed with various eerie and chilling sounds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. The roars of the wild monsters echoed continuously, and the countless wild monsters finally appeared before everyone's eyes, growling as they slowly moved toward the direction of Ling Xiao City. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Roar. A myriad of wild monsters of various types roared in unison, their voices echoing through the sky, making one's scalp tingle. Then this group of wild monsters charged forward, as if mad, their eyes red, rushing towards the direction of Ling Xiao City. They showed no hesitation despite the rapidly flowing deep and wide natural moat in front of them. At the forefront there was a group of black wild boars with sharp tusks. Looking around, there were at least several thousand of them. Above and behind them were dense flocks of crows and a group of crazily screeching monkeys. The 3 tyrants of the beginner village. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. It's important to note that these 3 types of wild monsters had caused countless players to suffer greatly in the beginner village. Now their levels had reached 10. They would only be more troublesome. Facing the vanguard army of wild monsters composed of the 3 tyrants of the beginner village, Chun Yi, who was responsible for commanding the overall strategy, immediately issued orders in the guild channel. Combination skill: Thunder Arrow, target the crows, prepare. Xiao Yi and Zhou Rui responded, understood. Seeing the moment was right, Chun Yi issued another command: fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. ZZZZZ. With Chun Yi's command, hundreds of combination thunder arrows shot into the beast horde. In an instant, arcs of electricity exploded upon hitting one of the crows, causing the crows to fall from the sky like raindrops, plummeting down with a crackle. The power of the combination thunder arrow needs no further mention. Let alone these fragile level 10 crows, even the nearby level 19 snow wolf pack couldn't withstand a few hits. Meanwhile, all the archers of Ling Xiao City took action using their height advantage and ranged to shoot wildly at the wild boars and monkeys across the moat. During this process, the Taoist players from Ling Xiao City began to take action, each casting clear wind spells on the archers to enhance their attack speed. As for Lin Xiao, he intentionally cast the clear wind spell, as he currently had only one group skill, the Rain of Sweet Dew, while the rest were single target skills, making it impossible to cater to every player in such a large-scale battle. Fortunately, he had already bound both major formation maps to his side's archer players. Nearly 200 archers thus benefited, and as their arrows rained down, they not only restricted the movement of the wild boars and monkeys, but also dealt them massive poison damage. Meanwhile, all the Taoist players from Ling Xiao City summoned their guardian beasts outside the moat. This included 5 from Lin Xiao. The sudden appearance of over 100 guardian beasts directly blocked the advance of the wild monsters. With the boosts from Lin Xiao's infinite shield, clear wind spell, Rain of Sweet Dew, and various other skills, the overall combat power of these guardian beasts was undoubtedly formidable. Combined with the thunderous assault of the ranged players from Ling Xiao City, within 10 minutes, they completely annihilated the vanguard force composed of the 3 tyrants of the beginner village. However, before the crowd could relax for long, eerie howls echoed from the distant dense forest, followed closely by a surge of familiar wild creatures appearing. The first to emerge were the kangaroos and packs of wild wolves from the beginner village. Following them were the common wolf spiders and blood wolf spiders from the spider caves, along with a dozen bosses, the dark spider monarch. Bringing up the rear were the unique black python of the blood-colored wasteland and dozens of boss-level crimson blood giant pythons. All these wild creatures gathered in one place, roughly estimated to be over 10,000. Moreover, their levels ranged from 10 to 15, making it impossible to quickly resolve the situation. Upon seeing this horde of wild creatures approaching, Xianing's Eagle Eye team had already begun to launch their attack based on their range advantage. During this time, all mages continuously cast lightning traps on the arrows of the Eagle Eye team to enhance their killing range. Soon this group of wild creatures advanced to the first line of defense formed by the Taoist guardian beasts. With the support of various auxiliary skills from Lin Xiao, the guardian beasts on the side of Lingxiao City showed no signs of fear towards this horde of wild creatures. Especially Lin Xiao's 5-element guardian beasts, which had entered a frenzy of slaughter on the battlefield across the river. Even when facing that group of level 15 bosses, they could swiftly take them down. In contrast, the bosses, like the previous wild creatures, could not break through their defenses. Taking advantage of the opportunity, while these wild creatures were blocked by the guardian beasts, the ranged players of Lingxiao City activated their output mode once again. In an instant, various dazzling spells, arrows, and talismans sliced through the sky, crashing down into the beast horde. The terrifying destructive power caused the beast horde to fall in droves, turning into a massive amount of experience. Listening to the sounds of skill releases and the earth-shaking roars of wild creatures, outside the city, the warriors and shield players gathered at the city gate could not help but feel an anxious itch in their hearts. They wished they could immediately open the city gates and charge out. On the city tower, Lin Xiao seemed to sense the scene as he smiled and spoke to Chun-Yi beside him. "Sister, isn't it about time?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi followed Lin Xiao's gaze to the players gathering near the city gate, smiling as she nodded. "Boss, it's about time. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot." At this moment, the morale of the shield and warrior players below is at its peak. If we don't let them out soon, their spirit will wane, which will definitely affect their combat effectiveness. "Then give the order," Lin Xiao said softly. "Yes." Chun-Yi replied, then issued the command in the guild chat channel: Iron Guard Hall, Cold Blade Hall, Bloodsword Hall, pay attention. Lower the city gates and drawbridge and go out to meet the enemy. Upon hearing this, Brother Gua slammed his large shield heavily onto the ground and shouted, "Brothers, it's finally our turn. Once we exit the city, make sure to keep the pills in our mouths. The boss has ordered that killing the enemies come second, but we absolutely cannot go down easily. Brothers in the same group must cooperate well. No one is allowed to slack off. Lingxiao City, victory to us." Brother Gua slowly raised his battle knife, and when the city gates opened and the drawbridge fell, he roared, "Kill! Kill!" With the drawbridge crashing down, Brother Gua, Brother Donkey, Jian Xingyun, and other high-ranking members led the melee troops out of Lingxiao City like tigers released from their cages. Unlike the other halls, the 3 melee halls of Lingxiao City did not fight alone but formed countless 3-man teams. This was a team composed of 1 shield player and 2 warriors, with the shield player in the front and the 2 warriors behind providing both offense and defense. At the same time, 3 small teams would form a combat squad and 3 combat squads would form a combat battalion. It could be said to be a modified triangular formation, very suitable for cold weapon melee combat. This formation was widely used by players from the Huaxia region in the previous life, and the system had long since matured. It may not be strong in PK battles against human players, but it proved surprisingly effective against this group of wild creatures that lacked any organization. Thus, Lin Xiao also directly adopted this triangular formation. The players of Lingxiao City had been practicing this formation for some time, and it had already shown initial results. Therefore, when they charged out of the city gates, they quickly set up their formation with Brother Gua, Brother Donkey, and Jian Xingyun's trio as the spearhead directly piercing into the enemy ranks. As they passed through the front line formed by the guardian beasts, the Taoist players on the city walls immediately released the guardian beasts, and Brother Gua and others took over the defense line at the first opportunity. Boom boom. Brother Donkey took the lead, unleashing the unique ranged AoE skill of the Blade Master, continuously smashing into the beast horde. In the blink of an eye, he harvested an entire area of wild creatures before him. Meanwhile, the melee players behind engaged in a one-sided slaughter against the wild creatures in front. Compared to the guardian beasts that could only perform normal attacks without any skills, the combat effectiveness of the melee players from Lingxiao City was clearly a step up, and with the assistance of the Taoist players behind, the efficiency of killing wild creatures was significantly improved. At the same time, nearly half of the Wuji Hall Taoists, led by the Hall Master CMO Yao Dao, rushed out of the city, quickly laying down dense explosive traps behind the melee players. Simultaneously, they did not forget to crazily apply various status effects to the melee players fighting in front and launched fire talisman attacks to supplement the damage. In an instant, nearly 10,000 wild creatures attacking Lingxiao City fell to the ground, and it was only a matter of time before the second wave of wild creatures was completely cleared. With the exquisite cooperation of various halls in Lingxiao City, and the assistance of Lin Zhao's various magical items, everyone quickly cleared the second wave of wild creatures. Even the dozens of level 15 bosses could not escape. With Xianing's deadly lightning arrow from the city wall, the last boss, the Crimson Blood Giant Python, fell with a thud. Thus, the second wave of wild creatures was entirely exterminated by the players of Lingxiao City. Soon after, the third wave of wild creatures arrived. This time, the main force of the siege was composed of the Skeleton Legion from the Buried Bone Land and the 5 Venom wild creatures from the Wanda Cave. The boss leading the charge consisted of 10 skeleton generals and 50 dark spider monarchs, among other 5 venom monarchs. Seeing this, Brother Gua decisively led everyone to retreat nearly 10 meters. Thus, when this group of wild creatures rushed up to them, they stepped right into the previously laid explosive traps. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions echoed through the mountains and fields. The nearly 10-meter damage radius and the cumulative destructive power caused significant losses to the Skeleton Legion and the Venom Bug Legion from the Wanda Cave. Meanwhile, the dense rain of arrows and the dazzling array of spells rained down, inflicting heavy losses on the 2 monster armies once again. Seeing that the time was ripe, Brother Gua decisively led the charge once more. Under the covering fire of hundreds of ranged players in Lingxiao City, they wiped out nearly 1/3 of the monsters from the 2 armies in one fell swoop. It is important to note that the monsters from the 2 armies numbered nearly 10,000. Thus, when Brother Gua sensed that his brothers could no longer hold on, he immediately ordered a retreat. Meanwhile, the Taoist players behind him quickly set up explosive traps again. In this way, Brother Gua, Brother Donkey Jian Xingyun, and others led the 3 melee factions in a dance of advance and retreat. Each advance allowed them to reap a wave of low-health monsters. With every retreat, a large number of monsters would trigger the explosive traps set by the evil and sinister ones. Such back-and-forth maneuvering made it difficult for not just the ordinary monsters but also the elite ones. Even the bosses could hardly withstand it. After just a few rounds of pulling, the bosses were battered to low health, while Brother Gua and the players on the city wall such as Xianing decisively harvested these bosses. It is worth noting that in this special scenario of Monster Siege, the experience points from the monsters had a 1.5 times bonus. Although the monsters encountered at the moment were of a slightly lower level, and even though 2,000 people shared these experience points, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Each wave of monsters varied from thousands to nearly 10,000 apart from hidden realms. Such a dense number of monsters could only be seen during a monster siege. As the last boss health hit 0, everyone quickly took out potions to restore their status. However, just as eerie howls and the roars of beasts reached their ears, a command issued personally by Lin Xiao appeared in the guild chat channel. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. The main force of the monster army is attacking. All members of the Iron Guard Hall, Cold Blade Hall, Bloodsword Hall, and Wuji Hall must immediately set up all explosive traps and retreat back to the city. No mistakes allowed. Iron Guard Hall received. Cold Blade Hall received. Bloodsword Hall received. Wuji Hall received. The sudden command made Brother Gua and the others' expressions turn serious. In fact, the reason they took the initiative to attack this time was primarily to set up explosive traps immediately after dealing with this group of cannon fodder. If they had set up traps from the beginning, there was a high probability that this group of cannon fodder would trigger them, making it not worth the effort. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Xiao's command, they wasted no time leading their men to set up explosive traps outside the city. Since they had prepared in advance, the players from the 4 major halls carried nearly 10,000 explosive traps. These traps were also spread out as much as possible to maximize damage to more monsters. As for the subsequent damage, the ranged players from Lingxiao City would naturally make up for it. After quickly setting up the explosive traps, the major melee halls orderly retreated back into the city. Additionally, some shield players and warriors climbed onto the city walls, guarding alongside the ranged players. The Taoist players also all climbed onto the city walls and summoned their guardian beasts again to array themselves outside the city to hold back the monster army. At this moment, Brother Gua, Brother Donkey, and others had gathered around Lin Xiao, following his gaze to look outside the city. The brain of the 8 Desolations wants to make it impossible for us players. With so many monsters, who besides us in Lingxiao City can withstand it? Gazing at the dense army of monsters below the city wall, Brother Donkey couldn't help but grimace and complained with a sense of imbalance. Lin Xiao shrugged with a relaxed expression. There's nothing we can do after all. We hold the purple gold token. Lin Xiao understood that the higher the level of the guild token, the greater the scale of the monster siege. Especially with the purple gold token, it would escalate the scale of the monster siege to the maximum. Of course, this hidden setting was unknown to most people apart from Lin Xiao. So there's this kind of setting. Hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Brother Gua and the others all showed expressions of sudden realization. What if we had registered the guild with a lower level token earlier? Spring Intent seemed to ponder. Lin Xiao smiled and explained that wouldn't be impossible. However, the larger the scale of the monster siege, the more benefits we gain. Experience points are secondary. The most important thing is that there are enough bosses. If it were any other time, finding a boss would be tough. But during a monster siege, the sheer number of bosses allows us to kill until we're exhausted. Naturally, the good loot won't be lacking. That's true. With Lin Xiao's explanation, Spring Intent and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, everyone, return to your positions. Next we are probably in for a fierce battle. Yes, boss. Boom, boom. As the dense army of monsters approached, the sound of explosions suddenly erupted within the beast horde. Clearly the explosive traps had been triggered. Lingyu Hall, Wanfafa Hall, Wuji Hall attack. With a single command from Spring Intent, the three major halls sprang into action. Guardians pressed forward, thunder arrows were launched, arrows rained down, and spells rained destruction. In an instant, various ranged skills fell upon the monsters at the front, inflicting substantial damage, while also applying various negative statuses on them. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts, shielded by the Wuji shield, surged forward amidst the gentle azure aura of the Qingfeng spell towards the monster army. Other Taoist players' guardian beasts followed closely behind, engaging the monster army in fierce combat. Above them, dark clouds gathered, and rain, imbued with spiritual energy, fell, not only removing the negative statuses from these guardian beasts, but also rapidly restoring their health. Indeed, this was Lin Xiao's only group buff skill, Gonlin Technique. With each Gonlin Technique cast, the guardian beasts of Lingxiao City finally stabilized their formation, effectively halting the advance of the monster army. Of course, everyone knew that facing the beast army other than Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts, the other players' guardians would eventually be taken down. It was only a matter of time. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, the first line of defense composed of guardian beasts completely collapsed. However, the Taoist players from Wuji Hall remained unperturbed, because at this moment the second batch of guardian beasts had appeared on the battlefield, ready to take the place of the crumbling defense. Indeed, there were over 200 Taoist players in Lingxiao City, meaning the number of guardian beasts could not be just 100, over 200. Thus, under Lin Xiao's suggestion, the members of Wuji Hall were divided into 2 groups. When one group's guardian beasts fell, the other group would immediately summon the guardians they had prepared in advance to fill the gap. However, as time passed, the guardian beast legion ultimately could not withstand the frenzied onslaught of the beasts. In the end, aside from Lin Xiao's 5 guardian beasts still fighting bravely amidst the encirclement of the monster army, the entire defense line had completely collapsed. Lin Xiao and the others had long been psychologically prepared for this outcome, thus remaining utterly unflustered. Upon witnessing the collapse of the first defense line, Chun Yi turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, it's your turn now. All right. Xiao Yi grinned, and with a wave, over 10 female mage players stepped forward, raising their staffs high. In the next second, a pale yellow glow suddenly appeared on the staffs of these mages. Immediately after, towering earth walls 10 meters long and 3 meters high sprang up before the marching route of the monster army, successfully halting their advance. This was precisely one of the level 20 skills of mages, Earth Barrier. As one of the few non-combat skills among mage abilities, the vast majority of mage players would not choose to learn this skill. Yet only Lin Xiao, who had lived 2 lives, understood just how crucial this skill truly was. Especially after the monsters invaded the real world, this skill became a vital means for players to quickly establish defensive positions and block the monster army's incursion. Moreover, any mage player who learned this skill would receive the highest level of treatment and priority protection in any faction. For this reason, nearly all female mage players in Lingxiao City learned this skill, with female mages making up as much as a quarter of the ranks in Wanfa Hall. This also illustrates the importance Lin Xiao placed on this skill. Of course, there were certain intricacies involved in casting the Earth Barrier. If simply connected into a wall, no matter how high the durability of that wall, the monster army would quickly break through. However, if there were 2 to 3 meter gaps left between each Earth Barrier, these almost mindless monsters would choose to bypass the walls rather than touch them. This would create a more concentrated output environment for the ranged players on the city walls. As the Earth Barriers emerged, the monster army indeed began to gather toward the gaps, just as Lin Xiao had. This also caused the advance of the monster army behind to slow down once more. Witnessing this, Chun Yi issued orders again in the guild channel. Wanfa Hall and Lingyu Hall, concentrate your fire on the barrier gaps. Sisters of Wanfa Hall, continue to establish the second defense line. Understood. 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 Under Chun Yi's coordination, all ranged players in Lingxiao City began to focus their attacks on several barrier gaps. With the slowing effect of the ice array, the monsters at the gap would be cleared of health instantly before they could exit the attack range of the Lingxiao City players. Meanwhile, the female mage players of Wanfa Hall would set up another earth barrier every 5 meters. In an instant, layer upon layer of barriers appeared, resembling a maze from above. Within the passages of these mazes, Lin Xiao and the Taoist players from Taiji Hall summoned their guardian beasts, once again, whose appearance further delayed the advance of the monster army. The emergence of the Earth Barrier maze instantly nullified the numerical advantage of the monster army. Although some elite or boss-level monsters would attack the Earth Barriers, as soon as they broke one, the Sisters of Wanfa Hall would replace it immediately. Furthermore, once the Eagle Eye team discovered any monsters attacking the barriers, they would concentrate their fire to eliminate them. In an instant, the monster army trapped within the Earth Barrier maze faced powerful resistance from Lingxiao City with every step they took. They were utterly powerless against this force to endure the onslaught passively. The boss truly lives up to the title, even thinking of such cunning tactics. Beside him, the idle donkey brother marveled with sparkling eyes while watching the battle. Though his voice was not loud, all the high-ranking members around heard him clearly. Lin Xiao, not far away, was no exception. He twitched his mouth and shot a glare at Donkey Brother. Donkey Brother, it seems you have quite a bit of free time. How about I find you something to do? Ah! Donkey Brother instantly felt uneasy and cautiously probed. Boss, what do you want me to do? Lin Xiao smirked slightly. It's nothing, just take your people out of the city. Ha! Donkey Brother wilted as soon as he heard this. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you cunning. No, I shouldn't have said your tactics were cunning. I just wanted to express that you are awesome, boss. You can't joke like this. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Xiao shot a glare at Donkey Brother and waved his hand, causing several large boxes to appear in front of him. Distribute these things to the brothers. Once you reach the battlefield, place this item in the maze, and don't come back until it's all placed. Boss, what's inside these? Donkey Brother asked curiously as he examined the large boxes. Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously and pointed at the boxes. These are my newly developed items, illusion puppets. Each puppet has a switch on it. Remember to press it before placing them. Puppet. Donkey Brother instinctively opened a box and saw dozens of small puppets, each the size of a fist, resembling tiny spider-like creatures. Seeing this, Donkey Brother couldn't help but frown. Boss, what is the function of this little thing? How powerful? Lin Xiao smiled slightly and explained. This thing doesn't have much power by itself, but after it self-destructs, the illusion mist it releases will send enemies into a berserk state, attacking indiscriminately. Moreover, it can automatically seek out enemies. Wow! As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Donkey Brother and the others exclaimed in surprise. Goodness! Berserk state, attacking indiscriminately, and it can even seek out enemies to trigger explosions. Is it really that overpowered? Boss, how long does this thing's illusion last? Lin Xiao's mouth curled upward slightly. 300 seconds. Upon hearing this, Donkey Brother's pupils constricted, and he pointed at Donkey Brother. 3 Donkey, take your people, grab these things, and hurry out of the city. All right? Donkey Brother grinned widely, packed up the boxes, and took 10 or so people down from the city wall. After Donkey Brother left, Donkey Brother couldn't help but ask, Boss, this thing should have certain limitations, right? Lin Xiao's mechanism technique is a growth-type life skill, which can be upgraded simply by improving proficiency, and each level unlocks new mechanisms. The Phantasm Puppet Beast was the second mechanism technique he unlocked after successfully creating over 20,000 explosive traps and raising his proficiency to level 2. Mechanism technique, hidden life skill, growth type, level 2. Proficiency 3. 1. Explosive trap made using special profound runes. It can blend into the surrounding environment and inflicts explosive damage when triggered. Materials required: black powder 1, wood 1. Attributes: explosive damage 35, 350, 5, 50. Chance to knock back, explosive range 1, 10 meters. Each trap placement consumes 10, 1. Mana points, placement time 10, 1 seconds. Traps are immune to all attacks. Note: proficiency affects damage values and knockback probability. 2. Phantasm Puppet Beast, created using special phantasm drugs and profound runes. It automatically seeks out enemies and self-destructs, releasing a phantasmic mist that can drive targets into a frenzied state, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Materials required: neurotoxin any type 1, wood 1. Attributes: frenzy state, attack power increase 10, 100, defense power reduction 5, 50. Phantasmic mist range 5, 50 meters. Search range 10, 100 meters. Phantasm duration 30, 300 seconds. Note: cannot confuse opponents whose level exceeds that of the creator. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, Brother Gua couldn't help but laugh. It's worth noting that Lin Xiao's current level has already reached level 25. Not just in the entire Huaxia region, but likely in all global regions. There is probably no player with a higher level than him. As for high-level wild monsters, they might appear. But this thing is designed to disrupt enemy formations, so whether it can affect high-level wild monsters isn't all that important. In other words, this so-called limitation has no impact on Lin Xiao at all. While the two chatted, Brother Donkey had already led over a dozen brothers quickly across the suspension bridge, heading straight for the maze location 50 meters away. They spread out, each heading to a different maze exit, and immediately released the Phantasm Puppet Beasts. As the activation button was pressed, the puppet beast's crimson eyes suddenly brightened, and then it swiftly crawled deep into. After releasing the first batch of Phantasm Puppet Beasts, Brother Donkey noticeably paused for a moment before releasing the second batch. This continued until over a dozen batches of Phantasm Puppet Beasts were released, after which Brother Donkey led the brothers to retreat quickly. Watching Brother Donkey and his group running back, everyone couldn't help but smile. This was because the first batch of Phantasm Puppet Beasts released by Brother Donkey had already found the wild monsters and self-destructed at the first opportunity. Roar! Roar! In an instant, eerie beast roars echoed from the wild monsters enveloped in mist. Following this, the wild monsters went berserk, turning to launch frenzied, indiscriminate attacks on their companions. As a result, not only did the wild monsters in the phantasmic mist begin to slaughter each other, but those at the edges of the mist also suffered the same fate. Meanwhile, the ranged players from Lingxiao City did not cease their attacks, unleashing various ranged skills and basic attacks, as if they were free to bombard the heads of these wild monsters. It's crucial to note that the frenzy state not only increased the attack power of these wild monsters, but but also reduced their defense by 100. In other words, every effective attack from players against these wild monsters would deal real damage without any reduction. This significantly improved Lingxiao City's efficiency in clearing the monsters. Once Lingxiao City's forces cleared the wild monsters in the phantasmic mist, the second batch of phantasm puppet beasts had also arrived. With their self-destruction, the wild monsters within a radius of 50 meters fell into a frenzy state once more. And the various ranged skills and basic attacks from Lingxiao City would also fall upon them immediately. As a result, the wild monster army could not advance any further. Instead, due to infighting and the reduction of their defense, they were gradually eliminated by Lingxiao City's forces. In just over 10 minutes, not a single wild monster could be seen in the maze of the Earth Barrier. However, this was not the end, because the elimination of wild monsters in the maze had only consumed 5 batches of phantasm puppet beasts. Yet Brother Donkey and his group had released a total of over a dozen batches. The remaining batches of phantasm puppet beasts, after searching through the maze, finally discovered enemies at the maze entrance and rushed out to self-destruct. The phantasmic mist suddenly exploded among the beast horde, instantly sending dozens of wild monsters into a frenzy state within a radius of 50 meters. In an instant, the frenzied wild monsters not only slaughtered each other, but also launched frenzied attacks against the wild monsters that remained unaffected by the mist. At this moment, the front line of the entire beast siege army fell into chaotic slaughter, as batches of phantasm puppet beasts self-destructed within the beast horde. More and more wild monsters fell into chaotic slaughter, and even some bosses were not spared. They either fell into a frenzy state attacking nearby wild monsters, or were attacked by their frenzied companions. At this moment, Brother Gua and the other high-ranking members were completely stunned by the scene before them. Before this, even if they were to be killed, they would never have believed that a mere fist-sized phantasm puppet beast could exert such a tremendous effect. And this was merely effective against wild monsters. What would the scene look like if it were aimed at hostile players? Brother Donkey looked at Lin Xiao with shining eyes full of anticipation. However, Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head, spreading his hands. I have none left. Time is tight and materials are limited. I've only crafted this many. Lin Xiao truly had no reservations this time. Since he had also leveled up suddenly while preparing the explosive traps, he hadn't had time to create too many phantasm puppet beasts. Although he had only given Brother Donkey half of the quantity, the other half had been taken away by the lonely soul. What a shame. Brother Donkey sighed and shook his head, his face filled with regret. It's nothing to be sorry about. Even without these things, with our strength in Lingxiao City, we can still handle these wild monsters, right? Lin Xiao shrugged, glanced at the time, and decisively stated, it's getting late. The Eagle Eye team will stay behind with the life players to defend the city, while all other factions will form up outside the city preparing for the final battle. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members beside Lin Xiao immediately straightened their expressions and shouted in unison, yes, boss. Upon arriving outside the city, the 3 major melee guilds immediately advanced to the vicinity of the labyrinth's exit, surrounding it entirely. Their task was crystal clear: to escort the shield warriors and fighter brothers ahead, commanding the guardian beasts to fill. At the rear, a team of ranged players led by Zhou Rui and Xiao Yi was positioned. Alongside them were other members of the Taoist players. These Taoist players were all damage dealers utilizing various fire talismans combined with the clear wind spell, their output capability rivaling that of mages and archers. As for Lin Xiao on the city wall, he had but one task: to lead the Eagle Eye team in targeting and eliminating the bosses among the hordes of wild monsters. Everyone get ready. The wild monsters have entered the labyrinth again. As the formation was set, Xia Ning's voice suddenly echoed in the guild channel. Moments later, a series of beast roars echoed from within the labyrinth, growing increasingly closer. Before long, the first batch of wild monsters finally revealed themselves, and the shield warriors stationed outside the exit under Bo Guest's command immediately unleashed their taunting skills at the emerging monsters. Immediately, all players from Lingxiao City sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of skills, as the wild monsters barely emerged before being swiftly obliterated by the dense damage. At the same time, Lin Xiao on the city wall was not idle, continuously casting various buff skills on everyone. Additionally, he deployed a rain of blessing at each labyrinth entrance to ensure the health of the shield warriors and fighter. At this moment, Xia Ning suddenly reminded boss, the boss is coming. Following the direction Xia Ning pointed, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile coldly. It turned out to be the Crimson Serpent King, one of the 5 bosses in the Venomous Cave. Focus fire on the Crimson Serpent King. After issuing the command to Xia Ning, beside him Lin Xiao waved his hand, and 5 guardian beasts suddenly appeared beside the Crimson Serpent King in the labyrinth. At that moment, the Crimson Serpent King was furiously thrashing its large tail, destroying the earthen barriers until the 5 guardian beasts encircled it. Then it targeted the first attacker, a brown bear. Meanwhile, nearly 50 members of the Eagle Eye team drew their bows and immediately launched attacks on the distant Crimson Serpent. With the enhancement of Lin Xiao's clear wind spell and the withered wood formation, the output capability of the entire Eagle Eye team was elevated to its peak. Especially Xia Ning, who had deliberately maintained her distance. Her output was so powerful that even Lin Xiao, with the combined firepower of the Eagle Eye team and the 5 guardian beasts, even the highly defensive Crimson Serpent King, saw its health plummet at a visible rate. However, at that moment, as Xianing was fiercely attacking the Crimson Serpent King, she suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, there's a situation. What's wrong?" Lin Xiao turned sharply to look at Xianing, who was rushing back from afar. "Boss, in the sky. Flying wild monsters." Xianing pointed towards the sky at hundreds of small black dots looking grave. Her talent allowed her eyesight to far exceed that of ordinary people. Thus, she could clearly see the densely packed small black dots flying towards them in the sky, which were a group of flying wild. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's gaze tightened, and without hesitation, he sent a private message to CMO Old Xie, "Stay put and lead all remaining Taoist players back to the city immediately." Received. After seeing Lin Xiao's private message, CMO led the damage-dealing Taoist players back to the city at once. "Boss, should we have Dongxing bring back some members from Lingyu Hall for support?" Seeing Lin Xiao only recall a portion of the Taoist players, Xianing softly suggested. Xianing's concern was not unfounded. Because flying wild monsters typically had high evasion values, aside from them, it was nearly impossible for other classes to hit them, unless they used AoE skills. No need. Having Old Xie and his team is enough. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the group of small black dots in the sky, yet his expression retained a hint of relaxed confidence. Seeing Lin Xiao's confident demeanor, Xianing tilted her head. Could it be that boss has a trump card? It's not exactly a trump card. Lin Xiao waved his hand with a smile, then reached into his backpack and pulled out a box, saying inside is a focus potion. Distribute it one for each person and take it immediately. Indeed, Lin Xiao's confidence stemmed from the focus potion he had obtained earlier, which could enhance hit rate by 1. Perhaps this potion had little effect in normal times, but when facing highly agile and evasive wild monsters and opponents, it could play a crucial role. Currently, the ground forces of the Wild Monster Siege Army remained the top priority. Therefore, the Lingyu Hall and Wanfa Hall could stay put. Thus, the task of dealing with these flying wild monsters was left to the Eagle Eye team and the Taoist brothers from Wujitang. Don't underestimate these Taoists from Wujitang. The Soul Fire Talisman skill perfectly complemented Lin Xiao's Explosive Flame Talisman, with several Taoist players above level 20, even having learned the Thunder Summoning skill, which had a paralyzing effect. Their output capability was strong enough to rival that of mages and archers. Combined with the 100 hit rate bonus from the focus potion, they would surely be able to handle this group of flying wild monsters. Focus potion. Although Xianing had never heard of such a potion, she immediately understood its significance from the name, quickly taking the box and turning to leave. Meanwhile, CMO had already returned with nearly 100 Taoist players. Lin Xiao, upon seeing CMO, similarly distributed the potions to everyone. Before long, everyone had consumed the focus potion, and under Lin Xiao's arrangement, took their positions ready. Simultaneously, the shield warriors among the life players were also dispersed under Lin Xiao's arrangement. Their task was to ensure the safety of Xianing, Old Xie, and other fragile members. Once the arrangements were complete, Lin Xiao turned his gaze back to the sky, where he had clearly spotted the group of flying wild monsters. They were level 19 monsters, Iron Wing Black Hawks. These were quite common wild monsters in the Dark Forest, but typically they acted alone. Only during a wild monster siege could one witness them in groups. At the rear of this group of Iron Wing Black Hawks, Lin Xiao also spotted one Black Hawk that was significantly larger than the ordinary Iron Wing Black Hawks. It was evidently the leading boss, and this Black Hawk naturally became the target of Lin Xiao and Xianing. After downing a bottle of focus potion, Lin Xiao's accuracy immediately soared to 200. Meanwhile, the accuracy of Xianing and her fellow archers, boosted by their skills, directly surpassed 200. In fact, every player's base accuracy is 100. The accuracy enhancement from skills, equipment, and potions is calculated separately. It all depends on how much the opponent's evasion can negate. This is precisely why the focus potion, which guarantees a 100 hit rate, is so precious. Xianing, our target is the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss. Are you ready? Lin Xiao asked while refreshing a breeze spell for Xianing. Boss, I'm ready. We're almost within range. At this moment, Xianing's gaze was fixed on the distant Black Hawk boss, her iron bow already drawn and poised to fire. Meanwhile, the two mages accompanying Xianing successfully attached 2 lightning traps to the feathered arrows in her hand. For this first arrow, the goal was to maximize damage. Whoosh! As the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss entered the firing range, Xianing's right hand suddenly relaxed. In the next moment, a finely crafted iron arrow shot forth, with a piercing sound arriving instantaneously before the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss at a speed almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. Caught off guard by the sudden feathered arrow, the Iron Wing Black Hawk could not react at all. For even with its intelligence, it could not anticipate that a human player's arrow would travel such a distance. Thud! The feathered arrow hit the chest of the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss with pinpoint accuracy, revealing a crimson 1235 above its head. This was Xianing's maximum attack range, and the attack power was surprisingly high. Coupled with the damage from her iron bow and iron arrow inflicting over 1200 damage, was entirely within reason. Immediately after, currents of electricity erupted from the body of the Iron Wing Black Hawk. While dealing nearly 1,000 points of magical damage, it also plunged the boss into a momentary state of paralysis. If it were a land-based wild monster, a moment of paralysis would have passed quickly. But the problem is the game created by 8 Desolations is far too realistic. Keep in mind these are flying wild monsters. The moment of paralysis caused the soaring Iron Wing Black Hawk boss to suddenly begin plummeting downwards. The surrounding 7 or 8 Iron Wing Black Hawks were similarly affected. Seeing this scene, Xia Ning's eyes lit. In an instant her hands became a blur and a flurry of feathered arrows struck with unerring precision at the paralyzed Iron Wing Black Hawk boss. With each attack dealing over 1,000 damage, the members of the Eagle Eye team erupted into cheers upon witnessing. Morale soared in an instant. Unfortunately, among those present, only Xia Ning could shoot at this boss. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would never miss such an opportunity to strike a fallen enemy. After enduring Xia Ning's successive normal attacks, the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss finally regained its bearings and balanced its massive body, flapping its wings as it accelerated towards Xia Ning's direction. At the same time, with a high-pitched eagle cry, hundreds of Iron Wing Black Hawks followed closely behind their king, folding their wings and speeding toward the city wall where Lin Xiao and the others were. Hundreds of Iron Wing Black Hawks may not seem like many, yet their massive forms loomed like a dark cloud covering the sky. Even the players in Ling Xiao City below instinctively looked up at the sky, their faces filled with fear. Throughout this process, Xia Ning continued her relentless assault, launching feathered arrows at the flock of Black Hawks, while the 2 mages beside her, once the cooldown for their lightning traps was over, would immediately execute a combined skill lightning arrow with Xia Ning. After being hit by several of Xia Ning's arrows, the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss had become wary. Unfortunately, its proud high evasion seemed to lose its effectiveness. Even when trying its utmost to evade, it still could not escape Xia Ning's arrows. Moreover, the most unbearable thing for it was that every 10 seconds or so it would be struck by an arrow infused with lightning properties, sustaining significant damage and falling back into a state of paralysis, plummeting from the air. However, this was merely the beginning. As the group of Iron Wing Black Hawks staggered into close range, a hail of arrows suddenly enveloped the entire flock. Following this, more glowing red spiritual symbols surged towards them. Furthermore, these arrows and symbols seemed to have eyes of their own, each hitting their targets with deadly accuracy. A series of damage numbers appeared above their heads, showcasing a variety of negative statuses, such as poison, slow burn, and paralysis, consecutively manifesting upon them. In an instant, one Iron Wing Black Hawk after another began to plummet downwards. Some were completely drained of health, but more suffered from the slow and paralysis effects, temporarily losing their ability to fly. Moreover, these 2 negative statuses that could affect their flying capabilities sometimes appeared simultaneously. This was no longer merely a temporary loss of flight ability, but a direct fall from the sky to the ground. Although the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss was fortunate enough not to crash directly to the ground, each step it took forward was immense. Additionally, its health was plummeting at a terrifying rate under the barrage of spiritual symbols fired by Lin Xiao. It can be said that no player enjoys group battles more than Lin Xiao. Not to mention the immense effect of his various buff skills. In group battles, the additional 220 points of true damage from the 8 Desolation formation alone was enough for him to stride through the 8 Desolations. This 220 points of true damage may not seem like much. But what if you add Lin Xiao's additional 100 points of damage from his spiritual symbols? What if you factor in his terrifying shooting speed? What if you include the toxin damage from the Withering Wood formation? What if you add the percentage full attribute bonus from the Primordial 5 Elements formation? Lin Xiao's normal attack might only inflict a total of 350 points of damage. Yet the total output within a fixed time would undoubtedly rank among the top in 8 Desolations. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss lost nearly 50000 health under the combined assault of Lin Xiao and Xia Ning. Keep in mind its total health is only 150000. How could it withstand such an onslaught? Moreover, up to this point, it hadn't even entered its attack range yet. In a moment of desperation, the Iron Wing Black Hawk boss, struggling to regain its balance, suddenly let out a cry. In the next second, the group of ordinary Iron Wing Black Hawks behind it unexpectedly flew straight in front of the boss, acting with a group of Iron Wing Black Hawks blocking the way. The boss indeed received no further attacks, but its little subordinates, as Lin Xiao's side unleashed their full firepower, one Iron Wing Black Hawk after another had their health bars emptied, falling from the sky like dumplings. Only after losing nearly a third of their numbers did they finally reach above Ling Xiao City. However, just as they prepared to dive down and launch an attack on the players of Ling Xiao City, below, fiery red lights shot up into the sky, followed by over 20 fire-type guardian beasts, the Firebirds, soaring upwards like rockets. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of explosions erupted as dozens of firelights instantly blossomed in the sky, forming a fiery cloud. This was precisely the AoE fire attack brought by the Firebirds from the Taoist's 5 Elements guardian beasts. Though this swarm of Firebirds dealt low damage, they successfully drew the aggro of the Iron Wing Black Eagles, creating a temporarily safe environment for Lin Xiao and others below to output their damage. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately raised his hand, casting a series of Wuji shields over the group of Firebirds. Especially when his own Firebird received the Wuji shield, it transformed into an aerial fortress. With a single-handed effort, it blocked dozens of wild monsters, including the Iron Wing Black Eagle boss. Watching the Firebird swarm entangled with the Iron Wing Black Eagles, Lin Xiao quickly cast multiple Wuji shields and Qingfeng spells on them, while also unleashing several rain of blessings to ensure that the Firebirds above and the players of Ling Xiao City below could all benefit from it. Empowered by Lin Xiao's enhancement skills, the Firebird swarm gradually stabilized their formation and began to counterattack the wild monsters that had been assaulting them. Seeing the Firebird swarm engaged in a fierce battle with the Eagle group above Xianing, finally understood why Lin Xiao had summoned these Taoist players back. Although there were not many players who learned to summon Fire-type guardian beasts, only about 20, it was more than enough to hold off the level 19 Iron Wing Black Eagles. Moreover, they also had Lin Xiao's extraordinary guardian beasts and some of his enhancement skills backing them up. However, the number of Iron Wing Black Eagles was visibly decreasing, while the number of Firebirds remained unchanged still at the original 20. Not a single one had died. Of course, this was not solely Lin Xiao's achievement. It was a collective effort of nearly 100 Taoist players present. With nearly 100 Taoist healers supporting 20 Firebirds, it meant that 5 Taoists stood behind each Firebird. Even if Lin Xiao did not intervene, it would still be difficult to take down this group of Firebirds. With the Firebirds holding the line, the Eagle Eye team could finally output freely. However, this time, they did not attack carelessly like before but concentrated all their firepower on the Iron Wing Black Eagle boss. 50 archers focused on a single target combined with Lin Xiao's Firebirds distracting them in the sky. Various negative statuses emerged one after another, ultimately leading to a once mighty level 20 boss being utterly defeated without even a proper counterattack, falling lifeless in midair. Of course, the Iron Wing Black Eagle boss did launch several fierce counterattacks, but its skill Heavenly Iron Feathers was precisely intercepted by Lin Xiao's Firebirds. Its diving attack was also rendered ineffective due to the entanglement of Lin Xiao's Firebirds. One could say that in both of Lin Xiao's lives, he had never encountered such a humiliated boss. Perhaps some might say that this battle against flying wild monsters was indeed a storm with little rain. However, if it were players from other guilds, the outcome would likely have been entirely different. After all, the miraculous potion that boosts hit rate by 100 is not something that just anyone can produce. The experience to deal with flying wild monsters is also not something everyone possesses. After defeating the Iron Wing Black Eagle boss, the remaining Iron Wing Black Eagles were also systematically eliminated by the freed Eagle Eye team. Before long, in the sky above Ling Xiao City, apart from the 20 Firebirds, there were no more flying wild monsters. Meanwhile, the situation on the ground battlefield had also entered the final decisive phase. Due to the distraction caused by the Iron Wing Black Eagles, Lin Xiao and the Eagle Eye team were unable to split up to eliminate these bosses, resulting in the Earth Barrier being completely shattered under the combined assault of over a dozen bosses. With no Earth Barrier to obstruct them, the Wild Monster Army launched their most ferocious assault against the players of Ling Xiao City. The Wild Monster Army had dwindled significantly, and what remained were all level 20-25 wild monsters, and in other words, this wave of assault could very likely be the final showdown between the players of Ling Xiao City and the wild monsters. Faced with this situation, the overall commander Chun-Yi did not choose to retreat, but directly commanded the players of Ling Xiao City to change their formation and prepare to engage in battle. Brother Guo led the Iron Guard Hall's shield-bearing players, standing in a neat line, their large shields raised to form an iron barrier. Behind the Iron Guard Hall was the auxiliary Taoist players from Wuji Hall, whose task was simple and clear: to ensure the safety of the shield-bearing brothers in front of them. If any shield-bearer brother could not hold on, the summoned beasts beside them would immediately step in to allow the shield-bearers to retreat and recover. Warrior players from the Han Dao Hall and Bloodsword Hall were positioned on the flanks, ready to launch surprise attacks on the wild monsters, once they were collectively taunted by the shield-bearers in the front. Behind the Taoist players were mages and archers arranged in an interleaved formation. Their main task remained unchanged: to deal damage. Among them, the mages were primarily responsible for attacking the enemies on the front lines to reduce the pressure on the shield-bearers, while the archers focused on clearing the flanks to cover the side assaults from Han Dao and Blood Battle Halls. This formation was certainly not a Spirofement decision by Chun-Yi, but one of the battle formations that the players of Ling Xiao City had practiced and refined countless times in the Outcast Realm's secret area. Practical experience had proven that this straightforward and powerful midline defense with flank assaults not only perfectly utilized each player's professional characteristics but also exhibited considerable strength. The only drawback was that it placed an immense burden on the shield-bearer players. Once the midline defense collapsed, the entire formation would crumble. There would be no room for any maneuvering. Thus, throughout the entire 8 wastelands, it seemed that only the players of Ling Xiao City could master this battle formation. The instant healing potions and the monkey wine that boosts both defenses by 100 were their greatest assurance in daring to employ this battle formation. Soon the Wild Monster Army broke through the last Earth Barrier and charged madly towards Ling Xiao City. Leading the charge were a pack of black giant wolves larger than the level 19 snow wolves around Ling Xiao City. They were the level 21 wild monsters, bloodthirsty black wolves. Led by 2 wolf kings, this pack of bloodthirsty black wolves with their crimson eyes crashed into the iron defenses formed by the Iron Guard camp at high speed. Following the bloodthirsty black wolves were wild monsters of various levels and types, all rushing to the battlefield.